You modified a damaged old tank, but became a wanted criminal in the entire military district. You are driving at a crazy speed of 400 miles per hour, leaving the helicopter 3 blocks behind, scaring the military district leader who directly sent out the East Wind Express to intercept you. And you not only have no fear, but also spark all the way with lightning and rush towards Siberia. It turns out that just a few days ago, you received an order from your childhood friend Wang Hua, who needed to modify a TN-34 tank, requiring a makeover of the tank's appearance and adding a power unit, with basic driving capabilities. But when you see this tank, your jaw drops directly, only to see deep red rust, densely covering the entire tank, and the tracks are missing. Even the gun barrel is bent. You turn your head and look at Wang Hua. Is this thing collected from the scrapyard? Not really, Wang Hua sighed, and then said, it was dug out from the stinking pool in Siberia, soaked in it for nearly 70 years. I have run all over the city of North Sea and no one is willing to take it. You walked up to the small tank and glanced at the exhaust pipe. Seeing that it was already filled with mud, you looked at Wang Hua speechlessly and said, alright, I'll give you a brand new tank in a month, but as for the maintenance budget, no problem, I can apply for reimbursement. Wang Hua patted your shoulder and said, just don't go overboard. Don't worry. You quickly made a list and handed it over. He took the list and exclaimed, 2 million? I am already the lowest bidder in the entire Beihai city. If you don't believe me, go out and ask. It's impossible to renovate this tank for 2 million. I'm not doubting it. Wang Hua shook his head and said, just worried about the funding issue. It's okay. You go ahead with the repairs, and I will apply for funding from the higher authorities. You waved your hand, then jumped onto the military truck, drove into the huge workshop, unloaded the tank, and Wang Hua hurriedly left. You excitedly rubbed your hands, placed them on the tank, and as soon as they touched, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected one tank TN-34, currently in serious damage. Start dismantling the power system. After a series of operations, you obtained complete modification blueprints in 200,000 points, and also upgraded your own level. You snapped your fingers, and 6 robotic arms around you started up. After disassembly, a pile of rusty and damaged parts appeared in front of you, and you, unfazed, first came to the twisted gun barrel. After confirming that this thing was beyond saving, you took out a new steel column and began cutting the barrel. On the other side, Wang Hua found the director of the Military Research Institute, Lu Jun, handed over the list, and then said, Director, this is the maintenance cost, take a look. 2 million? Lu Diao's face changed slightly in surprise. Wang Hua's heart sank, and asked in surprise, Director, is it too expensive? No, it's too cheap. Lu Diao's face looked strange as he slowly said, the normal maintenance price might start at tens of millions. So expensive? Wang Hua was surprised. Xiao Wang, you are in the aircraft department. You may not know much about tanks. Lu Diao continued, as a legendary tank, each TN-34 has a corresponding number, and the one corresponding to mine is 008. Not any TN-34 can replace it casually. So, Wang Hua breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt a little regretful. If he had known, he would have asked Chen Hao for more. His childhood friend was too honest. Of course, Wang Hua didn't know that at that time, all you could think of were points, upgrades, disassembly, and tank modifications. The list you made was all cost price. Lu Diao placed the list on the table and said with a smile, Xiao Wang, I was already prepared for the fact that it couldn't be repaired. After all, even if you have money, you can't repair and modify this tank. But now, it seems that this tank will be the highlight of the future North Sea exhibition. If it can be done, Wang Hua breathed a long sigh of relief. And at this moment, you are busy pursuing the ultimate perfection. After dealing with the gun barrel and most of the outer shell, you also tackled the tank's power system, which is hidden under the shell. In theory, changes will not affect the appearance, including the internal control module and weapon system. The engine is too old, so let's switch to electric drive. With this, we won't need fuel anymore. Just switch to hydrogen fuel cells. You rubbed your chin. Anyway, 2 million budget. This cost is nothing. Once the plan is confirmed, you can start operating. After a month of hard work, your face is already stubbled. A brand new TN-34 appears in the workshop, and you symbolically tighten the last bolt with a wrench. The next second, ding, you completed the tank modification. With a score reward of 200,000, your level has been upgraded to level 4. The mechanical arm begins to self-iterate and upgrade. Please be patient. As soon as the words fell, something appeared on the mechanical arm that looked like RGB lights, making it more cyberpunk. You are not afraid of being discovered. As long as the mechanical arm does not move, most people will think this thing is a decoration. The phone rang. Chen Hao, how is the tank repair going? I'll take care of it. What else could go wrong? Come and take this tank away. Okay, wait for me for 30 minutes, Wang Hua said and hung up the phone directly. It will take a long time to upgrade these robotic arms, but you can go to the North Sea Weapons Exhibition. I am already at level 4. The money earned from civilian vehicle modifications may not even cover the electricity bill. These robotic arms are energy consuming, and I still need to work on tanks, planes, and armored vehicles. Just modifying an aircraft could earn me 7 to 800,000. In less than 30 minutes, a military truck parked steadily in front of your modification shop. Wang Hua jumped out of the car with gusto, looked at the TN-34 parked in the yard, and immediately brightened up. Good man, this thing is as good as new. Don't worry, my renovation skills are top-notch. Chen Hao stretched and walked out from the middle of the garage. The blazing sun made him a little uncomfortable and he couldn't help but mutter, "This damn sun, it's too sunny." Wang Hua was startled by Chen Hao's appearance. The beard was straggly, the cheeks and eye sockets were deeply sunken, and he had the look of a man who was about to die suddenly. He couldn't help but say, "Chen Hao, why is this almost like a year of continuous 007? Alright, take a few days off. Go with me to the North Sea Convention and Exhibition to have some fun. I've heard that many military aircraft and tanks need to be repaired and modified. With your skills, casually earning $3 to $5 million a year is easy." No problem, Chen Hao nodded. He was also startled by himself in the mirror next to him. It does take a while to rest for the sake of a small life. Time passed in a flash, and 3 days later, Chen Hao entered the North Sea Weapons and Military Exhibition with a pass hanging around his neck. The interior of the fair was described as crowded. All around were anchors with cameras carrying microphones, plus avid military enthusiasts. The atmosphere was quite electric. Chen Hao walked all the way, the system alert tone in his ears going on and on. Ding dong, 1 old airplane, 1 million points for modification. Ding dong, 1 active tank, 4 million points for modification. Ding dong, 1 armored car, 500,000 points for modification. The system beeps continued to ring out, and Chen Hao's face burst into joy. Sure enough, one's guess was right. The only way to get more points is to modify these armored vehicles that are more than civilian grade. It's only a question of how to get those weapons. Let's hope that our own modified TN-34 will be a hit at the North Sea Military Arms Exhibition. Exempt, Director Liu is here. Director Liu? Liu Jun, the director of the Beihai Military Weapons Research Institute? That's a military titan. For a moment, a group of people crowded towards Liu Jun's position. The ground around Chen Hao was instantly empty. However, Chen Hao didn't care and didn't follow the crowd to squeeze over in Liu Jun's direction. Instead, he turned around and went up to the second floor. Lying on top of the railing, looking down at the entire venue, Liu Jun led a group of people to slowly walk towards TN-34. Following behind him was Wang Hua. Liu Jun stood before the TN-34, looked at a group of netizens, journalists, and military enthusiasts below, and holding a microphone in his hand, he said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the TN-34, the king of Siberia from 90 years ago, although it is old. But, his name, I think all of you have heard of it. TN-34? There aren't many of those left. There are only 20 or 30 of them in the world that can move. This one shouldn't be very complete. It would be nice to have something to look at. Most of the TN-34s are buried in Siberia. There are hardly any intact ones. Look at the group of netizens talking below." Liu Jun was all smiles and continued, "Everyone, the TN-34 was mostly destroyed due to World War II. And after the end of World War II, the remaining TN-34s were just 100 or 10, but this one is a restored and intact TN-34. Everyone, let's take a look together." Then he came directly to the TN-34 and yanked the red cloth off the top of the TN-34 with one hand. The next moment, everyone's face froze. Only a tank appeared in front of the crowd. The general prototype is still considered to be the range of TN-34, but the rest of and TN-34 are not even close. A ring of RGB light bands surrounds the top of the slender barrel, above the entire tank armor. It was no longer painted military green, but had become a large husky dog head. Even the paint turned pink. This, Wang Hua's face also solidified. This is the end of the line. In front of the whole world. A big scandal? While he could tell at a glance that the TN-34 was well restored, what was the deal with the exaggerated shape? A pink tank? The corners of Wang Hua's mouth twitched. He could tell at a glance that this pink tank was Peace Warmer's new skin. Never thought that Chen Hao would actually come up with an identical one. It's over. Job's off the table. Is this the Peace Warming Girl tank? Is it sort of linked? Hey, I like this. As the saying goes, the pinker you wear, the harder you hit. I wonder if this tank can move. A crowd below boiled over, but Lu Jun's expected chants and boos did not appear. That's mostly because the TN-34 itself is, in most people's minds, 90 years old, close to a century old. Although a former king of Siberia, the popularity, far less than the new skin of Peace Warmer. No one's going to think of this thing as a weapon. It's still more of an exhibition model, or a large toy. Director Lu, can this tank move? Yeah. This tank can be. A group of people were excited to take pictures of the modified TN-34. This new and innovative contraption, different from most tanks, has the group excited to say the least? Lu Jun was relieved to see this. He thought there had been some kind of accident, but now it seems to have been unexpectedly well received. Looking at the demands of a group of anchors below, Lu Jun spread his hands to appease the crowd and said, "Don't worry, everyone, the power system of this TN-34 has been repaired. It is movable. Here, let's join the camera and see how the modifications are done inside." Having said that, a couple of long-armed cameras followed underneath. Wang Hua took the initiative to go forward, opened the tank, and dug in. The inside of the tank is brand new. Various RGB light-polluting lights are constantly present, but the most noticeable thing is a large screen, plus the steering wheel, and a big red start button. There was also a small line on the button, the nuclear blast button. Hiss! The inside of this tank is so interesting. The style is so weird. This tank can really run? A group of netizens became even more curious. Seeing this, Lu Jun said to Wang Hua within the tank, "Wang Hua, start the tank." "No problem." Wang Hua nodded and directly pressed the button to start the tank. Ding dong, the tank has been successfully activated. A crisp, pleasant sound rang out, but the tank was barely audible, and there was no sound of the engine roaring. Wang Hua's heart began to sweat. Didn't this Chen Hao say it was fixed? How come I don't hear the engine moving here? Not only Wang Hua, but the other netizen reporters were also stunned. No way, this thing is a toy? Hi, Director Lu is really bad. Joking with us. It's probably just a model. Hearing the sounds around him, Wang Hua's heart raced and his foot pressed the tank's accelerator pedal. Click, click, click. The tank's tracks began to tremble slightly, and the entire tank, too, began to move slowly. Autopilot system activated. Destination: Siberian battlefield. A pleasant voice beep came from above the tank. The entire tank then slowly descended directly from the top of the exhibition stand, turned ahead, and ran slowly towards the outside of the exhibition. Crap! This thing can move? It really moves, eh? I see. Probably couldn't really find a TN-34 engine and just converted it to electric drive. A group of Netflix anchors were once again excited. As for Lu Jun, the director of the institute, the heart that was lifted, was once again put down. But then, Lu Jun realized a serious problem. A month's time to repair the TN-34 is not difficult. The level of normal repair masters. It's like a programmer copying and pasting. A normal repairman would just replace the replacement part. But if you want to convert a TN-34 in a month, no one in the whole of China, no, the whole world, can do it. Talent. Lu Jun is a pragmatic person, and immediately decided that no matter what, he had to dig this talent inside the institute. Between the slightest hesitation, Wang Hua and his tank was surprisingly already running out of the military exhibition hall. At this moment, Wang Hua in the middle of the tank was completely speechless. The whole tank has a cyberpunk vibe to it. Hell, I don't know what that button does. All around the densely packed crowd. A bad game. The tank suddenly accelerated. Run over? That can be fun. Lu Jun noticed this and hurriedly said, "Wang Hua, quickly stop the tank." "Chief, it won't stop. There's no manual in here either." Wang Hua was quite helpless in the tank and shouted, "This thing's auto-navigation destination is Siberia. It's going to Siberia to participate in Armageddon. It's been 90 years. What the hell kind of Armageddon is that?" Hearing Wang Hua say this, the surrounding crowd of onlookers were startled and made way. Lu Jun, experienced in calm in a crisis, said to the guards around him, "Maintain order at the scene and don't let anyone touch that tank." "Wang Hua, you and Chen Hao call and see if there is any way to stop the tank." "Oh, I know, Director." Wang Hua then woke up like a dream and calmed down instantly. Immediately taking out the phone in his hand, he dialed Chen Hao's number. On the second floor, Chen Hao lay on top of the railing and answered the phone with an odd expression. "Chen Hao, how do I stop this thing?" Wang Hua's anxious voice came. Chen Hao said indifferently, "It's fine. The tank has an automatic navigation system on it, and the destination is Siberia. Don't be in a hurry for now. Don't move around and listen to my command." "Yes." Seeing this, Wang Hua calmed his heart and let out a long sigh of relief. Chen Hao nodded, and after a slight silence, he continued, "The tank shutdown button. That's the red nuclear explosion button, just press it. Hearing Chen Hao say this, Wang Hua slightly bowed his head. 3 identical buttons appear on top of the console. At once, Wang Hua growled through the phone. Chen Hao, 3 identical buttons which one to press? Chen Hao's tone was a bit awkward. That was an oversight on his part. There were only 3 buttons left and they were all one color. Just went along for the ride and installed it. I had thought that Wang Hua would not open it live, but I did not expect him to play for real. After a moment of silence, Chen Hao didn't answer the question, but continued. Forget about these issues for now. The tank is hydrogen fuel cell powered. I didn't put much hydrogen in it at the time, and it ran out of steam after a dozen kilometers. Holy shit, Chen Hao. You're really fucking pitiful. Wang Hua was speechless. At this moment, the surrounding Netflix anchors put the entire live broadcast screen in front of a group of watching viewers. For a moment, the audience was entertained. Crap. One dares to modify and one really dares to drive. I wonder how fast this thing can go. It's awesome to be able to modify a TN34 like this. Sure enough, the masters are in the people. There was a flurry of chatter above the internet, but Lu Jun calmly begins to control the position. The first thing was to send out the army and block off the streets and carve out a thoroughfare specifically to the north. At the same time, helicopters and armored tanks were deployed. If there was really no other way, the only way was to blow up the tank tracks at the risk of injuring Wang Hua. And by now, the tank had slowly come to the road. Buzz! A screen lights up. A radar with a radius of 30 kilometers appeared above the display. In an instant, the entire 3-dimensional structure of the city appeared on top of the screen. Radar scanning complete. Start building the best path. The best road is constructed. Start heading towards Siberia. The group of viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the radar in the middle of the tank and were confused, followed by a gasp of surprise. Crap! Is this radar kidding? It's so fierce, isn't it? And this level of intelligence. Something's not right. How this thing looks. It doesn't look like a toy, but a real military weapon. The live streamers immediately realized something was wrong. If before, the big guys saw this one pink tank as a whole job and a joke. Now then, everyone is realizing a problem. This tank, but wherever it is loaded with ammunition, it is an immensely dangerous killing machine. Lu Jun also sucked in a breath of cold air as he watched the image that came back. He could tell at a glance that it definitely wouldn't be a decorative item like the RGB. Instead, it's the real deal. A fully automated combat navigation system. With existing technology, there's almost no way to get there. And Chen Hao, a small tuning shop, can actually accomplish this level of tuning? It can no longer be described as talent. Scanning complete. Roads have been plotted and activated. Warning, low energy, please replenish energy as soon as possible. Liquid nitrogen cooling of the motor is complete. Start accelerating. Zip, zip, zip. The moment the scan was completed, the tank's tracks turned abruptly. Brutal speed that destroys the tarmac straight away. And then, like pink lightning, it accelerated to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2 seconds. What a day. This thing is a tank? Fuck. It's a supercar and a tank shell, isn't it? Bullshit. Look at the side of the road. Can a supercar crush the tarmac? Heavy tanks accelerating at 100 kilometers in 2 seconds. What zenith technology? Lu Jun, at this time, had already boarded the helicopter. Standing tall, I watched the pink tank make its way north. Instantly sucking in a breath of cool air, he unconsciously pinched the walkie-talkie inside his hand and hurriedly said, "Old Zhao, pay attention. A pink TN34 is barreling towards your position at a speed of 130 kilometers per second. Make sure to block it." What the hell? There was skepticism in the opposite tone. A pink tank is speeding towards you at 130. Oh no, 140 kilometers per hour. Old Lu, you've been drinking too much fake wine, haven't you? How can there be a pink tank, and at 140 kilometers per hour? Believe it or not, you will know after a few minutes. Lu Jun didn't explain too much, and at that moment, inside the tank, Wang Hua's entire body was bad at this time, being carried by a tank, running wildly at 150 kilometers per hour. Because of the powerful speed and friction, the tracks of the tanks are all reddish in color. His face was pale, his palms were sweaty inside, and he clutched the cell phone in his hand as he growled at Chen Hao. "Chen Hao, how far can this thing run?" "No surprises. Around 3 kilometers. Chen Hao was calm and said to Wang Hua, "Don't worry, as long as you wear your seatbelt, you're safe. Nothing can hit the tank. Besides, the automatic navigation system will avoid obstacles." Wang Hua couldn't be bothered to talk at this point. 2 kilometers away from him, several armored tanks were parked. It was Lu Jun who notified the intercepting military personnel, the leader of which was an armored battalion commander, Lao Zhao. At this moment, Old Zhao, with a cigarette in his hand, looked at the tanks that were running wildly all the way here, and also couldn't help but say, "Crap, I'm also fake drunk? Battalion commander, what do we do?" The few soldiers next to him were nonplussed. Under this kind of speed, no matter what kind of roadblocks you have, they are all directly crashed away. Tanks, stay here. The rest of you, spread out with me. Old Zhao also reacted and immediately had a group of soldiers scatter. As for the dozen or so tanks, they were left directly in the middle of the road as a roadblock to intercept the pink TN-34. Stab! The tank's auto-navigation system had spotted the roadblock long ago. With a direct drift, the entire tank actually stood straight up, crossing through the gap between the tanks. Under the huge speed, the tank rubbed on top of the ground. The pink paint on the exterior was hard wiped off, but the silver-white alloy armor was not damaged in the slightest. It was just a reddish color from the intense friction. Then came a wild ride in the direction of Siberia. No god! Old Zhao watched the operation of this one tank with dumbfounded amazement. Is this really a human operation? However, it was good to know that the hydrogen in the tank was finally about to run out. After passing through the barricade, Wang Hua heard a beep. The tank is about to run out of energy. For a moment, Wang Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Primary energy source depleted. Attempting to activate backup energy source. Come again? Wang Hua's heart lifted straight up. You don't think so? This thing has a backup energy source? Wang Hua now finally figured out what he was driving. This is not a tank, it's just the front end of a powertrain. It's too good to run. It was hard to consume the main hydrogen tank, but now it's well. The secondary hydrogen tank is back on. Moreover, the secondary hydrogen tank appeared to have a little more hydrogen energy in reserve than the main hydrogen tanks. The very moment the tank beeped for the backup power to activate successfully, Wang Hua then clearly felt a powerful and incomparable sense of pushing back. Yes, it's actually a pushback feeling. After 150 km per hour there is actually a sense of pushing back. How far is this going to accelerate? Hoo. The large tank accelerated at the same time it rolled up a dusty roadside. Straight to see the people on both sides of the road dropped their jaws in shock. Old Wang, what's that thing that just passed? Why did it run so fast? Who knows? It's like an armored car, and the paint is still powder coated. It can't be a customized Hummer driven by some rich lady. Is the Hummer that fast? It looks like it's headed in the direction of the highway. It can't be anything urgent, can it? You ask me. Who do I ask? Go home and ask your little Lee. The speed of the tanks was indeed fast enough, and the people on the road didn't even get a clear view of what had just passed before they heard a whistling sound coming from the distance. The people on the road looked dumbfounded, while Wang Hua in the car was even more depressed to the point of speechlessness. The gauges on the tank showed that it was now going over 200 an hour. The backup power does seem to be a little too aggressive for a tank weighing several tons to go 200 miles per hour. 2. It's a wonder of the world. It was important to realize that human society, as of now, had only averaged between 40 and 60 kilometers per hour for tanks. A few tanks can break about 60 kilometers on the highway. There are only very few tanks that are capable of exceeding 70 kilometers per hour on the highway. After all, the tonnage of tanks are often tens of tons and tens of tons of volume, can be to actually kilometers per hour. In fact, has been counted on the majority of tanks' limit speed. At present, the world's fastest tank, the highest speed on the highway is only 80.7 kilometers per hour. And this is still the legend of the two great divine weapons only have the speed. One of them, naturally, is our 99A type tanks. The theoretical highway maximum speed can reach 80 kilometers per hour. As for the other one, it was the latest generation of John Bull's Poison Scorpion light tank, which could also reach a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. A few dozen tons of weight, plus 80 kilometers per hour of road speed, is practically at the peak speed of modern human tank technology. But now, the speed of the tank driven by Wang Hua had reached 200 meters. 200 meters. That's 200 kilometers per hour. It's a whole lot faster than it was before when the main hydrogen tank was powered. What could Wang Hua do when he was sitting alone inside the tank? Other than praying at the same time, there was really nothing he could do. The tank was running too fast, and Chen Hao hadn't made it clear exactly what to do. Now Wang Hua is both wanting to operate and not daring to operate at all. At this speed of this thing, if you operate yourself wrong and exit the autopilot mode, or if you just hit something, whether the tank is reimbursed or not is out of their hands. They are ironically reimbursed for it. Zip, zip, zip. Strangely enough, just when Wang Hua was still anxious as an ant on a hot pan inside the tank's cockpit, strange things happen. Suddenly, Wang Hua heard an extremely strong brake noise reaching the inside of the tank. Immediately afterward, there was another powerful inertia that nearly threw Wang Hua out of the cockpit. Luckily, Wang Hua had fastened his seatbelt after sitting in it. Otherwise, just now, his whole person would be flying. Why did it stop? Is it out of battery? Ding! The autopilot system has detected a toll booth ahead. Matching tank road license passes. No tanks have been matched to road authorization passes. If you choose to break into a traffic jam, please call out 2. If you stop for inspection, please call out 1. Ah, what the hell? A toll booth? My god. Is there any way this is not going to be a highway? Ding! Voice recognition is complete. The driver has selected the break-in mode. Hey, 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 hey. I just said an ah. Didn't pick 2. Chug chug chug. Manhwa couldn't even react in time to what kind of things had happened in between. Once again, I felt a powerful and overwhelming sense of pushback coming towards my whole body. Toll booths, toll windows. At this very moment, a female toll collector, about 20 years old and in uniform, was urgently dialing the phone in front of the work desk. Hey, station chief, there's a tank that's now braking into traffic at 200 kilometers an hour. It's braking into traffic at 200 kilometers an hour right now. What? A tank? 200 kilometers per hour? Little Chen, do you think you're funny? No, station chief, it's really a tank. The speedometer speeding records are coming through. Oh no, it's already 260 kilometers per hour. Snap. After a sound of a cell phone dropping to the ground, a dribbling sound came out of the toll collector's earpiece. 30 kilometers away. The temporary command of the modified TN-34 tanks was actually most of the road next to the roadblock that had just been set up. Let's call it that for now. Even though it was a group of military personnel on the side of the main road that had followed the armored battalion commander, Lao Zhao, in a single file in the direction of this side of the highway. But since the speed of the tank driven by Manhwa was just a bit too fast, so, this squad also had to contact the division immediately after the tanks had drifted away. As the battalion commander of the division's armored reconnaissance battalion, Lao Zhao was still well aware of his division's equipment. The division currently has 6 other armed helicopters. The Dragon V-30. One of them had just been borrowed by his old friend, Lu Jun, the director of the Equipment Research Institute. Now it was definitely not possible to stop that one modified TN-34 tank of Wang Hua's without using more armed helicopters. The armored car couldn't even catch up with that one tank. At 110 mph. Is that something an armored car can catch up with? Of the entire division's weaponry system, there is and was only one piece of equipment, the helicopter gunship, that could have caught up with that one tank and found a way to intercept it. Of course, intercepting with helicopter gunships is not the same method of interception as blocking a road with armored vehicles. Lao Zhao thought of another safer, and a little more secure way. Old Zhao was worthy of being a professional soldier, and the military literacy he possessed was first-rate. Even though Lao Zhao was currently only the battalion commander of the division's armored reconnaissance battalion, he was also very aware of the division's other equipment. Take for example the Dragon V-30 he just thought of. This kind of armed helicopter is the latest model of armed helicopter in China at present, and its design principle is developed on the technical basis of the original big beautiful CH-47 military helicopter. The CH-47, as many military enthusiasts will know, is the famous Chinook twin-screw all-weather transport helicopter. It's the kind of helicopter that has 2 sets of propellers, front and rear. The reason why the Longway 30 helicopter gunship should be used as a reference for this one helicopter. In reality, the main consideration was the operational and transport needs of the reconnaissance teams, with the original big beautiful CH-47 transport helicopters having a payload of around 10 tons. The Longway 30 series of armed helicopters, on the other hand, has once again expanded its payload to 15 tons. Also added to the Chinook's simple transportation was a quick-reaction ground-to-air attack weapon system, the machine gun. Therefore, in terms of professional military use, the Longway 30 series of armed helicopters can be fully called an excellent embodiment of modern military equipment in China. Of course, it's not just the large payloads and advanced attack weapons. Another great feature of the Longway 30 series is its fast speed and high range. Usually, there is a certain ratio between the speed and range of a typical helicopter gunship. The faster helicopter gunships have a slightly shorter range in comparison. Let's take the big beautiful HH-53C model helicopter for example. The speed is capable of reaching an exaggerated 350 km per hour, but then, its range is only about 970 kilometers. And what about the big beautiful other MH-53E, which has a speed of only 240 km per hour, but can reach an exaggerated range of about 800 kilometers. Then there's that Apache helicopter that Big Pretty is most famous for. Its speed can then reach a maximum of 365 km per hour, while its range is only 960 kilometers. Even if you don't count the return trip, and only count the one-way transit voyage, it's only 960 kilometers times 2. So, from that perspective, the Longwell 30 series helicopters have surpassed many of their big and beautiful predecessors. And that's why Lao Zhao thought of utilizing the Longway 30 helicopter to head out to intercept the pursuit. The Dragon V-30 helicopter can reach a maximum speed of 380 km per hour and a terrifying range of 2,000 kilometers. Imagine what 380 km per hour plus a 15-ton payload means. This meant that if all 5 helicopters were deployed together, then they could quickly catch up with the modified TN-34 tanks that were barreling down the highway and hoist them right off the ground. After all, a prototype TN-34 tank was only about 32 tons, and even if some features were added after modification, the actual weight could not exceed 40 tons. That's why Lao Zhao is very confident that the helicopter lifting method will completely solve the strange travel of the exhibition tanks all the way to the north. However, as the saying goes, the ideal is perfect and the reality is bone dry. Things finally went a little awry when the Division's 5 Longwell 30 helicopters literally set sail from the base as fast as they could and headed for the highway heading north. The first to notice the problem was the pilot of the Longview 30 helicopter. As soon as he identified the rampaging tank through satellite positioning, he immediately initiated a pursuit journey at maximum speed. However, the more he drove forward in pursuit, the more he realized that something was seriously wrong. All the way up to the point where he pushed the helicopter's horsepower to its fastest extreme speed of 380 km per hour. It was only with some incredulity that he picked up the comms mic and started shouting over to old Zhao's side. Report, report, the tanks on the highway ahead are too fast to catch up. What? Helicopters can't catch up with tanks? Say that again? Report, our helicopters are currently on maximum power and are pursuing at 380 km per hour, but we still can't catch up. Visually, the tank's speed may have reached 400 km per hour, and it seems to be accelerating. 400 km per hour? Are you sure about the tank you're chasing? Okay. Snap. Hearing the real-time communication from the helicopter pilot, Lao Zhao's walkie-talkie fell straight down under the armored vehicle's console. Breathless. Really breathless. The helicopter couldn't catch up with the tank. How could Zhao justify this? He now seemed to be able to visualize what that unthinkable image was really like. A tank going up to 400 km per hour sparks with lightning all the way down the highway. The other 5 helicopter gunships hooted and hollered in wild pursuit. Yet with this, it was surprising that he couldn't catch up. Heavens, earth, so fast. Is this the tank Lu Jun was talking about? Is this a missile? Zip sliding forward. For that matter, he himself had thought of it before. Thinking of lifting the tank directly from the highway and having the helicopter lift the tank directly at a relatively stationary speed. This is good. At this speed, even the helicopter can't catch up. Not to mention lifting. It's unknown whether it can keep up with that one tank. Old Lu, can you confirm with me again clearly that what you're asking me to intercept is a tank? Not the latest new secret weapon developed by your Equipment Research Institute? Doesn't make sense. What kind of helicopter can't outrun a tank? Or a modified tank? You take me for a 3-year-old. And you have the nerve to ask me what to do now. I've been in contact with no less than 30 types of combat vehicles, and I've never heard of a tank like this. If I knew what to do, why would I need to call you back? Why don't you ask that tank driver and see how you can stop the tank? Old Zhao is really out of ideas. In itself, this helicopter chasing tanks was beyond the function of his armored reconnaissance battalion. After all, he commanded armored units, and helicopters were his first. But I didn't realize that even this helicopter couldn't catch up with a modified tank. So how could he make an interception? Any further attempts at interception were just beyond the reach of their armored forces. Unless Air Force units or missiles are sent out to intercept, this speed is impossible for any country in the world under the sky to stop. What is the speed of a Formula 1 car? The average speed is just over 200, less than 300 kilometers per hour. This tank is going 400 kilometers per hour. Who would believe it? Just as the Armored Reconnaissance Battalion Commander, Senior Zhao, was at his wit's end. Just as Lu Jun, the director of the Beihai Weaponry Equipment Research Institute, was still chasing wildly all the way aboard the helicopter. Chen Hao, who is still on the fairgrounds, has realized that he has made a big mistake. He himself, of course, was aware that the one tank he had modified still had a backup power source. He was more than aware of the fact that the day before when he was filling up the backup power supply with hydrogen he had filled it up without any reservations at all. So much so that later on, when the main power supply ran out of hydrogen fuel, he just casually and meaningfully added a little bit to the main power supply fuel tank himself and called it a day. Now it's good. Judging by the way Wang Hua just called him, 9 times out of 10, the tanks are already on autopilot. Tanks under autopilot. That's a tank that will always keep its range. This means that in order to keep the tanks traveling at high speeds, the backup power supply will be used 100% of the time. And Chen Hao now, a Taiman really cannot think of those 3 identical buttons specific which to which. The only thing he could remember so far was the specific functions of the 3 buttons. But these 3 specific functions aren't something you can just press. Only one of them was a tank motor stop button. And as for the other 2, one was a proximity defense anti-missile system, and the other was the tank's main weapon system, which was simply that turret on top of the tank. These 3 buttons, once if you press the wrong one, the consequences cannot be described as serious. The consequences of that are pretty serious, because that so-called proximity defense anti-missile system and it is specifically for use against airstrike missiles. Once this system was activated, then a ring of strong jamming electromagnetic fields would form around the tank, directly deflecting all incoming missiles. And if there were no incoming missiles, this strong interfering electromagnetic field would also directly cause all devices equipped with electronic equipment within at least 50 meters of the surrounding area to fail. And now that the tank had run onto the highway again, if Wang Hua pressed the button, then one could imagine what would happen to the surrounding vehicles. I'm afraid that if we don't get it right, all the cars along the road will just stop on the road because of the strong electromagnetic interference. Of course, this situation is not the worst. The real worst case scenario is still the consequences of pushing the button on the tank's main weapon system. It is well known that the original Soviet TN-34 tanks had a 76.2 mm or 85 mm caliber muzzle as a rule. Shells of such a gauge are no longer lethal compared to modern weapons because of their age and backward manufacturing. But the scariest pitfalls are precisely the same. This was because Chen Hao had modified the gun ports along with this tank when he modified it. The original 76.2 mm caliber gun system has been replaced by a 125 mm caliber electromagnetic railgun system. How powerful is this electromagnetic railgun? Put it this way, if Wang Hua really pressed this button, then any obstacle that intercepted this tank would leave a huge crater no less than 100 meters in diameter. Yes, it is indeed a huge pit, and it has pitted Wang Hua to death. So now in this situation, Chen Hao himself was scared because he had forgotten exactly which of those 3 buttons was right for which. If this matter continues to develop, not to mention what will happen to Wang Hua, this remodeler of his own will only have to suffer. Hey, Wang Hua, where are you now? Has the tank stopped yet? Once again connecting to Wang Hua's phone, Chen Hao asked his concerns out at the first opportunity. Chen Hao, you bastard, didn't you say you'd stop in 12 kilometers? I'm already on the highway. Whoosh, it's faster than all the cars around. Quickly think of a way for me. If I don't stop, I'll really be in Siberia. It can't be that the autopilot system has activated the maximum horsepower. That's 3,600 horsepower. Heck! Hearing the anxious and incomparable cries from Wang Hua's side, Chen Hao's heart trembled immediately afterward. Hydrogen fuel cells, super motors that utilize electromagnetic enhancement technology, and thrust up to 3,600 horsepower. A terrifying motor with close to 2,000 more horsepower than the highest horsepower of any human tank currently in service. Top speed could propel the current 42-ton or so modified T-34 tank to 500 kilometers per hour. According to Wang Hua, the tanks themselves are already on the highway. That means the secondary hydrogen tanks have begun energy conversion. And that, in turn, means that the tanks will now run wild along the highway all the way to the Siberian plains, 3,000 kilometers away, where the end of the voyage lies. Think carefully. How could I have overlooked the stop button thing when I was modifying the tank myself? This was a real stab in the dark. What? 3,600 horsepower? I'm asking you to modify a tank? Are you trying to send me to heaven? Why did you get that much horsepower? A string of life-threatening serial pursuit questions directly pulled Chen Hao's mind back from the horrifying association. This, Wang Hua. Hold on a little. Hold on. I'll think of something. Ha. Don't press those 3 buttons for now. Don't press them yet, ha. I'll tell you, ha. It's like this. Chen Hao, who had hung up the phone in a panic, unconsciously touched his forehead. As expected, it was a cold sweat pouring out of his head. By this time all he could think about was no longer about getting the tank to stop. All he could think of at the moment was one option. That means grabbing and running. Not the tanks, of course, but yourself. If we don't run, we'll be in deep shit. Maybe the tanks will automatically activate their weapon systems once they reach their destination in a few hours. The Siberian plains, that's furry bear territory. What if this tank had actually opened fire? It wouldn't have been a straight-up international dispute. As for his good brother, Wang Hua, Chen Hao couldn't care less for the time being. The reason for that was simple, that one tank's defense was extremely strong. The rapid response armor on the surface, not to mention normal artillery shells, even normal missiles may not be able to easily penetrate. So Wang Hua sitting inside that one tank shouldn't be in any safety danger. At most, it will be punished by the authorities after causing international disputes. But on my own side, it would be a disaster. Although the tank was driven by Wang Hua, the modifications and other things were all done by himself, and the reason for the loss of control could be locked onto himself as soon as it was investigated. Now that you've caused such a big mess, if you're held accountable later, won't you have to step on a sewing machine at a young age? When the originator of the matter, Chen Hao's side, had already had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. On the other side, Lu Jun, the director of the Beihai Equipment Research Institute, had already given up on tracking the tank's journey. The tank driven by Wang Hua was indeed running too fast and too quick. There's no way to catch up. Lu Jun gave up on tracking the tank just after the helicopter passed by the division headquarters of Lao Zhao's unit. Instead, he immediately reported the matter directly to the Beihai Military Region headquarters. The headquarters of the military district of Beihai City was surprised to hear that a tank with a speed of 400 km per hour was running wildly north on the highway. At that moment, he did not dare to be slow, and directly reported the news to the headquarters of the capital military region. As soon as the headquarters personnel heard that the tank's destination turned out to be Siberia, immediately, the matter was expedited and the urgency of the incident was marked as an SSS-level emergency. At the same time, the major military districts along the way were asked to fully assist Pang Genoa, the commander of the Beihai City Military District, in handling the matter with full authority. Yes, at this moment, this matter is no longer something that Lu Jun and Lao Zhao can handle so well. The tanks have been running wild in the direction of the extraterritoriality. And where can this kind of thing be dealt with again with the authority of Lu Jun and Lao Zhao's status? The first time Commander Pang received the order, he immediately issued an emergency notice calling Lu Jun, the director of the Institute of Armament and Equipment, and Lao Zhao, the battalion commander of the division's Armored Reconnaissance Battalion under his command, to the headquarters of the Beihai Military Region. At the same time, Commander Pang simultaneously contacted the Kansai Military Region headquarters along the way as well as the Fengtian Military Region headquarters. Have the major military districts along the route send out armed scouts at the same time to closely scout along the entire highway. Commander Pang is worthy of being a battle-hardened general officer, and this shot of his immediately solved the most thorny problem in front of Lao Zhao and Lu Jun at the moment. The problem is that helicopters can't catch up with tanks. Now with Commander Pang's order, Lu Jun and Lao Zhao would not have to rely on the 5 helicopters, which were already several dozen kilometers behind, to go after them again. The helicopter formations along the various sections of the route have already set sail, when only limited range tracking along the route will be required. When the tracking range is over, the helicopter formation will automatically switch to the next range to continue tracking. In this way, the entire tank's journey was now firmly within Commander Pang's visual range. With the tank tracking problem taken care of, Commander Pang moved on to the second phase of his work. The second phase of the work is, naturally, the tank interception. Headquarters has already given clear orders. No matter what, we can't let the tanks drive to Siberia and cause international disputes. Therefore, Commander Pang's ultimate job also remains to return to the direction of forcing the tanks to a halt. A tank that travels at 400 kilometers per hour. That's the first time I've heard of it after being a soldier all my life. Director Lu, your research and development is too radical, isn't it? At the very least operating the tank has to be tested first. Look, what should we do now that we've gotten into this situation? Have you contacted the tank's driver yet? Can he stop the tank or not? Inside the office of the temporary command center, Commander Pang looked at the real-time image of the helicopter tracking with a serious expression and inquired towards Lu Jun. Contact was made. But what's wrong? Doesn't a tank have a braking system? How is that possible? The situation is this. As he watched Commander Pang's expression grow more and more serious, cold sweat trickled down Lu Jun's neck. Don't look at Lu Jun as the director of the Beihai Weaponry Equipment Research Institute, but this Equipment Research Institute was actually under the North Sea Military Region, and Commander Pang Genoa was in charge of the entire military region. So, at this level, Commander Pang is Lu Jun's well-deserved top boss, as well as the top boss of Lao Zhao's top boss, facing the head of the entire military region. It was naturally impossible for Lu Jun to hide anything, so immediately, he reported the communication he just had with Wang Hua to Commander Pang in a brainwave. Since the previous Chen Hao had already emphasized the matter of those 3 buttons being confused to Wang Hua. So what? Wang Hua also naturally reported the situation that he was now unable to control the tank to stop. It can't be helped. Wang Hua really doesn't dare to press those 3 buttons. In case if he pressed the right button, maybe Wang Hua was lucky, but in case if he pressed the wrong button, it would be even worse to paralyze all the cars on the entire highway, or just blow down some building along the way. At best, Wang Hua was only a researcher at the Beihai Weaponry Equipment Research Institute. Either of these 2 outcomes was absolutely impossible for him to afford. So, He would have to honestly stay inside the cockpit of the tank at the moment, not daring to touch any of the switches that were not clearly labeled. What? You're telling me that this tank was converted by a small private workshop of a miscellaneous company? You guys can't even tell the stop button anymore, can you? Just after listening to Lu Jun's report, Pang Genoa felt his entire head getting bigger. Child's play. Simply too much child's play. What can I say about you guys? Now it's good. 3 buttons. Pressing the wrong one is going to make a big mess. You guys? What the hell should we do? This? Commander Pang. I didn't expect this. I was just looking for a 90-year-old tank before. The modification is nothing more than sheet metal, spray paint and so on. As a result, who would have thought? Lu Jun couldn't continue halfway through his words. To be honest, he himself did now regret his previous choice. Originally, he let Wang Hua get this tank to refurbish the time, but also just to participate in the North Sea Weapons and Military Exhibition. After all, the refurbishment of old tanks like this one is an important part of this arms and equipment show. And what about their institute, which in turn has long since phased out its old tank conversion program? Research Institute, of course, is the need to study some of the newer equipment, but the exhibition situation is more special. So Lu Jun thought of looking for a proficient old tank refurbishment process experts to take over the project. At this time the Institute of Wang Hua took the initiative to volunteer to say that they know an expert in this area. Then he naturally believed Wang Hua's words. In the beginning, everything was actually still alright. Although when the red cloth was lifted earlier, everyone was startled by the shape of that tank. But then once Wang Hua got up and running, he thought to himself then that talent is hard to come by in 1,000 ways. As a result, who would have thought that this idea has just risen for only a few seconds, and has caused such a big basket? The tanks themselves ran out of the showroom, not to mention that now actually have been on the highway out of the province. This thing Lu Jun dreamed not to dream of such a scene. If Lu Jun had known that this would happen, he would not have let Wang Hua enter the cockpit to try it out in the first place. Forget it, don't explain, let's wait for the investigation after the fact to discuss the rest. It is imperative that the orders from headquarters to intercept are fulfilled. The tanks must never leave the territory. That is what will cause serious international disputes. Now since there's no way to stop the tank from inside it anymore, next you will all join me in a detailed study of exactly how the tank should be intercepted from the outside. At the critical moment, it was Pang Genoa who sealed the deal. As the overall leader of this operation, Pang Genoa naturally knew exactly what kind of focus he should seize. The primary issue now is not to discuss again why this tank is on the road. Rather, it's a question of how to find new interception options on top of several previous failed interceptions. Since Wang Hua couldn't tell from the inside exactly which stop button the tank had, so now the only option left is external interception. And what about external interception? Which is really nothing more than 2 options on a generalized basis. One of them, naturally, is destroying that one tank. This option, however, was not desirable in Pang Genoa's opinion for the simple reason that, not to mention the fact that there was currently one more person inside the tank. Even if there was no one, what a tank with a speed of over 400 km per hour was to a modern troop. Pang Genoa couldn't be clearer. If this tank has been continued and modified later to circumvent the runaway problem, then the 400 km per hour tank, in the near future, is about to become the overlord of the land, commander of the side of the super killing machine. So destroying tanks is not the best option if you look at both scientific and military value. Then since destroying the tanks isn't the best option anymore, the second option left should be the best option. That second option is to find a way to stop the tank. Of course, the previous roadblock and the helicopter lifting 2 ways also belong to the method of stopping tanks. However, it has been proven that these 2 methods of interception no longer work. Then he would have to find another third way of stopping the tanks. And after a lot of hard thinking and brainstorming by members throughout the temporary command, Pang Genoa really did find the best way to stop the tank. Look guys, this is the section of the sea highway that leads from Lianhai City to Fengtian. All of the area below this stretch of road is a shallow mudflat area, with water depths averaging just under 2 meters at the deepest point. And again, the vast majority of the entire stretch is a beach area, and the highway bridge is only about no more than a meter high. So, I think that if we can get ahead of this stretch, we can just blow the highway bridge over the highway. Then, by the time the tanks come over, the tanks will be plunged right into the mudflats. In that case this tank, even with all its horsepower, is believed to be undrivable. After some careful and deliberate thinking, Pang Genoa finally took the map and gave a whole set of proposals to everyone in attendance. Good idea. It's still Commander Pang's brilliant idea. I second Commander Pang's suggestion. I'm also in favor of Commander Pang's suggestion. Even just general muddy areas can have a big impact on a tank's speed, let alone this kind of mudflat. Yeah, If the tank really drove into this area, then even if the tank doesn't short out because it's stuck in the mud, at the very least we don't have to worry about the tank breaking out of the mud again. There's too much resistance for a normal tank to get past. Soon the participants had reached a unanimous recommendation. It was unanimously agreed that the opinion put forward by Commander-in-Chief Pang Genoa, the chief commander of this operation, was the most prudent and also the safest. As for the reasons, we have already talked about them when we analyzed them, so there is no need to go over them again. Seeing the crowd agree with his suggestion in one voice, Commander Pang immediately didn't intend to stall for time, but instead directly finalized this plan and immediately pulled out his own cell phone and dialed the phone to the Fengtian Military Region Command. Soon enough, Commander Pang's suggestion was echoed by Fengtian's side. The Fengtian Military Region immediately dispatched a vast military region engineering brigade after the arrival of the tanks had been determined. The engineering brigade inside the army can be different from the engineering and construction teams outside. The efficiency inside the military is going to be significantly more than one level higher. When the tank driven by Wang Hua was still no less than 1,000 kilometers away from Fengtian, the Fengtian Military Region's Engineering Brigade had already done a good job of cutting off the highway bridges in the target area early on. At the same time, in order to ensure that there were no accidents, all of the highway entrances and exits within 100 kilometers of the highway bridge had been tightly guarded by people from the Fengtian Military Region. Any vehicle is prohibited from boarding the highway again, and vehicles that have already boarded the highway are strictly ordered to leave the highway when they reach the next exit. According to the requirements, time passed by. The tank driven by Wang Hua was also getting closer to the Fengtian Highway Bridge, accompanied by the real-time tracking video from the helicopter. All of the people in the entire command center had their hearts in their throats. It has to work. It's better when you get into the mud flats. There's a lot of resistance in the mud, and the tanks definitely won't be able to drive out. Wang Hua, hurry up and come over with the tank. Everything on our side is all ready, just waiting for the tank to come over. Inside the hall of the temporary command center, almost all of the staff members looked at the tanks that were gradually approaching the gap in the highway bridge and began to pray silently in their hearts, praying for the final success of this interception. However, I don't know if it was because people weren't praying neatly enough, or because that tank was really beyond the limits of people's thinking. Anyway, after the tank crossed the broken bridge for a split second, everyone stared at their eyes in unison. The whole jaw was about to drop. An amphibious tank? How is this possible? You can actually run wildly inside the mud? Doesn't this become an amphibious armored vehicle? A hovercraft? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Such a land tank has an amphibious type? God! I've seen a tank like that for the first time. I don't know how many minutes passed, accompanied by a gasp of surprise. The entire temporary command center had been plunged into a great shock. Everyone's jaws had been dropped in shock, and everyone's souls had undergone a baptism of all previous achievements. People had never seen the scene in front of them before, and people even less imagined that the scene in front of them would happen. Amphibious tanks. For all the military people on the scene as well as people like Lu Jun, who are responsible for the research of weapons and equipment, that is all too familiar. Typically, amphibious tanks refer to special amphibious tanks that can move on land and water, and this amphibious special tanks, according to its principle of different it, and is divided into two types. One is the commonly used light amphibious surface tank. This kind of tank is characterized by a lighter body, usually only a few tons and 10 tons so heavy. Such tanks in carrying out water travel, specialized buoyancy thrusters are usually utilized to propel the tank over the water. The best thing about these tanks is that they can be driven in any water. There are no dive depth requirements as they are all floating on the surface. As for the other type of amphibious tanks, they belong to the tanks that travel directly underwater in shallow waters. Such tanks are usually considered medium-sized tanks, as in, say, 10 to 20 to 30 tons in weight. For amphibious propulsion, two long intake and exhaust pipes are usually added to the original tank's internal circulatory system. This way, it will ensure that when the tank is traveling underwater, the driver will not have any accidents due to the lack of oxygen. This amphibious tank has its own disadvantages, although its tonnage is slightly larger compared to the first. But this kind of tank retrofitting air exchange pipeline is not too long. So then, this leads to this kind of amphibious tank in the amphibious section of the road driving. The depth of water cannot be too deep. Once beyond the depth of 5 or 6 meters then, tanks can then have accidents happen because the air change line isn't long enough. Of course, neither of these tanks is what caused the stun jaws of the commanders present today. What really shocked everyone at the scene to an unimaginable extent was the tonnage of this tank of Wang Hua. That's a modified TN-34 tank of at least 35 tons, with a huge probability that it's over 40 tons. It's a heavy tank, and a proper, standard to great heavy tank at that. You know, The oldest TN-34 tanks already weigh as much as 32 tons. Now this revised one is by all accounts a much sturdier and muddier tank than the original. So, to look at it from that perspective, such a tank could not be amphibious by water at all. But the truth is so bizarre. This one tank is not only capable of traveling inside a mud puddle, but also over shallow water at the same time. And the driving speed, surprisingly, did not have the slightest sign of attenuation, still at least a few hundred kilometers per hour in a wild ride. Chug chug chug, chug chug chug. The powerful electric motor seems to burst into a loud roar across the screen. This scene directly made Commander Pang Genoa, who was in charge of this command, look confused. How is this possible? An iron lump of over 40 tons floating on the water? And running so fast? Just whose ministry is this? Why does it possess such a terrifying performance? Looking at the tank on the screen that was running wildly across the water like a runaway wild horse, Pang Genoa was almost on the verge of suspecting that something was wrong with his eyes. He rubbed his eyes no less than 10 times before and after, before finally believing that the scene he saw in front of him was not an illusion. Crap! Commander Ponzi! That tank is about to break out of the boggy area and hit the highway again. A few moments later, Lu Jun's exclamation of surprise directly awakened everyone on the scene. Quickly think of a way to stop that tank. Fengtian Military Region. Fengtian Military Region. This is Pang Genoa. Quickly think of something. There is such a thing as being sick and dying. Due to the fact that this entire interception program of the current Commander Pang Genoa was completely in the midst of failure. So for a moment, he himself didn't know exactly what he was going to have to do to stop this one tank. In desperation, he could only shout towards the intercepting team on the Fengtian Military Region side, wanting to rely on that side's strength to intercept that tank. However, how can things be so easy? Originally, the Fengtian Military Region's interception plan was designated by Pang Genoa's side. Now that the interception plan had failed, if Pang Genoa then wanted the Fengtian Military Region side to think of another way, where would they be able to come up with a new way for a while? The entire team responsible for the interception was just completely at a loss. Blearily, he watched as the one tank, with a sudden burst, came straight out of the quagmire. In an instant it crashed through the fence alongside the highway and traveled once again onto the highway, running wildly. It's over everything, it's completely unstoppable. Looking at the real-time monitoring screen of the helicopter, Director Lu Jun's entire body seemed to have fallen to the bottom of the valley in an instant, and his body was completely drenched in cold sweat. Among the entire command center, if anyone else was feeling shocked because the tanks couldn't be intercepted, then only he felt deep fear because the tanks couldn't intercept it. Yes, it's that desperate general fear. Even though Commander Pang Genoa was the first person in charge of the interception, but the person in charge of instigating such a troublesome event is him, Lu Jun. Now even Commander Pang couldn't stop the tanks with an idea as brilliant as the one he came up with. What exactly is left to hope for on your side? At this rate, in less than 2 hours or so, the tanks could go in the spirit of Siberia. By then, if this one tank really caused an international dispute, then TSK, the consequences were simply unimaginable. What to do? Lu Jun's mood at this moment is not to mention how desperate. Looking at the tanks dust away at the moment, he picked up his cell phone with fear and trembling, once again dialed Wang Hua's phone. Hello, Director Lu? I'm fine. You don't say. This tank is fast, but it's really quite smooth. I just saw the tank fall inside the mire all of a sudden, but I didn't realize that it actually came back up from inside the mire and activated the surface boost mode. What? Wang Hua, have you forgotten your current situation? Hearing Wang Hua's voice, Lu Jun nearly did not turn his back on this subordinate of his. This guy, are already driving a tank almost out of China. I can't believe he's here with himself at this point, excited to report on his ride experience. I'm afraid it's not the head that's been bouncing around all the way up here that's gone out the window. You don't even look at the situation. There are 2 more bells to cross the river. Somehow make international conflicts. Then even if he has 10 heads cannot afford this responsibility. Wang Hua, do you know what kind of situation you're in? You're speeding towards Siberia at 500 kilometers per hour right now. If we don't do something about it, we're going to poke a hole in the sky. Have you called whoever that is? The one called Chen Hao yet? We can't stop that tank of yours. You hurry up and grab that guy and ask him how the hell this tank is going to stop. Let him come up with a solution for me even if there's no way. Lu Jun is really anxious, because 3 or 4 hours have passed since the tanks went out of control. In the course of those hours, the tanks had crossed almost the entire 2,000 kilometer path and were about to cross the Shanghai Pass. If the tank was allowed to drive on like this, it would take less than 2 hours for the front page of tomorrow's international news to be about this tank. And after being lectured by Lu Jun, Wang Hua's side also came to his senses from the superb performance of the tank just now. The thought came to mind that he was about to become the only Chinese son or daughter to run to Siberia in a tank in the last 70 years. Wang Hua's scalp also felt distinctly a bit numb. Crap! I was so excited when I just saw the tank floating on water. How could I forget about that? Wang Hua, who had thought of this, immediately took out his cell phone and called his best friend for the third time. However, this time, Wang Hua did not connect to Chen Hao's call as easily as the previous times. Quite the contrary. Wang Hua only heard one repeated sentence after another. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. What? Not in the service area? This guy didn't see that I was going to have an accident and quit, did he? Before the phone was even hung up, Wang Hua's hands were already trembling with some restraint. Indeed, just as Wang Hua had guessed, at this moment, Chen Hao, who was 2,000 kilometers away, had already left the Beihai military equipment exhibition early, due to the knowledge that he had stirred up a huge mess. So Chen Hao's actions, that was as fast as it could be. Just after leaving the military equipment exhibition, he immediately snapped off the electric board on his cell phone. Immediately afterward, he caught a cab and sprinted all the way back to his little compound with sparks and lightning. Chen Hao seemed to have felt just how miserable his end would be at this moment. Tanks converted by themselves will soon be rushing to Siberia, and once one's tank arrived in Siberia, following the logic set by the tank itself earlier, the tank would conduct a military maneuver with a degree of realism approaching 100%, engaging in a test firing of its artillery. This kind of test firing, if it was in China, then naturally nothing would go terribly wrong, but if it shows up in Siberia, that's a serious problem. If you mess up, you're done booking this sewing machine. Therefore, at a time like this, in order to stay alive, Chen Hao couldn't care less. After he first simply packed up his clothes and some slightly more valuable finery, he directly closed the courtyard door, intending to pay his respects. However, when Chen Hao had finished arranging all of this and had just locked the courtyard door, he then saw a group of heavily armed soldiers with submachine guns appearing in front of him. Mr. Chen Hao? Yes? The captain at the head of the group asked towards Chen Hao. Yeah, it's me. Looking at the serious-looking captain in front of him, and the two rows of soldiers with microcharges next to him, Chen Hao unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of spit. You guys? What's up with you guys? Chen Hao uneasily scanned behind the group of soldiers and saw another dozen or so military jeeps parked right in the direction of the side of the courtyard. This time, Chen Hao became even more worried, but given that he wasn't sure how far things had progressed subsequently, therefore, Chen Hao still forcefully controlled his uneasy emotions at this moment and tentatively inquired towards the other party. Don't ask why. Just come with us. By the way, this is our ID. We are from the Armored Reconnaissance Battalion of the Beihai City Military Region. We are here to take you away on the orders of our battalion commander. Didn't you modify that tank? You're in big trouble. You'd better come with us. Strangely enough, this captain did not seem to be very stern because Chen Hao had stirred up too big a mess when he spoke to himself in a serious manner. On the contrary, when mentioning that Chen Hao had staked out a big deal, this captain also unconsciously revealed a look of envy from his gaze. Can I ask what the big deal is that I'm in the middle of? Don't you know about this one yourself? It's the one that's blazing down the highway at 500 kilometers an hour. Crap. Something did go wrong. Chen Hao had just begun to wonder in his mind if he had gone east so soon. But I didn't want the next one. Now that tank you modified has stopped in downtown Mill River, due to the extreme excellence of your completion of this renovation project. That's why the head of the Dragon Science Academy in the capital has contacted our Beihai command. Now it is exactly what we have been ordered to do in order to pick you up and take you to the Dragon Science Academy. The Dragon Science Academy? Going to invite me over? The tanks really stopped? It doesn't make sense. After listening to the visitor's statement, Chen Hao's entire mind became a bit clipped and disorganized for a moment. The man who had just been there was all about running for his life along the way. Where was he to think about exactly why the tank had stopped? Not to mention that he didn't know about the tank parking. In fact, even the electric board of the phone that communicated with Wang Hua, he just snapped off the battery board. The Chen Hao who had just been there was indeed afraid that he had stirred up a big mess that would not end well, and that was why he chose to leave. As a result, now he hadn't even left yet, and the other side actually said that the tank had stopped. This kind of thing is kind of hard to believe on its own. Before Chen Hao's side of the finery could be packed up, it was taken away by a group of soldiers. He hadn't been able to figure out exactly what had happened until he got on the military helicopter. Of course, as to why his tank stopped inside the borderline at the last minute, the soldiers who took him away must not have known any better. In fact, Wang Hua was the only one who knew why the tank had stopped during the entire process. The reason is that the tank is out of battery. Yes, it actually ran out of power at the critical moment. only to save Wang Hua's life at the moment when the tank was about to break through the borderline. That being said, it's really thanks to Commander Pang Genoa's strategy of blowing up the bridge. Otherwise, the tank with its secondary fuel tank filled with hydrogen fuel wouldn't have consumed all the hydrogen so quickly. As we all know, the travel of any vehicle is dependent on the road conditions. Generally speaking, if the road conditions are good, basically keep the vehicle at high speeds with low fuel consumption. What if the road conditions are bad? The fuel consumption of the vehicle at highway speeds is high. Although this one is not an oil-burning tank, but an electric tank that utilizes hydrogen fuel combustion to convert electricity. But the nature of its fuel consumption is also not much different from that of a typical oil car, because earlier Commander Pang Genoa ordered a section of the highway bridge to be blown up. So this tank was driving down the road and went headlong into the mud. And since the resistance of the mud is extremely high, the energy consumption of the tank itself goes up several levels at once. Add to that the fact that the surface travel mode employed by this modified tank itself is actually a superconducting magnetic levitation cruise mode utilized. So the utilization of energy is even more massive. Although the entire distance of the mud swamp was only a couple of kilometers away. But once the tanks had sped over this distance at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, the consumption of hydrogen fuel reached no less than 10 times that of other road conditions. In the end, it was the consumption of so much more hydrogen fuel that caused the tank to come to a complete stop due to a lack of power moments before it raced to the borderline. But the tank stopped to stop. Things, however, did not go up in smoke because of the power outage of this one tank. Quite the opposite. Thanks to this tank's wild ride, plus super high-speed amphibious travel, it had completely alarmed the entire Chinese military equipment research field. Right in the middle of Pang Genoa's temporary command headquarters, there were several experts in weaponry equipment research from the Dragon Science Academy. One of them is Prof. Li Huaimin, a great man of weaponry and equipment who has shaken China. The other one is Prof. Chang Sharan, a top expert in the field of materials science and engineering physics at LSSE. These two professors, both of them were top-notch high achievers who had been temporarily approached by Commander Pang Genoa of the Beihai military region to help intercept the tanks. And when they were after a complete and utter interception failure, the perspectives of the two experts, however, clearly differed markedly from those of others in the room. The two didn't feel cheered by the tank's eventual power outage. Quite the contrary. When the two men were carefully reviewing the video of the tank's amphibious travel earlier, they were sucking in a breath of cold air in unison. It's impossible. A tank of more than 40 tons propelled at 400 kilometers per hour in a quagmire. Even a hovercraft can't do it. The amphibious technological process of this tank is surely a high technology that we have not yet mastered. Prof. Li Huaimin pushed his eyes thoughtfully. Well, you're right, old Li. I also think this tank is a little too unbelievable for the time it took to get from the highway bridge into the mire. A tank weighing dozens of tons. Even if it falls just by inertia, it will be stuck headfirst inside and won't come out. But have you watched the video just now? The moment the tank went down, it was as if it had been subjected to a pronounced levitating force. Hearing Professor Li Huaimin's words, Professor Chang Sharan also nodded with a grave expression. However, right after nodding his head, an extremely shocked light suddenly burst out from Professor Chang Sharan's eyes. Normal temperature superconductivity, magnetic levitation. This is the technology of room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation. This tank's amphibious mode actually uses the technology of room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation. A statement that amazes all. Just as the entire temporary command center was still busy discussing what should be done about the follow-up, Prof. Chang Sharan, on the other hand, sprang up from his seat in a flash and jumped right on top of the table in the conference room. This move, in an instant, confused all the staff at the scene, and even Lu Jun, Lao Zhao, and Commander Pang Genoa. Lu Jun, as the director of the Institute of Armaments and Equipment, was able to hear a little bit of Prof. Chang Sharan's words. However, Old Zhao and Commander Pang Genoa, as well as the rest of the group of staff members, were completely baffled. Professor Chang, can you come down from the table? We're in the middle of a meeting. Even though Lao Zhao was the battalion commander of the Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, and was considered a rough-and-tumble man on a regular basis, but he really hadn't seen a professor and expert like Chang Sharan who got excited and went to the table. Considering that both Prof. Chang and Prof. Li were personally invited here themselves under the commander's arrangement. Still somewhat embarrassed, he reminded Prof. Chang Sharan, signaling Prof. Chang to pay a little attention to etiquette. However, where did Chang Sharan care about anything else at this time? The intense shock that the major discovery had given him had completely and utterly sent him under a state of near insanity. The thought of room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation, a worldwide problem, may well have been overcome by a Chinese tank modification engineer. His heart just about jumped out of his throat with excitement. Oldly, I figured it out. This is the technology of room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation. This tank must have adopted this technology. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to go straight down from the highway bridge and still be so light. A major technological achievement. 100% major technological achievement. We've come to the right place. Professor Chang Sharan, in his excitement, did not forget to turn his head and walk directly from the conference table to the front of Commander Pang Genoa, then jumped directly to the ground and grabbed Commander Pang Genoa's hand and said, Quickly prepare the helicopter. Let's go to Fengtian immediately. The technology on this tank is the most cutting-edge technology related to our entire Chinese military equipment now. Make sure to parse it out as soon as possible. Right. Also, Commander Pang, in the name of the Beihai City military region, immediately send a report to the headquarters, saying that old Chen and I have discovered an obvious epoch-making technological content on this tank. Immediately have your headquarters notify our Dragon Science Institute's General Hospital to immediately arrange for material science experts, engineering physics experts, chemistry experts, theoretical physics experts, and, yes, aerodynamics experts, and all experts in the aerospace field. In short, the more experts that go, the better. This time it's the most significant advancement in the field of scientific research in the whole of China. We must hurry up. Commander Pang, do you understand? Until Chang Shouren had finished all his words, Commander Pang Genoa had actually remained under a state of complete confusion. As a soldier who had been commanding a team struggling on the front line for years, it was naturally impossible for Commander Pang to understand what normal temperature superconductivity was. But just from Professor Chang Shouren's excited expression, he could roughly guess how significant this technology was. So, after Prof. Chang Shouren had finished gabbing about all his arrangements, Commander Pang Genoa was not sure why the other party had mobilized such a volume of researchers though. Yet the arrangement was still made directly according to Prof. Chang Shouren's intention. After all, it was actually Prof. Chang Shouren and Prof. Li Huimin who gave the joint offer for the previous specific plan of blowing up the bridge to intercept the tanks. Without the assistance of these two big names in the equipment world, there's really no way this tank would have been stopped just inside the borderline due to a power outage. It was also because of the help of these two research gurus that his own mission was finally accomplished. Although Commander Pang Genoa still had great doubts about Professor Chang Shouren's words, doubt why it also find what aerospace field experts over. Even if this what superconducting magnetic levitation technology really exists, that and aerospace and what can have to do with it? Isn't that technology used in this tank? What's the point of bringing in experts in the field of aeronautics? But doubtful as it was, considering that two experts in the field of scientific research had already made a significant discovery, Pang Genoa still immediately arranged it according to Prof. Chang Shouren's meaning. After all, if the situation Prof. Chang said was true, then he could not delay the scientific research of Chinese military equipment because of his lack of understanding. Soon, Pang Genoa's report reached the headquarters of the capital military region. As soon as the headquarters heard that this out-of-control tank might contain epoch-making superconducting magnetic levitation technology, immediately, he contacted the most important research center in the scientific field of China, the General Research Institute of Science of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Academy is still, after all, a temple where top experts come together. As soon as the Longku Yuan side heard about the room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation technology, the entire Longku Yuan was abuzz. As with Chang Shouren's previous reaction, almost the entire Lonka Academy's experts knew how important a technology normal temperature superconducting magnetic levitation really was. How important is ambient superconductivity technology? Let's put it this way, just in the general direction of superconductivity research, mankind has seen 10 Nobel Prize winners before. And in the field of room temperature superconductivity, it is actually more of a focus within the focus of the Nobel Prize focused approach. In the field of materials science, the breakthrough of room temperature superconductivity technology is actually the same as the breakthrough of cosmological theories in the field of physics. It can be imagined that the room temperature superconductivity, in fact, for human scientific and technological progress has a great significance. Room temperature superconductivity is, in fact, called room temperature superconductivity. In simpler terms, it is a material that can be superconducting at everyday ambient temperatures. And what about the so-called superconductivity, which actually means the absence of electrical resistance? If one were to describe this technology in terms that people can understand, it would be a simple analogy. As we all know, electricity plays a vital role in the technological process of mankind. And as mankind becomes more and more dependent on electricity as technology advances, the materials used to transmit electricity have become an important area of human scientific research. Imagine if the power from a power station is transmitted to 10 000 kilometers away through a material in which there is not a single bit of power loss. Then the power utilization rate of human beings will be raised to what kind of horror degree? And room temperature superconductivity, which is the cutting-edge technology for researching this field. When the transmission material is free of resistance under everyday circumstances, its transmission efficiency is infinitely close to 100%. So, this is the equivalent of a power station supplying power from 10,000 kilometers away to a small village, with no loss of power whatsoever during the entire process. Such a horrible scientific research technology, even the legendary Tesla 100 years ago, was only a dream technology that could not be reached. And now, the military report goes so far as to say that on top of a mediocre tank, it appears that such a technology is being used. How could this not shock and excite the researchers of the entire Dragon Science Institute? It started the moment he received the news from the headquarters of the military region in the capital. The entire Dragon Science Academy had then immediately activated the general mobilization of the relevant professional research bigwigs. And this general mobilization was, in fact, a few points more exaggerated than the scope that Professor Chung Shouran had been able to imagine before. The Dragon Science Academy didn't just immediately contact all the research centers across the country under its command. More than 30 research tasks in related disciplines have also been set aside specifically for this matter. And the 30 or so academicians of the relevant disciplines and the research gurus of the relevant fields were specifically notified. For a while, the entire Chinese territory, as far as the Western Yunnan Research Branch of the Dragon Science Institute, and as close as the Fengtian Research Branch of the Dragon Science Institute, almost all of them sent out top-notch elites to start heading towards the city where the tank was currently located. Fengtian City. The entire Dragon Science Academy subordinate more than 50 research branches, nearly 1,000 professional researchers, as well as no less than 30 academicians boarded the military to the temporary arrangement of the military aircraft, directly flew to Fengtian City. Hey, Old Wang, have you gotten on the plane yet? I said, why are you so confused? Normal temperature superconductivity, don't you know what it means? Why are you so slow in the materials business? There is no military aircraft arrangement. Then you take the civil aviation or else take a moving car, or else grab a car and drive here. By the way, did you get in touch with the one who modified the tank? I've heard that our Dragon Science Academy's General Research Institute has arranged for the military to pick him up. Our Western Yunnan Research Branch is already low on talent. If you don't take this opportunity to dig up talent for me by all means, what else can we expect in the future? With this young man, our Western Yunnan Research Branches can be completely turned around. If that young man leads us to be the first to parse out this technology, do you know what the result will be? Next year's Nobel Prize would be ours. A Nobel Prize, and you're not even in a hurry? A man on the tarmac in the Western Yunnan military region was anxiously and uncontrollably making a phone call. This person was Luo Ziming, the director of the Western Yunnan Research Branch of the Dragon Science Institute. As a subordinate research branch of the Dragon Science Academy, due to its relatively remote location, the research power on the Western Yunnan side always lagged behind the headquarters. But this time, Luo Ziming, who had heard the news, finally felt that the opportunity was about to fall on his head. The reason for this is that the Western Yunnan Research Institute has always been mainly engaged in superconductivity research. Although over the years, the Western Yunnan Research Branch has not made much progress on the subject of room temperature superconductivity. But President Luo Ziming is profoundly clear. Superconductivity, this field, the need is not what the latest equipment, nor what the latest theory. The key lies in the talent. Talent is the core of the core. That is, as long as one is able to find a real talent with R&D strength on hand, then their Western Yunnan Research Branch can break the embarrassing situation that superconductivity research has been invested heavily for many years but remains fruitless in one fell swoop. For such a thing, ask Luo Ziming if he could not fight for it. Not to mention the fact that the Western Yunnan Research Branch is still an affiliated branch of the Long Branch Institute, even if the Western Yunnan Research Branch has no relationship with the Long Branch Institute at all. He himself had to do everything he could to get his hands on this talent. Fengtian City, 300 kilometers outside the city. Wang Hua had just climbed out of the cockpit of this out-of-control tank at the moment. It's been an exciting ride for him. He had never dreamed in his entire life that he would one day drive a heavy tank right across a distance of close to 3,000 kilometers. Well, at the last minute, this tank stopped. Otherwise, Wang Hua couldn't even imagine what he would be in now. To cross the border rashly would be an unimaginable event in the history of mankind. To put it bluntly, once this situation really occurs, the other side with missiles to destroy their own, that is a small matter. Not good, causing international disputes. Then the consequences can be a big matter of heaven and earth. Tank, that is military equipment. Military equipment and ordinary cars, that the difference can be very big. Even if he had 10 lives, He could not afford such a consequence. So close, finally stopped. This damn Chun Hao. I trusted you so much, but you stabbed me in such a big basket. You bastard. You've screwed me over. Having just climbed out of the tank's cockpit and onto the flat ground by the side of the road, Wang Hua's heart was still beating at a high speed. At this moment in time, he didn't have to worry about himself being destroyed along with this tank, but regarding the consequences of this matter, Wang Hua had vaguely guessed a few points. He was there to participate in the equipment exhibition, and now, well, before the exhibition was even halfway through, he drove the modified tanks out several thousand kilometers, and nearly caused an international dispute. Something like that. That's a major liability incident no matter how you look at it. Therefore, without having to think about it, Wang Hua was largely able to feel just how bleak his future would be. The job was definitely lost. And as for whether there would be other punishments later, Wang Hua could only fold his hands and silently pray now. Pray that the institute doesn't give you too much punishment, and never place you on a sewing machine. Thank goodness. However, things didn't turn out as Wang Hua had imagined. While his side was still beside the tank, glued to the side, waiting for rescuers, he then heard a rumbling sound coming from the sky. Immediately afterward he saw several helicopter gunships hanging from safety slings heading his way. After the helicopter landed, first a member of the Fengtian Military Region's helicopter brigade picked Wang Hua up. Immediately after this, the helicopter brigade member took Wang Hua, flew up into mid-air, and began to direct the tank mobilization through the intercom, until 6 helicopters had turned the tank off the ground and hoisted it into mid-air. The members of the helicopter didn't say a word more with Wang Hua either. This made Wang Hua, who was already in a highly tense mood, feel a little more apprehensive for a while. Hello, this captain. Are you just going to put me in a helicopter? Don't I need another pair of handcuffs or something or other? Looking at the members of the helicopter who were all busy with their own business, Wang Hua couldn't help but inquire in a low voice towards the soldier beside him. Handcuffs? What handcuffs? The soldier asked rhetorically after glancing at Wang Hua in surprise. This rhetorical question confused Wang Hua. He had just clearly thought that he was about to be arrested for this incident, but he didn't realize that the other party didn't seem to treat him as a prisoner at all. This made him a little puzzled at once. Just cold handcuffs. Aren't you guys here to arrest me? I arrest you? Mr. Wang Hua, you're now a key protection target of our Fengtian military region. Who would come to arrest you? You know, we came all the way here to pick you up and take this tank away on orders from the headquarters of the Heavenly Military Region. When you get back, there's a whole bunch of professors from the Dragon Science Academy waiting to see you. And who has the time to make weird jokes like that with you right now? Obviously, the soldier had not thought about Wang Hua's concern. Also, the soldier was completely in the dark about everything that had happened before this tank. The only things he knew about were the emergency orders from the top. Says this tank has top secret technical information on it. Tell him to immediately lead a team to bring the tanks and the drivers on the tanks back to the Fengtian military district. As for the rest, he knew nothing else. What? A professor from the Dragon Science Academy is waiting for me? Brother, you're not mistaken, are you? I'm from the Beihai Weaponry Equipment Research Institute, and I don't know a single person from the Dragon Science Academy. What are they looking for me for? Hearing the soldier's words, Wang Hua's mood didn't just not have a hint of relaxation, but on the contrary, he became more apprehensive. As an ordinary researcher of the Weaponry Equipment Research Institute, the greatest ideal of his life, he had never dared to think that he could cross paths with the experts of the Dragon Science Academy. But what about now? This soldier brother is mouthing off that the experts from the Dragon Science Institute are waiting for him. What is this if not a miracle for the ages? On their own in the scientific research on the 2 brushes. Brush shoes are bad enough, but also guilty of alarming the experts on the Dragon Academy of Science? He is not even considered the first person to research and develop in the Beihai Weaponry Equipment Research Institute. So how could there be an expert from the Lunka Academy who would wait for him specifically? Of course I'm looking for you. You're the driver of this tank. Plus you're a good friend of this tank's modification crew. Right now your good friend is on his way to Fengtian under our military escort. He's too far away. It'll take an estimated 7 or 8 hours to get there. And those professors and academicians from the Dragon Science Academy can't wait. Said I was going to talk to you first about some kind of super whatever missile thing? Wanted to ask if you knew about it? Faced with Wang Hua's clueless expression, the soldier did not hide anything, because among the orders they had received, there hadn't been any top secret information, and Wang Hua himself was the target. So for him, what the higher-ups had explained to him, it didn't matter if he told Wang Hua all about it. Instead, it would be a good way to prepare the mind of the rash brother in front of him. What super what missile? No way. Not a real missile launch from the furry bear side? Hiss. The soldier's ambiguous sentence nearly didn't scare Wang Hua's 3 souls away. As soon as he heard the word super whatever missile, Wang Hua immediately imagined the scene of a Mao bear launching a missile to destroy a tank. This association directly caused Wang Hua's legs to tremble involuntarily right there in the helicopter. An hour later, the helicopter finally landed smoothly at the Fengtian Military Region headquarters. Landing alongside Wang Hua was the super tank that had raced all the way for 3,000 kilometers. Just after stepping out of the helicopter, Wang Hua witnessed a scene that was incomprehensible to him. Just see, before the tanks even landed and stopped. Then there was a large group of experts and professors who were over 50 years old, led by a group of school officials, running furiously towards the position of the tanks. Wang Hua's eyesight is still fine. With just a casual glance, he saw several resounding big names among those experts and professors. Ma Weigua, academician of the Institute of Materials Research of the Dragon Science Academy, one of the top 10 material science titans in the world. Pan Jianjin, academician of the Institute of Engineering Physics of the Dragon Academy of Science, the world's leading expert in engineering physics. What are they doing here? The moment he recognized a few people, numerous question marks popped up in Wang Hua's mind. Fengtian Military Region. Open space outside the helipad. At this moment, a group of professors from Fengtian branch of the Dragon Science Academy were surrounding the tank in unison. Professor Pan, take a look at the ground structure of this tank to see if it has a magnetic levitation infrastructure. It looks like it to me. An academician of the Dragon Science Academy proposed towards academician Pan Jianju after carefully ambling on top of the lawn for half a day. Okay, let me take a look. If Chang Shaorun's guess is correct, if such a heavy tank can drive so fast through the mud and swamp, 8 out of 10 of them have adopted the structure of normal temperature superconducting magnetic levitation, academician Pan Jian said while also bending down to look towards the chassis of the tank. That being said, these experts do have enough to worry about. In fact, according to the original arrangement, this tank was supposed to be towed to the equipment workshop of Fengtian Military Region first, and then these experts, professors and academicians were allowed to go to the equipment workshop to study it. After all, the equipment workshop has all kinds of facilities, no matter whether it is to raise the tank chassis or let the professional personnel to dismantle the tank. These equipment workshop can do, only, because these experts and academicians are really too anxious. So then, they simply did not wait until the tanks began to drag and transport to the equipment workshop. They have already hurriedly ran directly to the tarmac up. There is no way. Room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation technology, which is a top epoch-making technology. Experts and academicians are anxious to see with their own eyes, and justifiably so. As for when to drag to the equipment workshop, can only be said by the experts. See, sure enough there is a magnetic levitation structure, and it's also an electromagnetic coil. This magnetic levitation structure is catalyzed by an electrical system. Oh my god, there's actually such a subtle way of structure. This person who modified the tank is simply a genius. Unbelievable. The hydrogen fuel motor has a few turns of electromagnetic coils wrapped around the outside as well. This can't be electromagnetic enhancement technology applied to the hydrogen fuel motor, can it? How could it be combined in such a way? Old Zhang, come and see. Next to the main turret of this tank, there is actually a miniature strong magnetic probe. Is this an anti-electromagnetic interference device? My god. The knocking sound of the tank's tracks is so strange. This is definitely not a traditional tank track. It must have used a new material that none of our old brothers have ever touched. Why don't you say that the experts of the Dragon Science Institute are the most top experts in China? Just less than half an hour or so after this tank had only just been parked on the tarmac, this group of experts from the Dragon Science Institute then discovered no less than 4 or 5 unimaginable things about this tank, and all 4 or 5 of these unthinkable places, without exception, are important places associated with new technologies and materials, and even new physical theories. This makes the experts on the scene in shock, but also cannot help but one by one all excited. Woohoo! 30 years, I've been delving into anti-electromagnetic interference technology for 30 years, but I've never seen such a small, this kind of structure of anti-interference structure. If I can figure out this principle, my old Lu's life will be worth it. Old Lu, you're only 30 years old. You see, Lao Pan their side is a room temperature superconducting structure. Room temperature superconducting. It's 100 times more valuable than the technology of electromagnetic anti-interference. Oh, China's future aerospace technology is expected. Hydrogen fuel motors can actually use electromagnetic range extensions as well. Our aerospace industry is definitely going to develop greatly in the future. On top of this huge helipad in Fengtian Military Region, dozens of experts from the Fengtian Research Institute of the Dragon Science Academy, after successively roughly observing this super tank, almost without exception. Tears of excitement have fallen. And these experts and academicians this kind of unusual behavior, but also let the Fengtian military region responsible for accompanying them in charge of the whole heart also followed the throat. Colonel Sun, I don't understand a word these academicians are saying. Not just a few glances at the tanks? As for crying? Hey, Colonel Chu, haven't you heard the saying that it's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening? Although we don't understand what extraordinary technology this tank has, we think it must be that these academicians must have found something unusual. Let's just wait until they're done looking at it first, then we'll haul the tanks back to the equipment shop. I've heard that the entire nationwide research branch under the Dragon Science Academy is sending experts over. It is estimated that these days, these experts and academicians will not leave the tank equipment workshop in our military region. Looking at the crowd of experts and academicians crouching on the grass and diving into that one super tank, a few of the accompanying officers could only stand by and wait in silence. 2 hours later, the tanks were finally hauled into the equipment shop, and by now, it was late in the evening in time to eat. However, because of the shocking discovery that had just been harvested during the inspection of the tanks was too much, all the expert academicians that had arrived within the entire military region did not have a single person who still had the heart to eat. While the tanks were being towed into the equipment shop, the group of academicians then gathered around Wang Hua in unison. You're the tank driver, aren't you? I'm academician Ma Weiguo from the Dragon Science Academy. I heard that you're friends with the young man who modified this tank, right? Will you be so kind as to introduce me to that young man? With whom I have several questions which I wish to communicate at once. Academician Ma Weiguo patted Wang Hua's shoulder and said cheerfully, Brother Wang Hua, right? I'm Pan Jian from the Dragon Science Academy. Speaking of which, your research equipment and our research engineering physics still have 3 relatives. Is it convenient for you to call and contact your friend for me right now? So that after he comes over to Fengtian, he can go directly to my research lab. I want to discuss the superconducting material structure with him. Academician Ma Weiguo opened his mouth. And naturally, academician Pan Jianwei would not lag behind. At that moment, he also directly took Wang Hua's hand and inquired with a smile. Lao Pan, material structure problem. Should be our Materials Research Institute research problem? You engineering physics of the adulteration of what? Who told you this was a materials problem? The superconductivity problem is supposed to be an important proposition in our engineering physics research. So why shouldn't I get involved? Hey, you call that unreasonable? I was the one who first discovered where the superconducting structure on this tank was located. What's the big deal about discovering it first? Figuring out the principle is the trick. Blah blah blah. As an ordinary to no longer ordinary researcher at the Beihai Weaponry Equipment Research Institute, Wang Hua had seen what it meant to be honorable and proud today. What happened to himself today was enough for him to brag about it for the rest of his life. Of course, despite the fact that what happened to him was thanks to good old Chen Hao, it didn't stop him from feeling bright and shiny right now. The Dragon Science Academy is the forefront of scientific research in China. Now I actually have the opportunity to talk about technology with so many great people. If that's not honorable, what other kind of thing is called honorable? Ordinary researchers may not have the opportunity to discuss issues with academicians in their lifetime. As for himself, he had met so many academicians at once, 5 or 6 of them, and included quite a few other top scientists and bigwigs within the Dragon Science Academy. Is such an opportunity available to the average person? Unless you are an extraordinary young genius in the field of scientific research. Otherwise, even if you dream, you can't dream of this kind of scene. Compared to the apprehension he felt when he just boarded the helicopter earlier, Wang Hua was really like doing a roller coaster now. The pinnacle of his life had come so suddenly that he was about to think he was hallucinating. Wang Hua brother? Pan Jian academician actually called himself Wang Hua brother. What virtue and what ability can let the academician call himself brother? Chen Hao, let me, Wang Hua, say what's good about you. You this kid, but also really fucking 10 talent. Actually remodel a tank. Remodeled so many unbelievable technology to come. Even the bigwigs of the Dragon Science Academy have been alarmed. It looks like I, Wang Hua, have really dipped my toe in the water by knowing you. Ha, ha, ha. This Mr. Wang Hua. The academicians have all gone to the equipment workshop. Do you want to follow them with such a smile, or should I take you to the cafeteria to eat first? Just as Wang Hua was still grinning from ear to ear, the soldier next to him gently patted Wang Hua's shoulder, pulling Wang Hua back to reality from the fantasy he had just been in. Of course, it was true that the academicians had just spoken with Wang Hua, but as soon as they received the news of the end of the tank hauling after they had only spoken a few words, they left again. Thus, only Wang Hua himself was left standing on the spot giggling. Let's eat first. Ha ha. Did I just laugh? Nope. Seeing that he and the soldier were the only ones left around, Wang Hua immediately gave an awkward sarcastic laugh and said, Mr. Wang Hua, you laughed. Not only did you laugh, but your mouth was grinning from ear to ear. According to the request from above, it's not until tomorrow that the members of the group will discuss the tanks with you. Later today, the members of the panel are also going to greet the gentleman called Chen Hao. So, if you're hungry, Mr. Wang, I'd better take you to the cafeteria first. By the way, if you still want to laugh, you can hold back properly during meals. Our cafeteria's hoisin soup has more pepper and is easy to choke on. As the saying goes, those who can chat are good at chatting people up, while those who can't chat will give people goosebumps. Wang Hua had met such a person who couldn't chat now. Originally, he was still immersed in the joy of the academician of the Dragon Science Academy calling himself a brother. But as a result, once he let this buddy talk, Wang Hua felt that his bucket-sized faceplate was about to fail to hang on to this dejected face. What's the matter with you? It's not easy for you to get a chance to show your face. Why do you have to burst your dreams so soon? Indeed, these technologies were not made by himself, but Chen Hao was his good buddy anymore. Even if you are not considered a 1,000-mile horse, then at least you are considered a bull. With Chen Hao this 1,000-mile horse good buddy, their future career that will not fly to the sky. Think about it. Riding the wind and waves will come and go. Wang Hua, damn Chen Hao. When you come, let's see if I don't give you a good beating. Obviously, you've added so many advanced technologies on top of the tank, but you actually didn't tell me a bit about it. I thought I was going to step on the sewing machine myself. Ha, ha, ha. 8 o'clock in the evening. Fengtian International Airport. As the most important economic town in the entire north, Fengtian International Airport's throughput has always been the benchmark of a group of airports in the entire northern part of China. The entire airport has 4 runways, 81 parking spaces, and it also covers a terrifying range of more than 300,000 square meters. As a matter of common sense, such a huge airport, with a throughput of around 60,000 a day, should be perfectly adequate for everyday situations. But I don't know what the reason is. But today this airport seems to have some unusual circumstances. On the terminal building, station manager Li Kuewu was nervously wiping the sweat from his forehead. At the same time, he was holding a walkie-talkie microphone in his hand, while an extremely serious and critical voice came out from the inside of the microphone. Old Li, didn't I tell you an hour ago? It says that the military has a large number of helicopters that are going to temporarily land at our airport. How the hell did you do that? Why did you only move 15 parking spaces after half a day? It's been an hour, and there's less than an hour before the first helicopters for the temporary landing arrive. Do you know how important the people who are coming over today really are? If I delay them, I won't be able to eat, and you won't be able to do well either. If you don't get me all 80 parking spaces, watch out, I'll make you roll. On the other side of the microphone, the one speaking was none other than Li Kuewu's top boss, Wang Yuegang, the general manager of Fengtian International Airport. Since the Fengtian Military Region's tarmac is only for the use of Fengtian Military Region itself on weekdays, therefore, at the beginning of the construction of the military region, it was not considered that one day hundreds of helicopters would suddenly appear and fly to Fengtian Military Region at the same time. The entire nationwide research branch of the Dragon Science Academy was stuck at one point flying towards Fengtian for the sake of the super tank. The carrying capacity of the Fengtian Military Region exceeded the original design standard by more than 5 times almost instantly. As soon as Commander Pang Genoa of the Beihai Military Region heard that there were not enough parking spaces, he immediately contacted Commander Lu Changsheng of the Fengtian Military Region. Where would Lu Changsheng have thought that what was originally a tank out of control would cause so many things to follow? He was even more unable to imagine that actually on top of this one out-of-control tank, the experts of the Dragon Science Academy had actually discovered technical achievements that had shocked the headquarters. Headquarters has now given him a death order to properly cooperate with Commander Pang Genoa of the Beihai Military Region. There is no way. Now even if the number of tarmacs is not enough, one has to move a sufficient number of tarmacs out of the way in a hard way. After all, those who came could be academicians and expert bigwigs of the Dragon Science Academy. In case one of the academicians is not received properly, the consequences of any incident can be extremely serious. So, in order to be able to guarantee that there will be a tarmac to park the military helicopters when the members of the Dragon Science Academy from all over the country arrive this night, Lu Changsheng could only make the call to Fengtian International Airport, which was the closest to the military region. Commander Lu's request was clear, and no less than 100 helicopters were expected to arrive this evening, in addition to the 20 or so aircraft that can be accommodated at the Fengtian Military Region headquarters. Fengtian International Airport must find a way to move an apron for about 80 aircraft. However, this order from Commander Lu was timely enough. Wang Yuegang, the general manager of Fengtian Airport, could be in trouble. 80 tarmacs? What a concept! Even if the entire Fengtian Airport's tarmac was moved out, it would only be just enough. But Fengtian Airport is the most important passenger distribution center in the entire north. Is it possible to just shut down such an important airport? Obviously not. But if we don't shut it down, where are the 80 helicopters supposed to be parked? After pondering for half a day, Wang Yuegang, general manager of Fengtian Airport, finally came up with an almost solution. First, in order to accommodate the parking requirements for 80 helicopters, he started by having the terminal station manager, Li Qiwu, just stop an entire runway. The length of this one runway is about 2,000 or so meters, and its width is more than 30 meters wide. With this one runway out of commission, it would move at least 30 to 40 helicopters out of the way. A space of only 30 to 50 meters between each helicopter is basically a safe space, so a 2,000-meter run-to is enough for 30 to 40 helicopters to park. Of course, with the parking needs of 80 helicopters, one runway alone certainly won't do. At least 40 to 50 more tarmacs are needed to fulfill the requirements of the Fengtian military region side. So then Wang Yuegang came up with the idea of moving all the airplanes on the open tarmac inside the hangar as much as possible. That would free up about another dozen or two or so tarmac spots. Unfortunately, things have come to a head here. Although most of the number of tarmacs requested by Commander Ru has been addressed, yet there are still 30 or so tarmac spots that are hard to fulfill. With no other choice, Wang Yuegang came up with the simplest solution. And what about this simple solution? Which is to take this problem and throw it directly to his subordinate, Li Qiwu, to figure it out. When things came to Li Qiwu's side, the trouble could be really big. Originally, the general manager of Fengtian Airport has already calculated this matter many times, and it is also true that no more apron can be vacated. What could he do now that this top boss of his had thrown this thorny issue directly at him? On a more serious note, it would have been enough to stop one runway, plus move all the planes to be flown to the hangar, to keep him busy as a station manager. You should know that the airplane flights that is not a child's home. Each flight, because of the route of the problem and the takeoff and landing time problems, are going to affect at least no less than 5 or 6 times the relevant flights. Now all of a sudden to make such a big adjustment, such a workload, even if Li Qiwu practitioners for decades, that is also a big girl on the sedan chair. The first time where does that leave him to figure out how to solve the problem of not having enough helipads? But then again, the order from the GM at the top has now come down. Li Qiwu, not to mention the difficulties. Even if it is pressed to feel that it is not possible, then you have to find a way to make this thing to become line A. Otherwise, wouldn't you really have to pack up and leave by tomorrow? 30-odd tarmacs to go. Geez, where am I going to move it for him? Mr. Wang is really something, knowing that our airport is a civil aviation airport, and now he actually wants to park so many military helicopters at once. Isn't this a difficult task for me? It wasn't until the voice on the other side of the walkie-talkie hung up that Li Qiwu dared to frown and let out his own whine. Naturally, Li Qiwu was not sure why Wang Yuegang had asked him to arrange so many tarmac spots, but the task arranged by Mr. Wang, he can't do it even if he doesn't do it. So Li Qiwu, who had no choice but to start pacing back and forth anxiously on the terminal building, started pacing up and down. There are still 30 more tarmacs that can't get it right, and 30 more tarmacs that can't get it right. Li Qiwu kept repeating as he paced anxiously. It was at this time that Station Chief Li Qiwu's gaze happened to land on top of a dirt slope beyond Fengtian International Airport. Hey, there! Eyeing the area with the huge dirt slope, Li Qiwu instantly slapped his own thigh and nearly jumped up in excitement. The patch of dirt in front of us is actually the location of a playground being built for a school next to the airport. However, since the school had only recently been established, the construction of the playground had not reached the point of completion. In addition to the long ago compacted and sturdy foundation, there were still tens of thousands of cubic yards of yellow soil piled on top of the huge playground, which had never yet been paved over. Now it's just right for Li Qiwu to see school playgrounds that have had their foundations compacted. In terms of both size and downtime conditions, that couldn't be a better choice. The only trouble now is that the slope of dirt in front of us is still piled on top of the playground. If only we could find a way to remove all that dirt, or just compact all that dirt into the playground floor and make a big flat area for temporary helicopter parking. Wouldn't it still get the job done? Great! Why didn't I think of this before? Old Lu, come here quickly. Li Qiwu, who thought of this wonderful solution, immediately shouted over to Deputy Station Chief Lu, who was busy scheduling airplanes not far away. What's the matter, Station Master Li? Deputy Station Chief Lu wiped the sweat on his forehead and jogged all the way to the side of Li Qiwu. You immediately find a way to transfer 50. No, 100 excavators and 10 rollers over to me right now. I want to build the road. Li Qiwu's excitement did not forget to take out the cell phone from the pocket of the coat. 100 excavators and 10 rollers? Station master? What are you? You don't care. I know you have contacts in this area. Just hurry up and get it for me. I've got to sort out the playground of the school next door for a tarmac now, and if I'm late, I'll have to roll out tomorrow. If I roll up and leave, old Lou, you'll have to leave with me too, so hurry up and do it. Before Deputy Station Chief Lou could react, Li Kuewu then crackled and poured out a brain of his own calculations. At the same time, he did not forget to seriously instruct this right-hand man under him, the group company's Mr. Wang just said in the intercom inside the words of how anxious Li Kuewu, but every word is really heard. The person who is going to temporarily land at Fengtian Airport today is a big shot that even Mr. Wang can't afford to offend. And the number isn't just one or two, it's hundreds. So many big names all together to land in Fengtian Airport. Li Kuewu today, even if he is out of his mind, but also must complete the task arranged by Mr. Wang. Moreover, Mr. Wang has already said that those helicopters are military helicopters. Are military helicopters for ordinary people to ride? So without having to think about it, Li Kuewu knew exactly what he should do now. Oh, yes, I'll get right on it, right away. Deputy Station Chief Lou had certainly never seen Station Chief Li Kuewu so anxious. Seeing that the station chief himself is almost anxious to jump, Lou Deputy Station Chief at the same time will not care to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. A smoke on the Tide Terminal building rushed over. After arranging the work of Deputy Station Manager Lou, Li Kuewu immediately dialed the phone of General Manager Wang Yuegang again, considering the fear of delaying GM Wang's big event. So before General Manager Wang Yuegang could pursue himself, Li Kuewu took the first step to report his plans, and the number of helipads he expected to be able to vacate. Sure enough, the situation was just as consistent as Li Kuewu had predicted. When General Manager Wang Yuegang heard that Li Kuewu actually had a way to additionally vacate dozens of apron that, to satisfy the requirements of Fengtian military region side, Wang Yuegang immediately clapped his hands in favor of Li Kuewu's decision right then and there. Don't worry about the construction. I'll take care of the rest. As long as you can make sure that all the military helicopters can land today, no matter what it costs, I'll credit you. With the full support of the airport's general manager, Li Kuewu also immediately riveted all his strength on his side. 2 hours later, when he witnessed the first 10 excavators drive into the school, he then personally rushed down to the terminal building and directly commanded these excavators to push out a huge opening in the fence between the airport and the school in one fell swoop. Immediately afterward, there was a scene of hectic construction on the school playground. Of course, in order to be able to ensure that the construction of the site will not affect the airport normal flights landing and taking off, Li Kuewu also specifically contacted Fengtian City Sanitation Department, specifically transferred more than a dozen sprinkler trucks, used to sprinkle water while construction, to prevent dust from affecting the normal operation of the airport. Fengtian Airport, Waiting Hall. As more and more excavators outside began to move into the middle of the school and start working, the countless travelers who stayed in the airport terminal also saw the hot scene through the glass of the terminal. What's going on today? Is the airport expanding? How come even the airport fence is being pushed down? You guys don't know yet, do you? I saw on the internet that a tank ran out of control and came over to Fengtian today. Maybe the airport is going to be tightly blocked because of some top secret situation involved. What's that got to do with blocking the airport when tanks run out of control and arrive in Fengtian? Besides, the airport isn't closed right now. You guys don't get it. Do you really not see that the airplanes on the tarmac below have just started to move? There might be some incredible super weapon on top of that tank. Ha, a super weapon? Wow. Since the passenger had no idea how many media gossips had been mixed up and then combined with his own assumptions. As a result, when he said this, he directly shocked the passengers around him. Almost within a moment's time, the passengers around the area were in a state of chaos, and one after another, they started rushing towards the location of the airport's exit. And just as these passengers began to gradually become confused, the sight of a karmic coincidence happening further turned that passengers previously haphazardly pieced together conclusion into some kind of foreshadowing. Just as the passengers began to panic, they saw one group after another of heavily armed military soldiers streaming in from the airport's quick entrance. Oh, no, there's a bomb, run. I don't know which passenger was scared out of his wits by the previous passenger, but after running and seeing this large group of soldiers, he was shocked and shouted out with a wail. It was originally about a runaway tank and experts from all over the country coming over to investigate and study it. But then, after these two sets of inexplicable associations, it's amazing how instantly it causes an inexplicable chemical reaction. These two fellows first associated superweapons with out-of-control tanks, and later, superweapons with bombs. This is a good one. In an instant, almost all the passengers within the entire airport heard this heartbreaking roar. All the passengers looked at me. I looked at you. and then looked at these soldiers who were fishtailing in, and then looked at the dusty excavators outside, and all of a sudden, all of the people's minds were stunned by the images they had brainstormed of the superweapons exploding. Hooting and hollering, the entire waiting hall was immediately in chaos. There were those who cried their parents, those who pulled their legs out and ran, and those who were so scared that they peed their pants on the spot. What's more, they shook the prongs off their wigs as they took the road. Hey, 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 Station Manager Lee, Station Manager Lee, something's going on over here in the terminal. Deputy Station Chief Liu, who had just finished arranging all the excavators and rollers, had been preparing to arrange manpower to triage the soldiers who had come to pick up the men. As a result, he had only just arrived at the waiting hall when he saw that the waiting hall was in a mess, and one of them was heard yelling at the top of their lungs that there was a bomb or something or other such thing. One must know that just 10 minutes ago, Deputy Station Manager Liu and Station Manager Lee had just learned from their General Manager Wang Yuegang that a large group of Longkou Academy academicians were about to land at this airport. General Manager Wang in the phone also specifically emphasized the Lee Station Master and Liu Deputy Station Master too must pay attention to the identity of the academicians of the Longkou Academy is not trivial. Be sure to cooperate with the military to ensure the safety of their lives. And now what? He actually heard someone say there was a bomb in the airport. Deputy Station Chief Liu, who heard the voice, almost had his three souls scared out of him. Associated with the dozens of academicians of the Longkou Academy who were about to land at this airport tonight, Deputy Station Manager Liu felt his legs, at that moment, somewhat uncontrollably sore and weak. But luckily, he could still move his hands at this time, so it was too late to think about anything else. Deputy Station Chief Liu dialed the phone to Station Chief Lee. What? There are bad people who might want to do bad things at the airport? Hiss. Receiving the call, Station Manager Lee Kuei-Wu was immediately a jolt, and then madly ran towards the terminal building. What happens next is what happens naturally. First, the entire Fengtian airport was evacuated in an emergency, immediately followed by a large group of bomb disposal experts sent directly from the Fengtian military region, huffing and puffing and arriving at Fengtian airport at top speed. Then again it was Fengtian military region commander Liu Changsheng who urgently contacted Beihai military region commander Pang Genhua. In the next step, it was Pang Genhua who notified all the helicopter pilots who were on their way with this news as fast as possible. For a moment, the helicopters that were about to arrive at the airport above the entire Fengtian city all immediately hovered over the city. The helicopters that had already arrived, on the other hand, immediately pulled on those academicians and experts from the Dragon Science Institute who had already arrived. Hooting and hollering, he flew into the middle of the air again. It took a full 2 bells before the explosives inspection of the entire airport was complete, and by this time, even the commander of Fengtian military region, Liu Changsheng, had urgently changed his schedule and appeared on top of the terminal at Fengtian Airport. Looking at Deputy Station Chief Liu and Station Chief Lee who had made a mess, Liu Changsheng's face really didn't look too good, and as the general manager of Fengtian Airport, the first person in charge of this reception mission, Wang Yuegang's face, it was even more indescribable. Commander Liu, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect someone to shout blindly inside the airport. It's our fault for not doing our job properly. Nonsense aside. Fortunately there were no casualties and the academicians are safe and sound. You don't have to worry about the latter. I'll take care of all the subsequent affairs of the reception of the fellows myself. As for yourself, Mr. Wang, you'd better simply take care of this mess of yours. Inexplicable. Simply inexplicable. It's a good reception mission. I really don't understand why it's making so much noise. You know, if something like this goes international, it's going to draw attention to itself, you know? 11 o'clock at night. The first batch of academicians of the Longkou Academy who had hurried over from the field had already arrived at the equipment workshop of Fengtian military region. At 11:20 p.m. The second group of experts also arrived at the Fengtian military region equipment workshop. Until about 5 o'clock in the morning, experts and professors from all over the country, from all branches of the Dragon Science Academy, as well as academicians had arrived in full force at the Fengtian military region equipment workshop, and saw the one super tank. Unsurprisingly, all the experts and professors as well as the academicians at the site were blown away by the super technology carried by that one super tank, both in terms of tank materials and the amphibious principle of the tank, as well as the tank power composition and the tank's weapon system and so on. A host of experts have made discoveries that have taken their own breath away. Not only that, but after successfully resolving the application of room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation technology, the academicians of the Dragon Science Academy have also parsed out a technology that is even more mind-boggling and unbelievable than the room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation technology. Sun fuming, academician of the General Research Institute of Military Equipment of the Lanka Academy of Science, even after entering the tank cockpit, found a small fusion reaction device hidden in a closed position in the lower right corner of the tank cockpit. This device, on the other hand, was the nuclear explosive weapon reaction device that Chen Hao had previously reserved when he was modifying the tank. Due to the previous time constraints, Chen Hao did not employ this weapon system after modifying the small controllable fusion nuclear explosion weapon reaction device, but instead placed it directly in the lower right corner position of the cockpit. And now, when academician Sun Fuming inadvertently discovered this set of small controlled fusion nuclear explosion weapon reaction device, all the experts, professors and academicians within the entire equipment hall were shocked. Controlled nuclear fusion needs no introduction, and everyone around the world knows how much this technology really means. As early as 100 years ago, the scientist Tesla had actually pondered about super energy for the world of the future. Then, later, in Einstein's time, the mass energy equation was introduced, thus making it theoretically possible to release huge amounts of energy using nuclear fusion. And by the time the little mushroom came out later on, and then the tokamak device later on, and all sorts of controlled fusion design experiments came out, mankind's path on the field of endless energy has been one of almost non-stop experimentation. However, the danger of nuclear fission was so great that people eventually chose the direction of controlled nuclear fusion. However, controlled fusion is easier said than done. It's been a full 70 to 80 years since scientists across humanity came up with the concept, and yet, it still hasn't been able to make any specific device for controlled fusion. This is despite the fact that human scientists have been working for years to come up with so-called tokamak devices, but that kind of devices, in reality, nothing more than a tiny crest on the 10 million mile road to controlled fusion. As for trying to actually do controlled fusion at room temperature, it's been up until now. There really isn't a reliable program out there for countries all over the world. However, just when the whole world was fretting that controlled nuclear fusion could not be broken through, just when all scientists were anxious that controlled nuclear fusion could not become a reality, on top of an out-of-control tank, academician Sun Fuming of the Dragon Science Academy surprisingly found a small fusion reaction device. Keep in mind that a fusion reactor, even a model of one, is quite huge in terms of current human technology, not to mention small fusion reactors that actually appear in reality. So, upon seeing the yet-to-be-activated device under the cockpit, you can imagine how excited academician Sun was. Is this a controlled fusion reactor using magnetic confinement technology? How can it be so small? And what exactly is the reaction medium? Oops, the cockpit is just too small for me to see clearly. Along with the excitement, academician Sun Fuming's agitation is unrivaled, as the tank cockpit space is very limited. So at this moment, although academician Sun Fuming can roughly determine that the tank is loaded with a nuclear weapon device for the controlled fusion device, other work cannot be carried out at all. And since academician Sun Fuming has finalized that this is a controlled fusion device, guarding the tank outside, the experts and Big Brother academicians are more Sydney excited and anxious or about to go up to the room. No, I have to make a call to Commander Pang. Why hasn't this tank's modification got arrived yet? Isn't this hindering the future progress of human civilization? Prof. Sun Fuming saw that he had discovered a controlled fusion device with great difficulty and was unable to carry out research on it. When he made an immediate decision, he decisively pulled out the cell phone in his coat pocket and dialed the phone to Commander Pang Genowat of the Beihai City military region. I hope that I can urge Commander Pang to hurry up and bring over the great god Chen Hao, who had transformed this tank, and at the same time, with academician Sun Fuming as anxious as the fire and a large number of expert professors and academicians of the Lanka Academy. Take, for example, Prof. Chang Sharan, who discovered the room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation device. Ever since he confirmed with engineering physics titan, Prof. Pan Jianjian, that his discovery was indeed the intestinal superconducting magnetic levitation device, his entire person has been unable to restrain his emotions. Directly to Pang Genowat, commander applied for a special aircraft running Feng Tian side over. Of course, in addition to academicians Pan Jian, Sun Fuming and Chang Sharan, other academicians and expert professors are equally anxious and anxious. The reason is simple, because Chen Hao himself has not yet arrived at the scene. The many problems within everyone cannot be solved, and these critical scientific problems cannot be solved for this group of scientists who have dedicated their lives to research. It would be nothing less than 100 paws and a lot of urgency. But then again, that's not true, despite the fact that experts, professors and academicians from the Fengtian military region headquarters as well as the Lanka Academy across the country were looking forward to their meeting with Chen Hao. However, on Chen Hao's side, it was really difficult to meet with them above for a while. The reason for this is, to put it mildly, a bit boring. This was because the helicopter that Chen Hao was traveling in was one of the several helicopters that had chased the tank earlier. So what? When this plane hitched a ride on Shenhao and started flying towards Fengtian, it didn't fly for long before it ran out of fuel. As the saying goes, one slow step leads to another. Originally, the helicopter ran out of fuel. Find a nearby military base to refuel and can continue to run to Fengtian. But then, as this time the entire Dragon Science Institute's research branches all over the country were arranging for people to run to Fengtian in helicopters. As a result, the trouble of arriving at a neighboring military base and not being able to get gas happened. You know, a helicopter can be very different from a car. The oil used in cars is nothing more than gasoline, diesel and other oils. In this case, if there is no more oil, just fall into any nook or cranny. That gets some gas and diesel are very convenient. But helicopters, not so much. The oil used in a helicopter is based on the engine. The helicopters currently used by the Chinese military are all turboshaft engines. So because of the fixed nature of the fuel in this engine itself, it makes it necessary for the vast majority of existing military helicopters to burn aviation kerosene. However, aviation kerosene is not gasoline or diesel, so how can it be available everywhere? It's basically the only way to add it inside a military base. However, that's exactly where the problem lies. The helicopters need to be refueled with kerosene, and there is not enough kerosene at the nearest military bases because there are too many helicopters. Therefore, it resulted in Shenhao flying just a third of the distance aboard the airplane before the helicopter stalled at the neighboring military base. Shenhao, who had turned off the fire, was then urgently escorted to the top of the high-speed train by the guards, as envisioned by Commander Pang Genoa. The speed of the high-speed rail happens to be fast enough as well. The fastest speed has reached 350 kilometers per hour, basically not much different from a helicopter. Therefore, in order to rush Shenhao, the great god-level R&D personnel to Fengtian, Commander Pang Genoa had no choice but to directly arrange his subordinates to get Shenhao a high-speed train ticket, something that Commander Pang Genoa himself did not expect happened on the high-speed train. In order to make Shenhao's trip this time foolproof, Commander Pang Genoa had specially dispatched the strongest and toughest of his men, Beihai City's Special Duty Brigade Captain Lu Feng and his team to be responsible for accompanying Shenhao throughout the trip. After the group boarded the high-speed train under the escort of a special car, Lu Feng and the others then came with Shenhao to the middle of the high-speed train compartment. This section of the train is all enclosed. That is, specially designed to cope with long-distance travelers. The wagon has about a dozen small, specialized rooms, each with 4 beds. Basically the setup is not much different from a sleeper on a regular train. The only difference being that the sleeper here has a door. After Shenhao and his group of 4 had just walked into the compartment belonging to a few people, Captain Lu Feng then briefly looked around at the surroundings before arranging Shenhao in the upper right bunk. Himself, as well as 2 other plainclothes men from the special unit, were all on standby in their bunks. Yes, in order to safeguard Shenhao, the god of modification. Throughout the entire process, all 3 members of the special task force stayed in their bunks, not daring to relax even for a moment. However, just after the high-speed train had been traveling for about 4 hours, Shenhao got out of bed and headed to the carriage connection for convenience. But it led to an unnecessary trouble. Shenhao, who had just stepped out of the restroom, came face to face with a middle-aged noblewoman who was gorgeously dressed and heavily made up. The noblewoman took a look at the train and saw that there was such a handsome young scion on top of the train, and was immediately captivated by Shenhao's heroic and handsome appearance. Thus, when Shenhao returned to his compartment not even half a quarter of an hour or so later, Lu Feng's few people then heard a knock on the door. When he opened the carriage door and took a look, Lu Feng saw the middle-aged noblewoman that Shenhao had bumped into earlier. Just see this noblewoman with a small bag in one hand, a hand holding just removed from the bridge of the nose sunglasses on the super inside the upper bunk of Shenhao asked. That little handsome guy on the upper bunk, where are you going? Is it to Fengtian? What can I do for you, big sister? Since he didn't know this noblewoman, Shenhao was instinctively not too keen on ignoring the other party when asked. However, out of politeness, Shenhao still got up and inquired about the other party. Things? Can't you come over and hang out without things? You're a funny little handsome guy to talk to. Sister, I happen to be in the next compartment. But then, there were a couple of drinkers and rowers in the next compartment just now. I don't like it much, so I'm just going to come over and see if you have any beds available in this compartment. I also try to avoid those guys who like to get drunk and act crazy. This middle-aged noblewoman was obviously an old hand with some Taoist skills, so when she was sensing that Shenhao didn't really want to take care of herself, she didn't rush to reveal her identity, but instead took a sympathy-boosting approach, wanting to step closer to Shenhao's side. The first step, naturally, is to find a way to squeeze out the Lu Feng 3 people who live in the same compartment as Shenhao. However, Lu Feng was a top-notch special talent from the Special Service Brigade. Can you not see the middle-aged noblewoman's shallow to the point of being superficial pickup line? Thus, in front of the middle-aged noblewoman. Before Chen Hao could say a few more words with the middle-aged woman, Lu Feng then directly cold-faced and stood in the middle of the middle-aged noblewoman and Chen Hao. I'm sorry, there are no spare beds here. Please go back. If you really need help with something, we can instead call a ride-along police officer over for you. Lu Feng's handful of claims of feigning confusion naturally couldn't stop the middle-aged noblewoman's thick-skinned face. Seeing as he had just started to strike up a conversation, he was interrupted by this man in front of him. The middle-aged noblewoman immediately disdainfully pulled out a pile of money from amongst her own satchel and threw it on the lower bunk's pavement. Here, you three, here's 10,000 in cash. So please do me a favor and change compartments. How could the middle-aged noblewoman at this moment think that Lu Feng's several people were actually members of the Special Service Brigade and were still carrying out an extremely important task? According to the words of previous experience, the middle-aged noblewoman felt that she only needed this pile of tickets to make an appearance. Lu Feng and the three of them would have happily left with the money. However, what the middle-aged noblewoman didn't expect was that after she directly lit up the entire stack of $10,000 in banknotes, Lu Feng's trio, however, were like standing statues, not even bothering to look at the middle-aged noblewoman with a proper eye. Sorry, we can't take the money, and we can't change the room even more. Lu Feng coldly returned. Yo, look how old you are. No eyesight at such a young age. Sister, I'm letting you 3 change rooms. That's what sister thinks of you. If it were usual, sister, I'd just call the people below to ask the 3 of you to leave. You 3 had better behave yourselves and not spoil my sister's fun. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's none of our business whether you're in the mood or not. But please, it's better if you leave our box as soon as possible. My brother doesn't really like being around strangers. Facing the middle-aged noblewoman's continuous provocations, Lu Feng's brows unconsciously furrowed slightly. Encountering this kind of thing, as Lu Feng, was the last thing he wanted to do? Because it's not like this kind of thing is an unmitigated necessity. It's just a pickup line. It's not good to show your identity and weapon against the other side yourself. After all, it's not like there's anything illegal or illicit about people trying to strike up a conversation. On the contrary, if one's actions were too drastic, there would be a great possibility of causing unnecessary trouble. Only, Lu Feng's serious refusal on his side did not demoralize that middle-aged noblewoman. Quite the contrary. As soon as the middle-aged noblewoman took a look at Lu Feng's side of the trio that always intentionally rejected her, this arrogant streak of hers came up. What's wrong with being unfamiliar? Why don't we just say hello and get to know each other? It's you 3. What are you doing in front of your sister? Do you still dare to be ungrateful? Let me tell you something. My sister has plenty of money, and now while she's in a good mood, you'd better take it and go. If you don't, humph, don't blame my sister for being unkind. Here, $20,000, and you 3 leave me in peace. Between words, the middle-aged noblewoman then once again pulled out a pile of cash from her bag. Seeing that the middle-aged noblewoman in front of her refused to leave, instead she continued to intensify her efforts. As the number 1 person in charge of escorting Chen Hao, Lu Feng, who was from the Special Service Brigade, was also clearly a bit upset, considering that he was still on the moving train, and that a number of travelers were now starting to look this way again. After Lu Feng stabilized his mind a little bit, he ultimately did not choose to take other means, but instead directly said towards one of the Secret Service plainclothesmen beside him, Feng, why don't you go call the flight attendants and ask this lady to leave? Aha! Receiving the order, Xiao Feng immediately left from the gradually gathering crowd. A few moments later, a uniformed crew member came into the midst of the crowd. Excuse me, which passenger needs help? Here, Lu Feng waved at the crew member and said. After the stewardess came to him, Lu Feng told the stewardess what had happened. Then, from the bottom bunk, he handed the $20,000 in cash directly into the hands of the stewardess to prove that he was telling the truth. Seeing the 2 thick piles of cash, and seeing the middle-aged noblewoman in front of him who still held her head high with a disdainful face, the flight attendants had obviously seen that what Lu Feng said was true. So after briefly listening to Lu Feng finish his story, the flight attendant directly handed back the 2 piles of cash to the noblewoman and politely said to her, I'm sorry, traveler, but your desire to change train berths is permitted on the train, but such a request must be agreed to by the other party. Now the other party doesn't agree to switch bunks with you, so it's still a good idea to leave their room and go back inside your own. As for the money, you might as well keep it for yourself. Not everyone bends in the presence of money. These travelers are not willing to bend over backwards for money. And as a flight attendant, I respect that. So I hope you can understand that as well. The professionalism of the crew is truly unquestionable. Dealing with a wide range of problems on the train all year round has also helped this crew develop an unassuming mindset. Though he had vaguely discerned from the middle-aged noblewoman's styling that this person's status was either rich or noble. However, he still upheld his good professional conduct and stood out to speak for Lu Feng's several people. However, the polite exhortations of the crew did not make the middle-aged noblewoman in front of them. Quite the contrary. When the steward finished the conversation, the whole carriage of watchers was given a thumbs up by the crew, and from time to time some applauded and hooted. This made the middle-aged noblewoman instantly feel that her face had been challenged. At that moment, this middle-aged noblewoman then very arrogantly pulled out 2 business cards from her bag. One threw it to the flight attendant, and one threw it to Lu Feng. Do you guys even know who I am? If you don't know, just read the introduction on the business card. Do you guys recognize the words Qingya Group? If you don't recognize it, you'd better go back to kindergarten and read for a few more years. Let me tell you, Yan Ruohai, the chairman of the Qingya Group, is my own brother. If you guys dare to make a fool out of me to my face today, I'll make sure you're all rolled up tomorrow. The middle-aged noblewoman, after throwing her business card, seemed to be very dissatisfied, so she walked to the carriage where Chen Hao was, and sat on her butt on top of the lower berth. Aya, she's actually the real sister of the chairman of the Qingya Group. No way. No way. Now that young man on the upper bunk is going to be in bad luck. Hey, what do you mean by unlucky? According to me, that's called lucky, but these few people standing here are only afraid that they will not be able to eat. Really can't figure out why such a rich big boss actually wants to take the train. It's really strange. Doesn't it smell good to take a private airplane? What do you know? Didn't you guys see on the internet that a tank ran out of control at the Beihai military equipment exhibition and ran into Fengtian? Now all the routes in the direction of Fengtian have been interrupted. It seems like it's all because of that one tank making a mess. Boy, a tank can run from Beihai City to Fengtian City. What kind of tank is this? What do you care what kind of tank it is? It must not be an ordinary tank. Otherwise, how could it even stop the route? But this young man is also really. How can be Qingya Group chairman's sister to be entangled in the Qingya Group? Qingya Group power can be big to go. The scene of farce in the carriage was going on and on as we watched. The travelers who were watching around them began to gossip as they were wont to do. And among these travelers, there were quite a few who knew the strength of the Qingya Group. Qingya Group, the entire Chinese territory, one of the top art and luxury brand production and manufacturing group. Over the years, there are few newly emerged high-end luxury group companies in China that can compete with foreign brands like Gucci and Burberry. The owner of this company is the big boss Yan Ruohai Yan that this middle-aged noblewoman is talking about. As for how much capital and strength this boss Yan actually has, let's put it this way, in the field of luxury goods, boss Yan is certainly unrivaled. And in the national rich list, it is also the existence of only slightly inferior to the 2 super rich Ma Shangyun and Ma Wading. One can only imagine what kind of segment of existence such a rich man is. And, just at this moment, some good passengers have already searched the news of this middle-aged noblewoman on their cell phones. Upon careful comparison, the good passenger's entire eyeballs immediately widened for a few moments. Oh my god, this person is really the sister of the chairman of the Qingya Group, and she's also one of the independent directors of the Qingya Group, holding 16% of the shares. Independent director of Qingya Group, holding 16% of the shares. Wouldn't she have tens of billions of dollars in wealth as well? Rich woman. Simply a big rich woman. Now, it's only going to be hard for that young man in the upper bunk to get out of today's incident. Just as a group of travelers who had nothing better to do were ready to continue the gossip to the end. Lu Feng also read the words on that business card. The reason why he hadn't been able to see it completely clearly until now wasn't that the handwriting on the business card was so small that he couldn't read it clearly. The main reason is that the gold-encrusted business card is written in 3 languages, and 2 of them are foreign languages. This caused Lu Feng to carefully compare the information on this business card before finally confirming that there was no major problem. However, after figuring out the identity of the middle-aged noblewoman sitting in front of him, Lu Feng didn't say anything more, but directly glanced at the passenger crew next to him. But this crew is only a common staff. Now he already know the identity of the opposite side of the main body, at this moment, and where there is still the courage to go to force the other party to leave it. Thus, looking at Lu Feng and the 3 of them looking at themselves, the crew member had no choice but to go back to discussing with the middle-aged noblewoman in a conciliatory manner. As a result, the middle-aged noblewoman, who felt good about herself, took a look at Lu Feng's several people, including the stewardesses, who didn't seem to have any intention of forcing her to leave, and she raised her head even higher. I'm still resting in this bunk. I'll see who dares to blow me away. If you have the guts to do it, if I get angry, I'll make a phone call to my brother. Seeing that this middle-aged noblewoman directly played a scoundrel in front of the crowd, Lu Feng didn't intend to bullshit with the other party anymore at this moment. As the special agent protecting Chen Hao, it was naturally impossible for Lu Feng to force the middle-aged shrew out in full view of the public. After all, the car was now crowded with people, and Chen Hao's identity belonged to a highly confidential one. so any way of expanding the situation is certainly not desirable. But that didn't mean that Lu Feng was out of options. Seeing that the middle-aged shrew refused to leave, but instead became more and more licentious, Lu Feng directly left the carriage after giving a wink to his two men, and came to the joint of the two carriages. After arriving at the connection, Lu Feng immediately dialed Pang Genoa's phone and briefly explained the situation with him. As a result, it was fine if this Lu Feng didn't say anything, but once he did, Commander Pang Genoa on the other end of the phone was instantly on fire. You know, Commander Pang had just hung up on a pushy call from the Fengtian military region just a minute ago. Now it was actually hard to get Chen Hao on the train, but then such a thing happened, and it was still such a strange thing. How could he not be shocked and annoyed by this outrageous trouble? The first time he hung up the phone, Commander Pang Genoa directly telegraphed the head of the Huaxia Business Center in the name of the Northern Naval District, and in the next second, the head of the business center who had received the news was also taken aback by Pang Genoa's thunderous anger. Immediately, the parties were directly contacted again in the most urgent manner. 15 minutes later, the train had finally stopped on the platform of a transit station for Fengtian. As soon as the doors of the moving train opened, the travelers going up and down saw a large group of men in suits following a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking extremely serious. Hey, look, isn't that Yan Ruohai, the chairman of Qingya Group? Why did he run to the high-speed train? It can't be the one who just came to back up that shrew. Forget it. I'd better not get off at this stop. Go and see the fun first. The commotion has made a lot of noise. Hey, it looks like not only the big boss can't afford to be offended, but also the big boss's own sister can't afford to be offended as well. As the family member of a well-known high-end brand group of companies in China, Yan Ruohai has always had a high level of exposure to the media. Therefore, as soon as his group walked into the carriage, they immediately drew everyone's attention. However, Yan Ruohai himself didn't have the heart to deal with the gazes, but instead led a group of men in suits straight to the carriage where Chen Hao was. What brings you here, brother? 30 seconds later, the middle-aged noblewoman who saw Yan Ruohai appear in front of her was instantly overjoyed. The middle-aged noblewoman couldn't know more about this dear brother of hers. The two were orphaned when they were young. Their parents died early, and these decades have been difficult and bumpy all the way through. Are two siblings to support each other to come over? Therefore, if Yan Ruohai had always treated others coldly, then the only one who favored this dear sister of hers was her. And this level of favor was even higher than Yan Ruohai's wife, the middle-aged noblewoman's own sister-in-law. In this way, everyone could imagine what the middle-aged noblewoman really looked like when she saw her own brother come to her. Seeing her own brother come over, she instantly felt her waistline toughen a few points, and immediately pointed at Lu Feng's nose and cursed. You guys, I told you not to offend me. Old lady, I look at the upper bunk of the little handsome boy. That is his blessing. If you do not seize the time to apologize to me and admit your faults, and then get lost, do not blame the old lady. Pop. Just before the middle-aged noblewoman had finished her words, a clear, incomparable and extremely loud slapping sound instantly resounded throughout the entire carriage. That was a sharp slap in the face, totally the result of an incredibly angry man making a flood. The middle-aged noblewoman was directly slapped by this slap in front of everyone and turned more than 720 degrees in place. Then he fell on his ass and sat down on the floor of the compartment. Yan Ruomin, you still have the nerve to call me brother. I'm about to be killed by you, do you know that? Usually I tell you to stay home properly and not fool around, but you don't listen. Now it's good. You are going to stir up a big basket. Are you looking forward to my company being seized? Actually still have the nerve to play the scoundrel that said in this public. Isn't it true that I usually give you face? Ha, do I usually give you face? Pop. Speaking excitedly, Yan Ruohai immediately slapped the middle-aged noblewoman's face again. After the two slaps were finished, Yan Ruohai still didn't dissipate the anger in his heart, and immediately ordered the several black-clothed men beside him, get this loser of a sister off the bus, and all of her bank cards, credit cards, and checking privileges, all of which are suspended from now on. Also notify the entire company to hold a shareholders meeting early tomorrow morning. I'm going to personally remove her as an independent director and tell her to go back home and herd sheep. Things reversed so hastily that the surrounding onlookers of the travelers did not even see what had happened. He then saw the middle-aged noblewoman who was still arrogant and dejected a minute ago being carried out of the car by several black-clothed men. Immediately after, Justin the middle-aged noblewoman was hood off the next second, so that the scene of all the onlookers travelers even more surprised things happened. The crowd only saw Yan Ruohai, the top tycoon who had always been high and mighty in the past, and whose combined wealth had long exceeded $10 billion. Surprisingly, in front of the crowd, he plopped down and knelt in the middle of the carriage where Chen Hao was. This sudden move directly made all the travelers directly drop their jaws. What's going on here? Yan Ruohai actually knelt down to that young man. I'm not dreaming, right? What's that young man's deal? Why is Big Boss Yen on his knees? I'll be damned. What the hell is going on today? Yen Ruohai is the chairman of the Qingya group. What's wrong with him? Seeing the scene of Yen Ruohai kneeling down, the crowd of travelers instantly became noisy to the extreme. No one had ever seen such a strange scene, and it was even more unlikely that everyone would have thought that the chairman of the board of directors of the Honorable Qingya group would actually kneel down to a strange young man who had been lying on the top bunk and had never shown his face at all. This kind of scene greatly irritated all the travelers present, and after everyone saw this kind of scene, they didn't just start a heated discussion. At the same time, there have also been a variety of guesses about the identity of the upper bunk Shenhao. However, this murmuring of the onlookers travelers did not affect Yen Ruohai's actions at this moment. Only Yen Ruohai did not hesitate for a second after kneeling to the ground. Immediately, he took off his own glasses and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and then said extremely respectfully in the direction of Shenhao, who was on the upper bunk, "I'm really sorry, this little brother. Today's incident is my Yen Ruohai's fault for disciplining my family in an unfavorable manner. 1,000 wrongs are my fault. I hope that little brother can be lenient and not be generally concerned with that indisputable sister of mine. In order to make up for the heinous crime committed by my sister, I, Yen Ruohai, am willing to gift my little brother with $10 billion of cash equity in the Qingya group as a gesture of sincerity to make amends to my little brother. And please, little brother, forgive me for my transgressions." $10 billion? Heck! This time, after Yen Ruohai's speech, it wasn't just the travelers in the entire carriage that were shocked. Even Chen Hao himself, who had been lying on the top bunk and hadn't squeaked, was on the verge of dropping his jaw. He did just see Lu Feng take his cell phone and leave, but he didn't know that such a small farce on his side would bring about such an unbelievable result. $10 billion. Yen Ruohai, the chairman of the Qingya group, actually apologized to himself by opening his mouth with $10 billion. This thing, who dared to believe it? This kind of inexplicable feed. Even Chen Hao himself hadn't expected this kind of bizarre effect when he had remodeled the tank before. $10 billion for an apology? What the hell is this? Looking at Yen Ruohai, who was sincere to the core on the floor, Chen Hao was now on the verge of figuring out whether he should go down or not. Get off. What are you talking to people about? Indeed, the middle-aged shrew just now did harass herself pretty well, but people are just playing rough. Put a few harsh words. Their side has been under the protection of Lu Feng, and nothing has happened. So to collect 10 billion, this set out. Who can believe But what about not going down? It doesn't seem to be an option. The chairman of the Qingya group, a world-renowned business tycoon, was groveling to himself to this extent. It does seem a bit of a stretch to say that he himself is still leisurely lying on the top bunk pretending to be asleep. So, consider yourself unsure of what to do. Chen Hao then turned his gaze for help to Lu Feng, who had escorted him all the way here. Brother Chen, you just rest yours. After you arrive in Fengtian, you still have a lot of things to do. It's better for you to rest more on the way. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of the rest. You rest. Oh, okay, I'm resting. Before he came, Chen Hao had already heard from a certain person in charge of the Beihai City military region, saying that in order to safeguard his safety, he made sure to listen to Lu Feng's arrangements along the way. Now as soon as Chen Hao heard Lu Feng say this, he had no choice but to look at Yen Ruohai on the ground and gave a sarcastic smile. I'm sorry Mr. Yen, you'd better get up first. Other things, it's better to wait until later to talk about it. I need to rest now. There are still many things to go through in the evening. Chen Hao naturally knew that there were dozens or hundreds of experts waiting for him on Fengtian's side. Therefore, after receiving Lu Feng's arrangement, he only slightly pacified Yen Ruohai before lying down on the upper bed once again. When there was no more movement on Chen Hao's side, the crowd of onlookers beside him turned their attention in unison to Lu Feng, who had been standing beside him, wanted to see exactly how Lu Feng would react. Unfortunately, though, Lu Feng wasn't actually thinking of making a big deal out of it per se. It was only because he was angry before and worried about problems with his mission that he had called Commander Peng Genoa. Now take a look at this Yen Ruohai, such a big shot, respectfully kneeling down to Chen Hao. Lu Feng himself was vaguely appalled. He now finally realized that Chen Hao's identity might be even more important than he had previously understood. That being said, the previous Lu Feng had already learned from Peng Genoa's mouth that Chen Hao was a figure that a large group of academicians from the Longku Academy were clamoring to meet. Therefore, as soon as he received the task of escorting Chen Hao in the beginning, Lu Feng was already deeply impressed with his heavy responsibility. Only at that time Lu Feng himself, in fact, did not know the back of the Dragon Academy of Science and Technology Sun fuming academician even in that tank found a controlled fusion nuclear explosion device, such a super scientific research contribution that can be described as a transgenerational. So it's just treating this mission like it's a major one. Not like it's the most important mission of his career. And now, after he saw that a figure like Yan Ruohai was scared and apologized, Lu Feng was also finally shocked by Chen Hao's level of research and development. Boy, brother Chen Hao wouldn't have really developed something extraordinary. How is it that a person like Mr. Yan has such a great reaction? After pondering for a moment in his mind, Lu Feng still immediately helped Yan Ruohai up, considering that he could not delay escorting Chen Hao. So Lu Feng said with Yan Ruohai, Mr. Yan, I'm sorry, the train is about to leave, and my brother in the upper berth has to rush to Fengtian, so it's better to get up on your side. You go back first. If there's really something going on back there, I'll report it to the top. Please don't worry, Mr. Yan. As long as it doesn't delay my brother in the top bunk, I'm sure he won't mind. And didn't he just tell you to get up first? You should stop kneeling. It's not even good to delay everyone. I think. Lu Feng's words still played a key role. The Yan Ruohai just now had actually been beating a drum inside, because he himself didn't know exactly what Chen Hao was. Previously, when he received a call from the business center, apart from being scolded by a face-splitting scolding, where did he have the guts to ask this Chen Hao just where he was from? But as a businessman, and an extremely successful one at that, Yan Ruohai's sense of smell was indeed extremely sensitive. After being scolded by the business center, he immediately realized that this man, Chen Hao, was by no means a mere mortal. So what? Immediately called up the men and came over in person. That said, it was also thanks to the fact that his own Xingya group was not far from this temporary stop of the high-speed train station. It was because of the convenience of the distance that made Yan Ruohai drive directly to the high-speed rail station with a group of bodyguards at the first opportunity. He then figured out his sister's location in minutes with the people search system managed by the high-speed rail station. It rushed straight to this carriage of Chen Hao's. Of course, Yan Ruohai's reaction could not only be reflected in the efficiency of handling things, for the skill of observing words and colors, he also reached a height that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. Seeing that Chen Hao didn't seem to be very angry, Lu Feng's side then said two more good words for himself. He immediately stood up from the ground, and then he tightly gripped Lu Feng's hand and said, "This brother, then I'll trouble you. When this brother on the upper bunk wakes up, you will tell him that I will definitely do what I just promised. You several people still have to catch a bus to Fengtian, so I won't bother you. I'm sorry, it's not because our company doesn't have a helicopter. It's mainly because flying to Fengtian is prohibited today. I don't know what's going on. I'll go down now. Much offense, much offense. Some other day when a few of you are not busy, I, Yan Ruohai, will surely personally apologize again at the door." Until the high-speed train departed again, Lu Feng could see Yan Ruohai's several people in the booth always keeping a smile on their faces. Lu Feng, who sensed that this Yan Ruohai's skills were exceptional, had wanted to chat with Chen Hao for a few moments. Just as suddenly, he heard Chen Hao on the upper bunk sit up again from the bunk at once. Lu, help me see. I'm not dreaming. What's wrong, brother Chen?" Lu Feng immediately looked at Chen Hao with vigilance. As for Chen Hao's side, as soon as he saw that Lu Feng was nervous, he immediately handed his cell phone to the other party. Hiss, $10 billion. It really hit me? This fast? Lu Feng's eyes dropped at the arrival alert he just received on his cell phone. Immediately, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his speech was a bit slurred. "Chen, brother Chen, are you a tank modifier or not? How come the technology on this tank of yours is so valuable?" As I just said, Lu Feng didn't know that Chen Hao's tank was equipped with a controlled fusion system at the moment. So at this moment, seeing that Yan Ruohai had actually transferred a whole $10 billion to Chen Hao as soon as he got off the bus, he was also shocked to an unparalleled degree. However, despite this moment, Lu Feng had begun to look at Chen Hao like a celestial being, yet he still underestimated Chen Hao's true strength. After waiting behind to follow Chen Hao personally to the Fengtian Military Region's equipment workshop, it was only then that he would be able to thoroughly figure out why Commander Pang Genoa why he had moved a big shot like Yan Ruohai right into the station in just a few minutes. Controlled fusion. That's simply the biggest threshold in the history of human energy development. For 180 years, mankind has been spending trillions of dollars on research to be able to accomplish this feat. And now, Chen Hao had even directly used a small controlled nuclear fusion device that had already been developed on a tank. The value of such scientific research, how can that be compared to $10 billion? For the entire human race, the contribution made by Chen Hao was only $1 million billion. Of course, it was still slightly too early to talk about contributions. After all, those expert bigwigs and academicians of the Dragon Science Academy were still waiting for Chen Hao to go over. As for this $10 billion thing, it was actually just a token of Yan Ruohai's appreciation. After all, it didn't matter if Yan Ruohai knew how much Chen Hao's research and development had transcended the times. but it was always his own sister on his side who had done a bad job before. So for the sake of the future development of the Qingya group, as well as his own personal future development, it doesn't matter if you apologize or lay the groundwork ahead of time. In short, Chen Hao's money could choose to live or not, and he, Yan Ruohai, was bound to give it, a talent that could astound the entire business center. Spending $10 billion to befriend it would not be a loss by any stretch of the imagination, not to mention the fact that it bridges the gap between the two parties. So why not? At dawn, Chen Hao finally arrived safely at the Fengtian military region headquarters under Lu Feng's escort. And the group that had just arrived at the Fengtian military region headquarters hadn't even had the chance to take a sip of hot tea and sit in a chair to rest for a while. A few people had then been surrounded by a group of academicians, experts and professors who had heard about it. This is little brother Chen Hao, isn't it? Is that tank amphibious technology really the one that uses room temperature superconductivity? What kind of materials were used to make that possible? Then, little brother Chen Hao, you'd better answer the old man's question first. How on earth can a 40-ton tank run at 400 kilometers per hour? Can you explain the exact principle of the hydrogen fuel engine in detail? Everyone stop arguing. Let me ask first. God Chen Hao, that device under the cockpit that looks a bit like a tokamak. Can you give us a detailed explanation? Is it related to controlled nuclear fusion? By the way, how do you make a device like controlled fusion so small? Is the fusion fuel used in it a radioactive protium deuterium tritium element? Or is it U-235? If it's U-235, in what way are you avoiding radiation? Completely unable to wait for Chen Hao to rest for one more second, the entire several hundred experts from the Dragon Science Academy had already surrounded Chen Hao like an iron bucket. Everyone kept asking their questions towards Chen Hao as you spoke and I spoke. Many experts, professors and academicians who couldn't squeeze to the front even stood directly on the stools, and some even stood directly on top of the table. Gentlemen, everyone be quiet. Everyone be quiet. Fellows of the Dragon Science Academy, fellows, be quiet. Can you let little brother Chen Hao catch his breath first? Everyone will squeeze things out if they crowd him in the middle like this. Looking at the academicians and expert professors of the Dragon Science Academy, who usually showed up at any one of their extremely rare appearances, suddenly became like this. Commander Lu Changsheng of Fengtian military region, who had been accompanying these academicians, was also speechless. He had never really seen another scientific expert this popular in his career. He couldn't imagine even more that, as it turned out, the modification god in the mouths of so many academicians was just a young man in his early 20s. Not only that, but the young man looked exactly like a normal person, except a little more handsome. There is not a trace of the old scholarly look or the obsessive academic research of the god of learning. Some are just in the exact same youthful state as the norm. This caused Lu Changsheng to inexplicably develop a trace of respect for Chen Hao while being shocked. Since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. This brother Chen Hao was really not an ordinary person, actually so young to get so many advanced technologies on a tank. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Of course, it wasn't just Commander Lu Changsheng who had developed a hint of respect for Chen Hao. On the contrary, Chen Hao himself was seeing such a large group of white-haired academicians of the Dragon Science Academy as well as other experts and professors gathered around himself in unison. He was also struck by the sheer sincerity of these experts, professors and academicians. It's now the wee hours of the morning. 4 a.m., and all. But what are all these scientists doing? It's amazing that so many people are waiting for their turn. And there were quite a few of these experts, professors and academicians who had some noticeable swelling in their eyes. This willingness to stay up all night for the sake of science, and to wait painfully for their arrival for the sake of science. In the past, Chen Hao could only be seen in science fiction novels or movies. The former Chen Hao had once read a book called Chao and Dao written by Mr. Lu Magnetic Star. Within this book, Mr. Lu had portrayed the story of an alien de-escalator who came to the blue planet to de-escalate. In this story, since the alien higher beings did not allow humans to explore the higher technology of the universe, so then an altar of truth was set up, and scientists who are blocked from higher knowledge and technology, if they want to access the most ultimate truths on the scientific fields they have studied all their lives, they would then need to walk up to the altar to lay down their lives in exchange for the answers given by the higher extraterrestrials. In the middle of the novel, almost all of the best scientific researchers of mankind at that time ascended the altar of truth and sacrificed their lives for the ultimate truth. In real life, in fact, Chen Hao himself has been refusing to believe. After all, something like giving up one's life directly for the sake of the truth was a bit too much anyhow. Chen Hao didn't believe that in reality. Real scientists were so brain dead that they would actually take a life for the truth. However, when Chen Hao saw with his own eyes today that these hundreds of scientists were still asking themselves questions at 4 o'clock in the morning, Chen Hao was indeed shocked by the scene he saw. the vast majority of these people, that can be already 50 or 60 years old. But what about the spirit they show? That's purely the spirit of the novels. The spirit that it's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. With such a spirit, who would not be shocked and touched by it? Turns out there really are scientists in the world who do. Giving up everything in the pursuit of truth is not a fictional lens anymore, but a lens that really moves from fiction to the real world. Scientists are indeed so great. Perhaps Confucius, the Confucius sage of Huaxia, didn't even think of it more than 2,000 years ago. It is amazing that a phrase he said more than 2,000 years ago can so aptly describe such a group of researchers. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. It's okay to die on the eve of your death. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. Only when a person reaches this level can he truly realize the changes in the universe of the living beings. Hey, uncles of academicians, uncles of experts and professors, aren't you tired of waiting for me at this late hour? Looking at the crowd still surging towards him, Chen Hao unconsciously cared for these great scientific titans. However, Chen Hao's care did not overshadow the passion of these scientific titans to come. As soon as Chen Hao's side of the words were finished, the thunderous voice of an academician resounded throughout the hall. What's so tiring about it? As long as the scientific research level of China can continue to advance, I'm willing to lose all of our old bones here. Tell me, big guy, if I'm right. Yes, we were born as children of China, and our lifelong belief is to contribute to the scientific research of China. So what's one night's wait? When I was working on a research project in the Gobi, we couldn't even eat or drink water, but we got through it all the same. Along with that, one academician's thunderous voice issued, one after another. Many academicians have expressed their attitudes. Everyone was surprisingly consistent. That is, for the sake of China's scientific research endeavors to be taken to the next level, everyone would rather endure any hardship and suffering. Moreover, none of these words were shouted by these academicians and expert professors purely with their mouths. These words are the true feedback from the hearts of these academicians and experts and professors. They are not only shouting for themselves, they are also shouting for every Chinese scientific research son and daughter, and even every Chinese person. And it's not just their hearts that they're shouting out. What they are shouting out is the fundamental reason why the 5,000-year civilization of China has never been broken. What they cry out is a tireless pursuit of truth, a testimony to all the sweat that has been spilled over this land by those who were born on it. The night is deep, but the dawn of science and technology belonging to hundreds of millions of sons and daughters of China has already risen. Good, since so many academicians, experts and professors are not willing to take a break. They are all willing to listen to me, a postgraduate, speak about the technology utilized on this tank. Then I, Chen Hao, will lay down my life today. Seniors, please accept my Chen Hao's most sincere respect, and let's fight together for the rise of China. From now on, I'm going to explain to you all, one by one, all of the technologies I've employed on this tank. It includes room temperature superconductivity technology, and it also encompasses controlled fusion technology. Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, let's take it one step at a time. With the support of all the seniors, I, Chen Hao, will definitely not let you all down. Wow! In an instant, the whole equipment workshop resounded with a heavenly and thorough applause, which lasted for a long time. As the applause faded away, the inside of the Fengtian Military Region's tank equipment workshop followed suit. A large group of academicians, experts and professors surrounded Chen Hao and kept asking all sorts of technical questions about remodeling tanks. Chen Hao, on the other hand, was relentlessly answering the doubts in the minds of a group of experts over and over again. The entire Fengtian Military Region, at this moment, was bustling with activity because of Chen Hao's arrival. On the contrary, there was only one person who was now not feeling lively because of Chen Hao's arrival. On the contrary, he was in the military district guest house, have been pacing back and forth, pacing the whole night, always cannot sleep. This man was Chen Hao's good friend and the driver of this runaway tank incident, Wang Hua. In fact, if the original arrangement had been followed, the group of experts should have sent someone to find Wang Hua for questioning hours ago. But who would have thought that after this Chen Hao came, the entire Fengtian military region changed with him? The expert professors and academicians, at this time, where can they think of Wang Hua as a driver? Everyone's minds were all on Chen Hao alone. Everyone's questions are one after another, and Chen Hao's side is also answered, followed by answers. Gradually, no one remembered what Wang Hua was. That being said, Wang Hua was nothing more than a driver, and the only reason he was protected earlier was because the academicians felt that Wang Hua was the first driver of the super tank, so there should be a great deal of handling as well as mechanical experience value to be tapped into. However, now that Chen Hao has arrived, the focus of the big guys has shifted from the tank's own mechanical and handling aspects to superconducting magnetic levitation and controlled nuclear fusion. Either of those two technologies is actually a million times more important than discussing the tank itself. So, in this case, to have these experts go back to Wang Hua, isn't it obvious that they have nothing to do? Thus, Wang Hua spent a long night in the midst of everyone's forgetfulness. What the hell is going on? Was the highlight of my life as a Wang Hua man just a few minutes? No, I can't wait any longer in the guest house. I have to take the initiative and behave myself. This kid Chen Hao has set up such a good stage for me. If I don't go and sing, is it possible to let that guy sing a solo act? The sunrise was rising, and Wang Hua's patience was waiting until the limit. Once he thought that he had very few chances to discuss issues with academicians in his life, Wang Hua could no longer restrain his excited heart, and with a trembling hand, he directly pulled open the door of the room and headed outside the guest house. Since at this time, the sentries throughout the Fengtian military region had also learned that Wang Hua was an important driver with regards to the super tank. Therefore, he was not stopped along the way, and not only was no one stopped, but the kind little soldier was also excited to show him the way to the tank equipment workshop. Go straight ahead for 500 meters, turn left for 600 meters, turn right for 700 meters, make a U-turn, and when you see a sign for a cafeteria, you're going the wrong way, then turn around. Go straight ahead for 500 meters in the direction you just went, turn right and you're there. I don't know if Wang Hua's own ears misheard him, or if his brain's thinking had forked and split. Anyway, after following the path that the little warrior had guided, Wang Hua really did realize that he had taken the wrong path. Later on, he turned back and continued walking for a bit more according to the little soldier's directions before he finally found the location of the tank equipment workshop. It's really strange. Why do I feel that the little brother who just pointed out the way were a bit wrong? Seeing that the door of the tank equipment workshop was open, Wang Hua scratched his own head and didn't think any more about it, so he walked in on his own. This Wang Hua would have been fine if he hadn't gone in, but as soon as he entered the equipment workshop, he was stunned and dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. My God! Is this Chen Hao kid really this bullish? He can actually be a teacher for academicians? Only to see that the entire equipment workshop, at this moment, had set up a full 100 desks around that one super tank. In front of each desk are surrounded by no less than 4 or 5 researchers are holding a pen in one hand pressed on the table of the manuscript paper and writing and drawing, constantly discussing what? At the same time, Wang Hua's good friend Chen Hao, at this time, opened the mode of self-study class master teacher guidance. Only Chen Hao kept going back and forth in front of different desks while doing so. While traveling, he did not forget to take the pen and paper on the desk in front of him and make a few gestures on the desk. This scene is exactly the rhythm of a high school teacher's study hall, where the teacher gives the students separate questions. But the thing is, it's a bunch of academicians sitting at those desks right now. OMG, I didn't see it wrong. Chen Hao, this brat, really gave a lecture to the academicians? And, still, so many academicians? Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Hua's tears were about to fall from his eyes from shock. He had actually been considered a man of God in his life. After graduating from high school at the age of 15, he enrolled in the junior class at Lonoke University. 17 years old cuts another 2 years right off and goes straight to a master's degree at Lonoke Academy. At the age of 19, he was accepted directly into the Dragon Academy as the youngest new doctoral student in 10 years. In his early 20s, he managed to enter the Beihai Weaponry Equipment Research Institute, which was known as a cutting-edge armament research and development center. Not only that, but Wang Hua was actually hired by the Beihai University of Science and Technology as a guest teacher because of his youthfulness. Specializes in lecturing to a group of aspiring master's students and PhDs in defense research when he has the time. Such a resume, no matter where it was placed, it was enough to be counted as an existence that could kill a bunch of schoolmasters and school gods. However, now if he compared it with Chen Hao like this, then he was nothing. What's a lecture for a master's degree by yourself? What's a lecture for a PhD? Chen Hao, a tuning factory boss, actually now developed to the point of giving lectures to academicians. That kind of span is much swifter than even a rocket liftoff. Totally is Chang'e run to the moon drama before a second or a plain ordinary people. The next moment it's a national treasure. A scientific superstar. This could make Wang Hua unconvinced. Chen Hao, little brother, are you free? Can you come over here for a moment? This fusion reaction equation you just gave. The old man, I'm a bit confused. Do the isotope changes of the fusion reaction have to be counted in as well? Just as Wang Hua was still shocked by Chen Hao's terrifying scientific research ability, a question from an old man with silver hair instantly caught his attention. Hiss, academician Chang Shoren? He actually raised his hand to ask Chen Hao a question? This, what's the situation? Chang Shoren, academician. Wang Hua cannot be clearer. The top expert in the direction of materials science and engineering physics of the Dragon Academy. academician of the Dragon Academy, and a deserved leader in the field of global engineering physics, with the other academician of the Dragon Academy, also engaged in engineering physics, Professor Pan Jian, as well as the academician of the Dragon Academy engaged in materials engineering, Professor Ma Weigua. The three together and known as the Troika of the field of scientific research in China. Now actually raised his hand to his good brother. Chen Hao asked questions. This kind of thing if not see with their own eyes who can believe. Shocked beyond belief, Wang Hua glanced towards the side of academician Chang Sharun again. This look instantly caused Wang Hua's eyes to instantly widen 2 more times. Prof. Pan Jian, Prof. Ma Weigua, they're actually in front of a table. I'm not dreaming. He saw with his own eyes the 3 academician bigwigs of the Dragon Science Academy sitting in front of a desk in unison, waiting for Chen Hao to come over and show them the way. Wang Hua's entire body was somewhat in a trance. He had met Prof. Pan Jian and Prof. Ma Weigua last night. The 2 of them at that time had also specifically shaken their hands affectionately and asked, inquired about the things about Chen Hao to come. And now what? Now the 2 big brothers even with another big brother, all of them became Chen Hao classroom elementary school students. This scene, no matter how big of a brainwave Wang Hua's had, was absolutely hard to imagine. However, at this moment, it's truly intangibly happening right in front of your eyes. Professor Chang, wait a moment, I'll be right over. Just when Wang Hua's entire body was in a state of mute and stagnation, Chen Hao had already walked past him to Professor Chang Sharun's side. When he passed Wang Hua, Chen Hao even smiled and patted Wang Hua's shoulder. I'm sorry, Brother Hua, I've given you a fright yesterday. Wait for a while, we'll talk later. After saying that, Chen Hao went straight to Professor Chang Sharun's desk. Oh, that's right, Professor Chang. This reaction equation for controlled fusion was written by me based on the correlation of chain reactions. You just need to bring in the mass energy equations of the isotopes and it will be well understood. Hey, by the way, Prof. Chang, didn't you say you wanted to ask me about room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation technology when you came here? Why are you suddenly asking about controlled nuclear fusion now? Chen Hao simply wrote a few formulas on the manuscript paper and asked curiously after another rough introduction. Oh, yeah, that superconducting maglev device is positioned a little too far down. There's no way I can drill into this tank and study it if I can't take it apart. So I'm just going to go ahead and tighten up my research on this project on controlled fusion. Chang Shouren academician's answer is relatively dry. But then, this dry with a hint of heart in it. Academician Chang certainly knows that superconducting magnetic levitation devices are important. But given that the technology of controlled fusion is several orders of magnitude more important than superconducting magnetic levitation technology, then it's only natural that he'd want to work on controlled fusion technology first. Anyway, both technologies fall within the scope of his engineering physics research. So which one is still research? What's more, Ma Weigua, a superstar in materials science, and Pan Jianjian, a bigwig in engineering physics who is also working in the field of controlled fusion, are both here now. Both are typical all-rounders for superconducting magnetic levitation and controlled nuclear fusion that are quite considerable research strength. With the help of these 2 old brothers themselves, direct research on controlled nuclear fusion would simply be the best choice. Of course, as for academician Chang Sharun's sudden shift in his focus, he himself had absolutely nothing to worry about. Not to mention the fact that he himself has quite a deep knowledge of the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. Now with Chen Hao, the transformation of the gods' guidance, then they are simply like a tiger with wings, just waiting for the research results out of the sky. A flight of fancy. Shocked the world are. Do you still need to worry about suddenly changing your research direction? That's child's play. Ha ha. Oh, that's true. Indeed. I did bar the superconducting magnetic levitation system a little too far down when this tank was modified. The main thing to think about at that time was the amphibious traveling of the tanks. Alright, then Professor Chang, Professor Pan, and Professor Ma, you guys get busy first, I'll go look at the other professors. While speaking, Chen Hao then came to another academician who raised his hand. Just after walking up to the other party, that academician complained towards Chen Hao rather helplessly. Chen Hao, little brother, see if you can get those soldier boys to turn the tank over. I am engaged in anti-electromagnetic interference research. You this tank it, everything is good. Is anti-electromagnetic interference probe rod location too inconvenient to observe? My side, I think, just after listening to your explanation, want to go to see the specific structure, the result, and cannot see. You see, the structural principle of this probe rod are out, but there is no way to compare and verify with the real thing. What do you think we can do about this? This tank is so valuable and involves so much technology that I wouldn't dare tell you I want to dismantle it and take the probe out to study it. Why don't you? Little brother Chen Hao, Do yourself a favor and let them turn the tank over for a bit, you see? This academician said while pointing to the location of the EMI-resistant part of the super tank. And just after this academician put his question, immediately, a number of experts and professors at their desks came up with the same idea. Yes, this tank is too precise. It's a pity that it can't be taken apart. If we could take each part out and study it individually. That's it. I engaged in the hydrogen fuel engine power research. Now there is just no physical comparison. The engine mounting place I looked at, pressed to open, which if it can be opened, then the research will be much more convenient. Well, old Chen is right. I was just thinking about the difference between the hydrogen-fueled longitudinal generator and the transverse generator that little brother Chen Hao talked about. But I can't figure out the difference just by thinking about it in my head. It would be great if it could be taken apart. For a while, many experts, professors and academicians expressed their agreement with that one professor's proposal. That being said, the technology of this tank of Chen Hao was indeed too heaven-defying. So much new technology, new techniques loaded on top of a tank all at once. This made the experts and professors who rushed over to study these new technologies and techniques also collectively guilty. If it was just a regular tank, people wouldn't care. It's just a tank. As long as we can parse out new technology from it, we can dismantle it. Once a new blueprint for the technology is acquired, wouldn't it be much more expensive than the tanks themselves? And what's the cost of a tank? However, the key problem lay in the fact that this tank that Chen Hao had transformed was not just any tank. There are so many new technologies and processes and devices up there. This made these expert professors and academicians, even if they thought of removing the relevant research parts for closer examination, it is also deterred from doing anything because of the sophisticated connections between the various agencies. For example, the anti-electromagnetic interference device that the professor just mentioned is installed just a little bit above the controlled fusion device. If anything, the tanks were dismantled in order to research anti-EMI devices. In case the controlled fusion device is dismantled, that loss cannot be measured in money. Indeed, it was now widely believed that Chen Hao had the ability to build another controlled nuclear fusion device out of this. But what about the cost of time? And the cost of various materials and other miscellaneous costs? How do we calculate it? You know, the average tokamak device that is counted in the billions or even tens of billions of dollars. Not to mention the controlled fusion devices that are so advanced now. In case little brother Chen Hao is going to be unable to recover at the back, wouldn't the controlled fusion technology be equivalent to a cooked duck that flew away again? Who can afford such a loss, may I ask? Not to mention that Chen Hao was here now. Even if Chen Hao had taken out a whole set of controllable nuclear fusion devices, there was absolutely no way that anyone at the scene would dare to dismantle this tank at will. Scientific research? Fear not. Fear not. Otherwise, when those top scientists passed away in the first place, why were all the research materials, along with manuscript papers, taken away during their lifetime? It's because cutting-edge technology is too important to be left to chance. Oh, so it's because of that. I thought it was something big. After hearing the opinions of quite a few experts and professors in the equipment workshop, Chen Hao then reacted to what was really going on. Together, this section of the bigwigs were feeling that just listening to their own theoretical descriptions wasn't detailed enough, and wanted to take a closer look at the devices they were working on. After figuring out the common opinion of the experts and professors, Chen Hao just smiled faintly. Spinning around, he asked again towards the academician who had just asked the question. Elder Xie, you want to specialize the spare parts of that device for research, don't you? Okay, I'll fulfill your request and let you be able to touch that EMI-resistant probe rod with your own hands later. With that, Chen Hao walked straight to the seat where Commander Lu Changsheng was temporarily resting at the northwest of the entire equipment workshop. Speaking of which, Commander Lu was indeed tired enough. Since receiving the task of coordinating the rush of academicians from the Dragon Science Academy to Fengtian to participate in an urgent research project, he's just been busy with the streak. A moment to arrange for the landing of the helicopters of the academicians, and a moment to urgently allocate a large number of people to take care of the security of all the academicians. Waiting for these things to finish it, Lu Commander, considering so many academicians gathered together, cannot have a half a point of error, so it is straightforward to support a set of tables and chairs for themselves as well, and simply guard the emergency exit at the northwest location of the equipment workshop in Fengtian military region. The academicians refused to rest, so what reason did he, the commander of the military region, have to rest? Scientists work tirelessly for scientific research. Then he, Lu Changsheng, will not sleep for scientists. Anyway, we are all going for the same goal, the same ideal. Lu Changsheng even more hard to struggle with the scientists on the same front. Brother Chen Hao, is there anything you need help with from the military district? Seeing that Chen Hao had arrived close to him, Lu Changsheng directly rose and inquired. Commander Lu, It's like this. Are those soldiers who just temporarily moved the tables still there? Can you get them to do another favor and move the tables 20 meters around the tank a uniform distance away? I want to adjust the stance of this tank. These desks are too heavy for me to carry alone. Adjusting the tank's stance? Yes. I'll get someone on it right away. Although he himself was not able to understand what exactly Chen Hao meant by adjusting the tank's stance in his words. But now that Chen Hao had raised the question, Lu Changsheng was naturally once again energized and ready to solve this small problem for Chen Hao. Soon, Commander Lu Changsheng called over a platoon of soldiers. These soldiers are also fast enough to be snappy. In a matter of seconds, the desks closest to the tanks were moved about 20 meters to the periphery. Then, after seeing that everyone had retreated to a safe distance, Chen Hao finally held up his own cell phone and spoke again. This time, Chen Hao was speaking to all the expert professors and academicians in the entire equipment workshop. Seniors, everyone stop the research at hand for a moment. A number of you seniors have just been thinking about dismantling the tanks. Here, I, Chen Hao, would like to apologize to all of you seniors first. This tank, it's not particularly easy to disassemble because there are too many parts, so if it's disassembled and then reassembled, it'll take a lot of time. And there's also the possibility of damaging quite a few parts. When he said this, Chen Hao first paused slightly, then calmly continued aloud towards all the bigwigs in the equipment workshop. But I have another way to show everyone the results of my modification techniques. Everyone, please. With that, Chen Hao then directly placed his cell phone to his mouth and ordered, turn on the tank AI control system. Tank transformation countdown, 3, 2, 1 begins. A scene that left everyone extremely shocked and incredulous happened. Just the moment Chen Hao's words had just landed, just as everyone's gazes followed Chen Hao's lead to look at the super tank, there was a surprisingly sudden sound of metal clashing from that one super tank. Click, 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 click. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was confused by the scene in front of them. At this moment within the entire tank equipment workshop, there was silence to an unparalleled degree. It's almost to the point where you can't hear a pin drop. Everyone kept rubbing their eyes, as if to take another closer look to see if they were hallucinating in front of their eyes. Everyone again held their breath at the same time, fearing that any slightest movement would suddenly break the astonishing scene in front of them. That one tank had actually transformed directly under Chen Hao's command. Can you believe it? It directly transformed. More than 40 tons of tanks, in front of thousands of experts, professors and academicians, in front of hundreds of guards, in front of Wang Hua, in front of Commander Lu Changsheng, actually transformed. And it wasn't the kind of transformation that simply turned the gun like that, but the whole tank suddenly stood upright. Upright at the same time. More mind-boggling is that this whole tank was in an instant automatically decomposed out of no less than 100 important device modules, large and small. Among them are controlled nuclear fusion modules, room temperature superconducting magnetic levitation modules, anti-electromagnetic interference modules, hydrogen fuel generator modules for tanks, and so on and so forth. All the important devices and module structures on the tank were surprisingly presented directly in front of everyone in just a few seconds. Brother Chen Hao, are you sure that what you modified is a tank? No, not a transformer? Looking at the sci-fi to the extreme and fantastic tank robot in front of him, even a battle-hardened big shot like Commander Lu Changsheng had already been so shocked that he couldn't even speak, couldn't even walk. It was no less than 5 minutes. No less than 5 minutes later. It was only then that Commander Lu Changsheng muttered something. How in the world could there be such an advanced automated structure? Clunk. Oh no. Professor Lu fainted. Someone come quickly. Prof. Jiang fainted too. Someone come. Clang. 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 Prof. Li. Prof. Chang. Prof. Sun. As the scene of the tank transformation yesterday was so shocking that it dazzled more than 30 field experts at once. That is why the latter research work had to be suspended for the time being. That being said, all the experts, professors and academicians present did not expect Chen Hao's tank to actually have the same functions as the transformers. So, when they saw at first glance such a super advanced tank that had directly transformed in front of their faces, everyone's psyche was in shock, so much so that by the end of the day, more than 30 scientists had simply fainted from excitement. It was also due to the fact that all of these experts had fainted due to overexcitement. So what? At the joint request of the headquarters of the Dragon Science Academy as well as the headquarters of the King City Military Region, the parsing work on Chen Hao's super tank was also temporarily suspended. Of course, the parsing was suspended. Chen Hao's affairs are far from over. After this busy night, the first thing Chen Hao received was a letter of employment from the King City Military Region headquarters. The document clearly stated that the headquarters hoped that Chen Hao could serve as the chief scientist of the headquarters to specialize in the research of army equipment. For positions, They start directly with the rank of major and can be promoted immediately as soon as they produce research results. At the same time, Chen Hao also received an olive branch from the headquarters of the Dragon Science Institute as well as 27 research branches. The headquarters gave the supreme honor of engineering academician, and also gave the triple title of Controlled Fusion Research Project Chief and Magnetic Levitation Research Project Chief and Hydrogen Fuel Generator Research Project Chief. As for those research branches under the Dragon Science Academy, they had given even more enticing conditions in order to compete for Chen Hao. Almost a clear position of vice president of the institute, but also includes the excellent conditions of sharing rooms, cars, and leading the research and development of any project. Anyway, after that one tank 1,000-mile dash plus that one super transformation, Chen Hao had already gained unprecedented attention in this Dragon Science Academy and the entire military. Pang Genoa from the Beihai City Military Region Command also made a special trip to the Fengtian Military Region side. It is hoped that Chen Hao and all the academicians and experts will be brought back to the equipment center of the Beihai Military Region to continue the research work. But what about this proposal? It was directly rejected by Commander Lu Changsheng. Old Pang, how can I say this? I still have to thank you. Look at you. I don't have much to entertain you after this long trip. I'm really sorry. I've been too busy lately. Next time when you come, I'll make sure to treat you well. As for little brother Chen Hao, well, he just flew over from the North Sea. What do you say? You have to let him and the academicians get the research out of the way first. Right. It's really not that I'm fighting with you. It's mainly because scientific research doesn't wait for anyone, and any scientific research result that's released a day late, it's likely to be surpassed. So tell me, at a time like this, what's the point of letting little brother Chen Hao run blindly back and forth again? That's not a delay. As for those academicians and expert professors, you should also know, quite a few of them are already old. Do you think it's reasonable to let them fly around again at a time like this? I don't even think it's reasonable. In short, right. Your special plane flying so far afraid of running out of fuel. You don't worry. I will immediately arrange for people to refuel the plane. Go slowly. Don't see me off. It doesn't matter if Pang Genoa agrees or disagrees. In short, anyway, after a few times in a nutshell, Lu Changsheng then courteously invited Pang Genoa away. Of course, the reason why Lu Changsheng had rejected Pang Genoa's request at such a time wasn't really because of any other reason. Rather, it was because of a very difficult task that Lu Changsheng had just received. This mission was an order given to Fengtian Military Region by the headquarters of the Capital Military Region, and at the same time, it was an order that absolutely could not fail. This order was that 5 days later, Lu Changsheng would be allowed to participate in the global tank competition held in the Camel Kingdom. Yes, this is an international event that is highly regarded by headquarters. If Lu Changsheng were to lose this match this time, then the chain reaction that would be brought about would be quite serious. And what if Commander Lu Changsheng leads the team to win this tournament this time? It will not only win honor for Chinese tanks globally, but will also attract a series of orders from many land forces around the world. As we all know, tanks are quite an important part of the military equipment of countries all over the world. And the reason why the headquarters considered to let Lu Changsheng to lead the team to participate in this global tank competition, the most important reason is still because Fengtian Military Region, as the most important military base of the army, its equipment research and development is actually also the most leading within the whole of China. About 100 years ago, Fengtian was already known as the heavy industrial base of China. Though today, a century later, Fengtian's industrial level is no longer what it used to be on a national scale. But in this area of development of the army's military equipment, it is still relatively ahead of the other military regions. Let's take the Type 99 main battle tank for example. Its production base is under the jurisdiction of Fengtian Military Region. So what? In order to be able to ensure that this time the competition is foolproof, with the strongest strength to meet the challenge of the competition of tanks from various countries, after much deliberation and meticulous analysis, the headquarters finally chose to have Lu Changsheng, the commander of the Fengtian Military Region, lead the team for this important mission. Of course, Lu Changsheng didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, because if you took out the one super tank that Chen Hao had transformed so far and didn't count it, in reality, Lu Changsheng might not really be able to come up with a 10-pronged battle tank in his hands. The global tank competition, that's no ordinary tank competition. It was a comprehensive competition that symbolized the world's best tank building and driving skills. In the past few decades, it's always been the hairy bears and the big beautiful ones that have been on top of the field in this race. Until recently these years, the Chinese tanks are also in the continuous research and development and improvement and innovation, gradually began to show the corner. However, according to reliable sources, in fact, This super tank that Chen Hao was currently modifying was actually not the only super tank that had recently been available. Based on the information that Lu Changxing currently possessed, the Great Pretty Country appeared to be testing an intelligent super tank that surpassed the attributes of the era. It is said that the strength of this tank possesses an absolute crushing power compared to the original tank. One of the more frightening claims is that this tank is powerful enough to rival 50 main battle tanks of any existing type. Therefore, in order to be able to successfully complete the major task explained by the headquarters this time, in the end, Lu Changxing still placed all of his hopes on Chen Hao. There was no way. For a moment, he really couldn't find a super tank that could crush 50 active tanks. A tank crushing 50 tanks. What kind of concept is that? That's a concept that's completely different from the one in the sky and the one on the ground. Lu Changxing has also been in the military for decades. The entire service cycle actually spans several generations of tanks now. Yet he had never heard of a tank that could easily crush 50 of any of the previous generation's tanks. That ratio, to put it bluntly, almost matches the ratio of fighter jets hitting tanks. It could even be argued that perhaps fighter jets may not be as efficient at hitting tanks. After all, some tanks were equipped with surface-to-air weapons, so it might be possible that before the fighters could hit the tanks, the tank's surface-to-air missiles would be blown down first. Brother Chen Hao, I've told you all about the global tank competition. It's just that I don't know if Brother Chen Hao is willing to do us this favor. I know that this tank is Brother Chen Hao's own modified product, and although the Beihai Weaponry Equipment Research Institute side paid for it, I believe they haven't gotten all of your technical authorization for the time being. So, I'm considering if Brother Chen Hao is willing to take this tank to compete with those crooked people for the sake of our China. Then I, Lu Changxing, will thank you, Brother Chen Hao, on behalf of the entire Fengtian military region, as well as all the sons and daughters of China. When discussing this matter with Chen Hao, Lu Changxing did not put up any hint of a fight. On the contrary, Lu Changxing was very sincere in his words and extended an invitation to Chen Hao. Where? I didn't do anything to deserve a thank you. Commander Lu, I know what you said. Don't worry. If anything else I will consider my own interests may not help. Then this favor. Even if Commander Lu doesn't discuss it with me, I am bound to help. No matter what. We are all children of China. If you contribute a part of your strength, and I contribute a part of my strength, there will be hope for all of us in China. In the face of the other party's sincere and not the slightest frame of mind invitation, Chen Hao's reaction was naturally extremely dry. Chen Hao, who hadn't thought that he would one day be able to fight for his country's glory, thought of the countless opponents staring intently at him from behind the tanks in the middle of that vast desert. Chen Hao had then made up his mind early on that he must not let the face of the children of China be lost in front of the rest of the globe. Therefore, when Lu Changxing had just finished his request, Chen Hao did not hesitate to directly take on this daunting task. Oh, right. Brother Chen Hao, I have a question. I don't know if I should ask it or not. Before leaving Chen Hao's room, Commander Lu Changxing folded his head back to look at Chen Hao with some doubt. What's the problem? Commander Lu can tell us anything. Chen Hao nodded and replied with a smile. Oh, that's good. Then I'll ask that, Brother Chen Hao, that transformer tank of yours, will it be able to revert back to being a tank come the day of the competition? You know, the global tank competition. The equipment in this competition has to be at least a little bit tank-like anymore. If we got a transformer directly over there, I'm just afraid that a lot of the opponents on the scene will laugh their asses off. After listening to Commander Lu Changxing's concerns, Chen Hao was considered completely and utterly convinced. The other party was actually questioning the exact strength of this tank of theirs even at this point in time. What do you mean it's still back to being the original tank? So if you can't recover and only have a one-time transformation possibility, wouldn't it be better to dismantle this tank in the first place? It was obvious that Commander Lu was confused about the tank's toughness due to the fact that his contact with himself was still short. Chen Hao now, but also took into account the part of the tank's internal buttons as well as the device has not been completely finished. Therefore, when he sent Commander Lu Changxing away, he came directly to Wang Hua's room, and then took Wang Hua with him to the tank equipment workshop. Just after arriving at the tank equipment workshop, the two once again saw the giant transformer that was standing in front of them. Big white palace of the first water. As the most powerful nation in the world in the field of military equipment, the palace of its chancellor is similarly armed to the teeth. Above the snow-white fence, more than 1,000 cameras were observing all movements within a kilometer around them all the time. 2 kilometers away, outside the Great Palace Square, there were hundreds of plainclothes-clad Buddha dialis who were currently busy in disguise on various streets. Some of these Buddhist dials were dressed as vendors selling pancake fruits. Some pretended to be merchants selling toad families. Others posed as passers-by with their children buying pancake fruits and toadstool balloons. Under immense protection on all sides, Mr. Welch, the the new military advisor to the great and beautiful, was following, step by step, behind the Chancellor. The two were currently taking a walk on the lawn of the Grand Palace. The quinquennial global tank competition is about to begin again, and I wonder what Mr. Welch has to say about it? Within a few steps of slipping away, the White Lantern Chancellor turned to look at Welch and asked, "Mr. Chancellor, with all due respect, I don't have any opinion on this great tank competition held in the Camel Kingdom." Welch replied bluntly, "Oh, ask what?" A hint of curiosity appeared on the Chancellor's face. "According to past experience, our big beautiful tanks have won every time, and I don't think this year will be any different. If we say that just by comparing the tanks in service, our big beautiful M1A2 tanks are enough to crush the tanks of all the countries. As we all know, even the latest T-90 of the Woolly Bear was compared to us in the last competition. So, judging by past results, this win remains a nail-biter. If this achievement is not enough to prove our brilliant achievement, then I am sure that this latest M12B tank we have developed will prove it to the world. Proof that only we, the great beautiful, can introduce a truly epic-making product in the development of land battle tanks. As for the other opponents, I guess I can only laugh. Unbeatable. Completely unbeatable." The smile at the corner of Welch's mouth held a haughty curve throughout as he answered the Arch-Chancellor's question. "That said, the M12B tanks that Big Pretty has developed this time are indeed considered groundbreaking, not to mention the fact that the tank's armor has all been converted to the toughest carbon fiber body. Even the weapon system has abandoned the traditional tank's artillery mode, directly adopting the most light prism strike mode. The so-called light prism strike mode is actually similar to the light prism tanks in Red Alert. There was no need for any shell system at all. Just by firing a high-energy laser, it could easily destroy any target equipment at a high temperature of 100,000 degrees. 100,000 degrees of heat. That's a temperature that can melt even steel chariots. Can such a light prismatic tank be less powerful? What's more, this one main battle tank's light prism strike mode was more than just powerful. What makes it even tougher is that the tank itself has this checked system. With the existence of this artificial intelligence system, this one M12B tank could do simultaneously aim at 50 targets and simultaneously conduct precision strikes within 20 kilometers for tactical purposes. It is conceivable that one tank could lock on and strike 50 of the same tanks simultaneously. What level of technology has this tank reached? And it is precisely the birth of this newly developed super tank. So it gave the new military advisor Mr. Welch injected a great deal of self-confidence, so that he lightly gave the conclusion of the tank competition in a few days. "Well, the M12B tank is indeed the best tactical mass murderer we have on hand. However, I have recently heard that there is an out-of-control tank over in China that has a range of 3,000 kilometers, and it's also said to be quite as fast as it can be, several times faster than any ordinary tank. Mr. Welch, this time, since I chose you to be the representative of the big and beautiful side of this global tank competition, you can't disgrace us." The White Lantern Chancellor was naturally aware of the progress of the development of his own tanks. In fact, back when the first M12B tank rolled off the production line from the factory, the Chancellor himself went to specifically watch a live test of the M12B tank. The amazing feat of one M12B tank taking on 50 M1A1 tanks single-handedly directly made the Chancellor's already somewhat dazed brain even more dizzy. The unrivaled tactical prowess, the super weapon that completely crushed the other tanks, put the Chancellor in a good mood. When I got back from the lab, I treated myself to 2 sets of extra egg pancakes and nuts. "Mr. Chancellor, I thought you were worried about something, but it turns out you're worried about that one out-of-control tank. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Chancellor, just rest assured that just yesterday, I've already watched the video about that tank spread on the online platform over and over again. Indeed, the speed and range of that runaway tank is phenomenal. However, you may have forgotten, Mr. Chancellor, that tanks are for fighting, and that's not for rolling down the road. What's the point of running fast? Can you outrun the lasers of a light prism strike weapon? So what if it has a long range? The probe we launched 50 years ago didn't have a long enough range? We lost contact with the probe a long time ago, didn't we? These are features for bluffing children. Where can they be compared to artificial intelligence technology plus light prism strike technology? Looking at the Archon, he looked slightly uneasy. Welch gave his conclusion clearly at once. Pragmatically speaking, as a military advisor and at the same time the head of the delegation of the big and beautiful side of this big tank competition, Welch is still very dedicated to this job he has. Back when the tank that Chen Hao had modified was still running wild on the road, Welch had actually seen what that tank at the show looked like when it went out of control from above the online media. At the time, he almost didn't laugh his teeth off. The thought of a tank zipping out of the show floor with a good start. He then instantly felt an inexplicable sense of silliness. That what's-his-name Beihai Weaponry and Equipment Research Institute's tank modification is also too much child's play. Put aside the exhibition site actually can make the tank out of control. Such a tank, you say, has the ability to combat, then he Welch also have to believe After ending the meeting with the Chancellor, Welch hoofed it back to the middle of the secret military base more than 200 kilometers away. Just after walking into the secret military base, rows of shiny new tanks were neatly arranged on top of the base's training ground. "Hey Colonel Tom, how's the new tank driving training going?" Welch asked toward an officer who had just gotten off one of the tanks in the training yard. "Mr. Welch, it feels so good, both the reaction time of the maneuvers and the attack operation of the weapons. It's all simply impeccable, and it's a complete honor to be able to drive such a tank in this life that combines artificial intelligence and light prism strike technology." Colonel Tom is the top tank driver in this secret military base. Think back to when Big Pretty had just developed the M1A1 tank. Colonel Tom was the first to go up for a test drive, as well as the first top tank driver to drive an M1A1 tank in a live exercise. Of course, at that point in time he was just the driver of an M1A1 tank, not the gun operator, because the M1A1 tanks of that time didn't actually have an AI operating system like these M12B tanks do now. So what? The previous tanks were crewed with 3 men as standard, and in addition to him and the gunner, there was an observer, who was specialized in observing the position of the target. And what about these M12B tanks now? Thanks to the AI operating system. So straight away, the original 3-person tank was changed to a tank that could be operated by 1 person. Now an M12B tank, in reality, only needs 1 person, who stays inside the cockpit and manipulates the virtual screen. As for driving a tank as before while still relying on observers from time to time to finalize the direction of advance, that was a far greater efficiency gain. So, when he saw Welch again today himself, the joy on Colonel Tom's face was directly visible. "That's good. I was worried that this new type of tank had been out for too short a period of time and that you, the number 1 tank driver, wouldn't be able to adapt, Colonel Tom, but this mission has gone to the top by you personally. According to the Chancellor, you're making sure to crush all the other opponents this time before you do so, because the Camel Kingdom had already said before the match that if either side's tanks won, the Camel Kingdom's military equipment purchase order would have that side's name on it." The thought of the Camel Kingdom overwhelmed Welch's emotions. The Camel Kingdom is too rich. Too rich. Don't look at the population size is not that big, but the average income of the people is high. Moreover, most of the Camel Kingdom's original boundaries were situated on the oil fields. To put it bluntly, people in that situation casually glean a few shovels inside their own yards, only to discover a new oil well too. Imagine that such a country has announced that it is going to make a massive military equipment purchase. That big beautiful as the world's know. 1 armament power. Welch he the advisor cannot be excited? Tank big competition then good. That Camel Kingdom's order can become a nail on the board, feet on the palm of the sky. By that time, that order, I'm afraid it could easily start with 10 billion meters of knife. An order of this magnitude is expected to be much more cost-effective than all the light weapons Big Pretty used to export. In the past, the export of small arms and light weapons was very beautiful, and we have exported several containers, but we have not seen much income. On the contrary, because the function is not as stable as the performance of the AK-47 of other people's furry bears, and also encountered quite a few times to return. Now, with the M12B tanks, one of them will be sold at the price of F-35, and it's not easy to get billions of dollars in the bank. Big deal. Big deal. This deal is the most important deal since Welch took office. He would never allow anyone, anything, to mess up his deal. He was more than willing to allow any country's tanks to be comparable to the big beautiful ones. The bout has to shock all opponents, and the order has to crush all opponents in the same way. The so-called fish in bear's paw. Welch must have both. This is his Welch's ambition, a bright and naked ambition. Big Pretty's advisor, Welch, was still in the middle of the base boosting the morale of the tank drivers. Chen Hao's side, on the other hand, has already taken Wang Hua to jerk on the skewers, as the academicians have taken a temporary break for a day or two. A little later, Commander Lu Changcheng would again send someone to send him the specifics and detailed requirements for this tank competition. So Chen Hao temporarily there is nothing to do. Since there is nothing to do, of course, it's not about food, it's about drinks. To be honest, Chen Hao and Wang Hua had both gone almost a whole day without eating. Chen Hao has been guiding academicians to analyze the technology on top of their own modified tanks, and after guiding them, he was called by Commander Lu to discuss things, so he's been so busy that he hasn't really bothered to eat. As for Wang Hua, his situation was different from that of Chen Hao. He didn't eat, mostly because he couldn't, because his whole body looked a bit dumbfounded when he saw that tank droid. The thought that he might have to drive that one transformer far beyond the domain for the competition behind him. Wang Hua's legs then softened somewhat unconsciously. A tank that can transform into a transformer. What should I do with myself when the time comes? Now his own originally styled tank hadn't learned how to drive it yet. Not to mention the tank after the transformation. Until Chen Hao came over and called Wang Hua to go eat skewers. Wang Hua's mind was still thinking, when the time really comes to the tank competition, don't change your body. In case you change your body and then pop me out as a driver, then won't I become a living target? An hour or so later, just as Chen Hao was still explaining to Wang Hua that the last incident of the tank going out of control was a small mistake on his part, and that he would immediately modify the button after he finished eating and went back, the staff member that Commander Lu Changsheng had sent over to deliver the information came to the front of the two people. The staff did not say anything more. At that moment, they directly put a pile of not too thick tank's big competition information on the table case. Wang Hua picked up the information on the desktop, so look. At once, the originally lifted heart followed by a few points of tension. What's the situation? This tank competition is actually not allowed to use artillery for safety reasons? What's the point of the competition then? Damn Big Pretty. Why so damaging? Did you know ahead of time that your tank is only equipped with a gun system and an electromagnetic nuclear explosion weapon system on top? Is it hard to get me to use a nuclear explosive weapon? How can that work? Nuclear explosive weapons are banned all over the world. And if we can't even use the artillery system, then won't we have no weapons to use on this tank? Where did Wang Hua know that Big Pretty would use such underhanded tricks in order to win the championship this time and successfully take the order from Camel Kingdom? Wang Hua was even less aware of the fact that at this moment in time, Big Pretty had actually long since fought to utilize the light prism strike weapon to crush all the participating tanks. To be honest, Big Pretty does have a mean streak with this one too. On the surface it plays the routine of world peace always, but behind the scenes, the weapons it comes up with are always the most contrary to the spirit of peace. And, even this one is no exception. Big Pretty well knows that his own family already has a light prism strike weapon, while most countries' tanks don't have a similar weapon yet. So what? He just found a special excuse to maintain world peace and banned artillery outright. You know that the main battle weapon that tanks usually use is the barrel of the gun on the turret. Now the tank competition is actually not allowed to use artillery. Great Britain can do without them. But what about other countries? It's not like the pilot can drive halfway and then open the hatch and carry a bazooka out to aim at the opponent. Can such an operation work? This hand is completely blocking the way of others. They want to go how they want to go. Shoot to the house. No artillery systems allowed? That can't be right. Let's see. Chen Hao himself hadn't expected that the international tournament known as the Great Tank Competition would actually ban artillery. And so it was that he directly took the pile of documents about the competition instructions and the flow of the competition from Wang Hua's hands. It was only after about 10 minutes of careful reading that Chen Hao also finally confirmed that what Wang Hua had spouted was true. I used to think how fair these international tournaments were, but it looks like that's about it. After carefully reading all the contents on the document, Chen Hao finally set a tone for this tank competition. But that sets the tone. The great global tank race competition, yet it is a must. Because this was something that Commander Lu Changsheng had specifically begged to get to himself. If one were to tell Commander Lu right now that this tank of his would have no usable weapons if he removed the gun system and banned the electromagnetic nuclear explosion system, Commander Lu must be very, very difficult. The documents all say that it takes 5 years to have a competition like this for the global tank competition. Moreover, such a competition is also about generating revenue from foreign military sales of tanks. If you say that you have only read a document and completely conceded, then let Lu Changsheng Lu commander with what tank to go to the field of battle. No, one has to think of something else to do. Ding dong, a major mental fluctuation has been detected in the host's spirit. Unlocking the Super Makeover System treasure chest. Ball lightning weapon system, priced at $10 billion. Redeemable for points of equal value. Shadow Invincibility Stealth System, priced at $20 billion. Redeemable for points of equal value. Hypersonic Cruise System, priced at $50 billion. And can be exchanged for points of equal value. Add the new system to your equipment and receive a mystery reward. Reward for successful addition, level +1. 200,000 points. Ha! It's really a pillow when sleep comes, ha! This system is really thoughtful. This price. At first, I heard the system beep. Chen Hao also had his heart slightly agitated for that small amount of time. As a result, before Chen Hao's excitement rose, the selling price at the back directly left Chen Hao speechless. The cheapest one can be retrofitted with a system that actually costs $10 billion. Is this handing himself a pillow? This is clearly treating himself as an ingrate. $10 billion is a concept. An ordinary person, 10 lifetimes cannot spend all the wealth. This system actually opens its mouth. And what's even more outrageous is that the price of the system at the back is even more expensive, actually jumping directly from 20 billion to 50 billion again. $50 billion. $50 billion. You can't spend it all in one lifetime. So you put in a system and it's clean? What kind of blackmail is that? No. No. Resolutely no. Old me does not modify. It's too much. What a mess to ask for $10 billion. Take me as the richest man in the world? Looking at the holographic display record that appeared in front of his retina, Chen Hao immediately failed to restrain his emotions and yelled out directly in a depressed manner. Hey, Chen Hao, what are you doing? Why are you starting to talk nonsense while jerking off a skewer? What do you want $10 billion? What about becoming the richest man in the world again? Where did Wang Hua know what Chen Hao's reaction was due to? Seeing that his own brother suddenly stopped jerking the skewer and mumbled with his mouth open, Wang Hua was a bit worried and reached forward to touch Chen Hao's forehead. Ha! It's not hot. Why are you talking nonsense? 2 bells later, Chen Hao, who had returned to his room for a temporary rest, finally decided to pull out the $10 billion in cash from his card. Although for such a large amount of wealth, Chen Hao has 1,000 reluctance, 10,000 reluctance. But as soon as he thought of Commander Lu Chongqing's expectant eyes, he thought of this opportunity to display the nation's prestige that was only held once every 5 years. Chen Hao still decided to endure the pain and dedication. Among Chen Hao's considerations, he had the system to boost himself, and sooner or later, his money would still be gathered. But the opportunity to dedicate oneself to Huaxia and give to the revitalization of the nation is not always available, especially in this kind of thing to be unveiled in front of the world. The success or failure of the Great Tank Competition is a major event that affects the possible tens of billions of dollars of rice knife military sales in China. One should never let one's own selfish thoughts hold up the affairs of one's family and country. At this moment, the image of those academicians analyzing the tank technology overnight the night before had already surfaced in his mind. Throughout the equipment workshop, there are old experts and professors with gray hair everywhere. They're trying to parse out the technology of this tank they're modifying in order to be able to get to it sooner. He even skipped meals and didn't even sleep, just to be able to parse successfully as early as possible, thus contributing to China. How can one back down at a time like this compared to these great scientists? How can such a retreat be worthy of these academicians who have braved thousands of miles for the sake of China's scientific research? A little determination goes a long way behind. When Chen Hao went to the Fengtian Military Region's tank equipment workshop again, he had realized that the $10 billion on his bank card had been deducted. The only thing left was the 100,000 Chinese coins that were rewarded when the tank was remodeled before. But the fact that the money was gone didn't make Chen Hao feel depressed. On the contrary, after Chen Hao had restored the tank from its transformer state to that of a normal tank, Chen Hao then realized that he had gained some more unexpected benefits. Ding dong! Ball lightning weapon system exchange successful. The host has also obtained the ball lightning system modification guide, which can easily complete, without the need for a robotic arm, the modification and retrofitting of the ball lightning weapon system. Well, this is not bad. Chen Hao nodded slightly, and then directly followed the system's prompts, allowing the staff accompanying him to take over an entire toolbox of tools. Some kind of hammer and wrench, some kind of vise and crowbar, and some kind of adze and chisel and axe and saw and all that. In short, all the basic tools that an everyday tank mechanic can apply are basically available in one place. Hand me that sledgehammer, the kind that's 80 a hammer. Hand me the wrench again. Yes, the hexagonal one. I'm going to remove the screws here to make a space. Although the few staff members beside him were not able to understand what exactly Chen Hao was doing, but along with Chen Hao's operations becoming more and more bizarre and unusual, the surrounding staff were also shocked by Chen Hao's hand. Chen Hao next to these people can be Lu Chongqing, Lu commander specially assigned to Chen Hao, specialized in modification and maintenance of tanks, professional technicians. To put it bluntly, in reality, these guys have plenty of experience dismantling tanks. Watching the Soldier Assault TV series should know that this tank dismantling and repair in fact, really is the ordinary soldiers to complete. Wasn't there a scene like that in the show? The squad leader told Su Mumu while holding the steel brazier with one hand, "You are now very simple. Just one way. Swing the hammer." As the saying goes, what happens in a story is said to be true or not true. The tank conversion thing actually happens to be just like in the movie and TV show. Chen Hao's operation was too amazing, completely beyond the concept of conventional repair and modification of tanks, attracting the surrounding staff. The more they watched, the more they felt Chen Hao was awesome. I'm not mistaken, am I? Chief Engineer Chen Hao has now taken over a few appointments from the Dragon Science Academy headquarters, so most people have changed their name to Chen Hao as Chief Engineer Chen. How can you control the strength of the sledgehammer like this? This is too precise. Structural modifications which would have been on the equipment. How could 2 wrenches have solved it another way? Can't understand. Really can't understand at all. I've been a veteran of repairing tanks for 15 years, but I can't understand all of Chief Engineer Chen's moves. As Chen Hao's operation became more and more skillful, the people around him were becoming more and more uptight in their admiration for Chen Hao. Seeing that Chen Hao had actually added a very strange-looking device inside the tank without any automated machinery, everyone's eyes looked straight. Totally unbelievable modification operation. Totally unprecedented modification ideas. Simply by virtue of the adze chisels and axes and saws on hand, Chen Hao had actually accomplished the task of adding a weapon system that could only be accomplished with the help of a robotic arm at the very least. However, this ball lightning weapon system suit is loaded. However, after pretending, Chen Hao looked at the crowd again and realized that they were all in a state of confusion, staring straight at him. What's wrong? Is there mud on my face? Chen Hao removed his gloves and wiped his face inquiringly. No, Chief Engineer Chen, you're too strong. You simply surpassed our knowledge of the tank modification process. But what? Chen Hao helplessly urged. But is this device really that ball lightning weapon system of some sort? Aren't ball lightning weapons from science fiction? Can such a strange device really fire a ball flash weapon? Asking 3 questions in a row directly made Chen Hao even more speechless. The ball lightning system, he knew it well, as the system had already passed all the relevant knowledge of this system into his brain already. But then, it would be difficult for him to explain it clearly to these staff members around him, for no other reason than the simplicity of the device. But the principle is significantly more complex. Ball lightning, commonly known as a rolling mine, it is actually a macroscopic particle in an excited state. It is well known that, in general, people's knowledge of particles should belong to the microscopic world. However, the particle that triggers ball lightning is different from the microcosmic particle. It is in the macrocosm. This is because it can be localized and observed directly with the instrument. It doesn't take some scanning tunneling microscope to magnify it a few million times. The ball lightning weapon, on the other hand, utilizes the quantum uncertainty of this macroscopic particle to create a weapon. Once this weapon is excited, the quantum superposition state of the macroparticle collapses directly, releasing a tremendous amount of energy. This energy, due to its physical properties, is not the same as the physical properties of particle energy in general. That's why previous scientists basically never thought about how ball lightning could be transformed into a ball lightning weapon system. Now, Chen Hao was utilizing the principle of quantum state collapse to directly make a ball lightning weapon, and he had personally primed it with both hands. Neither computers nor any automated tools were used. Just use the simplest of tools and give it a hard save. It's like what? It's like a big grade 8 welder welding the shell of a rocket. That's how tough it is. That's how awesome it is. What ordinary people can do, I, Chen Hao, can do. What ordinary people can't do, I, Chen Hao, can still do. I'll ask you if you're halal-less. I'll ask you if you're bullish. Bullish? Really bullish? Chief Engineer Chen, can you explain it again? I didn't understand a single word of the principle you just explained, except for the punctuation marks. Anyway, it's just a device made using the quantum collapse effect, and as for whether or not it will work, won't testing it tell us? By the way, we can't test it yet because this ball lightning weapon system is not yet connected to the intelligent control system on the tank. Everyone wait for me for another half a day, huh? Time always passes extraordinarily fast. Just like the balance on people's silver cards. It's already fucking bottomed out before they've spent much on it. The next day, when Commander Lu Changsheng came to watch this tank, which had undergone a second modification and was about to travel to the Camel Kingdom to participate in the competition, with full of anticipation, as well as excitement, Commander Lu Changsheng was silent. Not only was Commander Lu Changsheng silent, even the dozen or so tank modification experts beside him were silent. I don't know how much time passed, accompanied by a surprised inquiry. The awkwardly serene atmosphere of the equipment workshop was only slightly reduced. Chief Engineer Chen, you said you added a ball lightning weapon? But look at all this tin that's been added to the shell of this tank. Isn't that an obvious stove shape? Not that I'm presumptuous, huh? Chief Engineer Chen, are you sure this is the ball flash weapon you were talking about and not a boiler? How come there's an extra spout? Looking at such a cylinder-style device added to the outside of the tank, Lu Changsheng's eyes nearly fell off in shock. He's kind of been in the military for half his life. However, it was really the first time that Lu Changsheng had seen a uniquely shaped weapon addition like this one. Those who felt the same way as Commander Lu Changsheng were the line of tank modification experts around them. When these people saw the extremely unique ball flash weapon shape, the first thing that came to mind was to look for the burner stove shape with a kettle stand spout. After the crowd went up to start looking carefully, everyone's eyes are even more eager staring into the size of a copper bell. My god, this was actually hammered on with a hammer. The precision of this addition is also too rough, but this technique is simply a wonder of the world. How can there be such a divine technique? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. It's breathtaking. Perfect craftsmanship combined with a crude and incredibly simple shape. Is this addition indeed a weapon? It couldn't be a specially built abstractionist artifact, could it? Almost everyone was marveled to the point of amazement at Chun Hao's craftsmanship in manually adding the ball flash weapon. But at the same time, everyone marveled even more at Chen Hao's rough-to-the-core ball flash weapon. The masters who had done the tank modification work knew very well that for something like Chen Hao's purely manual addition of a tank device, even if they were given decades, they would never have thought of such a miraculous method. But they are equally well aware that what they see in front of them that is the addition of a bunch of exquisite rags. Looking through the spout of the pot, it is completely black with a few flickering copper or iron wires or something. If it wasn't for the fact that these masters were many times more professional than the staff that had assisted Chun Hao in retrofitting the tank's weapon system before, I'm afraid that even they themselves would have a hard time believing that what they saw in front of them was the ball lightning weapon system. It does look like it has a bit of a structural shape of a ball lightning weapon system. But right now the Human Society ball lightning weapon system is actually right in the middle of research. So I don't know how you built it. Chief Engineer Chen, an expert proficient in weapon systems, inquired towards Chen Hao. Quantum superposition states. Ah, that's Schrodinger's cat. And those aren't copper wires in there either. They're macroparticle traps. That's particle trapping metal probes. Crude to a point, but they're good enough. This ball flash weapon of mine uses the most basic method of tanto pole capture, controlling the frequency of tanto pole vibration through the tank's intelligence system. The method of releasing ball lightning is then followed by capturing the surrounding macroparticles through co-frequency resonance, and finally by exciting the macroparticles, which triggers the quantum collapse effect. Chen Hao paraphrased it succinctly. However, it was obvious that these experts today, like those staff members yesterday, as usual, did not understand a single bit of what Chen Hao was describing. That said, after all, the concept of a ball lightning weapon has yet to become a reality in the world. How come Chen Hao has made ball lightning weapons a reality by just knocking around for a whole day? How is that possible? Hey, Chief Engineer Chen, tomorrow I'm going to lead the team to the Camel Kingdom. You've added a set of boilers to the tank. How can I compete? Actually, Lu Chongqing didn't look like he was complaining about Chen Hao, because he himself knew very well that the reason why Chen Hao had remodeled this tank for the second time was actually all to help himself. But given what he saw in front of him was truly beyond his own perception. That was why Lu Chongqing still let out a helpless sigh after sensing that his journey would most likely be humiliating. Commander Lu, I know you don't think this device, which is similar to a boiler, can release ball lightning, but I can still tell you unequivocally that this device can definitely release ball lightning. Well, whatever. Anyway, it's impossible to add any other weapons after what happened, so we'll just go with luck this time. In the face of Chen Hao's certainty, Lu Chongqing didn't say anything else, and only accepted this gift from Chen Hao after slightly calculating the time in his mind. There is no way, this time, to participate in the global tank competition. China, in addition to the 99A tank, there is no other new tank for Lu Chongqing to take out. So now, even if he didn't want to settle, he would just have to keep settling. A few hours later, Lu Chongqing brought his entire expedition to seal this gift from Chen Hao. Meanwhile, after a series of evangelism, plus remodeling and retrofitting, Chen Hao also fell into incomparable fatigue. At that moment, he did not follow Lu Chongqing to the Camel Kingdom. Instead, after sending away Lu Chongqing, Wang Hua and other people in the line, directly back to the Fengtian Military Region's guest house, directly afore leaning rest on the couch sound asleep. The fifth day had come and gone in the blink of an eye. On top of the vast desert, the entire delegation of Commander Lu Chongqing Lu had just stepped off the airplane and was deeply impressed by the soft yet delicate sand under their feet. Well, it looks like it wasn't worth the trip. The race to be first to get the order will have to be considered a companion. As for what happens after the competition begins, we can only take one step at a time. As for Chen Hao's second modification of this tank filled with deep uneasiness, that's why Commander Lu Chongqing didn't unload the super tank at the beginning either. Instead, they waited until a number of members of national delegations had arrived at the airport and left with their tanks. It was only then that Commander Lu Chongqing ordered the unloading of the main character of the competition, the super tank. The Camel Kingdom was worthy of being the go-big house of the desert world, and that amount of bravado wasn't something that ordinary countries could compare to. The team that had just led the competition to the field on the outskirts of the Camel Kingdom's competition city, Commander Lu Chongqing and his entourage were then completely overwhelmed by the rich and noble aura of Godado, the endless gold-domed tents, the luxurious to the core Persian carpets, plus the hundreds of various top-of-the-line sports cars that had come to take care of the participants. Straight away, the whole team looked dumbfounded. Can you believe it? Inside the desert, they even spare a sports car. The one at the head is a supercar made of pure gold. It is said that just the car body shell with the gold material used more than a ton. The whole sports car is only 2.5 tons, combined with the gold piled up half. What does it mean to be rich? This is rich. Even if you rub off a piece of paint, you have to count the grams of gold. People are actually willing to run inside the desert. Is this the tent we're going to be living in for the next few days of competition? A 50-meter diameter tent. Hiss. Follow the receptionist to the resting place prepared by Camel Kingdom. Wanhua was instantly shocked by the onslaught of fine decorations and huge tent space. Tables and chairs and benches at a casual glance that are radiantly glittering. A variety of dazzling house facilities, making the crowd as far as the eye can see. A feeling of luxury. This is the tent your team will use to rest for the next few days, and there are 9 other tents next to it for you to rest in as well. This place is the bedroom. This place is the parlor, and that's the bathroom. By the way, in order to welcome the teams from various countries, our Camel Kingdom has also prepared a thin gift for each participating country. Each team will receive 50 camels after the tournament. This gift is unrelated to the prize of the contest, which is given whenever you enter. Once the receptionists had left, Commander Lu Changsheng set about the task of preparing for the tournament. As many relevant news, there is no way to get it until you are in the tournament field. So after arriving at the site of the competition, Commander Lu immediately dispatched his adjutant to go and inquire about the news of the various participating teams. As a participant in an important international event, this kind of work has always been mandatory for the heads of the national teams. And what about besides the teams sending people privately to find out what's going on? Before the tournament starts, the tank equipment of each country is also concentrated in the open tank parking lot for public exhibition. After all, this global tank competition, which can only be had once every 5 years, has always been the scene of various military powers showing off their muscles. Therefore, the public exhibition before the race has also become an agreed and customary operation of this race. Of course, if any country's representative team is not confident in their own tanks, or knows that their tanks are not reliable at all, then they can also not participate in the public exhibition before the competition. However, that would basically draw ridicule from the rest of the globe. After all, who would believe that a tank outfit that doesn't even dare to make an appearance can have much real-world combat capability? At a time like this, it's a 5-year international competition, not a secretive program when cutting-edge weapons are being developed. So if you're afraid to make an appearance, it's a sure sign that your family's tanks don't have much power. We're about to race. You're still hiding. Is that necessary? It's hard not to start the race behind you with a blindfold too. Wang Hua. Tomorrow morning is when the official competition starts. You as a super tank driver should take a rest today, to build up your strength. Lu Feng, you're a capable general under Commander Peng. You'll be in charge of arranging the exhibition this afternoon. By the way, let's not apply for the most prominent exhibition position for that one tank of ours. You've all seen the shape of the tank before. And what about the function? None of us are quite sure. This kind of global tank equipment exhibition warms up. Let's not get together and steal the limelight. Just apply for a seat that's more to the side. Commander Lu Changxing's considerations could not be said to be less than meticulous, due to the fact that he himself had seen with his own eyes just how rough the tank that Chen Hao had remodeled was before. Therefore, Commander Lu himself was not very sure about that tank after the secondary modification. Make objects that look like a boiler stacked on top of a tank and call it a ball lightning weapon. This is also ultimately not very convincing in any way. So what? In order to avoid even before the start of the competition, this tank of Chen Hao has attracted international attention. Commander Lu Changsheng still decided that it would be better to keep a low profile for the time being and take care of the early exhibition matters before the competition. After all, it's not right not to go, and it's not right to go too high profile. So, finding an inconspicuous location became the most reliable option. However, as the saying goes, it doesn't thunder in winter and it rains in summer. Commander Lu Changxing's side of the arrangement was very low-key. However, his opponent, Welch from Big Pretty, clearly has no intention of giving him the lowdown. The matter of the exhibition had just been prepared before Commander Lu Changxing took the first step into the exhibition site with Lu Feng and his group. He was then already on Welch's radar. Hello, Commander Lu. I've heard a lot about you, and I've finally met you today. Wilkie's opening statement had seemed quite polite, but there was clearly some sharpness in those next words. After briefly exchanging pleasantries with Lu Changsheng, Welch then went straight to the point and glared at Ru Changsheng. Commander Lu, there's still a few minutes to go before it's time for the tanks of the various countries to lift their cloths for the exhibition, and I've been watching all the way over here. Nor did I see the location of the booth where your country was located, so I wonder where exactly your tanks were placed. Welch's mouth visibly curved in a slight smile. Our tanks are naturally where they should be, and that's not for Special Envoy Welch to worry about. By the way, if my Lu Changsheng remembers well, didn't your country's previous competitions love to place their booths in the most prominent position? Lu is not talented, just want to take advantage of this opportunity. Personally see, your country's tanks lifting cloth ceremony, or also a long understanding. As a battle-hardened commander of an army military region, how could Liu Changxing not see the other party's meaning coming? It was obvious that what Welch had just said was that he wanted to feel out his side before the exhibition began. Know exactly what kind of special weapon systems the tanks on their side have. Because of the previous operation under Big Pretty, the gun system was no longer allowed to be used in this tank competition. Therefore, the alternative weapons loaded on the tanks of the participating countries became one of the most important things that the teams of each country had to know. There was naturally no way that Liu Changsheng would fall for this tentative behavior of Welch's. Quite the contrary. Liu Changsheng also sent the other party's words back to the other party again in the first place, unchanged. At the same time, he did not forget to put a high hat on the other party, so that if the other party was willing to fool around, he could fool around for a while. However, something that Liu Changsheng's side didn't expect happened. When Liu Changsheng did the opposite and offered Welch a tour of Big Pretty's entry tanks this time around first. Welch, however, did not reject Liu Changsheng. On the contrary, after hearing Liu Changsheng's falsely complimentary tone, this guy really took it seriously, and immediately raised his chin, dejectedly skimmed his big mouth and said, "Ha ha, since Commander Liu also knows that your country's tanks are no match for ours, I'll take Commander Liu for a long ride." With that, Welch then waved one hand, signaling Liu Changsheng and his group to follow his delegation forward to find out what was going on. With things having come to this, it was naturally impossible for Liu Changsheng to shy away from the stage, so he directly led Liu Feng and the others, directly to the front of the booth that was the most conspicuous in the entire advance exhibition. At this moment, the big beautiful booth is already crowded with members of national delegations. There were also quite a few journalists from all over the globe, who had already taken their long guns and short cannons and aimed their lenses directly at the piece of masking on the booth. After about 2 minutes or so, everyone in the entire show saw Welch, the special envoy of the great and beautiful delegation, walk to the center position of the entire booth. Guests, members of national delegations, and friends of the media from around the globe, welcome to our big beautiful booth. I'm sure everyone has been looking forward to this worldwide top tank competition since the moment we arrived in the Camel Kingdom. In all honesty, we, the members of Big Pretty, are actually looking forward to the moment the bout begins. Of course, our expectations are not the same as your expectations. With all due offense, you are all looking forward to nothing more than to witness with your own eyes that there is a country on top of this blue planet that has a tank that truly claims to be the king of land warfare. And we at Big Pretty Expectations are showing everyone in person, by our own actions, that our Big Pretty tanks are the true kings of land warfare. Below, I'm about to lift the mask on the tank. Let's witness the moment of miracle together. The M12B Light Prism Tank, the newest land force of our great beauty. Wow! With the completion of Welch's opening speech, and with the complete lifting of the piece of blindfold, throughout the exhibition, all the people were stunned by the tanks they saw before them. The one that lay less than 20 meters in front of the crowd was not a tank in the traditional sense at all. Rather, it was a groundbreaking piece of work that clearly surpassed the current technology of Blue Star. Concealed tracks, anti-radar detection hull construction, plus that one hexagonal metal structure mounted directly above the turret position, completely and utterly revolutionized all people's perceptions of traditional tanks. That one 6-pronged metal construct was none other than the Light Prism Tower, the weapon core of this Light Prism tank of Big Pretty. Oh, Gauda, sell the cake. There's been news for a long time that Great Beauty has created a weapon that can use high-energy lasers to destroy its opponents. I didn't think it was true. Crap. Big Pretty actually did build the legendary Light Prism tank. This structure is obviously that of a laser weapon. If they are going to put this kind of tank into military aid, our Furry Bear's current ground offensive is only afraid. Yossi, Aligardo, Pro Daddy's weapons are just awesome. It looks like the strength of our great Sakura's army is going to follow suit. Yossi, Ashiba, is this both Big Brother's armament development prowess? The legendary Light Prism weapon, it's actually coming to life. Oh, after this competition, our Goryo Stick country must be the first to purchase Ho ho ho. Terrifying, too terrifying. There really is a country in the world that has made the Light Prism weapon. It looks like our Camel Kingdom must spend a little bit more money and buy it this time. The moment the Light Prism tank was unveiled, basically all the members of the national delegations as well as all the journalists and media at the scene were shocked. In fact, as early as half a year ago, globally, there was already a rumor circulating about Big Pretty developing a Light Prism weapon. However, at that time, people in various countries around the globe didn't really believe it. After all, an army weapon like the Light Prism tank is indeed a bit too sci-fi. Humanity is currently from the public information. how to increase the laser energy to destroy heavy armor technology are still belonging to the countries of the technical challenge. But now, Daisai had actually taken the lead in making this weapon. How can one not be shocked by such a scene? And how can one not feel surprised? Strength is simply too strong, totally riding the lead tech. Big trouble. I didn't expect the rumors in the streets to be true, that there really exists a king of tanks in the world that can destroy 50 tanks at the same time. All of the delegations from other countries around the globe were stunned. And naturally, Lu Changsheng would be no exception. Thinking about the reason why he had to go and request Chen Hao to come and help him remodel the entry tank. The purpose, in fact, was to counter this one super land weapon with potentially earth-destroying power. Only what he didn't expect was that his fears would actually become a reality so soon. Big beautiful light prism tank really built. The manufacturing principle of the light prism tower was something that Lu Changsheng's Fengtian military region had specialized in. Granted, the Fengtian military region didn't have the ability to develop a light prism weapon, but it was easy for him to tell from the structure if the weapon on that tank was a light prism weapon or not. The typical six-pronged metal construction has made the technology of everything more than clear. This one tank is the legendary super tank that can defeat 50 in one. No exceptions. A 1-to-50 battle loss ratio. Eyeing the radiant super tank, Lu Changsheng let out a long, helpless sigh. And just as Commander Lu Changsheng sighed, the great PPO's envoy, Wilch, arrogantly continued to speak. Gentlemen, as you can already see, this is the latest masterpiece of our great pretty. Here, I can happily announce with you all the rumors circulating around the globe about the light prism tank in the first few months were true. Our tanks, equipped with the latest artificial intelligence systems, can aim and destroy 50 targets at once. If there are still people present who don't believe it, then wait until tomorrow. After the official start of the Tank Grand Tournament, everyone will just witness the moment when the miracle happens. Extremely confident commentary accompanied Welch for the entirety of the show. It wasn't until half an hour later, when the limited demo time was over, that special envoy Welch walked off the booth with a sense of satisfaction. Only, after walking off the stand, envoy Welch didn't get very far. Instead, he returned directly to Commander Lu Changsheng and smiled at him with a raised eyebrow. Commander Lu, you've seen our big beautiful tanks today. It should be time for your country's tanks to make an appearance next. Good, since we have to make an appearance sooner or later, then we don't have to hide it. Commander Lu Changsheng knew there was no hiding when he lifted the cloth. So then he could only smile and lead the Wilch bunch to the booth he had prepared. Commander Lu's arrangement also did use some thought. There was in Chen how that a tank was placed in the exhibition location is relatively remote. So, when the group arrived at the booth, there weren't actually many members of the national delegation or mediums waiting. However, just as Lu Changsheng's side was still rejoicing in his heart that his low-profile arrangement had avoided more attention, the reaction from Welch's side, however, directly made it impossible for Lu Changsheng's side to keep a low profile even if they wanted to. It's actually in such a remote corner? Commander Lu, doesn't your country always like to say that its army is number one in the world? What's the matter? Don't even dare to show a decent tank to others? Or is your country keeping too low of a profile, with more powerful tanks that you don't want people to see? There's no need, is there? Tomorrow will be the official competition. The whole world will see it. What's the point of you doing this? Might as well let me help you guys out. With that, Welch ripped out his voice and shouted directly from the show floor. So China's booth is here. I heard that China has developed a tank with a speed of up to 400 kilometers per hour. Come and see. This turtle grandson is really watching the fun. As soon as he heard Welch's reckless shouting without regard for his status, Lu Feng immediately frowned and looked at Commander Lu Changsheng. Forget it, let him shout. It's not in our country. We can't say anything. Though Commander Lu Changsheng didn't want Welch to bark with that kind of fanfare either. But considering the situation at the scene, and the fact that the cloth would have to be lifted sooner or later, Lu Changsheng could only frown and tough it out. What happened later was just as Lu Changsheng and Lu Feng both had the same premonition. When that one-ball lightning weapon system tank from Huaxia was unveiled, it also directly shocked all the national delegations and media from all over the world in an instant. Of course, this one tank and the big pretty one both brought great shock to the room though. But the reasons people are shocked do vary markedly. The big, beautiful one is, naturally, the one that blows everyone away with its incredibly beautiful, high-tech construction. As for Lu Changsheng's side, it was because the incomparably rough traces of adze chisel and axe saw brought shock to everyone. How come there's actually a boiler on top of this tank? There's actually a kettle on top of the boiler. What kind of weapon system is this? What steam engine? Is it hard to believe that this tank has been converted to steam turbine power from centuries ago? Oh, look, you guys, look. There are still signs of sledgehammer work here? This device was actually hand-inserted. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny. The Chinese tank weapon system is actually embedded with a sledgehammer. It's just too mino compared to the light prism tower of the Prodad. Ashiba, can you call this a weapon system? Who in their right mind would put a boiler on top of a tank as a weapon? Ola, I thought only our Mao Bear's tanks were retrofitted with backward weapon systems. I didn't realize that the Chinese ones were even funnier, actually using a boiler as a weapon system. What's the point of putting a boiler on top of a tank? Is it possible that during a match, the operator inside the tank climbs to the top and pours boiling water on the opponent's tank? It was not in the least bit out of Lu Chongqing's expectation. When Chen Hao's secondly remodeled tank reappeared in front of the world, it wasn't just the delegations from countries around the globe that were speechless. Even the delegations of several countries that had always been more friendly with China in the past were speechless. That retrofitted weapon system was so crude that it was obvious that a human had hammered it on by hand. Such a weapon system, just from the styling alone, hangs more than 10,000 notches above the big beautiful light prism tower. The light prism tower, that is what has a sense of technology of the weapon system. Sensei do not know whether to understand the weapon design of the people, as long as a glance can naturally see that the light prism tower of the unusual to come. Chen Hao's ball lightning system, from the structural modeling point of view, then, with others is completely primitive and alien technology. Between the contrast, rough all cannot. Any normal person would think that the system that Chen Hao had built looked like a boiler, and there was absolutely no way that anyone would compare such a crude and incomparable device to a ball lightning weapon. Ball lightning? What a lofty name that would pop out of a boiler. So he's the Monkey King? How can a myth be taken seriously? Oh, cell cake gotta. Commander Lu, is this the tank your country will be competing with this time? The weapon system is so rough. No wonder it went out of control before. Looks like the control system isn't very good either. Ha 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 ha. Looking at that one modified tank that looked very humble from any angle, Welch finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Welch, there is a saying in our Dragon Kingdom. I don't know if you've heard of it. As the saying goes, a mountain is not as high as an immortal, and water is not as deep as a dragon. What's wrong with a crude weapon system? A rough weapon system is not necessarily a bad weapon. Your country's M416 rifle is exquisite, but it seems that sales are far worse than the AK-47. Whether your country's light prism tanks are powerful or our country's tanks are tough, that will be known only after the competition. If Your Excellency insists on trying to laugh at us, then I can only say that Your Excellency's education is really not very good. Being mocked by Welch to his face, Lu Chongqing was naturally very upset, even though he now had a feeling that in all likelihood he would probably lose badly in this tank competition. But Commander Lu Chongqing did not show weakness in front of Welch. Quite the contrary. Commander Lu's tone was forceful, and every word showed the demeanor of a great nation. Well, very well. Commander Lu is just as rumored to be able to use one of your country's own words to describe it. A mountain crumbles in front of you without a change of color. However, it's good to have courage, but it's definitely not good to make a big deal out of it. Your country's tanks like this, if they can even make it to the field, wouldn't that make every country under the sun that designs and develops tanks laugh their asses off? Since Commander Lu still wants to talk tough at this point, let's meet on the field tomorrow. With that said, Welch directly waved at the team members around him, intending to leave the tank exhibition stand on the Chinese side. At this moment, Welch, in his heart, already felt that this global tank competition is 9 out of 10. Even the delegation that claims to be the #1 army in the world has only come up with such crude new tanks. So what does he have to worry about? The other countries are even less so. The Maoist bear has not even unveiled any new tanks, and the ones that are there are just improved versions of the T-90. All the previous Welches had seen it, and after the event banned the artillery system, the furry bears had simply added a Katyusha rocket system to the tanks. This addition, a complete tank-turned-rocket launching vehicle modification, is quite a bluff, to put it mildly. But Katyusha, that's all last century's technology. What's the point of putting it on a tank now? To put it bluntly, it can't even break their big beautiful tank armor. At best, you can't beat the thin-skinned tanks of the smaller countries. The other delegations, with the exception of the Woolly Bear Nation, were not far behind, basically adding some existing weaponry to their tanks. There are those that are fitted with short-range missiles and those that have been retrofitted with heavy machine guns. In short, the vast majority of countries brought in tanks that were actually not as strong as the original tanks. After all, the original tanks that have specialized artillery systems, a gun blast out, how to say, can also destroy a building or two. But what about now? Since the banning of the tank's artillery system under the operation of Big Pretty, the equipment development teams of these countries can even be completely dumbfounded. There was no choice but to refit a portion of the existing equipment onto the tank shell. It couldn't be helped. Who let them have no new technology or weapons to use? So they had to remodel like this to harden the scene. Oh, by the way, Commander Lu, tomorrow's competition. In addition to the basic performance competition, there is also the actual combat confrontation competition. Oh, if you are afraid that your country's tanks will be directly melted down by our light prism tanks, you can completely choose to withdraw from this competition. I think that at this time of the year to withdraw from the competition, there will be no one will mind. The man had gone out for hundreds of meters, but Welch suddenly turned back his head. He came to Lu Changxing's face and fooled around once again. It wasn't until the other party ended this further deception that Commander Lu Changxing looked at the other party's disgusting appearance that had already faded away and clenched his fists. Damn guys, they love nothing more than to flail around the globe on the strength of their technology. Sooner or later, our Dragon Kingdom's technology will drop you far behind. At that time, I'll see what capital you still have for arrogance. The pre-competition public exhibition was soon over. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the group of the Chinese delegation then gathered in the middle of the tent where Commander Lu Changxing was staying. In order not to cause a big psychological impact on Wang Hua's race driving tomorrow, Lu Changxing did not tell Wang Hua about the humiliation he encountered at the exhibition. On the contrary, during the team's discussion of tomorrow's official competition, the only thing anyone talked about was the details of the competition and nothing else. Brother Wang Hua, you are the driver of this competition, and haven't Chen Hao already modified some of the problems on the tank before? So the performance competition at the very beginning tomorrow shouldn't be a big deal. Our tanks are so powerful, we shouldn't be able to make a mistake in the performance race. The thing I'm worried about is most of all about the actual combat confrontation match at the back. Do you want to make another international call to Chen Hao and confirm with him again if that ball lightning weapon is really usable? Even though Commander Lu Changxing chose to hide what happened at the show because he didn't want to go and influence Wang Hua's match tomorrow, but he couldn't resist asking Wang Hua to reconfirm the ball flash weapon. Pragmatically speaking, Chen Hao's ball flash weapons generating device was indeed built roughly enough. Such a crude device has now been seen even by delegations from countries around the globe and by the global media. Just in case, if this device doesn't work tomorrow, or doesn't do anything at all, then the results of the rivalry game can be more than just being taunted. It's a bad idea to get a car wrecked. This kind of race, it says that the artillery system has been eliminated for peace and safety. However, in order to save their own face, countries do not have the slightest intention to have peace instead of deterrence. Not to mention the fact that there's Big Pretty, the ultimate tank king of light prism tanks out there. If anything, when it came to the contest, Big Pretty was unreasonable and deliberately changed the contest mode directly to versus mode. At that time, it would only be too late for Lu Changxing to withdraw from the match in protest. Commander Lu, I'm not too sure about that, but I've called him over a dozen times, and he did tell me that the ball lightning weapon system is available. Something happened that caught even Lu Changxing a little off guard. Originally, this Lu Changxing was still worrying about the safety of the next day's competition for Wang Hua. As a result, he didn't expect that Wang Hua himself was a few points more worried than he. Lu Changxing, it actually made more than 10 consecutive phone calls to Chen Hao, going to specifically confirm the issue of the ball flash weapon. This divine operation directly made Commander Lu Changxing, who was worried about his comfort, not even know what to say. Brother Wang Hua, you're quite meticulous, huh? Lu Changxing smiled sardonically and said, on the second day, the Great Global Tank Racecourse. This global tank competition is actually divided into two phases. The first stage, naturally, is the basic performance of the tank competition. For example, is to test the off-road performance of the tank's ability to wade through water, or the tank's acceleration, obstacle crossing, and maneuvering response, and so on. At this stage of the competition, there will not be much danger, but what is needed is the tank's own strong mechanical quality and advanced control system. Regarding this first stage of the match, Lu Changxing wasn't too worried, for this tank's previous wild ride had proved itself to be of strong mechanical quality. After all, a tank capable of traveling at 400 km per hour on paved roads and inside a quagmire must be of superior mechanical quality. Otherwise, it would have fallen apart long before when this one went out of control. As for the control system, Lu Changxing wasn't too worried, because the previous problem with the tank going out of control was mainly a little bit of a problem with the voice system and the button system. For example, the voice system is not recognized clearly enough and the button system is not labeled in detail, right? These two problems had been completely fixed by Chen Hao back when he was preparing for this competition. And, at that time, Lu Changxing still went to see it with his own eyes. Therefore, this aspect should not be too much of a problem either. After synthesizing the mechanical qualities and the manipulation system, Commander Lu Changxing then thought that there should not be any major mistakes in this first match. At best, the speed might cause too much inertia to brake in time or something like that. This race was in the desert, and even if the brakes hadn't been as timely as they should have been, I'm sure it wouldn't have made a big difference. At best, you can't take the lead. And it's still relatively easy to get a top-ranked performance race just by virtue of being fast as lightning. What really made Lu Chongqing feel risky was the second live exercise competition. This was despite the fact that Wang Hua had already confirmed with Chen Hao no less than 10 times yesterday that nothing would go wrong with the ball lightning weapon system. But as soon as I saw the ball lightning excitation system that looked like a boiler this morning, Lu Chongqing's brain just started to get a little anxious again. The contrast was so great that Lu Chongqing himself couldn't convince himself that the whole set of boilers in front of him was the ball lightning weapon excitation system. At 8:30, the desert temperature was up. And with the desert temperatures rising, the first official global tank battle of the day kicked off. Before entering the cockpit of the tank, Wang Hua made an exception and paid his respects in the direction of Huaxia. Of course, Wang Hua wasn't a theist, and the one he worshipped wasn't a sidekick, but his good brother Chen Hao. Ah, brother Chen Hao. Brother Chen Hao, I'm your good buddy. You must never bless yourself, and bless all that you say of yourself to be true. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if I hang up your good brother, but we can't afford to lose the elegance of our Huaxia. That said, it may be because of the feeling of being away from home. At this critical juncture before the start of the match, Wang Hua actually changed his previous timid mentality and didn't worry about himself anymore. At this moment, Wang Hua's brain was filled with the idea that the dignity of Chinese children should never be lost. As Wang Hua, who has experienced a life and death test, although he is not like the big heroes in movies and TV dramas, every time he encounters a life and death situation, he will have a righteous gesture. But today he clearly has the bones of a qualified Chinese son or daughter. This, in fact, is similar to the vast majority of ordinary people in our Chinese nation. Though in normal times, people don't have a lot of high-flown speeches they would go on about, or shout slogans of love for the nation on their own doorsteps. However, when we ordinary people really come across the time when the reputation of the nation and the dignity of the country are at stake, the big guys, however, were able to discard all their usual selfishness and chose instead to contribute to the family and the world. It's like the 7 heroes of Jiangnan in the Jin Yong novels, especially the elder brother Ko Jinyo among them. Don't look at his strength, but every time it came to a critical moment, he dared to sacrifice his own life for the sake of the greater good. What is this? This is heroism. This is the heroism of an ordinary man. Half an hour of waiting time passed and the game started with a bang. However, as soon as this first tank performance match began, all the members of the delegation watching the battle and the global media were already abuzz with excitement. Oh, selling cakes. The difficulty is too high this time. Right, we have to climb such a high sandy slope in the first round. How did this Camel Kingdom set up the competition? Is it necessary to make the competition so difficult? Shet, it's just a competition. Will it really be a war inside the desert? How many countries' tanks can get through such a high sandy slope? Baka, the Camel Kingdom is so unfriendly. How can our tanks climb such a steep slope? Ashiba, what kind of divine obstacles are these? It's only just begun and it's so difficult. Clearly beyond the previous difficulty. I don't know what's going on over at Wang Hua's side, separated by a couple of hillsides and the last one out. I guess it'll be a while before we get to this sandy slope. A departure from the focus of other delegations around the globe and the global media. Commander Lu Chongqing's concern was not the sand slope obstacle itself. His concern was Wang Hua, who was the last one to come out to challenge the obstacle. Shug, 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 shug. And it was precisely at the moment when Commander Lu Chongqing was still worried for Wang Hua. He and all the members of the national delegations watching the game around him, as well as the media personnel from various countries, then saw a scene that boggled everyone's mind. The crowd was surprised to see a tank fly up directly from the previous sandy slope and then land directly at the bottom of this sandy slope. It's over. It's over. This one of the Chinese tanks is out of luck. It actually plunged headfirst into the sand dunes. Yeah, their tanks are so fast. The internet says the top speed is 400 to 500 kilometers per hour. With peak speeds like that, every gear is sure to be raised high. And with so many obstacles in this performance test, sooner or later you're going to get stuck in and out. Makes sense. Looks like China made the obvious wrong choice this time. If they had known, they should have sent the old 99A type tanks. Who says it isn't? Tanks are land battle weapons. What do you need that fast speed for? It's still not just for a gimmick. Before the tanks on Wang Hua's side were all buried in the dunes, the people on the observation platform not far away from the surrounding area were already talking directly because they saw the tank. However, what these people may not know at this moment is that the quicksand that can trap other tanks is nothing but child's play for the super tank of Huaxia. Even Wang Hua, who was currently within the cockpit of the super tank, didn't even look the slightest bit worried. Quite the contrary. Wang Hua's mood at this moment was as if he had eaten honey. Ha, isn't this the same as the last time I fell inside the quagmire? Hey, intelligent driving system, don't prompt me let me operate it myself this time. While cheerfully shouting towards the tank's AI interaction system. On one side, Wang Hua then directly pressed the button that controlled the tank's superconducting magnetic levitation system. Chug, 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 chug. The loud roar instantly made the entire dune covering the super tank shake. The shaking of the giant sand dune instantly attracted members of delegations from all over the world. Oh, cake seller, what's wrong with that dune? It seems to be vibrating. How can the engine still be running when it's already sunk in? Is that tank really that well sealed? Baka, what's going on? What kind of tank has so much power? It's buried in quicksand and still struggling. Ashiba, it can't be. It's impossible. There's no way it could have gotten out of a loose quicksand dune like that. No less than dozens of members of national delegations were marveling at the amazing changes in that dune. And precisely at the same time as they exclaimed in shock, something even more shocking to everyone beyond measure happened. It was accompanied by an increasingly intense collapse of the sand throughout the dunes. The super tank driven by Wang Hua then rose up directly in the dunes of the flowing sand like a giant submarine floating up in the water. It's exactly the same as a giant strategic nuclear submarine coming up from the depths. Surprisingly, the entire tank rose right out of the dune and floated above its surface. Moreover, the most shocking thing is not only this. At this moment, Wang Hua also directly showed a set of operation when the crowd was shocked beyond words. Wang Hua actually operated this super tank to drift back and forth twice above the dunes. Straight up super tanks as sports cars. Oh, Gao Gauda, Sel Gauda, that tank is actually drifting through the quicksand. Baka Yalu, how is this possible? How can any tank have such performance? It's even compared to my own father's tank. Ashibachi, whose ministry is this? Why are you operating a tank like this? Is it possible to operate a tank like this? Oh, shit, is this a tank or not? It's using the dunes as a highway. And it's actually dumping its tail. Hiss. All the members of the national delegations and all the members of the media within the entire viewing tent were dumbfounded by Wang Hua's maneuver. There were no less than thousands of people watching the game within the giant tent. However, among these thousands of people, not a single one of them had ever seen such a distinctive scene as today's. They actually saw with their own eyes a tank floating right in the middle of the quicksand. Not only that, this tank floating in the quicksand also gave everyone a show of extreme drifting action. This kind of unbelievable scene. Put aside who can believe this racecourse, that's not a flat road, much less a highway, it's a desert. And it's a desert with quicksand all around and sand dunes all around. Under such environmental circumstances, there would actually be tanks dancing in the middle of quicksand. If it wasn't for seeing it with their own eyes, people would be on the verge of suspecting that their brains were burnt out and they were hallucinating. It's actually superconducting magnetic levitation technology. Wang Hua's operation is wonderful. Why didn't I think of this amphibious system? Lu Changsheng slapped his thigh right away and excitedly shouted towards Lu Feng beside him. Lu Changsheng had been in a state of high tension ever since he led his team to this competition venue. After all, Wilch, his own rival, had been trying to find ways to embarrass his team. This situation made it impossible for him, the person in charge of the team, to relax even if he wanted to. It was also because of the fact that he had been under the deadly gaze of his opponent that caused Commander Lu Changsheng himself to actually forget about the amphibious performance of this super tank. Earlier, when he saw Wang Hua driving his tank directly into the dune, Lu Changsheng was still frowning anxiously straight away. As a result, now that he looked at it, Wang Hua was actually driving the tank so dashingly that he had begun to dance on the desert. Instantly, his entire body relaxed a great deal as well, and he directly let out a long breath. Wang Hua, what a good boy. The mental quality can be I forgot that there is this function. He actually remembered, causing me to just worry for a while for nothing. Witnessing his own family's tank turn on its show-off mode, Lu Changsheng's bottom line was also sufficient in an instant. Jokingly, he looked over toward Ambassador Wilkie, who was not far away and whose mouth was as wide open as most of the members watching the game. It's an illusion. It's definitely an illusion. How could any tank be able to drift through quicksand? I don't believe it. I don't believe it's true. Pop. Ouch. Who hit me? With a jolt, Ambassador Wilster asked his entourage at his side. Envoy Wilch, you asked me to beat you. You had warned us before you came to compete, saying that this competition was vital and that as an envoy you were the one who must stay awake. I just saw that you were talking a bit of nonsense, so this was the only way I could get you to come to your senses. In the face of Special Envoy Wilch's angry shout, the attendant who had just made a move replied with a serious face. You. Good. I'm sober now. You guys, get your asses in the back. It was only then that Welch remembered that the smack he had received had actually stemmed from his own instructions. In the beginning, it was he who strongly requested the entourage to keep themselves awake at all times. Once you've fooled around too much or lost your mind because you've gotten too excited, let these people use whatever they want to bring themselves to their senses. People did do it, so how can one say anything else? Fark. I should have known not to be so trusting before coming here. Ouch. My face hurts. After eating a dumb loss, Wilch didn't have the good sense to speak again, but only spat in his heart. Then he thought to himself about what was to follow. To say that the entourage's slap in the face really woke Welch up. After coming to his senses from his extreme suspicion, he quickly realized that the Chinese tank was not as bad as it seemed on the surface. On the contrary, China's super tanks really belong to the kind of cutting-edge army equipment that looks a little rough on the surface, but actually really has two brushes. A tank that could float right up from the quicksand. A tank that could drift at will in the tide of quicksand. Such maneuverability, such obstacle crossing ability, completely crushed the tanks of all the national delegations in today's competition field. And let's not talk about the improved T-90 of the Woolly Bear and the Leopard 2 tank of the Hans Cat. Even the M12B light prism tank, which carried ultra-light alloy full coverage tracks, could not go against it in terms of maneuverability and obstacle crossing ability. In fact, one's own M12B tanks are sufficiently awesome enough. Ultra-light alloy full coverage tracks, that's another super technology second only to the light prism tower. But who would have thought that it had just started less than an hour ago, and that he would be abused by the other party's desert float and quicksand drift techniques? There's no comparison. There's no comparison at all. If you ignore the light prismatic towers as a weapon system, just discuss the maneuverability and overrun capability of the tank alone, then there is no doubt that the Chinese tanks are 100% going to come out on top this time. Fark. I didn't really think that a tank with a boiler weapon system hooked up to it would have this kind of maneuverability and obstacle crossing ability. The level of the opponent's tank development can't be underestimated by the looks of it. But the good thing is, this first round is just some regular events. There's also a second round of matchups. Humph. What Chinese tanks? Wait until the second round of the confrontation and you'll know how powerful we are. This time, I'll make sure that they're finished even with their tanks in this real-world confrontation. Although in the first round of the regular tank competition program, Wilster has seen the strength of the Chinese super tank. But at this moment he was not discouraged by the colorfulness of that tank in Huaxia. And not only did he not get discouraged, but on the contrary, at a time like this, his brain dripped, and he directly led a few of his entourage towards the Camel Kingdom's delegation side. Special Envoy Welch's mind was so clever that he had instantly thought of a follow-up arms sale from within the performance of this first contest. And so it was that before the second round of the actual tank battle could begin, Special Envoy Welch had appeared next to the Camel Kingdom delegation. Did you see that? That one tank. Yes, that one from China, is the tank we're going to buy after this competition. A tank that can waltz through the desert. That's the true king of tanks. The Lord of the Desert. As the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, I have usually taught you not to look at things on the surface. Not on the surface. What did you say at first? You can't buy a tank with a boiler on it. You can't buy a tank with a boiler. That's all bullshit. Get it? What does a tank want? Its performance. Its real-world combat capability. Not a pretty exterior. Remember, all of you, I am the Prince of the Camel Kingdom. Remember my teachings. Just as he walked next to the Camel Kingdom delegation, Envoy Welch heard the distinctive desert mellifluous voice of the Prince of the Camel Kingdom. Why don't you say that having money makes you rich? Even though the Camel Kingdom, as the organizer of the tournament this time, didn't take out a single tank of its own, but people still don't have the slightest fear of the country's land warfare big killers. On the contrary, he even commented on the tanks of the participating teams in front of all the national delegations, completely unapologetically and casually. Indeed, people have a bottom line and they should. Who let them have more oil? So what if I don't have R&D capability? Big deal. I'll buy it. So what if I can't build my own tank? Big deal. I'll buy it. So what if the delegation's tanks are strong? I'm still buying them, and I'm still buying the best and the most expensive ones. I'm asking you if you're afraid. You have your military equipment. I have my black gold. And I don't believe in blinding the world. His Royal Highness is really something too. The weapon system on top of that tank from before looks like a boiler, obviously because he said so himself. A tank with rough workmanship can't be bought was also his own words. Now it's good. Looking at other people's advanced tanks, they start educating us instead. Hey! At the very back of the Camel Kingdom's delegation, a member of the entourage looked at His Royal Highness's impassioned and hypnotic teachings in front of them, and then he couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. However, just as he was muttering, Special Envoy Welch spoke toward him. Excuse me, I'm Envoy Welch of the Great and Beautiful. Please make way, I'd like to have a word with His Royal Highness. Naturally, Welch wouldn't have heard the mutterings of his entourage. What he heard was the change in attitude of the Prince of the Camel Kingdom. Just the day before, The Prince of the Camel Kingdom had shaken his hand and told him very seriously that he believed his Welch's delegation could win. As a result, it's been less than a day's work, and people's attention has already been drawn to the Chinese tanks. How can this be? It's a good thing you came in time. Otherwise, the later matches hadn't even begun yet, and this tycoon client might have sent for Lu Changxing and the others as soon as his heart was moved. Wouldn't all the preparations he had gone through to prepare for this competition be in vain? Tens of billions of rice cutter orders. That's not a small amount. How much does an F-22 cost? Only 1.5 billion metric tons. If this order is taken, it is the amount of 100 F-22s. I can't let Lu Changxing and the others take it. It's been a long time, Your Royal Highness. I'm the great and beautiful Envoy Welch. It's been a long time? Special Envoy Welch. Didn't we just meet yesterday? Just before that at the tank show. His Royal Highness twisted his head and glanced at Welch, the great and beautiful envoy with a smiling face in front of him. But the words had clearly lost much of the enthusiastic energy of yesterday. I've met you. Naturally, but we haven't finished talking about the tank procurement we were talking about earlier. So then, I would like to take advantage of the fact that the contest is now continuing to have another good chat with His Royal Highness. It's good for everyone to exchange ideas with each other. I believe that His Royal Highness has been attracted to the Chinese tanks by now. But then, Your Royal Highness, don't be in a hurry yet. As an advisory envoy who had previously been personally received by the Chancellor, Welch knew that his mission this time was by no means just the desert on the field of play. He was more than aware of the purpose for which he had been sent on this trip. The main thing is arms sales. Don't look at all the countries around the world that think big and beautiful is the toughest country in the world. But it takes a lot of real money for even the toughest countries to stay tough all the time. And where to get that real money? This is a modern society. The world has become a multipolar world. Openly robbing that is certainly not possible. After all, they can't afford to mess with you in small countries, and they'll find other countries to help sprinkle. So yeah, in this day and age, to always stay ahead of the rest of the world, then you have to open your doors wide and make sure that the funding for science and technology research and development must be enough in the first place. The sale of military equipment has naturally become an important way for the major powers to earn capital. Wilster is smart in this place. He knows that just now the Chinese tank's hand of desert waltz showmanship is really too attractive. Therefore, when this second round of matches hadn't even begun yet, he had already run over early to give His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom a precautionary shot. 1,000 precautions is to prevent His Royal Highness from getting excited and placing an order before the game is over. Oh, you see how good the Chinese tanks are, too, Ambassador Welch? Yeah, I'm already thinking about something about purchasing Chinese tanks now. As for your country's tanks, Mr. Special Envoy, you also know, good is quite good, but the cost-effective not very high. There are countless precedents for this in history, and although our Camel Kingdom is brash, that's based on the quality of the product. Of course, if your country's tank performance can be as one-hit wonderful as that of the Chinese tanks, then there is still something to talk about between us. But if your country doesn't come up with an equally stunning tank performance this tournament, then I'll just have to say sorry in advance. Welch does count as a big pretty top elite nice, but His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, didn't grow up as a vegetarian. How could he not hear the meaning in Welch's words? Obviously is to remind himself now this time do not rush to negotiate with the Chinese side of the tank procurement thing. This kind of words, don't see the surface said politely, but its bones, in addition to reminding, but also secretly hide a little deterrence in it. It was natural that His Royal Highness would not be intimidated by Welch's reminder. They are the most important customers in the global arms trade. Can he still be afraid of a reminder? That's why, as soon as His Royal Highness opened his mouth, he directly and politely pointed out some of the improprieties of the great and beautiful's former trade. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. That is, he wanted to tell the other party, I do things, I have my own reasons, and I don't need to be reminded by others. At the same time, His Royal Highness did not dare to completely refute Welch's face. After all, behind them that was the #1 country in the world in terms of military power, and giving too little face would cause a lot of trouble. So then, His Royal Highness expressed his attitude again after politely refusing to be reminded by the other party. The intention is to inform the other person that he or she will not be so unintelligent. In the end, though, His Royal Highness did not forget his mission. That would be to tell Welch that he was being a good gatekeeper for his father, picking out a king of land warfare that could really crisscross the entire desert map. I understand what His Royal Highness means, and I also ask that His Royal Highness must believe in the strength of our great pretty. After this competition, there's the next actual combat competition. Just watch it, Your Highness the Prince. Seeing that his purpose had basically been achieved, Welch said no more, but with a sarcastic smile, he turned his attention to the field of play outside the tent. Time flew by, and about an hour after the results of the first round of the competition came out, the Camel Kingdom, the organizer, had already announced that the second practical competition was about to begin, due to the excellent performance of Huaxia's super tanks that far surpassed other tanks. In the first round of the competition, Wang Hua unsurprisingly took the Best Driver award, while the tank he was driving also took the award for the strongest basic performance. Not long after receiving the award, Wang Hua returned to the tank's cockpit and waited for the next round of the competition to begin. This second round of the competition can be considered the heaviest show of the day. Originally, competitions such as this real-world confrontation would not have used live ammunition for confrontation, but mostly used blanks for confrontation. What about the results of the confrontation, which are based on the exact number of tanks hit and how they were hit? But, as this time Big Pretty played a trick, changed the rules and took advantage of them. So, in addition to all those rockets loaded on tanks in other countries, machine guns and such have been converted to blanks. Big Pretty's own light prism towers, on the other hand, can't be blanked out anymore. That is, if this round of the contest, instead of hitting either side's tanks with the light prism tower, Big Pretty had just destroyed either side's tanks, then they aren't really violating the rules of the actual competition. This shows how poisonous the mind behind Welch really is. He himself first swore to the so-called national delegations that his own light prism towers had reduced the laser power to the same level as blanks. But what actually happened was that instead of doing so, he privately finalized a few targets that he could destroy. One of them is the T-90 tank of the Furry Bear, while the other, naturally, is the super tank of Huaxia. Of course, this operation of Welch, although it is to help themselves, but at the same time, but also inadvertently help China. Why? It's because there's no way to quantify the attack capability of a ball lightning weapon. Realistically speaking, even Lu Changsheng and Wang Hua and the others didn't know exactly what kind of power this ball lightning weapon would have. That's not to mention the members of delegations from other countries. The point of everyone's current consistency is actually that the ball lightning excitation device, made to look like a boiler, is a complete showstopper. Let's not talk about whether it has power or not. Whether it can be inspired or not is given to the unknown. Who is still worried about it? Children's playgroups are all about realistic models. That boiler model doesn't even meet this requirement. How can it have any offensive power? So, after a unanimous vote by all delegations, it was just a straight pass for the ball flash weapon system. And this opinion was adopted by a host of bigwigs, including His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom and the great and beautiful Welch. And to be honest, they really didn't believe that anything miraculous could really happen by popping lightning in a boiler room. So, this second race, after so much back and forth about the specifics of the race conditions, it's the same scene with the same treatment as Big Pretty. Of course, it says it's a global tank competition. In fact, the total number of tanks that actually made it to the second phase of the actual competition was actually no more than 50. No fewer than 10 of these tanks are improvements on older tanks left over from previous military powers. Let's take the Norwegian state for example. The tanks they are sending are actually improved versions of the T-34 tanks from the pre-Woolly Bear era. This one tank may not actually be even 1/5 of the T-90 that Mao Bear now has, if we're talking about real-world combat capability. Not to mention going up against the big beautiful M12B light prism tanks and the superconducting tanks of China. But there's no way around it. Who made it so that there are only so many countries on the globe that actually have a mature military system? Of the 200 or so countries, not more than half actually have a more comprehensive military system. And there are a lot of countries that don't even have the ability to improve and upgrade their tanks. So, after taking out such a large number of countries, there are less than 50 tanks left that can actually go on to the second stage of real-world competition. That being said, Welch has really put a lot of effort into winning this competition. The second phase of the actual competition kicked off with a bang. The big beautiful M12B tank just straight up showed a hand that made all the national delegations straight up confused. The M12B tank had just entered the battlefield before it unexpectedly turned on the electromagnetic storm directly. Electromagnetic storm is not an ordinary technology. That's a super technology that the big beautiful researchers and developers have been working on for more than a decade undercover. Apart from the fact that this technology could not be compared to the high-frequency lasers of the light prism tower, its effect was such that it directly pierced through the psychological defenses of all the participating teams. It was a super technology that could directly paralyze communications and radar for all targets within a war zone of no less than 50 kilometers. You know, in modern military warfare, the most important thing is the communication and radar system. In addition to the intensity of firepower, when it comes to single tank combat, communication is probably a negligible part of the equation. After all, a single tank doesn't need to go into communication with anyone, but the radar system, that can be critical. This is because the system is directly related to the critical issue of whether a tank can find its opponent and be able to avoid being found by its opponent. It is well known that modern tanks are not equipped with radar systems in the standard sense of the word. As a rule, modern tanks are generally equipped with detection systems such as thermal imagers, laser rangefinders and infrared detectors, and those three are actually expanded extensions of the radar system. If these three systems were paralyzed, it would mean that this one tank had basically lost the possibility of spotting its opponents from a distance. Once the opponent nestled in a hidden place, then the tank is equivalent to become a living target, can only be slaughtered. Now here's the problem. Right here. Whether it's a thermal imager, a laser rangefinder, or an infrared detector, in essence, all are electronic devices. And what do electronics fear the most? It's electromagnetic storms. This is because an electromagnetic storm, once strong enough, can cause the electronic systems equipped on any weapon to develop an overload due to a sudden short circuit, thus completely destroying all electronics. And once something goes wrong with the line, then the advanced detection equipment, such as thermal imagers, laser rangefinders and infrared detectors, will just become a mere decoration and won't be of any use anymore. Big Pretty Strong is strong in this area. The actual battle competition had only just begun, and Okiki had actually used such a terrifying as hell jamming device. Almost immediately after the crackling, the entire competition site above the desert map, there has been no less than 30 tanks directly quit the game. There's really no way to continue this. Just got on the field, all the technical means to discover the opponent were destroyed. Can't have the co-pilot literally hitting a target 10 kilometers away by sight, can we? Either that or just open the hatch, pop your head up, and take aim with a telescope. Is that possible? If this were a real battlefield, it wouldn't be a sniper's shot that would result in the loss of both the man and the telescope. None of the contests have that kind of play. Ha ha, Your Highness, what did I say? It's better to see the end of everything. Did you see that string of discharge arcs bursting out of the top of our big beautiful tank? I'm not going to lie. That's the latest super EMI system to be loaded on that 1M12B tank of ours. It's no exaggeration to say that with such a system, any opponent's tanks within a 50-kilometer radius will become a living target for us. Looking at the tanks that announced their exit one after another left that desert battlefield, Welch's self-confidence instantly returned to its peak, and he couldn't help but raise his head about 30 degrees when speaking with His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom. Oh my god. I said, why did an arc of electricity suddenly appear? It turns out to be strong electromagnetic interference. The big beautiful tank is simply invincible. Unlike the Chinese tanks, what else can they do but spin around in the desert? Ashiba. It's true that it's still the big brother that's strong. We must order a few of them first when we go back this time. Not at all, Ula. Our tanks are crippled too. Damn. It looks like we can't screw it up and have to retire. At the same time that Welch is conversing with the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, the members of the surrounding delegations also figured out what technology was on that tank from Welch's high-pitched, dejected voice. Without a doubt, the positively crushing technology directly shook all the members of the national delegations present. Everyone had focused all their eyes on the big beautiful tank, and for a while, envy, praise, worry, frustration, and other emotions filled this huge and incomparable viewing tent. After about a few more minutes of people watching, in the middle of the battlefield, other tanks began to retreat one after another. In the end, even the T-90 modified tank of the Manhwaed and the Leopard 2 tank of the Hans Cat could not escape the result of all electronic systems being directly destroyed by the strong electromagnetic storm, and helplessly withdrew from the race. It was also by this time, to the point where almost all of the tanks had all but exited the field directly afterward. Members of delegations from various countries, as well as members of the media from countries around the globe, realized it. In the middle of the battlefield, there was actually a tank that didn't exit the battlefield. Of course, this one certainly wasn't the big pretty one, because Big Puffy's tank, as the initiator of the electromagnetic storm, would inevitably be waiting on the battlefield to reap the fruits of victory. This tank was none other than that one super tank of Huaxia, the one that Wang Hua was driving at the moment. Ha! What was that buzzing sound just now? Why do I feel so prickly and scratchy on my body? About just a minute or so after the big beautiful EM storm kicked in, Wang Hua then felt a little bit of a strange sensation happening on his body. And just as he was feeling strange, the super tank's AI active interaction system spoke back. Hello driver, you just felt a stabbing scratch because just moments ago, our tanks were subjected to a high-intensity electromagnetic storm. An electromagnetic storm? That can't be right. Isn't this system of yours still fine? If there was an electromagnetic storm, your AI's interaction system would have been paralyzed long ago. Hearing the tank's interactive system say this, Wang Hua nearly sucked in a breath of cold air. Mr. Driver, the main reason I'm not paralyzed is that this tank is equipped with an anti-electromagnetic interference device, a miniature strong magnetic probe. This miniature strong magnetic probe rod is a professional anti-electromagnetic interference device that has been developed and manufactured by Master Chun Hao. This probe bar immediately activates an electromagnetic protection system of the opposite frequency as soon as it senses the appearance of an electromagnetic storm, thus neutralizing electromagnetic interference in all frequency bands. Facing the driver Wang Hua's question, the interactive system continued to answer without emotion. Electromagnetic interference in all frequency bands? That strong? How come I didn't know? This kid Chun Hao didn't tell me before. Ha ha, he actually equipped this tank with such a system. It's almost like he didn't know it beforehand. Ho ho ho. Just when Wang Hua was still lamenting that the strength of this tank that Chun Hao had modified for the second time really had some Tao, the members of the national delegations and their media friends in the huge viewing tent were all a bit confused. Did the Chinese tank drift too hard before and not enough power? Why hasn't it been moving? That goes without saying? It must have paralyzed even the control system. Even the control system is paralyzed? Then in this real-world competition, China's tanks are 100% going to be at the bottom of the heap. Yelzy, Yelzy, finally the long-awaited shot. Ha ha, actually does not move. Actually does not move. ProDaddy's electromagnetic storm is strong. Ho ho ho. I've long said that the Chinese tanks are only superficially powerful. Look at it. An electromagnetic storm down. Even the control system is paralyzed. No wonder it hasn't admitted defeat and retired until now. Almost all the members of the national delegations and the media reporters thought that the stoppage of the Chinese super tank was because the control system of the tank itself had broken down. However, what they never expected was that in the very next second, that one of the Chinese tanks actually moved bizarrely again. Ha, it's moving. That tank is moving again. A cry of alarm directly drew everyone's attention instantly to the tank driven by Wang Hua in China. In fact, how do these people know what just stopped the super tank? If only they had known that the reason the super tank had stopped was actually because Wang Hua had felt a prickly tickle and scratched his itch, 100% would have been thunderstruck by the driver Wang Hua's strange behavior. Ha, it's actually still traveling towards the intended pit. It looks like it's going to be a hard encounter with my tank. At this moment, the big beautiful tank driver was also baffled by Wang Hua's bizarre maneuver. Luckily, when Wang Hua drove the tank onward, the driver immediately came back to his senses. By this time he had thought of what Special Envoy Welch had explained to him earlier. Jack, your mission is related to an order of tens of billions of meter knives for our big pretty. This time, you must remember one thing, and that is don't show mercy, don't show mercy, don't show mercy. Say the important thing 3 times. Yeah, no mercy. One thought of the task that Special Envoy Welch had entrusted himself with. The pilot, named Tony, immediately thought of the light prism tank's ultimate mass murderer. In fact, the pilot himself is called Tony. But since Welch got his name wrong when he pretended to care for him earlier, Tony still remembers every word that Special Envoy Welch said back then until now. Destroy that one tank in Wasia and I'll be done. Tony's eyes flickered, and he instantly looked toward the row of buttons out in the cockpit marking the light prism weapon. Lock on target. Adjusting the maximum energy density of the light prism tower. Continue forward 500 meters and adjust your angle of attack. With Tony and second mate start cooperating, the tank quickly burst out of the pits of the desert racecourse and took over the back slopes of an upland area with a wide view. Along with Tony's driving, the tank's light prismatic tower gradually began to show extremely powerful energy fluctuations. The entire hexagonal tower side of the light prism tower had vaguely blossomed with a dazzling and incomparable white light. Immediately afterward, a burst of intense laser light was emitted from the tank's hexagonal light prism tower, and instantly ran towards the tank driven by Wang Hua. Alarm! 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 Incoming high-energy laser! Incoming high-energy lasers! Incoming high-energy lasers! Activate automatic counterattack system. Ball lightning weapon charge on. The tank's outer surface armor is being subjected to high temperatures. Current armor tolerance time, 15 seconds. Pilot please confirm whether to attack the other side. What? Didn't you say blanks? How come it's real? The first time he heard the alarm come in, Wang Hua had already keenly sensed that something was wrong with this attack by Big Pretty. This was because before the tournament, Wang Hua had been informed by Commander Lu Chongsheng that the actual combat competition was based on blanks, not really a destructive race. But now, the situation is obviously different. He is now driving the tank is under the attack of high-energy laser. What does that mean? It shows that the other side is cheating. The light prism tank really does live up to its name as the top predator of modern army equipment now. Just that one terrifying pillar of light that shot straight up into the sky was enough to dazzle all the members of the participating delegations. The strong and incomparable energy surged, and even from the viewing tent area dozens of kilometers away, one was able to clearly see that one strong and incomparable dazzling ball of light. Yes, at this moment, The entire tank was on the verge of being covered by a ball of light under the impetus of the enormous laser energy, and at the same time, all the people watching the battle had already seen what that light prism tank was aiming for. It was the same super tank that Wang Hua was driving. Sell the cake? What a powerful weapon. That Chinese tank looks like it's smoking. It's a good thing our tanks abstained early, or else that intense laser weapon would have just sent our drivers away with it. Yossi, Aligardo, I've long seen that the Chinese tanks are no good. This time, it's useless to hide in the trenches. Ha ha, Ashiba, Big Brother looks like he's utilizing the rules of the competition this time. Otherwise how could he be so powerful? It's over. It's over. Even China's tanks are going to lose. It looks like in the future our furry bears won't even have a powerful teammate. Countless delegates were shocked by the intense laser kinetic energy of the light prism tank. At the same time, a good portion of this group of delegates had discovered that the previously claimed power of that tank in Big Pretty did not match the actual power. People claimed to be about as powerful as blanks. But now, at a distance of more than 10 kilometers, it has already shown smoke from the Chinese tanks. Moreover, this is only a moment's effort irradiation out. This power, simply all, even compared to the original artillery power, are much stronger. What's more, people are claiming to be able to lock on and destroy 50 targets at once. Now that I look at it, looking at its ability to lock on to targets and its ability to strike with lasers, this kind of talk is definitely not empty. And that's pretty much the bottom line. Mr. Special Envoy Welch, this practical competition is clearly about peace. How can you modify the power of a laser weapon without authorization? It's against the rules of the competition. Representatives from other countries saw the cat in the bag for Big Pretty. Commander Lu Chongsheng was naturally more sober than ever. And at that moment he directly stepped out of the crowd of delegations from various countries and directly rushed to the front of the great beautiful delegation, wanting to find Special Envoy Welch to ask for a clarification. Even though at this moment, Lu Chongsheng also knew that at this time, doing so would possibly cause the members of other countries' delegations to mock him, but now he couldn't care less. Wang Hua was still inside the tank. He had brought him here to compete, not to get him killed. As a soldier, the lives of his men are vital at all times, especially at a time like this when the opponent's tactics clearly had an element of intrigue in them. It was even more important for Lu Chongsheng to stand up for his men. Welch, you have violated the rules of the contest. And do not order your light prism tanks to cease their attacks immediately. Commander Lu Chongsheng shouted with an extremely serious expression. Humph, Commander Lu, this is a spectator area. You and I belong to the observer corps now. We have no right to interfere in the match. What's more, you said that I violated the rules of the competition. You should show me proof. The delegations of all countries are watching this competition. Are you saying that you violated the rules? Don't forget that there is an old saying in your country that says, a soldier is never deceived. Our light prism tanks have adjusted the light prism tower energy strength. But I didn't say that this light prism tower won't have accidents. What you are seeing now is an accident, an energy overload. That's something we didn't expect either. Ha 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 ha. This was despite the fact that Lu Chongsheng had already made a formal offer of bargaining with extreme seriousness. But it was clear that Welch had thought of a countermeasure long before that. Therefore, as soon as Lu Chongsheng's side was approached, Special Envoy Welch put into play the skill of talking nonsense with his eyes open that he had inherited from his big, beautiful old home. Straight away, he said that the current situation was all an accident. That said, military competitions, accidents throughout the ages that are more than normal. Military equipment is not like a child playing house. You say that the power is adjusted down must be adjusted down. Maybe the process and what other unknown chemical reaction has occurred. This is in history. That couldn't be more common. So, people are just biting off more than they can chew that this is an accidental overloading of tank weapons. In this way, even if Lu Chongsheng how reasonable, there is no way to verify. After all, the tank's in the hands of others. They say mistakes. What can you do? You can't possibly bring the other side's tank over to test it. Welch, don't you guys go too far. Knowing that he had fallen into Welch's trap, Commander Lu Chongsheng was also furious and clenched his fists. However, at this very moment, just as Welch looked at Commander Lu Chongsheng with a haughty smile on his face, things actually took a weird turn. Armor tolerable time. 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, fucking asshole, come with me for real. The system fights back for me. Hard. Ball flash weapon activation. Zip, zip, zip. Seeing that the tank he was driving was firmly locked by the other party's organs no matter how he controlled forward and backward. In the end, Wang Hua was also completely furious. A heat wave could already be visibly felt in the cockpit as it began to burrow its way inside. What does that mean? It means that the other party has already made a killing. So do you still have to be polite to them? There's no need for that. There's no need for that at all. Wang Hua now couldn't care less if this whatever ball lightning weapon system Chun Hao had added worked or not. Anyway, it's come to this. It's either that or get yourself screwed over by Big Pretty's devious tactics. Either that or the Jedi will fight back and clean up the other side. What else did one choose? In other opponents, Wang Hua might have pondered over it for a while, but in this current opponent, Wang Hua then had only one conviction: 2nd Battalion Commander. Go and pull my Yiddish gun over. Something happened that made the whole desert change color. Accompanied by Wang Hua's decisive order in his shocked anger, that one super tank, which had been modified by Chen Hao for the second time, was almost instantly invisible in general, directly blending in with its surroundings in a hidden manner. Wang Hua himself was naturally not aware of this state, because he was in the middle of the tank, so the changes in this tank were actually changes along with him, and at the same time, everyone in the entire viewing tent area was actually completely unable to comprehend this bizarre state of affairs, because this current state of affairs is not at all a state of affairs in any normal natural environment. Rather, it's the quantum superposition state created when ball lightning is excited. Yes, it's the quantum superposition state that has enabled countless leading scientists to go crazy. Everyone present, other than being able to witness with their own eyes the appalling scene of the world's unrivaled, they without exception, had no idea what was going on. An immense quantum orb was expanding, constantly under the free motion of the macroatomic nuclei. And with the expansion of the range of quantum superposition states, all the crowd watching the battle was also completely dumbfounded by that increasingly rare phenomenon. The sand pits actually became visible, as well as the dunes, and the pits, and some of the desert plants that served as obstacles. All of them followed along with the strange changes of that one super tank. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, all the way up to a full 10 kilometers in diameter. The entire desert competition site was now enveloped in a strange shaking that could not be seen or touched. What's going on? What's going on here? What happened to that tank from China? And what's happening to the entire competition field? Such a jaw-dropping sight directly made His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, feel as if he had seen a mirage. It was as if this entire competition site with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers in front of me had all of a sudden turned into an image in the clouds, sometimes clearly visible, sometimes disappearing. Rumble. And just after the moment when His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom was horrified beyond belief, a loud roar like a flooding bell directly shook him back more than tens of steps. Of course, it wasn't just His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom himself, but his entourage as well. And next to him stood Ambassador Big Pretty Welch and his entourage, as well as Commander Lu Changsheng Lu, as well as members of delegations from around the globe and all the media workers on hand. All of them were directly shocked by that voice and took several steps backward. And quite a few staff members were even scared by that voice and directly covered their ears, screaming out in shock. And when everyone inside the tent in the viewing area managed to take a deep breath, trying to figure out where that thunder-like voice actually came from, instead, they were all completely dumbfounded by the scene on the far side of the competition field. Right above where the big beautiful tank had just sat, a giant sand pit appeared that was directly no less than 500 meters in size. At the same time, there was a looming scene of exploding tanks above the giant sand pit. Collapse of quantum superposition states. Oh, Gao Gauda, Gao Gauda, Gao Gauda. Oh, my god, that's the collapse of the quantum superposition state triggered by the ball lightning phenomenon. To say that there are still crouching tigers and hidden dragons among the delegations on the field, just at this moment. For example, when everyone in the entire viewing tent, even including Lu Changsheng himself, failed to understand why a giant sand pit and a giant picture had appeared in the middle of the battlefield. An engineering physicist who visited the competition with the team gave the answer. That giant sand crater with a diameter of 500 meters turned out to be the result after the collapse of the quantum superposition state function. That meant that this giant sand pit was formed after the excitation of that ball lightning weapon added to the super tank driven by Wang Hua. This weapon actually, in essence, utilizes the quantum effects created by macroparticles in the macroscopic world. And what about the target that the tank is aiming at? The key to causing the collapse of the quantum effect wave function, the observer. If anything, that Tony and Stark inside the big pretty tank were able to ignore all the changes around them after this ball flash weapon was activated. Then the odds are that they can still take their chances at avoiding triggering the quantum collapse effect and thus survive. But how could they not observe this situation, when even the entire surrounding everything, including the tanks, had become hidden from view? So, the wave function collapsed directly at that one instant when they observed it. And the original quantum superposition state collapsed directly into a deterministic state. The macroparticles hit that tank and directly triggered a huge release of energy from micro to macro. The immense energy was far beyond 1,000 times 10,000 times the energy of the light prism tower. Within a split second, It vaporized the entire tank plus the surrounding sand of 500 meters in diameter straight away. And because the process came so quickly, that a mirage-like phenomenon reappeared over the entire location. The scene of that tank instantly vaporizing was recorded one by one. Oh Fark, Mom messing with Fark, how did this happen? Looking at the giant sand pit that was 500 meters in diameter, Wilchite caused the entire spirit of the man to instantly collapse. The light prism tank. That's the most advanced tank in the Great Pretty, and it's still one that they just developed. Several of the required tests haven't been done yet, and the prototype tank is the only one. There you go, it's just been that long. The tank he had high hopes for was not even a crumb left. It also left a giant sand pit 500 meters in diameter. The king of super land combat, developed at billions of rice cutter R&D costs, is wooden without even a single experience of strictly real combat. What was even more unbearable for Wilch was that he had led the team to participate in the global tank competition this time, but he was still entrusted with the heavy responsibility of the White Lantern Grand Commander. Now he not only couldn't get the order himself, not to mention, he couldn't even bring back the light prism tank he brought with him. Who could have taken this? Who could accept it? This R&D expense is evaporating faster than burning paper money. Impossible. How could Huaxia have developed a ball lightning weapon? That's all flim-flam. All of it is just a lie. And it doesn't scare me. Where are the quantum superposition states? Where's the wave function collapse? It's all a front. It's all a front for them. It's us. Big Pretty. Who are the most powerful? It's me. Wilkie. Who's the legend? Our tanks are so powerful. There's absolutely no way they can be destroyed. I'm going to see it. I'm going to see it with my own eyes. I want. In front of all the members of the national delegations in the entire viewing tent area. In front of the Prince of the Camel Kingdom. Welch felt a dizzying sensation in his head right then and there. Immediately afterward, he muttered to himself as he tried to run towards the contest area on the far side outside the tent. However, before he could run for 2 steps, his entire body's legs went limp and he directly fell to the ground with a heel, completely fainting. Time passed, years passed, and in a flash, an hour and 55 minutes passed. The bedchamber of His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom. Commander Lu, I'm really sorry. These recent days have been rather busy, and I haven't been able to find the time to dedicate to having a good chat with Commander Lu. To be honest, this prince, in fact, has already long admired your country's Commander Lu's great name many years ago. Today's Blue Star. Your country's army can be invincible. Commander Lu, you deserve a lot of credit. It's the prince who's the one who's going to be the one to get things done. Seeing the super tanks on the Chinese side without firing a shot. The conference side had just ended in less than a few minutes when His Royal Highness personally sent his diplomatic minister to directly receive Lu Changxing and the entire participating delegation to His Royal Highness's private palace. A group of people can be considered to have seen what a good luxury? A manor is completely contrasted with the desert outside. Rich and magnificent palace plus a variety of pearl jade onyx decorated sculpture completely highlights a go big family should be the grandeur. Your Royal Highness, you are too kind. Of course. Lu Changshan was well aware of His Royal Highness's intentions in inviting himself over, according to what his own team had inquired about. In fact, Big Pretty's special envoy, Welch, had this matter on his mind long before this global tank competition. Only, by now Mr. Welch had been given a hasty roll bar and sent back to Big Pretty for treatment. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to think about the order again for a while. Of course, His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, is a man of love and hate. Even though Special Envoy Welch fainted in a competition held in his own house. Right. The other prince didn't say anything about keeping the other envoy in his own house for treatment. Instead, a very polite arrangement was given very decisively. It's just a fainting spell. It won't take long to come to your senses. Go you. After seeing off the beautiful delegation, His Royal Highness did not even have time to say hello to the delegations from the other countries before returning to his palace and arranging the informal meeting. Your Royal Highness. The reason why our Chinese super tanks can be victorious this time, it's not even Lu's credit in the main. Most of all, the credit goes to the people who developed the modifications to this super tank. In the face of Prince Camel's sudden enthusiasm, Commander Lu Changxing instinctively said modestly, That's right. To be able to develop such a sharp and advanced tank, the credit of the researchers and developers naturally goes to them. By the way, Commander Lu, is it convenient to ask exactly how many people are on the development team for this tank? 10,000 people? 50,000 people? This question is a bit presumptuous, haha. The main thing is that this tank looks 7% similar to a tank that was previously rumored on your country's network. So this prince was curious to ask more about it. R&D team size? Lu Changsheng froze, and his mind immediately began to think like lightning. Yeah, it's the R&D team. And truth be told, this prince is very interested in this super tank of yours, so if Commander Lu doesn't mind, this prince will inquire more. Finally, His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom couldn't hide his love for Chen Hao's modified tank at all after a few simple words of courtesy. That said, the Camel Kingdom is a country that sits on top of the desert. The weapons they need most, besides fighter jets flying in the sky and missiles erected on the ground, that leaves tanks that can ride across the desert. This terrain, this environment, tanks are simply not too useful. Especially the kind of tanks that could waltz through the quicksand and also directly smashed a huge sand pit directly across a distance of 10 kilometers. That's literally the equivalent of a desperate shortage of army equipment in the middle of the desert. With this equipment, His Royal Highness, if not exaggerating, it was enough to stand on top of the turret of a tank and swear proudly directly to all his opponents. I'm not talking about one particular person, but everyone here is that something. Your Royal Highness, I'm not going to lie to you. We have only one developer for the modification of this tank. Also, those photos you saw circulating on the internet earlier are indeed what this tank looked like after its first modification. This current tank is after a secondary modification with the addition of ball lightning weapons. Oh, my god. What do you mean? There's only one person who developed the modifications to this tank? Really, just one? Before Lu Changsheng could finish speaking, His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, directly stood up from his throne and stared at Lu Changsheng with wide eyes. Indeed. It's really just one person. Lu Changsheng was already more honest, plus these messages didn't involve any secrets, so Lu Changsheng simply said it outright. However, the outspokenness on Lu Changsheng's side could not be the same on His Royal Highness's side. I see. Secret. Right. Including the number of R&D personnel. The specifics of the R&D personnel. Your country must have blocked it as top secret information. Right. I understand. To be able to develop such a powerful piece of army equipment, if it was our country, we'd also have a total embargo on all news. Understood. Very much so. It's okay, haha. Our Camel Kingdom has always been the most respectful of military secrets from all sides now. Then let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something else, like arms trade or something. Commander Lu should know it well. Our Camel Kingdom lacks everything but money. The Prince of the Camel Kingdom directly ignored Lu Changsheng's blunt words, directly treating what Lu Changsheng had just said as a remark to coax a child. He certainly couldn't believe that this tank had been remodeled and developed by one man. After all, this kind of thing, even if you talk about it big time, no one will believe it. Tanks, is that something one can develop? It's called a tracked armored combat vehicle. And let's not even talk about a tank being such a big and complicated piece of equipment. Put in the modern highly intelligent society, even an ordinary car, can a person develop it? In the modern world, military equipment has changed drastically from the past. If it was 180 years ago that say a tank or an airplane was developed by one person, there is a slight possibility. Why? Because there were fewer features needed at that time. Tanks, for example, only needed a thick iron shell and a machine gun to get the job done. Airplanes, on the other hand, are just two wings, an engine, and a cannon. But what about now? Tanks and airplanes are two completely different kinds of military equipment now than they were 180 years ago. Let's say tanks, modern tanks, the minimum components, are divided into weapon system, power system, targeting system, communication system and armor system and so on part of the composition. It's not like the old days, when aiming depended on the eyes and communication depended on the voice. It's like a child's playground. The current targeting system has been covered before during the Great Tank Race. What with thermal imagers, laser detectors, infrared detectors, just these few auxiliary aim-locking systems alone, it's actually been many times more difficult to develop than the initial tank as a whole. Moreover, modern tanks, between the various systems, there is a high degree of integration, and part of it also involves a highly intelligent operation and control system such as artificial intelligence. With so many incredibly complex systems synthesized, Lu Changsheng told people that the princes and princesses were all remodeled by one person. People have to believe it too, right? Not to mention that His Royal Highness wouldn't believe it, even Lu Changsheng himself, if he hadn't witnessed Chen Hao using a bunch of wrenches, hammers, vices and some miscellaneous copper wires or something or other to add a ball lightning weapon system. I'm afraid that Lu Changsheng himself would find it hard to believe that what he said was indeed true. So what? When Lu Changsheng told the Prince of the Camel Kingdom so much about the actual situation, people really took his words as a perfunctory act for the sake of secrecy. Seeing that Lu Changsheng's side didn't seem to have any intention of saying anything more, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom certainly took the initiative. After all, this is the biggest dependence on whether or not you can stand firm on this vast desert for at least the next few decades. In fact, the reason why I took the liberty of inviting Commander Lu over this time. This prince really does have such a little bit of business dealings that he wants to communicate. It's this tank from your country, huh? I wonder if your country's military sales department has ever considered this aspect of foreign sales. By the way, this prince didn't just mention it casually. This prince invited Commander Lu over to talk with 100% sincerity. As long as your country is willing to consider our claims, then everything else is negotiable, especially money. It's negotiable. Absolutely negotiable. With a wave of his hand, His Royal Highness then reached out and pointed to the gleaming solid gold camel statue in the middle of the manor. This, Your Royal Highness. With all due respect, Mr. Lu came over this time and is actually mainly in charge of the competition. As for the issue of arms sales, it's not really under my jurisdiction yet. If the Prince, Your Highness, has a great passion to learn something about this, I could have contacted the country ahead of time to see if our military trade team had any plans for this. Lu Chongsheng though thought about the fact that Camel Kingdom had specially invited himself over after the competition to discuss the tank sales, but he had not expected the prince's claim to come so directly and crisply. Considering the fact that he was actually only the commander of the Fengtian military region, he was not in charge of the entire foreign military sales aspect. Lu Chongsheng still expressed his attitude politely. However, what made Lu Chongsheng even more unpredictable was, when Ru Changsheng said he did need to contact the country, the prince of the Camel Kingdom actually extended 5 fingers directly to him. 50 million rice daggers apiece. If your party is not satisfied, we can still negotiate again. Moreover, if we want to order, we have to order 500 to start with. And the more the better. His Royal Highness's words instantly made even Lu Chongsheng feel a bit of a heavenly spin. 50 million rice daggers for a tank. That's actually the offer from His Royal Highness before he even formally negotiated. You know that offer that's not your average tank offer anymore. In the entire current range of Blue Star, in fact, except for the light prism tank that Big Pretty had already destroyed, the most expensive and costly tanks at the moment, the big beautiful M1A2 tanks, are actually only 9 million rice dollars apiece. The Mao Bear's T90 modification is actually only 5 million meters. As for what the Leopard 2 tank or what the Challenger tank, but also in the 5 million meters to 6 million meters hovering around. There really hasn't been a tank with more than 10 million meter blades in the entire history of mankind yet. What's more, the actual transformation price of Chun Hao's modified tank was only 2 million dragon coins. This is still the price that Chun Hao could ask for before. On the basis of this price, even if it is coupled with Chen Hao's own secondary transformation of the knocking of a day's work plus a bunch of copper wire and iron pieces and whatnot all counted together, hold up to the day is not likely to be more than 3 million dragon coins. And the exchange ratio between dragon coins and rice cutter is 7 to 1. 1 rice cutter is equivalent to 7 dragon coins. That's if it's really sold at 50 million rice dollars a tank. That net profit per tank would be more than 49 million meters of knife even after shipping and miscellaneous repairs and maintenance and a host of other after-sale costs. 49 million meter blades multiplied by 500 cars, what's that? A full 24.5 billion meters of net profit. Fine pure profit. Such a huge pure profit. For a moment, made Lu Chongsheng, a battle-hardened commander officer, feel his heart beating a little faster. So, after calming down his excitement, Commander Lu Chongsheng immediately made his decision and said, Your Royal Highness is truly a man of great honor. Your country's good reputation in the field of international military trade over the years has also truly lived up to its name. Good. Since His Royal Highness really loves this new type of super tank from our side so much, then I, Lu Chongsheng, will make an exception and go back to contact the headquarters right now. We'll come up with a feasible plan as soon as possible for His Royal Highness reference. Of course, Lu Mao is still the same. This kind of military sales work is not Lu Mao's own job, so whether it succeeds or fails, I still hope that Your Highness the Prince will be patient. Although Lu Chongsheng was a man of the line, as a man with rich life experience and many years of combat experience, when it comes to business, naturally, there are some competent people. Seeing that the Camel Prince was so bold, naturally, Lu Chongsheng couldn't spoil the other party's fun. After all, this kind of Godahe who could take out tens of billions of rice daggers at once was the only one in the whole world. But at the same time, you can't let the other person get the answer too easily, because after getting the answer too easily, it's not good to follow up and keep talking about the price if HQ agrees to sell the tanks. The other side must have thought that there was a lot of oil in it, if they came up and agreed so readily. So, as Lu Chongsheng, is the need to give himself, to the future may take over the trade negotiation team a sufficient margin to do so. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Chongsheng gave the ambiguous reply of success or failure, and that His Royal Highness would wait patiently. Later that day, the headquarters of the capital military region received a foreign trade application submitted up by Fengtian military region commander Lu Changsheng. The members of the headquarters who received this application were also very surprised on the spot, because originally, people didn't have much hope for this tank modified by Chen Hao. The reason is very simple. It is because the content of this competition has been specifically discussed by the headquarters before. Although Chen Hao's modified tank was also loaded with a controlled fusion device and a magnetic levitation superconductor system, but these two systems, in fact, have little to do with foreign exports, because before taking this tank out of China, the controlled fusion device had been dismantled for research before. That other maglev superconducting system was actually partially removed and used for those academicians to do their research. So, when it comes down to the math, in fact, on top of this current tank, the only high-tech part that was really loaded, besides the superconducting magnetic levitation system that had been neutered for a considerable portion of the tank, was the ball-shaped lightning weapon that looked as if it was in the shape of a boiler. Since the headquarters had only seen the shape of that boiler in the middle of Lu Changsheng's previous report, it's not clear how powerful ball lightning weapons really are. So before the very first race, HQ is not thinking about competing with Big Pretty for this super order from Camel Kingdom. As a result, it was never expected that the boiler-like thing that Chen Hao had merely spent a day's effort on had burst forth with such tremendous power that it had directly shocked the great beautiful envoy into a coma, and at the same time catching all the eyes of the Prince of the Camel Kingdom. This makes the people in charge inside the headquarters really don't know whether they should be happy or not, or whether they should be happy or not, or whether they should be happy or not. Considering that the modifier of this tank was Chen Hao, the headquarters then immediately called Fengtian military region and directly contacted Chen Hao himself. Questions were asked about the mass production of modified tanks, as well as the cost and technology. For these issues, it is now of greater concern to headquarters. Mass production is naturally a matter of seeing if this tank can be mass-produced or not. If it can be mass-produced, then even if it's not convenient to sell it now, in the future, it's possible to consider selling it. And once mass production is considered, cost becomes the second thing to consider. After all, it's how much it costs that's the key factor in determining whether or not the tank will make money once it's sold. And wait until you're done thinking about mass production and cost. It comes down to the most central issue of technological confidentiality. In response to this issue, the headquarters specifically asked for Chen Hao's opinion. Asked Chen Hao if he said that such advanced technology, once exported to foreign countries, would have an impact on our military strength. The headquarters was quite serious and earnest when they asked this question. However, when the members of the headquarters received Chen Hao's answer, they all stopped being serious and replaced it with shock. Unparalleled shock. Chen Hao, what are you saying? The ball lightning technique isn't even considered a great technique anymore? You still have newer and stronger technologies. Let us sell it whenever we want. Chen Hao, this is no joke. Didn't I hear Commander Lu say that it was you who just added it on a few days ago? Developed another new technology so quickly? A military order is like a mountain. Every word you say now, that's spoken inside the Fengtian military region. This is responsible. Hiss. Okay. You submit a new technology development note. If it's confirmed that the newer and more powerful technology you're talking about really does exist, then we'll have this order thing in mind. The members of the headquarters had never dreamed that Chen Hao would actually take the ball lightning technology as a technology that he had eliminated. This viewpoint directly stunned almost all members of the headquarters. Ball lightning weapon? That's a super technology that can directly blast out a huge crater with a diameter of 500 meters from 10 kilometers away. When it came to Chen Hao, he actually said he was going to be eliminated. This mouth is a little too big. Too big. And that's not the most exaggerated part of Chen Hao. Chen Hao's greatest exaggeration was actually telling the headquarters that the actual cost of this one tank was just under 1 million dragon coins, and that was still the final construction cost with the addition of the ball lightning weapon system. When this price came out, the members of the headquarters were almost dumbfounded. It looks like the profit estimate in Lu Changxing's phone call before looks like it was less. The actual cost is actually cheaper than Lu Changxing's estimate. If this is really sold at 50 million rice cutter a car, that's still a lot more money. Dozens of times the profit margin, which cannot be called making money, is completely a book of profit. The last thing was about mass production, and it was Chen Hao's reply about the mass production issue that sent the happy and excited energy of the headquarters members straight to the clouds. Chen Hao actually told the headquarters in a calm and incomparable manner that mass production was a more than simple job. All it would take is for him to personally remodel a conventional tank manufacturing plant, and then he could just change from mass-producing Type 99A tanks to mass-producing super tanks. Such an easy, simple approach to mass production would be an innovation never before seen in the entire history of tank production and manufacturing. A new tank out, but do not need to redesign and build production lines, but only need to optimize the original production line. On the basis of this is not to save money, save time, save a lot of it. With these few necessary conditions, what's the point of hesitating on this deal? Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to Dato Go. Fengtian Military Region Headquarters. While Commander Lu Changsheng was leading the members of the tank race delegation to stay in the Camel Kingdom, Chen Hao, who had been staying at the military headquarters, was a bit unable to sit still, as Lu Changsheng was caught up in the matter of the tank order, and at the same time was specially assigned an additional job as the temporary head of the armament trade by the headquarters in the capital. So, Commander Lu Changsheng won't be able to return to Fengtian for a while. Once Lu Changsheng's side was delayed, the entire Fengtian military region side was not as tense and busy as before. The academicians of the Dragon Science Academy had moved the entire research center back to the capital yesterday. After all, the capital belongs to the headquarters of the Dragon Science Academy, and all kinds of research and development resources there are relatively much richer. On the Fengtian side, although there is also a specialized Dragon Science Institute Fengtian research branch, but after all, the research branch is still too small, and there are limits to the size of the research programs and the size of the research staff that can be accommodated. Therefore, after much deliberation, the Dragon Science Academy's General Hospital directly moved all of its research projects directly back to the capital when Commander Lu Changsheng went to the Camel Kingdom to compete. That said, a large group of academicians, every day to stay inside the tank equipment workshop to engage in research, ultimately, will greatly affect the progress of scientific research. So with such a choice, the capital side did give great support, in order to allow all the academicians and experts and professors to quickly resume their research work. The Capital Research Institute also applied for a few trips of military transport planes with the Capital Military Region Headquarters, directly transporting all the controlled nuclear fusion devices that had been dismantled from the previous super tank. The academicians are gone, and the controlled fusion device has been shipped. Chen Hao, the protagonist of protagonists, naturally followed the device and the academicians to the capital. As a result, what Chen Hao did not expect was that after he had just followed the same large pile of academicians from the military transportation plane to the capital en masse, he then received a call from his first cousin, Sun Chaochuan. Cousin Chen Hao's life situation is different from that of Chen Hao, who originally graduated from a third-rate university. When I first graduated from college, I didn't think much of it and went straight into society. And then later on, it's a life of 996 every day and 669 every month. It wasn't until not too long ago that Chen Hao saved up enough $10,000 to open his own tuning store, and his days were truly turned upside down. Cousin Sun Chaochuan, that's a different story. Both he and Chen Hao were practically the same age, only that their birth month was a few months earlier than Chen Hao. At the same time, cousin is not like Chen Hao, just graduated from college early into society. Sun Chaochuan, that is a real elite talent. When the college entrance exams, Chen Hao hard to get into a 3, the results of their own cousin, but the hand on the door of the University of Qingbei. And after Chen Hao left from the third university, his cousin's study career didn't end. The event of 2 short years, cousin Sun Chaochuan directly in the original Qingbei University on the basis of another 7 years ahead of schedule to complete all the credits, and synchronized in the international first-class academic journal Nature magazine published a one-work, thus successfully graduated from the doctorate. The reason for calling Chen Hao over was because this first cousin of his had graduated with his doctorate and was assigned to a very good unit. So the cousin wants Chen Hao to go back to his hometown with him, and the cousin's mom wants to gather together the real relatives of the family and celebrate. This request was naturally not something Chen Hao could well refuse, because when he was a child, Chen Hao knew that his own parents didn't actually have many relatives. My father had only 2 brothers, and my mother had only 1 relative, my great-aunt. So now my great-aunt's son has graduated with a PhD and has a good job. Even though Chen Hao himself didn't really want to go, he still had to go back because of the face of his close relatives. What's more, in the past 2 years, he himself had been busy with his work and career, and he really hadn't been home to visit. Therefore, Chen Hao nodded his head and agreed to the other party's invitation directly after receiving his cousin's call. Chen Hao's hometown wasn't really that far from the capital. It was only about 700 or 800 kilometers away. If you take the train, you can get there in about 2 hours or so. Coincidentally, in the middle of the phone call, Chen Hao learned that the R&D job that his older cousin Sun Chaochuan had now found was actually in the capital as well. So then, as soon as the two of them made an appointment, they decided to meet at the capital's train station and go home together. In fact, if anything, according to Chen Hao's current identity and position specificity, he was not able to leave the Dragon Science Academy. After all, now the magnetic levitation superconductivity technology as well as controlled fusion technology, 2 key technology research projects, are still relying on him to lead the promotion of it. Although Chun Hao had already explained the principles and other aspects with the academicians in enough detail before, but given that these two technologies involve far too much complexity, therefore, as of now, the academicians of the Dragon Science Academy had not yet been able to fully digest the advanced technological concepts instructed by Chun Hao. However, that's the way things are in the world. Once there are more people involved and then when schedules are tight, usually there is some kind of a slip-up. The arrangement for Chun Hao was precisely the same, because the number of experts, professors and academicians transported at once from the military region of the capital was too many. So, busy as they were, the Dragon Science Academy and the capital military region side ignored Chun Hao. The Dragon Science Academy side was in a hurry to prepare for the expansion of the research center so that Chun Hao could come over specifically to guide the R&D work. What about the side of the capital military region, which was again only responsible for reception and security, and didn't have that much time to worry about Chun Hao's affairs? Therefore, with this delay and 2 delays, Chun Hao was delayed inside the guest house of the Dragon Science Academy. Bored, Chun Hao received a call from his older cousin at this exact moment. Immediately, he decided to take advantage of the fact that the Dragon Science Institute was still expanding the size of its research center to make a trip home so that he could visit his parents. Meanwhile, give your first cousin a celebration to celebrate. At around 3 o'clock that afternoon, Chun Hao left the Long Kuyuan guest house alone and took a cab to the train station. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Chun Hao saw his spirited older cousin. Immediately afterward, the two of them embarked on the moving train group home together. Speaking of which, there was also that little bit of this trip that made Chun Hao unhappy. For since the very first meeting between the two, his own first cousin had directly revealed the natural vain nature he had inherited from his great-aunt. Chun Hao, I've heard that you've been fighting in Beihai City for the past 2 years. Why are you running to the capital now? Can't make it in Beihai City anymore? Chun Hao, how much money do you make a month now? I can get $18,000 a month for this job I'm in right now, just after I graduated. Chun Hao, look at you now. When I told you to learn properly, you didn't even learn properly. Chun Hao, do you want to know what my current job is? To give you some insight, it's a confidential industry. You know, the secretive industry. You can't say anything. Chun Hao, see your brother, I have this clothing knot. Are the unit in advance of the issue? We this time the whole country only hired 18 people. Sun Xiaochuan is moving the car to go all the way, and he is fooling around in front of Chun Hao all the way. The fooling around didn't stop until the train arrived. Chun Hao had intended to interrupt his cousin's foolishness several times, but every time Chun Hao wanted to change the topic and chat with his cousin about college life or the outside society, cousin Sun Xiaochuan would then visibly show a look of disdain, and began to educate Chun Hao in a condescending manner. Hey, Chun Hao, your brother, I'm talking to you. Why do you keep interrupting? Are all those city insights you talk about interesting? You don't see what I am now. I'm the one who's going to be in a classified organization for research soon. Who has the time to listen to you talk about things that aren't nutritious? You'd better listen to me, so that in the future, my brother, I'll be a big mixer. Maybe I'll find a chance to take you with me. And you said you got a tuning factory in Beihai City. What can that thing top? Do you have skills? Do you have a master's degree? Tinkering all day long? What kind of development can you have? Facing this attitude of his cousin Sun Xiaochuan, Chun Hao was really not willing to bring up any of the things he wanted to talk about with the other party anymore. People were obviously treating themselves as his Chun Hao's godfather, so what else was Chun Hao going to talk to him about? Talking about anything does nothing more than bring conflict between the two. If the person sitting next to Chun Hao right now was a stranger, Chun Hao guessed that he would just change seats and walk away, saving the other party from bragging in front of him. However, this person was his cousin, so Chun Hao could only hold down the displeasure in his heart and chat with him over for a little while. By the time they got home, my great-aunt and great-aunt's husband were already at their house early with tea and melon seeds. Maybe it's because the great-aunt is her own mother's real sister. Or maybe it's because he was never as good as his own brilliant cousin when he was growing up. So what? When Chun Hao saw his parents, his own parents, on the other hand, had been carefully talking to both his great-aunt and his great-aunt's husband. Sister, brother-in-law, it's not me, Li Gili, who would like to count you two out. Look at you. And look at that Chun Hao of your family. Why is he so unmotivated day after day? My family's Xiaochuan has graduated with a doctorate now. Where's your family's Chun Hao? Still hanging around in Beihai City. I haven't seen any money, and I haven't seen any housing. Do you know how much my Xiaochuan got when he first graduated? 28,000 a month, with bonuses and benefits. It's all heading for $40,000. Where's your family's Chun Hao? I did hear my family's Xiaochuan talk about it the other day. Getting some kind of tuning factory. You're a little old to be talking so much, but you're still a modification factory. It's just a broken workshop, right? I say people. Do people or to be a little more honest good? Can not be? Why do you still have to swollen face to be fat? Look at him. He looks like a person who knows technology, and he's learning how to run a factory. Just after entering the door, Chen Hao heard his great-aunt frothing at the mouth in front of him, spitting out what he and his family were not. In his words, it was clear that he belonged to the same path as his cousin beside him. Such a haughty tone and the barbed sarcasm in his words clearly gave Chen Hao a feeling of displeasure. And without realizing it, Chen Hao arrived in front of a few people with a slight frown on his face. Auntie, this is my home. It's fine for you to criticize me so much in my home, but when you talk to my parents, can you show some respect? Chen Hao, you're back. Son, you're back. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Hao's parents, Chen Laosher and Li Guifan, immediately stood up from the sofa and looked at their son with joyful smiles. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Chen Hao nodded. It's good to be back. And your great-aunt didn't mean any harm. Mind you, maybe it was because he was worried that Chen Hao was in a bad mood just after he came back. So Chen Hao's Chen Laosher and Li Guifan started to play for Li Gili in this next sentence. However, Chen Hao's parents' side had only just tried to round things off, but Li Gili's side was clearly a bit unaware of the situation. Guifan, look at your son. Why don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? I'm your own sister. What's wrong with saying a few words to you? Look at my son again. He knows the elders are talking and doesn't interrupt a word. That's what I call upbringing. Chen Hao is great-aunt. It's a family reunion today. So let's talk less. Let's go to the restaurant to eat first. It's not easy for the two boys to come all the way back. They've both worked hard. Seeing that Li Gili was still relentlessly trying to say something, Chen Hao's mother, Li Guifan, on the other hand, gently patted Chen Hao's shoulder, signaling her son not to be angry. Then they called both families directly and planned to go out together. Chen Hao sighed. Originally listening to his cousin's condescending attitude along the way was already very unpleasant. Coupled with the fact that this great-aunt of his was so bossy and arrogant, he had really wanted to have a fit. However, as a child, Chen Hao also knew his parents' temperament. Both families are typically honest and have never been accustomed to being kind to others. Therefore, in order to not let the two old men be embarrassed under this kind of occasion today, Chen Hao suppressed his own head of anger, directly pulling his father and mother's hands, and stopped talking. Chen Hao's side chose to remain silent, and Li Gili was left without a target for her attack. So, the two families went straight out of the house under Li Guifan's mediation, toward the outside of the neighborhood. Chen Hao's hometown is a small county, and his two parents, one a school security guard and the other a female laborer in a cotton mill. The two families are usually of a more modest nature. So, when going out to eat, the two couples meant to find a more ordinary restaurant and forget about it. After all, the conditions are limited. And even when their son comes back and they want to provide the best treatment, the two families are a bit overwhelmed. But as soon as I heard two people say they were looking for a regular restaurant, Li Gili's side then started to make a demon again. Guifan, I'm your own sister. Today my baby boy came back, but you said you'd pick up Chao Kun. How can it be done with a lower grade? It's just a meal, so we have to pick the best restaurant. I'll take the lead on this matter. Just that Qingya Group opened the Qingya Hotel in our county. It's high class there. The people who go there are all rich and noble people, which is the only way to not lose face with my family's Chaochuan. Guifan, you can't afford it, can you? I'm your own sister. I usually help your family a lot. If you can't even afford to treat me to a meal, then it looks like our families won't need to interact in the future. Li Gili can be considered to have taken shamelessness to the extreme. She clearly knew that her sister was an honest person, but she had to mention twice in a row that she was Li Guifan's own sister at a time like this. And at the same time, he's putting himself on the moral high ground. This hand down, Li Guifan, even if she genuinely cannot afford to spend so much money to treat dinner, can only helplessly towards their own husband and son Chen Hao awkward smile. That's what my sister said, haha. Chaochuan is a brilliant boy. And now that Chaochuan has gotten another good job, it's time to celebrate. Qingya Grand Hotel it is then. Chen Hao, you know the way well. You go ahead. Li Guifan was also able to see that her son Chen Hao was unhappy again at this time. She then directly dismissed Chen Hao to walk to the front to lead the way. Seeing that his mother had already compromised, Chen Hao could then only press his temper once again, and simply walked to the front, leading the way for the crowd to go. Holding back a few times in a row had made Chen Hao's mood as bad as it could be. Originally, he had actually wanted to see his parents when he came back this time, because if you look at the level of secrecy surrounding the Controlled Fusion program and the Maglev program, after everything was arranged on the Dragon Science Academy side, Chen Hao estimated that he might not be able to go home for the next 3 to 5 years. That's not to say that controlled fusion will take that long to develop. Controlled nuclear fusion device Chen Hao has already developed. let the academicians of the Dragon Science Academy to analyze. At most, a month or two is also enough time. The things that really consume time are the things that come along behind controlled fusion, like fusion fighters, fusion carriers, and a whole host of other projects. These, in turn, are projects that need to rely on a reliable controlled fusion device in order to get off the ground. Therefore, this can be so to say, Chen Hao currently drummed out the controlled nuclear fusion technology as well as superconducting magnetic levitation technology is actually just the first step. There is a sea of things that are going to involve him in the background. Plus, add to that the many more remodeling projects that have yet to begin inside your own system right now. With a rough estimation, Chen Hao could basically judge that he would hardly have the chance to be with his parents again in the next few years. And of course, it's because of such a layer. That was why, under this situation today, Chen Hao had chosen to endure again and again, in order to do nothing more than not to brush off the two old men's pleasure, and to avoid this meal today ending in a clamor. However, as the saying goes, people are good at being bullied and horses are good at being ridden. That's the way the world works. Chen Hao's stoicism and Chen Lusher's and Li Guifen's humility didn't just make Li Gili's family of three subside. On the contrary, let this family of three, as if what hysteria, but also on the side of the Chen Hao family in front of the dejected in the end cannot. After the two families arrived at the Qingya Grand Hotel, Li Gili's family first unceremoniously sat on top of the main seat. What followed was a big order of a bunch of the restaurant's signature dishes. After the dishes were ordered, the meal officially began, while Li Gili's family began to continue to show their superiority in a yin and yang manner. Chao Chuan, my good son, quickly tell Mom, what exactly do you do in that job now? Mom, my side of the job is working on a secret research for a branch under the Dragon Science Institute. Mom and Dad, you're not outsiders. I'm telling you you can't spread it around. Li Gili this side of the show happy. His precious son Chao Chuan is also dejected. At that moment, he sold out in front of the crowd. Hey, Chao Chuan, I'm your mom. What secrets can't you tell Mom? We're all well-informed relatives here. So just tell it to your sister-in-law, so that their family will know what makes a good talent. Hey, good Lou, then I can say it. Mom, you're right. Anyway, sister-in-law's husband and Chen Hao they can't understand. It's okay to say it. I'm currently working on a controlled fusion program for the Nuclear Power Research Institute of the Dragon Science Academy. Mom, our research branch recently got word that a genius at modifying tanks has developed controlled fusion. The honorary dean of our branch, Professor Pan Jian, only returned from Fengtian yesterday after a busy day over there. This controlled nuclear fusion analysis project will soon begin in our nuclear power research branch of the Lunka Academy's Capital Research Institute. Stop it for me, son Chao Chuan, do you know what you're babbling about? Chen Hao had never thought that the work that this first cousin of his was now participating in was precisely the project on the analysis of controlled nuclear fusion technology. He couldn't even imagine that his first cousin would be able to directly blurt out such confidential and important information on top of such an occasion today. The thought of the controlled nuclear fusion project was precisely the absolute secrecy project that Lu Changxing and a group of bigwigs from the Dragon Science Academy had requested 3 times before. Chen Hao then could no longer restrain his anger and directly stood up from his seat. Chen Hao, what the hell are you up to? Who told you to yell here? What did my son say? You just say he's talking nonsense? Corey Lee, you'd better shut up too. If you don't want all 3 of your family to step on the sewing machine, you'd better pretend you didn't hear anything right now. Before Li Gili had a chance to scream something on her side, she was directly interrupted by Chen Hao. At this moment, only to see that Chen Hao simply had no time to take care of Li Gili, and directly reached out and pointed at Sun Chao Chuan to continue. Sun Chao Chuan, as a staff member in the field of confidentiality, the consequences of your nonsense here will be very serious. Do you know that? As your cousin, usually I let you even, but if I hear any more from your mouth today about those things that shouldn't be revealed 1 iota of content, you can't blame me for being unsympathetic and smacking your ass. Even though Chen Hao's emotions were already clearly showing some signs of eruption at this moment, but the current one had no desire to send his first cousin in. After all, the man in front of him was his first cousin, and at the same time the scene was full of his own family. Even if he himself had thoughts and impulses of righteousness, he could not have taken it upon himself to threaten his relatives at will without warning the other. Chen Hao was now completely looking at the premise that Sun Chao Chuan hadn't yet revealed any confidential content before he sternly stopped the other party. The purpose was to make this first cousin of his better be able to wake up and not ruin his life for his momentary face, his momentary superiority. However, Chen Hao's noble sentiments at this time did not induce Sun Chao Chuan to wake up. Quite the contrary. As soon as Sun Chao Chuan saw that Chen Hao had not only interrupted his own words, but had also directly shut up his own mother, Li Gili, he was instantly on fire. Chen Hao, Why the hell are you bullshitting in front of me? Do you understand the technology I'm working on? You want me to stop talking about it? Who do you think you are? I'm involved in the controlled fusion program, and I'm going to report the day after tomorrow to personally work on the technical analysis of controlled fusion. I told you. What can you do to me? You're a second-rate kid from a third-rate school. Can you still understand what confidentiality means? Yelling and screaming here. Do you know? Bang! Arrest the man for me. Now! Now! Hoo. Just when Sun Chaochuan was still in a frenzy of licentiousness. Just when the two families had become at cross swords at the moment. Accidents happen. A whole team of heavily armed soldiers unexpectedly and without warning suddenly rushed into this box, directly pouncing towards Sun Chaochuan, who had just been fooling around. Who are you guys? Don't grab my son. You. The panicked Li Gili still wanted to go up to stop, but the result was that just as she got up, she was directly clasped by the two guards and pressed down on top of the desktop at once. How dare you leak scientific research secrets in broad daylight? You've simply eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Arrest the guy who just spouted nonsense for me and take him away immediately. Commander Pang Genoa's voice was like a loud bell, directly startling everyone in the box. It was also precisely because of such a roar from Commander Pang that Chen Hao, as if he had realized something, directly turned his head in the direction of the doorway. At this look, Chen Hao himself was a bit confused. The people standing at the entrance of the box turned out to be Professor Chung Sharen and Commander Pang Genoa, as well as a large group of heavily armed, handheld mutant special elites. Academician Chang? Commander Pang? Why are you guys here? Chen Hao said with a foggy and confused brain. Gu, Chief Engineer Chen, you still have the nerve to ask us now? Why don't you just say so if you want to leave? Now the entire capital military region, Fengtian military region, Beihai military region and the entire Dragon Science Academy are almost in chaos. Called you and couldn't get through. If it weren't for all the cameras in the modern world, we found this place by tracking it all the way. If anything were to happen to you, Chief Engineer Chen, it would be a great loss to our entire field of scientific research and military industry. As he spoke, Academician Chang Sharan walked directly into the middle of the box, pulling Chen Hao into the crowd of soldiers. Come on, let me tell you what's going on. After a brief and concise description by Prof. Chang Sharan, Chen Hao now sort of understood exactly what was happening. It was fitting that this trip home by himself had accidentally triggered such a huge shock. This matter could not really be blamed on Chen Hao when all was said and done. This was because the previous Dragon Science Institute and the Capital Military Region headquarters had been busy with personnel transportation and the expansion of the Dragon Science Institute's research center. Therefore, the official appointment of Chen Hao's chief engineer has not yet come down for a while. Since there was no official appointment from the chief engineer, Chen Hao now belonged to the category of being an idler. So it is because of such a work on the omission. Let Chen Hao himself also mistakenly think that he left the guest house no big deal. The result was good. When Chen Hao's side of a person squarely stepped on the train home, on the other side, Academician Pan Jian and Academician Ma Weigua, however, ran to the guest house to look for Chen Hao because they had some important matters. The two men had gone to Chen Hao originally to talk about the matter regarding the official appointment of Chen Hao's status as chief engineer. As a result, when I arrived at the guest house, I saw that this appointment letter had not yet arrived and the chief worker was gone. The two were instantly and completely flustered. The chief engineer or not is still a secondary matter. The key is that the magnetic levitation technology and controlled fusion technology have not been fully analyzed and finished yet. If Chen Hao couldn't find it, wouldn't that be the equivalent of a sudden interruption regarding these two epic-making technologies? How can this thing be? As a result, the two immediately stopped all the work at hand and directly contacted the headquarters of the capital military region. As soon as the staff at the headquarters of the military region in the capital heard that the chief engineers responsible for the analysis of controlled fusion technology had lost their jobs, they were also terrified. Immediately, he contacted the headquarters of the Dragon Science Academy again, and also contacted the Fengtian military region as well as the Beihai military region and all the branches under the Dragon Science Academy. Eventually, with the urgent intervention of the capital military region, the two academicians finally found news of Chen Hao's identity in the ticket records of the train station. Subsequently, the two academicians took a look at the location of this Chen Hao's hometown, which was relatively close to Beihai City, only 300 to 400 kilometers away. So it immediately dispatched Academician Chang Shoren of the Beihai Research Branch of the Dragon Science Institute as well as contacted Commander Pang Genoa, the head of the Beihai military region. After the news of the two roads, it was a whirlwind ride, and in less than 2 bells, they met in the county of Chen Hao's hometown. After the meeting, the two men couldn't take a break and followed it up by mobilizing all of the staff of the local special service brigade as well as all of the members of the nearby barracks. Throughout the county, there were hundreds of additional armored vehicles and various military jeeps in a split-second effort. around the county and then accessed a large number of videos. And finally, Commander Pang Genua managed to lock Chen Hao's location. Then the two men came straight at them with no less than the upturned Secret Service staff as well as the guards. However, what neither of the two bigwigs expected was this. When the two of them found this Qingya hotel based on the information summarized from many aspects, they came to the door of the private room. Prof. Cheng Shouren had actually heard with his own ears that someone was leaking top-secret information, and at the same time heard Chen Hao angrily reprimanding that person. With the belief of absolute secrecy regarding this level of information, Commander Pang Genua directly ordered his soldiers to rush into the box without saying a word. Then, the scene that Chen Hao had just seen happened. A simple thing developed now. This situation has greatly exceeded the expectations of Chen Hao's first cousin Sun Chaochuan. Eyes were firmly backed up by the fully armed guards. He also finally knew fear at this time. That's what people are like. Actually, it doesn't matter how cocky he is or how arrogant he usually is. Once a real encounter occurs when he is overwhelmed by a force he cannot resist, the instinctive fear in human bones spreads uncontrollably. At this moment, Sun Chaochuan had completely lost the arrogance he had felt when he had cursed Chen Hao earlier. In its place was a form that was trembling from extreme fear. Mom, help me, help me. Sun Chaochuan first frantically begged for help towards his mother, Li Gili. However, at this time Li Gili, where there is this ability to save their own baby son, she just that 2 hits if more serious, can be considered a not too small crime. To try to thwart the proper behavior of the guards is just eating their hearts out. This kind of splashing and rolling behavior of hers would only work better in front of Chen Hao's parents on weekdays, or in front of the neighbors, where it could be of some use. It can't be helped that Chen Hao's parents and neighbors are also ordinary people, and ordinary people can't really afford to mess with this kind of guy who likes to spill his guts. But now that it's a special agent from the Special Forces Brigade coming in, that's a different story. Even though Li Gili had tried to struggle and splash around a few times at this moment, however, the Secret Service agents did not spoil her at all, and kept her under deadly control, unable to move in the slightest. Seeing that his mother could not help him, this time Sun Chaochuan began to call out to his father again. Dad, help me. What I just said was unintentional. I wasn't trying to give away secrets. Only, with the same childish behavior of calling out to mothers. Before Sun Chaochuan's side could bring up the rhythm of calling out to his father, he was directly covered by a special duty officer with a cloth. Shut up, have a heart or not. Now that you've been caught in the act, you'll have to answer for what you have to say when you go in. It's not your turn to bark here now. You can't take my son. He's the only one I have. Seeing that his own son was being controlled even more to death, Sun Chaochuan's father also panicked at this time. However, what he was saying now was completely unrelated to the sins committed by Sun Chaochuan, so how could this possibly help him? What's more, the faults that Sun Chaochuan had committed were not something that could be solved by just crying out a couple of sentences. As Chen Hao, who had folded back into the box, said, Great aunt husband, you'd better not get any more ideas. There are state laws and family rules. Since he dares to casually make up his own mind, he himself must bear the price of such licentiousness. You can't help him like that, Chen Hao said coldly. However, when Chen Hao said this, Sun Chaochuan's father seemed to have thought of something. All of a sudden, he ran to Chen Hao's front, and with a plop, he knelt in front of Chen Hao. Chen Hao, for the sake of me being your great aunt's husband, can you talk to them and let my family's Chao Kun go? Everything that happened before was your cousin's fault. Your great aunt and great uncle's my fault. And I apologize. Didn't I call you chief engineer? Please do me a favor and let my Chaochuan go, please. The great aunt's husband said this with as much earnestness as he could muster than his former toe curling. Looking at his great aunt's husband in such a state, Chen Hao couldn't bear to see him. Get up, great aunt, get up, get up. Chen Hao comforted his great aunt's husband while trying to help the other party up. However, as soon as the other party took a look at Chen Hao's side and didn't help with a single word other than letting himself up, he immediately changed the object of help to Chen Hao's mother. Gue Fan Gue Li is your own sister. Chao Kun is your own nephew You cannot see death to save My family Chaochuan knows it's wrong. You talk to Chen Hao. People are calling him chief engineer. He must have a solution. Talk. Ho, how about? Where had Li Guifan seen such a scene today? At first, the whole group was taken aback by the group of heavily armed Secret Service agents. Waiting until later a little thing after the general. The moment is also want to say a few words for Sun Chaochuan. However, her mother Li Guifan's words had only just been uttered when she was interrupted by Chen Hao. Mom, chief engineer is just a position. It doesn't mean I can bend the law. I've already said that what my first cousin has committed is not an ordinary mistake. The state has its own laws and the family has its own rules. I don't have the ability to favor him either. Since he had a brief exchange with both Academician Cheng Shouren and Commander Pang Genua, Chen Hao was still very clear about the consequences of this matter. He knew that at this moment, the matter was out of his hands. So when his own mother began to plead on behalf of the other party, he himself could only shake his head helplessly, expressing his powerlessness to do anything about it. Chief Engineer Chen, I won't say any more superfluous words. You're still quite sober yourself. This man has broken the law of the land. I will send him directly to where he belongs. As for any miscellaneous matters, let's talk after I'm done with this. With that, Commander Pang Genoa then beckoned the group of special agents directly under him. The Secret Service personnel immediately pulled Sun Chaochuan outside and sent him directly on top of a camouflage-painted jeep. Send him straight to where he's supposed to, leave 2 teams behind. The rest of you, come with me and escort the suspect back before we talk. Chen Hao knows that the law of the land is hard to escape. As a party military region commander, Pang Genoa is naturally even less likely to have accidents. He first sent someone to escort Sun Chaochuan out of the store, and then discussed the matter with Chen Hao and Professor Cheng Shaoran. In the end, after escorting Sun Chaochuan away, Commander Pang Genoa also merely organized his team and finally followed the team escorting Sun Chaochuan to leave this box as well. Hey, don't go, what about my son? He saw his son being taken away and his rowdy daughter-in-law being kept out of the box. Chen Hao's great-aunt's husband finally knew what it meant to be desperate at this time. The feast is definitely off the table. Chen Hao, the great-aunt's husband, looked at the doorway for more than 10 minutes before he turned back to look at his still somewhat flailing wife. Why are you looking at me? Why don't you think of a way to save your son? You useless old thing. It's bad luck to be married to you. Pop. An extremely crisp and loud applause resounded directly in the box. Accompanied by the applause, a large palm print as red Fuji was imprinted on top of Li Gili's cheeks. You dare to hit me? This slap directly subdued the Chen Hao family present as well as Chen Hao's great-aunt Li Gili. Although Chen Hao, the great-aunt's husband, usually had some arrogance, in the final analysis, there was usually nothing too out of the ordinary. But today, after seeing with his own eyes that his own son had gotten into serious trouble because of his blabbering, he finally sort of woke up for good. It's you who are the loser. All day long, you compare yourself with others and show off all over the place. Now it's good. Your son let you teach him to cause trouble. You still have the face to make a scene here. See if I don't beat you to death for being such a loser. It was already late at night when they left the Qingya Hotel. Chen Hao's family definitely couldn't get involved in the affairs of his great-aunt's husband and great-aunt. Of course, the family didn't intend to intervene any further. After all, Chen Hao had already made it more than clear, and Commander Pang Genoa had made the reality of the situation clear, and it was impossible for Chen Hao to fix it. Therefore, Chen Hao's family could only choose to leave while allowing the 2 non-professional wrestlers to continue to fight inside the box, while his own family chose to leave. That said, Chen Hao's parents would like to comfort the agitated emotions of both sides yet. But what could 2 honest, ordinary people do to help in this situation? Staying there would only cause more conflict. So Chen Hao's parents ultimately chose the move of each sweeping the snow in front of their door with no choice. As for what happens after you leave the Grand Hotel, that's much easier. Under the escort of Chang Shourun and a large group of special soldiers, Chen Hao first accompanied his parents back to their home and stayed for a few moments. Then, again under the introduction of academician Chang Shourun, Chen Hao informed his parents that he was working on R&D for Huaxia. Of course, the specifics, are impossible to disclose. Chen Hao's parents didn't understand it, but they could see that their son had thoroughly excelled. At the same time, thanks to the presence of Chang Shourun, a top scientific research celebrity, Chen Hao's parents are even more confident in their son's current development. Who is Chang Shourun? How could Chen Hao's parents not know? Scientists who are shown on TV all the time. So how can it be fake? Even if they had doubts about Professor Chang Shourun's words, those military jeeps that escorted their family of 3 home, as well as a number of armored vehicles, could they be false? Obviously it is impossible. Son, you can rest assured to go back. In the future don't run back home without a word. Your parents, we are good. As long as you live well outside, we are satisfied. In the future, we must listen to the words of the country, and do a good job in scientific research, and strive to make more high-tech for our China. In the future, our Chen family will be honoring our ancestors. Go, don't be sad. Mom and Dad are content to see you as you are now. Don't miss us. Before his departure, Chen Laoshi unprecedentedly stuffed Chen Hao with a bulging newspaper bag. Chen Hao opened a look, only to see the inside is actually a thick pile of wrinkled bills. With just one glance, Chen Hao could already tell that this money was bound to be the money that his parents had earned from their hard work day and night over the years. This pile of bills must be at least $70,000 to $80,000. Chen Hao is more aware of his parents. 2 people have been at the bottom of society. Save so much money, not a decade or 8 years. At least it is also need 2 or 3 years. Chen Hao then directly pushed this newspaper bag back to his parents. Mom and Dad, I have money now, and with such a good job now, I won't run out of money to spend in the future. Keep this money for yourselves. You too. Right. I have another card here. You guys take it. There should be around 600,000 Chinese coins in here. Enough for the 2 old men to live well in the future. Son, where did you get so much money from? Before Chen Hao could finish his words, Chen Hao's father and his mother looked at Chen Hao with wide eyes in unison. Well, Mom and Dad, now that I'm doing research with Mr. Chang, do I still need money? Think about it. Which chief engineer on TV makes hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars? Speaking of which, this money of Chen Hao's came in an interesting way. In reality, if one were to go by Chen Hao's actual previous deposits, he would only have 100,000 Chinese coins. And what's more, that 100,000 Chinese coins was still given away because of the modified tank system. In addition to this money, Chen Hao did take the $2 million that Wang Hua had sent him for the tank renovation. However, the $2 million was a check, which Chen Hao had never had the time to bring with him when he came back this time. As for this extra $500,000 Chinese dollars on this card, I actually don't know if anyone can remember it. Yes, it's the interest on the $10 billion of transfers that have been lying on their books for days. That $10 billion are Qingya Group's big boss Yan Ruai gave himself. But this money has not yet warmed up. Let Chen Hao used out in exchange for the ball lightning weapon system to go. So, tossing and turning, now Chen Hao is left with this bank card with about 600,000 or so dollars and the check that he didn't bring. In fact, Chen Hao was quite surprised at his extra $500,000 of interest out of nowhere. Because this was also the first time he himself knew that the original rich people actually didn't need to do anything at all. It was enough to live a few lifetimes according to the usual life. A few days of interest. There are more than $500,000. So much money. But Chen Hao parents together do not eat and drink for 5 years or even 10 years are afraid to come up with the number. As a result, Chen Hao just let $10 billion lie on his card for a few days and then came out. You say this is not money generating money. And what is it? It's almost more lucrative than a cash cow. Perhaps. This is the way of heaven. The loss of surplus to make up for the deficiency. The way of man. The loss is not enough to serve the surplus of the truth. Just as Chen Hao and Chang Sharen's group were taking advantage of the night while they were making their way towards the capital, 5,000 miles away in the vast ocean, a scene of extremely tense and exciting warship confrontation is being staged at this moment, 500 nautical miles beyond the Tiannan Sea, because it is located at the edge of the Pacific Ocean, where 2 continental plates meet, and where various atmospheric circulations converge. So, the fishery resources in that place are extremely rich. Moreover, as it is located within the high seas, there are no special prohibitions in the field of fisheries under international law. So, all along, that sea has been a key area for Chinese coastal fishermen and fishermen from several neighboring countries to fish. However, it happened one unremarkable night. I don't know if it's because Big Pretty was disgraced in the great global tank competition, or because they had already thought of a lot of damaging tricks early on. In short, when this day came, the fishermen of Huaxia sailed to these waters in their deep-sea fishing boats in great numbers, as they had done in previous years. These simple fishermen then suffered one of the most chagrined voyages of their lives. The presence of a big beautiful destroyer directly interfered with all the fishermen's operational plans. The 7,000-ton surface battleship, as if it were a behemoth, appeared directly above the channel that the fishermen had to pass through to pull in their nets to catch fish. The leading fisherman wanted to go to the other side to argue with them, but in the end, the other side was extremely arrogant and refused the unanimous request of all the fishermen on our side, and resolutely refused to agree to leave this side of the sea. Not only that, the other side also condescendingly told these simple and kind-hearted fishermen that this is the high seas area, which belongs to international waters. They come and go as they please, and it's no one's business. This time, the fishermen kind of completely understand what's going on. Hopefully, the other side is clearly here to pick a fight. This is because, according to past practice, warships from various countries actually rarely appear in these waters during the fishing season each year. The reason is that fishermen from several neighboring countries have to fish here, and the presence of warships will easily cause the fish to scatter and interfere with the normal plans of the fishermen. This season, usually, even if there are a few warships in these waters, their purpose is basically to escort their own country's fishermen. On the one hand, it will not interfere with the operation of fishermen from other countries, and on the other hand, it will not directly run into the fishermen's operation routes to cause trouble. But what about this destroyer of the Great Beautiful, which has come here to stir up trouble, contrary to the practice of the past decades, and the habit of the fishermen for thousands of years, not to mention the fact that big beautiful fishing boats don't come to fish in these waters at all. These waters are tens of thousands of nautical miles away from the mainland. What kind of fisherman travels this far to fish? That's just crazy. Just to say that this destroyer's move, it was a move that the warships of several neighboring countries would never be able to take, whose warships have nothing to do but wander back and forth to the routes of fishermen's fishing operations. What is this if not a clear case of picking a fight? Beihai Military Region. Operations Command Center. Commander Pang Genua, who had just received the news, took his own team from Chunhao's hometown to return to the station by military helicopter on an emergency basis at the first opportunity. Just after entering the Combat Command Center, Commander Pang saw his colleagues from the Naval Department standing anxiously in front of the command center's electronic display screen, discussing something non-stop. On the other hand, the colleagues from the Army Department and the Air Force Department were all wrinkling their brows and looking serious as they sat at the conference table in the Combat Command Center to check the latest information. This gang of turtle grandchildren. Simply too bad. A good fishing season. Let them so stir up. Then our fishermen can do a naval colonel said angrily, pointing to a map of a sea area on the electronic display. What should we do? If I say so, just order our destroyers to open fire and beat the hell out of them. Anyway, our current destroyers are stronger than theirs, so in a real fight, they'll definitely be no match. The other Navy major clenched his own fists outright in indignation. Fight! 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 Is that a casual fight? They might be expecting us to fight. They're utilizing international maritime regulations, high seas and international waters. They're wandering around interfering with the fishermen. Once you make a move, what will international public opinion think of us? This is all a conspiracy. It's clear that they're out to get us. Another Navy Commodore straightened out his opponent's calculations. Yeah, they're just trying to count us out and make us do it first. That's right. Otherwise, with the strength of our Dragon 52D destroyer, not to him to beat back home, are considered cheap. It is not just the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. On missiles, then we are far worse, but they do not do anything. Just disgust you. What can you do? It's so exasperating. You can't hit them. You can't shoo them away. They're just so insidious. The vast majority of the naval officers present were still very much aware of the situation at hand. This situation also happened to be the reason why a group of officers had reported urgently to the headquarters to call Commander Pang Genua back urgently. After all, Commander Pang Genua wasn't just a mere military region commander, but also held the position of fleet commander of the Longwei Fleet, and the entire Longwei Fleet was actually under the command of the Beihai military region. So, after encountering this serious provocation, on the part of the Longwei Fleet Command in the North Sea City, a Dragon 52D guided missile destroyer was first dispatched to the area of operation to start an eviction operation. At the same time, it urgently called back Pang Genua, the head of the entire North Sea military region. Of course, if it was said that it was just a provocation, there was actually no need for the Dragonwick fleet side to go through so much trouble to call the commander back. The Longwall fleet staff can just dispose of it as they see fit. But the problem is that the other party's behavior has a clear rogue nature, which had no choice but to get Pang Genua back. In terms of strength, the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer was practically no match for that one Dragon 52D guided missile destroyer from Huaxia. The Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, costing 1 billion rice cutters, was 155.3 meters long, with a draft of 6.3 meters and a displacement of 9,300 tons, powered by 4 gas turbines. It has a top speed of 30 knots. Weapon systems include 2 families of 41 Malawian Quachas vertical launch systems, a 5-inch caliber 45 Malawian Quachas gun, and 232 Malawian Quachas 3-barrel torpedo launchers. In addition, the vertical launch system has 90 vertical launchers capable of launching Tomahawk cruise missiles and Standard 2 air defense missiles. In addition to this, the destroyer is equipped with 2 Quad Harpoon anti-ship missiles and Sea Sparrow missiles. And, of course, in addition to the missile system and the gun and torpedo system, this destroyer has 2 carrying 2 Seahawk helicopters. This strength, if it had been 10 years ago, it would naturally go without saying. Even if it is not compared to aircraft carriers, but compared to any country's destroyers or other types of warships, it is the unquestionable hegemony of the sea. But then, once the point in time is pushed back, that's a different situation. The fundamental reason why this situation is different is because of the birth of the Dragon 52D guided missile destroyer developed by China. Dragon 52D guided missile destroyer. Don't look at the displacement and tonnage are slightly less than the Arleigh Burke class. The ship's weapons unit is also slightly less than the Arleigh Burke class. But the key lies in the Dragon 52D missile technology advanced not only relying on active phased array radar, in the firepower to do where to hit where the strong instincts, but also in the missile's own breakout function is far beyond the Arleigh Burke class. The original subsupersonic variable speed cruise technology completely just kills all the missile technology of the Arleigh Burke class. What does that amount to? It's the equivalent of an eagle and a goose in a race. Don't look at the eagle fly up. May not be as far as the geese, but once the two down wants the fight. The eagle would then simply bury the geese in all flight with its incredibly sharp talons. So, if we're talking about comparing them in terms of actual fighting ability, this one, if it really needs to be hands-on in order to be resolved, then Pang Genoa didn't need to worry. He didn't even need to go back to the headquarters. Just by virtue of the command of those naval members under the Dragonwick fleet he could easily solve the battle. However, the opponent is insidious in this way. Ever since the Dragon 52D from HWA went, what's that one Arleigh Burke-class destroyer doing? It's actually slipping around and messing around. Specialized in looking for fishermen's operating channel scurrying. This side of the destroyer passed, people will zip-slip a smoke run away. And then when the destroyers here came back, they went back to the fishermen's operating channel to make trouble. One way or another, it directly harassed all the honest fishermen into speechlessness. There is no way. After all, fishing boats cannot be compared to destroyers. People interfere with their own how to do, can only continue to our own warships for help. However, the problem is that the sea is so big and there are so many fishermen working in it. How many fishermen can our destroyers take care of at the same time? You can't just send out 3 or 5 warships to keep a special eye on the one destroyer on the other side that's causing trouble. So, after tossing and turning, it has become the present situation where we can't fight and can't drive away. Well, if you do it, it will cause international public opinion. And if you don't do it, they go around disgusting people like flies. It's true that they are worthy of the big and beautiful style, the style that specializes in disgusting people. After listening to the discussion of his subordinates, Commander Pang Genoa also unconsciously frowned. This thing, really is not good to deal with. Because once a little careless, not even the fishermen brothers in vain, empty-handed return. That is, rubbing guns, triggering greater conflicts. No way. The fisherman's season is only for a month or 2. If we keep letting them bastards go, stirring things up like this, 2 months from now, we are afraid that hundreds of thousands of our fishermen brothers on our side will not be able to eat. This problem must be solved within half a month. Not only must it be resolved, but we must also make these bastards on the other side suffer. Do you all hear me? After thinking for a long time, Commander Pang Genoa slapped the table and inquired towards all the personnel in the combat command center. Heard that. The crowd immediately answered aloud. Well then, let's all work with me now to come up with a solution. And this solution must be the best of both worlds. I have 2 requests. First, we can't let guns go off, because there are still many of our fishermen brothers here. If we really do it, the other side can't beat us. And if they take it out on our fishermen brothers, we'll be sorry to our old ancestors. Moreover, making a move will also fall into the trap of Big Pretty. And let's not bring unnecessary trouble to our country because of a momentary whim. The second is that the other side must be given a taste of its own medicine, and it must be made, without the use of shipboard weapons, to come strutting across and lie back in disgrace. How does this work out? Just as Commander Pang Genoa's words landed, a group of people in charge of the Army, Navy, and Air Force looked at Commander Pang Genoa in unison. What is everyone looking at me for? I'm also thinking, brainstorming will surely come up with something. Seeing that there was more than a hint of confusion in the gazes of the crowd, Commander Pang Genoa did not leave the crowd, but sat straight down on a chair in front of the conference table in the combat center, staring solemnly at the electronic sea defense map and thinking. I don't know how much time had passed before an army colonel from the North Sea military region suddenly stood up and raised his right hand. You got an idea? Tell me. Pang Genoa signaled with a raised hand. I did think of a way to successfully repel the other side without falling into their trap. What? You've come up with a solution? Be more careful and tell us all about it. Upon hearing this, Commander Pang Genoa immediately stood up from his seat and anxiously pursued the question. If we have an electromagnetic jamming technology or something else that can paralyze the inside of the other side's warships, then by then they'll have to leave even if they don't want to. And the beauty of this technology is that there are no visible signs of a firefight in plain sight, and no way to lock on to an opponent. So, as long as we have this kind of technology, then even if the other side wants to play this up afterward, saying that we beat them up with our hands, they won't be able to produce any evidence. Electromagnetic interference. And not like artillery shells have craters and debris. This kind of loss, even if the cause of the study after the fact, I'm afraid that they have to study a 3, 5, 7 years, let alone take advantage of this kind of thing to pick a bigger problem. A word to the wise. The words of the subordinate army major directly opened up Pang Genoa's thoughts as a whole. Good. That's a great idea. Commander Pang Genoa shouted 3 times in a row. And immediately afterward he thought of one of his old friends and one of his new friends. An old friend, naturally, was Commander Lu Chongsheng. who was talking business in the Camel Kingdom. When he had talked to Lu Changsheng on the phone before, he had heard about the matter about that one tank directly using a ball lightning weapon, 10 kilometers of accidentally directly evaporating a 500-meter diameter sand dune. This incident not only shocked Pang Genoa, but even more so, it made Pang Genoa feel a strong interest in this kind of super weapon that annihilated the other side invisibly. And at the same time, Commander Pang Genoa was thinking of that super bull Chen Hao who had developed this technology to come. His own side had only just separated from Chen Hao for less than a day. Pang Genoa actually hadn't even realized how much Chen Hao, a supernatural talent, could help the Navy's warships yet. Now well, after such a reminder from his subordinate, he had really connected Chen Hao, the god of modification, with the Navy. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Since this kid Chen Hao was able to make a weapon like ball lightning, and to create a super tank that is resistant to electromagnetic interference, there's no reason he can't figure out a way to do something like this. Alright, I'll make another trip to the capital and go talk to Chen Hao to see what he can do. As he said that, Commander Pang Genoa's eyes steeply lit up. Immediately after that he ordered towards the members of the Navy's Dragonwick fleet in the Combat Command Center. All battleship commanders of the Dragonwick fleet, listen to this order. From now on, closely monitor the opponent's destroyer movements, and report back to me as soon as there is any movement. If the other side takes the lead in firing without regard to face, then let's not be polite. Let's strike when we have to, and once we do, let's hit me hard. If the other side keeps using this harassment tactic, then let's keep the current state the same. Keep a close watch, and don't allow the target to be lost. Also, the others take their places and continue with their own affairs as originally planned, waiting for me to return before arranging the next steps. After arranging all the work of his subordinates, Pang Genoa directly pulled out the cell phone on his waist, wanting to make a call to Chen Hao. Early in the morning of the second day after returning to the Lunka Academy in the capital, Chen Hao received an urgent call from Commander Pang Genoa of the North Sea Military Region. At the same time, Chen Hao also received the latest reward sent to him by the system. Ding dong, host reward distribution detected. Congratulations to the host for completing the ball lightning weapon system retrofitting process. Super transformation system treasure chest upgraded to level 2 treasure chest. The value of the various types of systematic redemption of the treasure chest has been greatly reduced. Ball lightning weapon system, priced at $1 million. Redeemable for points of equal value. Shadow invincibility stealth system, priced at $2 million. And can be exchanged for points of equal value. Hypersonic cruise system, priced at $5 million. Redeemable for points of equal value. Mystery reward officially issued, full band obstruction EMI matrix technology. 400,000 points required. Reward for successful addition, level +1. 200,000 points. Full band blocking EMI matrix technology, for only 400,000 points? Chen Hao himself couldn't believe that he was actually rewarded with such a powerful technique. It made him forget for a moment that this reward distribution had been delayed for several days. A few days ago, Chen Hao had actually been wondering why there was no reward for his ball lightning weapon system after it came out. Now that it was the rewards had arrived, and in an instant, he had put all of his previous complaints about the system behind him. Sooner or later, as long as it's here, it's good, right? Moreover, what made this system reward even more exciting for Chen Hao was that it really matched up with Commander Pang Genoa's urgent needs. Where did this leave Chen Hao to complain about the system anymore? Commander Pang Genoa made it very clear inside the phone. He wanted a piece of equipment that could interfere with the warship's internal control systems. This full band blocking electromagnetic interference matrix is not this kind of equipment. It is exactly the same. According to the profile of the full band obstruction EMI matrix, this kind of equipment is the amount of powerful effective interference and stage all bands of electromagnetic waves. As we all know, no matter whether it is a warship or an airplane or even a car or a train nowadays, for these mechanical monsters to be able to operate stably for a long period of time, one of the crucial aspects is that the communication and navigations can't go wrong. After all, these two things, communication and navigation, are the equivalent of the ears and eyes of a modern warship or a modern airplane. Once these two things fail, not to mention the ordinary warships, even the world's most powerful sea force, aircraft carrier battle group, that should be lying down are still lying down. How vast is the Pacific Ocean? It's a vast ocean that spans tens of thousands of nautical miles, and Blue Star is a relatively standard ellipsoidal planet. That way, once the fleet was above the surface without communications and without navigation, that's like going into the desert blind and deaf. It's basically 9 deaths and a certain death. And then again, what is the most feared and dreaded feature of both communication and navigation? To put it bluntly, it's signal interference. To explain it in a simpler way, It actually means that as long as the signals of communication and navigation are interfered with, it is equivalent to artificial blindness or artificial deafness is the same effect. If the jamming was done well, the effect would probably not only hinder the other side's navigation. As long as the jamming signal was strong enough and destructive enough, it would not be impossible to directly paralyze the battleship's internal systems. Commander Pang, let's wait for you to come over to say the rest. I'll take on this task you mentioned. Moreover, I can clearly tell you, Commander Pang, that I won't be able to use 15 days for this device you envisioned. It will only take me a week at most to complete it. Counting the retrofitting onto the destroyer, 10 days at most. You're next, 10 days tops? Chen Hao agreed too readily. So much so that Commander Pang Genoa was a bit skeptical as to whether or not he had misheard him for a moment in a trance. After hearing Chen Hao's promise, Commander Pang Genoa directly pursued Chen Hao again no less than 3 times, asking if Chen Hao had really heard his needs. It was only after Chen Hao clearly informed Commander Pang Genoa inside the phone call that he definitely had the ability to install a set of super strong electromagnetic jamming device to the warship that Commander Pang Genoa hung up the phone in disbelief. A full band blocking EMI matrix? What is this thing? How come I've never heard of it before? Chen Hao wouldn't be fooling me. Electromagnetic interference, as has just been mentioned, is actually a technique for interfering with electromagnetic waves. And what is full band blocking EMI? In fact, it is a technical means of jamming all bands of electromagnetic waves. Don't look at the not-so-complicated name of this technology, it's also just a few more words than electromagnetic interference, but its actual technical requirements, that can be no less than 100 times 1,000 times more difficult than ordinary electromagnetic interference. This technology, to put it bluntly, was the strongest means of destroying an opponent's communication and navigation facilities. It doesn't matter how powerful the fleet is or how strong the aircraft formation is. Once all the electromagnetic waves were truncated within the full channel range, then the war could basically be won or lost. Why? Because your opponent has become invisible and untouchable, and you're still afraid you can't beat them? Of course, full band blocking jamming is not actually a modern technology. In fact, this concept came out back when radio communication was around. Let's take for example the great science fiction writer, Mr. Lou Magnetic Star, who has a science fiction novel dedicated to describing the changes in warfare brought about by this technology. In his novel, the full band blocking jamming technology not only directly turned the tide of the battlefield, but even came close to turning the tide of the entire war. Of course, it's still naturally more difficult to turn the war situation around, but from the point of view of this novel, at the very least, it is possible to see how powerful this technology really is. And not only that, but just 50 years ago, in the pre-Woolly Bear days of the Woolly Bear Nation, they had successfully built specialized full-band blocking jamming electromagnetic towers. However, this kind of electromagnetic tower is a bit far from the electromagnetic interference device that Commander Pang Genoa needs. It's not just far away, it's even 100,000 miles away. How? It's easy to come to an analysis by simply stating how big that jamming EM tower is. That full-band blocking jamming electromagnetic tower of the Woolly Bear back then was over 100 meters long and 50 meters high. Every time the power was activated, it would reach an exceptionally astonishing value, causing a huge vibration that would also directly affect nearly every living thing within a 100-mile radius. Because the power is so high, when this device is turned on, birds, bats, and other animals within a few kilometers will directly fall from the sky to the ground, and then spit out blood, and directly be shaken out of their organs by the huge electromagnetic wave frequency. Just ask how such a horrible device could be the equipment that Commander Pang Genoa needed. And let's not even talk about how much starting power there is. Let's just say that the volume of that jamming electromagnetic tower may not even fit on the deck of an aircraft carrier. How big is an average aircraft carrier? 300 meters long, 70 meters wide, and 70 meters high. And that height still includes the height of the carrier's integrated island. In fact, an aircraft carrier is only 30 or 40 meters high if you count from the deck to the bottom. Just ask how a 40-meter tall carrier can be retrofitted with a 100-meter long, 50-meter tall jamming electromagnetic tower. Wouldn't that cover the island? The airstrip would be taken up, and even the carrier planes wouldn't be able to fly. What Commander Pang Genoa needed was a brand new electromagnetic jamming device that wasn't just powerful. It had to be so powerful that it was unimaginable. It can't be too big in size yet, otherwise there's no way to build it and load it on a warship. It would be a joke, right? However, with such harsh technical requirements, Pang Genoa really couldn't understand why Chen Hao would agree to be so dry. And reassure yourself, just put 1,000,000 hearts in your stomach. How can one not be anxious when the fishermen on the high seas can no longer catch fish? They are all dying of anxiety. With great trepidation, Commander Pang had arrived at the Long Kuyuan Research General Hospital in the capital late the next day. However, When he arrived at the Research General Hospital, Commander Pang did not see Chen Hao. On the contrary, he met Academician Cheng Shoren, who came to greet him. "Commander Pang, you're here early. You've had a tiring trip, and you didn't get a night's rest yesterday." Eyeing the two panda eyes that Commander Pang was wearing, Professor Cheng Shoren immediately yawned. "Old Cheng, looking at you, you haven't rested either. You've continued to be busy with the expansion of the research center after coming back?" Seeing that Cheng Shoren's state was not much better than his own, Commander Pang Genuo also responded with a smile and said, "Who said it is not? Now the magnetic levitation project and controlled nuclear fusion project are scrambling to expand the scale. I was pulled away as soon as I came back. Has been busy until now. Only just a little bit of space. Otherwise, you look at me. How will grow a pair of panda eyes? Ha ha ha. I didn't realize that your job as researchers is not at all easier than us members of the military." Hearing Cheng Shoren's self-deprecation, Commander Pang Genhua smiled. Then he continued to inquire towards Academician Cheng Shoren. "Old Cheng, is Chief Engineer Chen Hao Chen in? I don't have time to talk to you about anything else for a while now." "Chief Engineer Chen he's there at the expanded research center right now. When we didn't come back last night, the analysis of controlled fusion was one step closer, and the academicians were getting excited." "Oh, okay, I know. Then please take me to meet Chief Engineer Chen Hao Chen." "Okay, come with me." It wasn't too long before Commander Pang Genhua was guided by Academician Cheng Shoren to the newly remodeled research center of the Dragon Science Academy. The scale of the research center could be considered not small, and the two of them walked for more than 10 minutes before they went from the entrance of the research center to the floor where Chen Hao was currently located. With a creaking sound of the door opening, Pang Genhua then saw Chen Hao, who was alone in front of a desk constantly busy writing and drawing. "Chief Engineer Chen, I'm coming over." Walking up to Chen Hao, Pang Genhua first gave Chen Hao a gentle greeting. The next thing he knew, his eyes were drawn to a design drawing on the tabletop. The content of this drawing doesn't seem to be that complicated, and it is roughly a hand-drawn structural design drawing. However, when Pang Genhua came up to the front of this design to take a closer look at it, his entire brain was on the verge of exploding right out of extreme shock. This can't be that anti-electromagnetic interference device you mentioned, right? It's only been less than a night, and you even drew out the drawings? How is that possible? How is this possible? Pacific Ocean, high seas waters, fishermen's operating areas. Zhang He, the Dragon 52D destroyer, was currently sailing over the vast ocean. Today's wind and waves are not too strong, but the sea is foggy and visibility is relatively a little worse because of the heavy rain we had yesterday. This one, the Zhang He, belonged to the Longwei fleet of the North Sea military region and had gone out to sea for training about a month ago. Then, because of the sudden incident of the Arleigh Burke-class harassing fishermen, the Dragonwick Fleet headquarters sent this destroyer straight here. The Zhanghe is not too high in rank among the current series of Chinese warships, destroyers of greater tonnage than it would be the Dragon 5510, 000-ton destroyer, in addition to the even greater tonnage of the Dragon 75 amphibious assault ship. The tonnage of the Dragon 75 amphibious assault ship has reached the 40,000-ton threshold, a tonnage that would actually qualify it as a medium-sized helicopter carrier on an international scale. However, the strength of the Chinese Navy is actually much more than that now. In addition to the 40,000-ton class amphibious assault ships, we actually have three more powerful national treasures, the three large aircraft carriers, the Daqin, the Dahan and the Datang. The aircraft carrier Datang is even equipped with an electromagnetic catapult system that even Big Pretty Zone Ford hasn't figured out yet. Therefore, if we are talking about the strength of our Navy in modern times, even if it can't shock the entire blue planet, at least it has already achieved a level that most countries look up to. Of course, dealing with the harassing behavior of this one Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, we naturally will not go to take the carrier to the field. After all, the opponent's strength is too weak. If we really sent the big guy, and then the other people were scared of peeing their pants, then it would be embarrassed. So, after a comprehensive consideration, the Longwei Fleet headquarters dispatched the 7,500-ton displacement Zhanghe. The reason why this destroyer was named Zhanghe. In fact, we really have to start with our 5,000 years of history and culture. Unlike the naming of ships in most countries, which has no historical origin, our destroyers have a profound reason for their names. Take this Zhanghe ship, for example. Zhanghe, no need to introduce, the world also know his great name, although he is not any emperor and monarch, right? But his skills as well as his achievements, in the 5,000 years of history, definitely also counted as a pugnacious 1,000 years, and his achievements cover 10,000 generations. In the 7 expeditions to the west, there have been countless countries that have directly looked to submit along the way. Coupled with his eloquence, all the way to virtue and benevolence, and caused countless people in other foreign lands to look up to, but also opened up a unique maritime feat in human history. Then those who with a few teeth to cross the sea border, plundering around the latter days what is called the Invincible Fleet. Lord Zhang He's human light is simply no less than 100 levels above those guys, and it is because of Lord Zhang He's 7 trips to the West Ocean back then, subjugating the 10,000 miles of sea territory of the warp and woof of the feet. That's why to this day, the Longwei Fleet thought of Lord Zhang He's name when naming this destroyer. Of course, the one destroyer with a name inherited the great spirit of Lord Zhang He. Knowing that the other party was constantly provoking the situation, Zhang Taiping, the captain of the Zhang He ship, also still adhered to the orders issued by the fleet headquarters and did not launch destruction actions against the other party, but only launched a move to drive away from the other party. To put it mildly, people are playing an excuse not to violate international regulations to stir things up. We really want to beat him up. Then people must be crying and shouting everywhere, shouting wrong. So, for the sake of the big picture, Captain Zhang Taiping still chose to be cautious. Captain, that Arleigh Burke class is showing up on the radar again. Should we stick to it? Blast them away. An adjutant in charge of the radar system inquired towards Colonel Zhang Taiping. Of course we should. The fishermen are our relatives. We must always ensure their safety. Post up. First activate the international standard radio. Shout to them. Captain Zhang Taiping nodded with a somewhat grave look on his face. Captain, you don't seem to be in a good state these days. Haven't we accomplished our eviction missions quite well these past few times? Why do you still look so sad? The adjutant obviously saw what was on Zhang Taiping's mind, so he asked in passing. So what if the mission of removal is accomplished? Aren't the buggers still roaming the perimeter? Also just got word that the other side is moving over another supply ship 500 nautical miles away. At this rate, there's a good chance the other side is going to hang around until the end of the fishing season. The fishermen are operating in a larger area, and the other side has been running around so much. We're going to be negligent eventually. It doesn't matter if we're a few hours late, but the fishermen's brothers will lose a lot of money. Do you think I can't be worried? As a battleship commander, Zhang Taiping's mind obviously looked deeper and thought farther than the personnel under him. At this moment he, in the midst of that Arleigh Burke class going back and forth non-stop through the voyage, has keenly captured the actual strategic intentions of the other side. Same conclusion as the group of admirals in Commander Pang Genoa's Combat Command Center. The purpose of the other side of this trip is to nothing to pick a fight, and this time nothing to pick a fight. The other side also picked a good angle. Not at our team over, or directly at the unarmed fishermen brothers came over. This made Zhang Taiping, the captain of the ship, also had to sweat for the millions of fishermen brothers. 2 bells later, the telescope on the Young Ho finally spotted the one Arleigh Burke class destroyer. Immediately afterward, Zhang Taiping immediately issued his second order of the day towards his subordinates. Immediately turn on full power and catch up with the other side. When we get close to the other side, use the international standard radio to shout to them a few times. Tell them not to harass our fishermen's fishing operations. Aye, Captain. With a command from Zhang Taiping, the destroyer Zhang He was also heading towards that one Arleigh Burke class destroyer in a shallow mist. The fastest speed of the Zhang He was about 32 knots per hour, while the highest speed of the Arleigh Burke class was 30 knots per hour. So it took less than an hour or so for the Zhang He to directly approach the flank of the Arleigh Burke class destroyer with its own high maneuverability. Captain, they're still ignoring our shouts. In less than half an hour, they'll be at the fishermen's operation area. Today this bunch of grandchildren is also too much. Actually give face to the face still. Have caught up with them. They even want to harass our fishermen. The adjutant who had shouted no less than 10 broadcasts in a row was also a bit annoyed. And at that moment the fist in his hand clenched a bit tighter. Still refusing to leave? Then listen to my order. Cut directly across the channel and pass in front of them. I want to see how much guts they have. Really dare to act recklessly in front of our Zhang He ship. Give me the order. Once the other side makes a collision or opens fire, all launching units, empty their ammunition immediately, including all missiles. Not a single one will be allowed to remain. If these grandchildren dare to play evil, let's let them know what it means to come and go as they please. Okay, Captain. I've been waiting for this from you for a long time. To cut across the channel actually means to cut right through from the flank to the other side of the opponent. This maneuver is, by and large, a way to blunder in front of an opponent by virtue of the ship's maneuverability and high-speed characteristics. Of course, this false move doesn't mean that the opponent is false. That's our false move. As for the opponents, we can only see if they have the ability to take this move. If the other side is tough enough, they can speed up their sailing and overtake to the front when our battleships cut across, hamstringing our ships in turn. But if the other party didn't have that strength, then the only results they could choose from would be 2 moves. A natural move would be a direct collision or firing. But then, we'll have a good reason to clean up after them. Although Zheng Taiping was still considered to be a relatively prudent general, but for a battle-hardened captain like him, he had actually long had this mind to have a real gun-for-gun battle with his rival, who was known as the world's #1. Therefore, if the opponent takes such an action, then it is basically tantamount to asking for death, and there is absolutely no possibility of a second possibility. As for another viable maneuver to talk about for your opponent, it would be to concede to slowing down and leaving. What about this kind of operation? Although the safety factor is that much higher, not so much as to wipe out the gun and be wiped out by us, but it's always a bit of a disgrace to the opponent. So what? When Zheng Taiping offered this move, it was actually a very clear warning to the other party not to continue messing around. Sure enough, the situation was just as Captain Zheng Taiping expected. The other party was simply a silver bullet. They don't have the guts to go head-to-head with us. Oh, shit. Has this guy from Dragonland gone crazy? Why did he stop in front of us? The Arleigh Burke-class captain watched the Dragon 52D destroyer make a thrilling move like a ghost, and then his whole body shivered a little in fear. Captain, it's no good. They're slowing down as they cut across. Our bow is only 150 meters from them, a radar officer exclaimed. Slow down. Slow down. You dumbass. Can't you see that the other side is going to do the opposite and force us to make the first move? Can't fall for their tricks. Slow me down. Slow me down. Fark. You big idiot. Is a deceleration block a forward push? Are you going to push me into someone's cannon? Asshole. Pull back. Pull back. At this moment, the captain of the Arleigh Burke class was as depressed as if he had eaten fly poop. He never dreamed that with two destroyers in such close quarters, our destroyer would dare to make a cross-cutting course of battle. This move came down and directly caused his original self-righteous recklessness to suffer a great blow. Further than that, he wouldn't dare for a second. You can lose your life if you run into that. 150 meters for two destroyers that were already over 150 meters long. That's a distance that's not even the length of one hull. What does the act of slowing down the battleship ahead at this distance mean? It would mean walking a tightrope between two canyons, and a tightrope only as wide as a hair's breadth at that. This kind of dangerous operation, as long as one is a little bit later to give orders, I am afraid that one will be buried in the vast ocean. You'd think the captain of this Arleigh Burke-class destroyer wouldn't be afraid. He's not just afraid, he's pissed off. Shetter. Fark. Mom messing with Fark. Actually forcing us to change course in such a way. Don't they know a little bit about safe sailing? Shout at me. Shout at them. I want to protest. Protest. Fighting was definitely out of the question. And the only behavior Captain Arleigh Burke-class was capable of at this moment was the tactic of protest. However, after the subordinate had just followed his orders and shouted at the Dragon 52D destroyer on our side, our Captain Zheng Taiping then spoke back immediately. As a country of etiquette, our repartee has always been mild. Friends come with wine. Jackals come with shotguns. May I ask your excellency, do you consider yourselves friends or jackals? As for the protests mentioned by your excellency, I would like to ask your excellency a question. Who on earth traveled all the way to our fisherman's operation area to cause trouble? If your excellency prefers to protest, then we might as well show all our routes for the world to see. Let's see who's the asshole and who's the decent guy. In the face of the other party's shouting, Zheng Taiping retorted in a cloudy manner. Fark, how dare you call us assholes? The Arleigh Burke-class captain snarled in annoyance. Hey, sorry, we didn't say that. You admitted it yourself. Well, we've heard enough of your party's shouting, so you can grab your asses and get the hell out of here. And if you don't blame us for repeating the navigational maneuvers we just did a few more times. Zheng Taiping is a fleet up and down recognized as a bold and courageous captain. The other side of this kind of rhetoric and how it is possible to interfere with his judgment. Just casual 2 words. Will be my great 5,000 years of mighty hegemony directly revealed undoubtedly. For a full minute or so, no further reply from the other side came over the radio. It was obvious that the other party had completely wimped out. Just 2 minutes after cutting across the channel, the Arleigh Burke-class captain finally chose to change course completely and leave the fisherman's operating waters he was about to reach. Before leaving, this captain also did not forget to leave a harsh word in an aggressive manner. Shet, count yourselves tough. There's still a long time to go. We have plenty of chances to fight. I'm not afraid to tell you that our high-level equipment is already on its way over. So just wait and see how we perform. After 3 consecutive days of calmness, the entire members of the Zhenghe ship were vaguely more than a little uneasy in their calmness. Since a few days ago, Captain Zheng Taiping had successfully employed the tactic of cutting across the channel to force back his opponent. The opponents have not appeared again in these waters where our fishermen fish for 3 whole days. For the sake of this matter, Zheng Taiping also listened to the news from the Longwei Fleet headquarters side, saying that Big Pretty really did protest on the Blue Star Federation. However, the result of this protest is, naturally, fruitless. Anyone can see that it was Big Pretty who was making a fuss over nothing, and now he's jumping up and down himself saying that people are being unorthodox and not making way for him. This is not bullshit. Since he likes bullshit, it's only natural for other countries to make peace with it. The entire scene of the protest, in addition to the Tabangoku Daisha appealed for restraint on both sides, must be peaceful. The other countries basically just LOL, purely listening to a thief shouting to catch a thief segment. Seeing that the theater of thieves crying out to catch thieves didn't work, Big Pretty sighed, not knowing what was going on, subsided. But then, after the time came to this fifth day, the situation was obviously a bit different. Day 5. Pacific Ocean. High seas waters, fishermen's operating areas. Today's sea range visibility was considerably better than the previous days. Standing on top of the deck of the Zhanghe, Captain Zheng Taiping could look past dozens of nautical miles at a glance, all the way to where the sea and sky met. One may ask why we can only see a distance of a few dozen nautical miles when the sea is obviously all flat and the visibility is so good. Shouldn't you be able to see far and wide? This one could go into a more basic geography. It is well known that the blue planet is actually a sphere over 12,000 kilometers in diameter. So what? When one is on the surface of the ocean looking into the distance, one is affected by the curvature of the planetary body of the blue planet, thus limiting one's vision to a certain range. And this is the reason why people see the sails before the hull of a sailboat in the distance as it travels closer. The curvature of the blue star limits the distance one can see, so there's only so far one can see. Captain, it's been a few days, and we successfully completed the last operation. Why do I see you still looking a bit anxious? An adjutant came onto the deck of the destroyer Zhanghe and walked next to Zheng Taiping. The adjutant was actually a little disturbed himself. However, his uneasiness was different from Zheng Taiping's. His uneasiness was based on Zheng Taiping's uneasiness. As for himself, he didn't actually know what the captain was upset about. That's why he just couldn't resist running over and asking his captain today. It's too quiet, just too quiet. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. When things go wrong, they go wrong? What do you mean? The adjutant looked at Zheng Taiping suspiciously. Big Pretty, I know too well. They're not the kind of people who know how to back down when they've taken a loss. Even though our actions a few days ago crushed their plans, there's absolutely no way they'll let it go. The way things are going, it's a little too quiet, so I think there might be a problem. But I can't guess what's really wrong here. Alarm! Alarm! Alert! Radar has picked up 3 warships approaching the target. Alarm! Alarm! Alert! Radar has picked up 3 warships approaching the target. Alarm! Alarm! Alert! Radar has picked up 3 warships approaching the target. Just as Zheng Taiping's side was still pondering where exactly that one Arleigh Burke class had run off to, the destroyer's alarms, however, suddenly went off at that moment. Captain Zheng Taiping, who could not stay long enough, immediately returned to the command cabin with his adjutant, reporting to the captain. Our active phased array radar has just suddenly detected radar echoes of large battleships simultaneously in the east, south and west directions. 3 directions at once? What's going on here? Did they send more destroyers? Zheng Taiping hurriedly pursued the question. Report, Captain. It's not clear. No precise satellite images have been received from the headquarters to lock onto the other side's target and judge the other side's battleship type. We still need to wait for our China series of high-altitude reconnaissance satellites. The other reconnaissance satellite signals have already been intercepted by the other side's star chain. Starlink interfered with the signal from our low-altitude satellite? Zheng Taiping was shocked in his heart and vaguely realized that things were not going well. Regarding this aspect of satellite communications, Zheng Taiping was relatively clear. After all, modern battleship navigation battleship operations require accurate data images and radio signals from reconnaissance and communication satellites to work. As I said before, based on the limitations of the curvature of the blue star. In reality, the radar system that comes with a battleship is incapable of detecting targets beyond a couple hundred nautical miles. Because of the curvature of the blue star, the signal was blocked by the sea level. So usually, the warship's own radar system, no matter how advanced it was used, could by and large only monitor a few dozen nautical miles or 100 nautical miles of the diameter of the reconnaissance. Beyond that distance, the radar system would either fail to detect the target or fail to accurately locate and identify the target due to loss of signal and drastic cutbacks in seawater. So, every now and then, the crews on the warships utilize reconnaissance and communications satellites in space to accomplish the target lock identification and communication of warships. After all, satellites in the sky are affected by curvature to a lesser extent, and the higher the satellite, the less affected it is. The question that Zheng Taiping's subordinate had just answered was the situation after connecting to the satellite signal. What Zheng Taiping didn't expect was, the other party has gone so far as to directly utilize the Starlink's jamming technology to block the signals of our low-altitude satellites at a time like this. At the same time, coupled with the fact that our high-altitude satellites are not as numerous, The time for accurate detection and localization is not as timely as that of low-altitude satellites. As a result, it led to a situation where it was impossible to determine the reality of the opponent's target at this moment. Report Captain. Yes, the other side's star chain has jammed all our low-altitude satellites. As for the high-altitude satellites, we still have to wait about 2 hours before they can operate into the sky above us and transmit precise images and models. The radar observer replied with seriousness and solemnity. 3 targets at once? What are we going to do, Captain? The adjutant had not encountered this kind of scene either, so he immediately turned his gaze to Zheng Taiping. Ignore that for now. Adjust course to get to that nearest radar signal location, close into the detectable range of my ship's phased array radar. Then talk. Faced with such a sudden change, Zheng Taiping couldn't actually come up with any particularly good solutions, so it was all he could do to order a course adjustment and then close the battleship to a range where the battleship's radar would work. After all, only after this destroyer arrived at the radar's range of effect could it detect the exact situation of the other side with its advanced active phased array radar. So that was all Zheng Taiping could handle at the moment. However, even though Zheng Taiping had already done a simple screening in the fastest way possible, but as it turned out, it still caught him off guard and fooled him. 105 nautical miles to target. 93 nautical miles to target. Radar signal curvature jamming has been lifted. Analyzing target radar return signals now. Oh no, Captain, that's not even a destroyer 90 nautical miles ahead. Suddenly, the alarmed cry of the radar observer rang through the command room. Not a destroyer? What kind of battleship is it then? An aircraft carrier? A frigate? A submarine? Zheng Taiping's heart thumped as he hurriedly pursued the question. Report Captain. Nothing. We've been duped. It's a UAV. We've been duped. What? An unmanned submersible? Is it possible that they've set up a special misdirection signal? Damn it. Why didn't I think of that? Zheng Taiping, who had gotten the final result, felt an overwhelming sense of chagrin. Now he kind of figured out what the signal was all about once and for all. It turned out to be the other side's UAV that did the trick after it surfaced. And needless to say, the other side's UAV was bound to be loaded with a series of devices that mimicked the signals of a destroyer, specifically designed to mislead him. The captain. Turn immediately and head towards the second target. There's no time to lose. Any later and our fishermen will be in danger. Report Captain. We've sailed too far out. The second target radar signal has disappeared. The third target radar signal has disappeared. The radar observer replied with a furrowed brow. What? Both those signals were lost? Zheng Taiping unconsciously clenched his own teeth for a moment, his brain working rapidly. Zheng Taiping was very certain that one of the 3 previous signals must have been returned by the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. Therefore, at this time, the first thing that came to his mind was the purpose of the other party engaging in this kind of interference, to confuse the public. Faced with such a sudden hand from the other party, Zheng Taiping also knew that he was left with only one way to conduct a large-scale search. This is like hide and seek. The other party has silently hidden. If you want to go back along the original direction to look for it again, it will definitely be futile. The fisherman's operating area is so large that the destroyer's own active phased array radar cannot cover it. The only way to do this is to slowly search the entire fisherman's operation area until you find out where the target is. Quickly, return to the fisherman's operational fishing area and open a large-scale search. Make sure to find out the opponent's battleship position. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Taiping decisively gave his order. 8 hours later, the destroyer Yun Ho once again searched for the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. Only at this time, the other party had already completely completed their harassment mission, stirring up all the fish in the target area and leaving the operation area. The enraged crew would have liked to chase after the other ship in this one Zhenghe and clean up the other side, but he was stopped by Zheng Taiping. There's no need to chase. It's useless. If we chase anymore, we'll be in the far sea area. Currently the other side has supply ships waiting all the time. The other party is frankly going wherever they want. We don't have a supply ship if we rashly chase after them. I'm afraid that by the time we catch up, the supplies will be pretty much depleted. In case the other side has another ambush or something, we'll be finished with this one battleship without support. To say that it was still Zheng Taiping's thinking that was clearer. He saw at a glance the nature of the other party's harassment of hitting one shot for another. So they directly ordered to abandon the follow-up tracking, directly back to the previous alert position, and began to continue the mission of escorting the fishermen. But giving up the chase is giving up the chase. Zheng Taiping's mood, however, was still hard to calm down. The failure of this operation, without having to inquire about it himself, he knew that it must have had a great impact on the fishermen. The other side of the 8 hours so stirred up. Fishermen today cannot catch fish is certain, if not good because of the other party's reckless behavior. There is also the possibility of damage to the fishermen's fishing boats, which is the most worrying thing for Zheng Taiping. And as the saying goes, the bad doesn't work for the good. Zheng Taiping had just thought of the danger that might befall his fisherman brothers after. The radar communications officer then hurried toward him with an update. Reporting, Captain. There is a fisherman's fishing boat hull tilting at coordinates, and is asking us for help. Quick, change course and go for help. Zheng Taiping helplessly gave the order to change course again and said. At the same time, Zheng Taiping didn't forget to send a new order toward the radar communication officer to supplement it. Immediately contact the Dragonwick Fleet headquarters and report the trouble we've encountered on our side. In addition to asking again when exactly that what's-his-name electromagnetic jamming device that Commander Pang mentioned earlier will be in place. The other party's harassment tactics have changed. If this continues, the fisherman's brother's fishing period today is only going to be all over. Hundreds of thousands of fishermen. After only a few days of work, the trouble on the high seas had already reached Chen Hao's side of the Dragon Science Academy once again. The situation had gone far beyond Commander Pang Genoa's expectations. The other party had now gotten the unmanned submarine device that had misled Captain Zheng Taiping out of nowhere. This kind of device itself was no big deal, but the kind of misleading signals loaded on the device itself could be considered a problem for Pang Genoa. Unmanned submersibles. That thing can move and dive underwater. Even if Zheng Taiping's destroyer was more powerful, there was no way it could run down to the bottom of the ocean and bring that thing up. This, coupled with the fact that the other party was utilizing this unmanned submersible to work in tandem, directly misled Captain Zheng Taiping's judgment. It's now clear that the fishermen's plans for the day are going to be greatly affected. Of course, this wasn't even the most disturbing part for Commander Pang Genoa. What made Commander Pang most disturbed was the other party's disgusting tactics. The destroyer Zhang He, who couldn't get past Zheng Taiping, actually went to affect the unarmed fishermen. Where can a fisherman's fishing boat compete with a warship? And wouldn't that be a sideways move that would directly overturn the fishing boat? Such a situation had now arisen. And if Pang Genoa still couldn't come up with a good solution at this moment, it won't be long before the fishermen will have to abandon their plans to fish for the entire year today and hit the road for good. Dragon Science Academy. Chen Hao's private modification research lab. This private modification research room was a research room that was specially granted to Chen Hao by the Dragon Science Academy in order to allow Chen Hao to operate all kinds of modification work on his own. The entire research room was practically equivalent to a large workshop, covering several thousand square meters. As for Chen Hao himself, it was here that he was responsible for the development of the super electromagnetic interference matrix that Pang Genoa was now in dire need of. But this EMI matrix isn't something you can just build. It was not difficult to draw drawings. Chen Hao's system had them all inside, and it was enough to directly follow the memory of the whole output. But when it came to the actual manufacturing, Chen Hao would have to rely on his own intelligent robotic arm and all the tools inside the small courtyard he had rented before. So, in order to be able to make this EMI matrix successfully, Chen Hao again specially arranged for all the devices that were previously inside his own small courtyard to be airlifted to the Dragon Science Academy headquarters. It was only then that fast-track development work was launched based on the drawings. Brother Chen Hao, when will you probably be able to get this device done? My side is in a hurry to fire up the room all. Commander Pang Genoa had just arrived at Chen Hao's operation room and inquired in a hurry. Almost there. Almost there. The basic miniaturization of the EMI matrix is complete. Now all that's left is for the energy system and the output system to be fully modified. Chen Hao answered truthfully. Even though Chen Hao hadn't rested for several days and nights in a row these past few days, but as he looked at Pang Genoa, it was obvious that he was a few points more exhausted than he was. Commander Pang Genoa honestly hasn't been idle these past few days. On the one hand, he's still keeping an eye on Zheng Taiping's side of the situation at all times. On the other hand, they were busy responding to the international public opinion that had arisen from the cross-cutting of shipping lanes. This third aspect, Commander Pang would also have to come over from time to time to check on the progress of Chen Hao's side of the work. This a few times busy work can be regarded as the Pang commander. This body doubly great man has also been almost exhausted. Brother Chen Hao, see if you can speed up the progress a little bit more. The best time for fishermen to catch fish in a year is just these 2 months, and it's already almost more than half a month past. If the other side continues to harass us like this for another half a month, hundreds of thousands of fishermen will really have to drink the northwest wind this year. Seeing that Chen Hao's entire model had only built a device that looked like a cage as well, Commander Pang Genoa's mood was simply apprehensive to the top. The device in front of me was barely discernible as a high-end device if you didn't look closely. The exterior is a square structure similar to a circle of steel bars screwed together. Inside, it was densely wound with many copper wires, and there were also some transparent materials that even Pang Genoa himself could not recognize. It looks a bit like fiber optics, but when you actually touch it, you can clearly feel that this fiber optics is completely different from the kind of fiber optics used for communication, which is of uniform thickness. Commander Pang, when the car arrives, there will be a way through. and when the water reaches the bridge, it will naturally be straight. You'd better wait a little longer. I'm afraid it'll take 2 more days even if I hurry. 2 days? 2 days plus the incident of getting the device there, plus installation and commissioning. Wouldn't that be yellow? Commander Pang Genoa thought for a moment, then hotly urged again. Ding dong, sensing a steep increase in pressure on the host. The system actively prompts useful information. The host can speed up the remodeling project by enhancing the efficiency of the operation. Efficiency Enhancement System, priced at $2 million. Redeemable for an equal amount of points. Reward for success, level +1. 200,000 points. Well, there's actually such a thing at this time of year? Why does everything need money? Another $2 million? Hey, I'm down to a total of $2 million in checks now. Chen Hao's happiness only lasted for a moment. When the next instant he realized that his system had actually sold all the systems that enhance efficiency for $2 million. And he was speechless. That's $2 million of everything he owns right now. The hundreds of thousands of dollars had been given to his parents before that, and the $10 billion before that had been given to the super tank. Now well, the system is even getting rid of his last $2 million check. How could he not secretly curse the system? What a black-hearted businessman. However, even though Chen Hao was very dissatisfied with his system's move to gouge out his own wealth like this at the moment, but when he thought of the hundreds of thousands of desperate fisherman brothers that Pang Genoa was talking about, Chen Hao was still instantly softened. Yeah, money is nothing. If you don't have it, you can still earn it. But hundreds of thousands of compatriots brothers of the livelihood of a year cannot be because of their own delay in the launch of this technology and all without a landing. He himself had given up $10 billion for the glory of China last time. No matter what, this time, I'll give myself up one more time even for the sake of my brothers and sisters in Huaxia. Well, it's a shame that I have to think about such a thing. Change it. I'll change anything as long as it speeds things up. Chen Hao closed his eyes and shouted at the system in the sea of consciousness. Ding dong, redemption successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the efficiency enhancement system. The efficiency of R&D modifications has increased 7-fold. 7 times? I can't believe it's such a high multiplier. All the more reason for me to hold on to it then. Seeing that the efficiency gains given by the system were actually so obvious. Chen Hao had forgotten all his complaints about the system for a while, and the first moment after his consciousness left the system, Chen Hao once again entered a busy state. Only, if anything, Commander Pang Genoa was able to read a little bit of the previous busyness. Now, then, his maneuvering had begun to make Commander Pang Genoa already a little dizzy. Why? How did it suddenly change so fast? Brother Chen Hao, slow down. I want this device to be completed as soon as possible, but I also need the stability of this device. Let's not go too fast. I don't have a clue in my heart. Watching Chen Hao's dazzling maneuvers, Pang Genoa persuaded in a daze. It's fine, Commander Pang, just feel free to watch. Aren't you asking for speed? I'll let you see my own true strength. Another few days passed. The news of escort failures sent back by Captain Cheng Taiping also increased with time. On this day, Commander Pang Genoa once again came to Chen Hao's operation room with extreme anxiety and uneasiness. Time waited for no one, and he really couldn't wait any longer. Fishermen have less than a month before the entire fishing season comes to an end, and when that time comes, the marine fish in this area will gradually migrate far away as various atmospheric circulation shifts. So, if the fishermen don't get anything in less than a month, or if they are harassed by the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer again, the consequence will be that no less than 100,000 fishermen who have worked hard in the past for a whole year will have all their hard work wiped out. The fishing season is not long, but all the work in the other seasons is preparation for fishing and selling. What with weaving nets, mending the boat, preparing materials, fuel and then later handling and selling the fish after they are caught and returned to the ship. That takes a lot of time and effort. Once they can't catch any fish, it means that all the preparations these fishermen have made for the past half year will have been for nothing. By then, I am afraid that no less than tens of thousands of families will suffer a serious livelihood crisis. Even more problematic is that if we let the other side's harassment plan succeed this year, then what about next year, and the year after that, and what about the future? Fishermen have fed on the gifts of the sea since time immemorial, and most fishermen's fishing areas are selected based on thousands of generations of ancestors who have adapted to the marine environment. If anything, not being able to deal with the other side's Arleigh Burke class and thinking differently to get the fishermen to fish somewhere else. That would be like pushing them all into a completely unfamiliar environment. The ocean is not like the shore, and the difference between a familiar area and an unfamiliar one is huge. If you don't get it right, it's very easy to change the fishing area, and it's very easy to have a shipwreck because you're not familiar with the underwater environment. So, faced with such a grim situation, plus an operational fishing area that was difficult to give up, What could Commander Pang Genoa do? It's not like one can actually order a forceful counterattack because of something like this. After all, there were still 11 aircraft carriers on the Great Pretty side, and if something like this really triggered something bigger, it would no longer be a choice Pang Genoa could make. Brother Chen Hao, Chief Engineer Chen, you've been working day and night for half a month and came up with this? Why does this thing look so much like an air conditioning unit? There's an extra layer of iron frame. Even though Commander Pang Genoa's mood these days was already anxious to the extreme, but when he saw the super electromagnetic interference matrix equipment that Chen Hao had shown him, he still couldn't hold back from being outright stunned. This device is so crude it's breathtaking. Small size aside, it's the size of a regular air conditioning unit. The small size is currently regarded as the result of Chen Hao's reduced size according to Pang Genoa's requirements, and it doesn't matter if we don't discuss it, but it's also true that the styling and the internal construction of this device is a bit of a step down. A jumble of copper wire and a couple of parts that had been removed from a computer or something, combined. That's how it looks and doesn't feel like clutching out a piece of highly sophisticated EMI equipment. Quite the contrary. It's kind of like one of those engines mounted on the front of a tractor that is somewhat similar. It's just dirt cheap. Brother Chen Hao, can you be honest with me? This little thing really paralyzed the radar system and communication system of a destroyer that is close to tens of thousands of tons? After flabbergasted for no less than half a clock, Commander Pang Genoa still found it hard to believe that the object he saw in front of him, which he didn't know how to describe, was really reliable. Honestly, if he were to go by his own experience of seeing various high-level equipment over the years, then he must not have believed that such an air-conditioned outboard would be any kind of a killer. But the problem lay in the fact that it was Chen Hao who was now launching this equipment. And this situation was different. Chen Hao was no ordinary person. Pang Genoa received the news only yesterday. From Commander Lu Chongqing's side, said Chen Hao this kid's secondary transformation of that what super tank Camel Kingdom Prince one time ordered several hundred. Directly, it earned tens of billions of meters of foreign exchange for Huaxia. This kid, you have to say he's an ordinary person. What other kind of person could not be considered ordinary? Not to mention the magnetic levitation analysis project and controlled fusion analysis project that academician Cheng Shiren and some other academicians are now working on. Take any one of them out and it would be a world-shattering technological advancement. You'd have to say that a young man with such great ability to fool himself, Pang Genoa himself, is a bit hard to accept. Whether it can be paralyzed or not, won't we know if we test it? Commander Pang, isn't there a specialized naval base in Beihai City? If you're not confident, we'll just bring this device directly to the naval base to test it. And it's also relatively quite a bit closer to the high seas where the fishermen operate. So after the test, we can install this equipment directly onto the warships. In the face of Pang Genoa's worries, Chen Hao had always been relatively calm. Apart from the fact that he himself had been insanely busy for the past half a month, and was indeed tired enough to be able to do so, Chen Hao was not worried about the rest at all. Built it himself, and he definitely counts on himself, using a combination of a Tesla coil plus an all-channel modulator. That was an epoch-making technology that his own system had provided him with. It was much more reliable than the pure reliance on enhanced energy to cover the frequency range that the original furry bears had used. And not only that, Chen Hao's the super electromagnetic interference matrix equipment. There is a whole set of intelligent control system, which can amplify the interference signal exponentially like amplifying the electric wave signal. The maximum degree is already fully capable of creating a signal overload at any receiving signal end and paralyzing it outright. This is like a big appetite. Usually can eat 10 bowls of rice a meal, but today suddenly give him to pour in 10 rice cooker rice. That he does not hold up to death can be strange. The principle of paralyzing an opponent's communications and radar systems is that simple, that pure. That's what they say about a force of one. Testing? Well, that's something to test. Okay, it's getting late. I'll transfer a military airliner now and send us to the North Sea Military Region Naval Base. Under Chen Hao's reminder, Pang Genoa also immediately recalled the research and development process of military equipment. The military aircraft soon landed at the airport in the suburbs of the capital, and Pang Genoa and his party received the news and immediately took Chen Hao to pull this air conditioning unit and ran directly to the airport. After boarding the airplane, only a few hours had passed before the group had landed at the airbase of the Beihai City military region. The distance between the airbase and the naval base is about 50 kilometers. In order to save time in transporting the device, Commander Pang Genoa transferred 2 more armed helicopters and airlifted the device directly to the research center at the naval base. After arriving at the research center, Commander Pang Genoa immediately urged Chen Hao to open the test. However, at this moment, Chen Hao had first followed the standard procedure and had Commander Pang Genoa immediately call off all battleship training work within the entire base. And at the same time, he had Commander Pang Genoa give the naval base an order that outside warships were forbidden to enter the base. As for these 2 orders, It is easy to understand. It was Chen Hao who was worried that once his device was activated, it would paralyze the warships that were sailing in the base. Therefore, in order to ensure that no accidents would occur other than the target ship, Pang Genoa still decisively followed Chen Hao's request to make an exhaustive deployment. The target ship, a missile boat from the 1970s, was decommissioned and sealed about 5 or 6 years ago. Not enough for Chen Hao's test today. Commander Pang Genoa had temporarily towed this ship out again and placed it above the sea in the harbor about 10 kilometers from the research center. After all the preparations were done, Commander Pang gave the order to officially start the testing of the super electromagnetic interference matrix equipment. However, what had not occurred to Commander Pang Genoa, as well as all the naval officers present and even Chen Hao himself, when he initiated the test like this, he actually stirred up a heavenly hornet's nest all of a sudden. Initiate test. Level 1 function activated. Super EMI matrix sends jamming waves. Zip, zip, zip. 2 hours later, just under an hour had passed since the successful test. A large number of people had already gathered at the naval base to ask for help. Commander Pang, I think you guys are really going to have to give me a reasonable explanation. The sweaty deputy general manager of the Beihai Shipping General Corporation continued indignantly while gasping for air. I just wonder, our shipping head office is in the middle of a busy business day today. Why all of a sudden more than 20 freighters are lost within 50 kilometers outside your base? Communication can't be connected. Radar can't be found. If it wasn't for the Air Traffic Control Department's side saying that there's an abnormal electromagnetic interference over here, I don't know who to look for. Commander Pang, I just received their call for help. More than 20 freighters. The communication and navigation systems are all paralyzed. Do you know how much our company is going to lose this time? Our general manager has contacted the tugboat company alone 7 times now. By the way, what exactly your base is developing? Of course it's out of our hands. But your base is in trouble to be able to notify in advance the next time you organize the same thing. I got a message from ATC on my end, and I was heading this way in my car, and the car was halfway to the display dashboard when it went up in smoke. I came here on my old countryman's motorcycle. You say, where can I reason with this? The deputy general manager of the shipping group's words sort of directly froze all the naval department heads present. Everyone, including Commander Pang Genoa, hadn't expected that this one simple test would actually cause chaos of such scope. But not only the shipping group side, but also Beihai City Communication Company, Beihai City Transportation Company and many other related companies in charge of the company ran over. And it's no coincidence that everyone came on one of those old motorcycles. As for the reason why everyone was doing this, it was because the car was driving and looking at a range of 30 to 50 kilometers from the base. As a result, all the cars just went straight to the ground because the electronics were malfunctioning. What's more, there was even a line bursting into flames, scaring several of the people in charge into thinking they had encountered some kind of advanced alien technology attack. Crap, the power is still high. After listening to the depressing and incomparable descriptions of these people in charge, Chen Hao was able to hear the cause of the matter. All told, the matter turned out to be really caused by the equipment testing on his side. Now, without everyone saying anything else, Chen Hao knew what was going on. 9 times out of 10, this device that you have developed is a little bit more inaccurate. The original 10-kilometer range of strong electromagnetic interference was expanded to a range of 30 to 50 kilometers directly because of the error. And as a result, it led to this series of events. You know, modern cars are highly intelligent cars. Basically all cars are connected to satellite navigation systems and real-time communication systems. Once the full-band electromagnetic interference of this device is activated, it would be strange if these cars and cargo ships are not paralyzed. The electromagnetic interference of this device that are used to interfere with warships. Clean up the cars and cargo ships. That is not a clean up. Quiet. Everyone, quiet. What are you saying? Cars, freighters and communication companies within a 50-kilometer radius are paralyzed? How is that possible? Pang Genoa had heard a little bit of what was going on. At the same time, while Chen Hao uttered that cry of awfulness, Commander Pang Genoa was also very wise in connecting this test with the occurrence of these things. But, then again, the simultaneous paralysis of such a large area, of so many devices and equipment, was something Commander Pang had never really heard of, and was even more unimaginable. So, for a moment, he was really in disbelief. What's impossible, Commander Pang? The mainframe room of our communications company's closest subsidiary to your base is smoking, and we're busy putting out the fire right now. So you're telling me it's impossible? I know that Commander Pang, you are a big shot, but it's not easy for us either. Right now the communication sites in a radius of dozens of kilometers are paralyzed. Just in case if the same situation occurs a few times again, what the hell do you think we should do? Emergency repairs are too scared to carry out now for fear that the same thing will suddenly happen again. A general manager of a communication company said with an extremely helpless face. Right. Our tugboats don't dare to enter the incident area. Commander Pang, you have to give a solution urgently. Don't let our tugboats be paralyzed after entering. As soon as the general manager of the communications company squealed, the vice president of the shipping group hastily echoed. This is not all. On the way here I wanted to make a phone call to ask first, but guess what? This side of my car just smoked. The next second, my cell phone also smoked. You take a look. You take a good look. I now have burn marks on my hands. To say that even my own do not believe. Simply hot pain. After the vice president of the shipping group finished speaking, a head of a power company spoke up again. In fact, it's reasonable to say that this power company and the EMI device itself aren't much related. However, since the power companies have only recently installed a complete set of National Unified Power Dispatch System, which is specifically designed to receive and send down various dispatch signals for peak shaving and leveling of the power system. As a result, once Chunhao's electromagnetic interference matrix struck, even the entire power company's dispatching system was paralyzed along with it. I'm sorry, it was our mistake. I'll arrange for someone to take care of it right away. Please calm down a little. Calm down, haha. Faced with a large group of people in front of a large group of people who came to find out why, Commander Pang Genoa was also given a moment to listen to the scalp a little numb, but at the same time, Commander Pang's heart suddenly erupted with a trace of uncontrollable excitement. Good guy, Shenhao, this kid is really too good. Not only did it easily cripple the target missile boat, it actually paralyzed all communication equipment and navigation equipment within a 50-kilometer radius. By the way, this full band blocking interference matrix is awesome. I've been a soldier all my life, but I've never seen such a strong electromagnetic interference device. If such a powerful jamming device is used on the battlefield, it will instantly turn the opponent's eyes blind. Crazy, so crazy. This technology is a super invention in the history of armament development, no less than the invention of small mushrooms. Of course, then again, scientific research feats are scientific research feats, and now the impact caused by the first time. One still has to deal with the first time first, too. After all, the power system, the communication system and the shipping system are all related to the livelihood of the residents of the North Sea. If he thought about the scientific research breakthrough, then I was afraid that he would have to hurt the hearts of this crowd present. With that thought in mind, Commander Pang Genoa explained the general course of events to everyone. This was immediately followed by arrangements for the adjutant to go forward and accompany the visitor in this series of events. After sending everyone away, Commander Pang then immediately grabbed Shenhao's arm and said, "This device is fine. This device is too good. Install it now. Once it's installed, I'll immediately send the warships out to replace the Zhanghe destroyer." Commander Pang Genoa really can't wait any longer. The naval base site is no less than 700 or 800 kilometers away from the Pacific Ocean where the fishermen operate. That's about 400 or 500 nautical miles away. At such a distance and in the middle of the ocean, sending a helicopter there is definitely not an option, as there is no helipad on the Zhanghe. In addition, Shenhao was the only person in the entire base who was proficient in the installation and commissioning of such devices. He himself was even more incapable of letting this great god of research and development take the risk of messing with the installation. So the only means he could think of right now was to let Shenhao be in the base and find a warship to put this super electromagnetic interference matrix on first. And then what about sending warships over immediately to replace the destroyer Zhanghe? It's the only more reliable means of operation left. Brother Shenhao, what do you think if I send a Dragon 5510? 000-ton large ship? Dragon 55's performance in every aspect is more than one segment better than Zhanghe's. Sending Dragon 55 will definitely solve the problem of the Arleigh Burke class harassing the fishermen once and for all. A 10,000-ton ship? That won't be necessary. Commander Pang, the power of this device has nothing to do with the tonnage of the warship. I see that you are in such a hurry now. I think it would be better to send a speedboat. The faster the better. In this way, not only can the time be drastically compressed, but in the event of an accident, the losses will also be relatively minimized by quite a bit. In the face of Commander Pang Genoa's proposal, Chunhao gave his answer after a little thought. By the way, Commander Pang, does the base have any other missile speedboats? The kind that are nearing decommissioning or have emptied their ammunition bays? As far as I know, missile speedboats are the fastest. If we send them, the time we can save should be a lot longer. In this way, the fishing security of our fishermen brothers can also be realized as early as possible. A missile speedboat? Pang Genoa's eyes rolled around a few times before spinning around and slapping himself on the head. There you have it. There happens to be a Dragon 21 missile speedboat on the base that has emptied its ammo bay and is being prepared for complete decommissioning next month. I'll arrange it now. The Dragon 21 missile speedboat is a missile speedboat developed by China. Its successor model, the Dragon 22 missile boat, is currently the fastest and quickest warship in China. The speed of the sea tops out at a terrifying 50 knots. This speed was nearly 20 knots higher than that of other warships such as destroyers, carriers, and frigates. At the same time, this type of missile boat is also characterized by its exceptionally small size and extremely small tonnage. The length was just over 40 meters in total, and the displacement was even smaller at about 200 tons. Of course, the small size and low displacement doesn't take away from the fact that it's highly maneuverable and capable of attack and surprise defense. If this speedboat was used for support, it would not only allow one support to arrive quickly, but at the same time, with its extremely small hull, it would not be easily detected by the other side satellites. Thus, the plan to support the Young Ho could be reached in silence. That would be the equivalent of a covert support mission. So it was indeed fitting that Pang Genoa thought of such a speedboat at this time. Of course, the Dragon 21 missile speedboat was certainly not as fast as its own brother, the Dragon 22, but its top cruising speed has also reached a terrifying 48 knots. At this speed, it would be the absolute best and finest choice to go and support the Zhenghe, which was 700 nautical miles away. It would save more than a third of the time compared to any other battleship, at the very least. Moreover, this speedboat had an even greater benefit. That is, it would not hurt Pang Genoa to scrap it. After all, it was a month away from being decommissioned, and he just tested it himself as a marker all but completely reimbursed one. Add another one to the mix, and use it as a test bed for the Super EMI Matrix equipment. When Zheng Taiping, the captain of the Zhenghe ship, saw the missile speedboat that had come to support him, he was getting a little desperate himself. Yes, the ship was too small, only about 40 meters long, not even a third of the length of the Zhenghe. Standing on the deck of the Young Ho and looking at that one missile boat was like looking at a 3-year-old child. Captain, is this the battleship that came to support us? Didn't you say that Commander Pang's side was sending a powerful warship? This is it? Isn't this the missile boat that's about to be scrapped at our base? How can such a small missile boat escort our fishermen? The Arleigh Burke class is more than 150 meters, and this ship's displacement is less than 1/30th of that of others. How can it escort the fishermen? The adjutant had just read the port number on the missile boat and had been stunned right off the deck. This one missile boat isn't here to escort. It's here to clean up the Arleigh Burke class destroyers. After glancing at the dumbfounded adjutant, Zheng Taiping also whirled around and said something that even he himself did not quite believe. What? Taking out the Arleigh Burke class? How can you pack an Arleigh Burke with such a small ship? Captain, it doesn't matter if we joke around in normal times, but at a time like this, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to be so funny. Who's funny with you? Commander Pang just came on the encrypted satellite phone, talking about using this missile boat to clean up the Arleigh Burke class. He also told us to get out of this area in a hurry after docking, saying that this missile boat is powerful and equipped with some kind of full-band blocking electromagnetic jamming device. Facing the adjutant's doubts, Zheng Taiping said with a grave expression, "All what? Jamming devices? Isn't this a missile boat? Why would there be any electromagnetic jamming devices? Why don't I see it?" The adjutant's eyes widened even more, and after listening to Captain Zheng Taiping's explanation, the adjutant desperately widened his own eyes. "I want to see what the difference is between that missile boat and the ones I've seen before." Of course, just as the crew on the Zhenghe side of the ship issued a question in the face of the missile speedboat, a group of captains and crew of the Arleigh Burke class, several hundred nautical miles away, were actually keeping a close eye on the small missile boat that had suddenly broken into satellite surveillance range. "Lieutenant, how many communication signals have the spy satellites intercepted?" The curly-haired, blonde captain of the Arleigh Burke class destroyer inquired toward the adjutant beside him. Reporting to the captain, "The other side has done a good job of concealing their communications. Only a little bit of relevant communication information has been intercepted so far," the adjutant replied. "Oh, tell me about it and see if there's any useful news." The captain nodded and continued to press the issue. "Yes, the spy satellites have intercepted only 2 messages so far, and the combined meaning is probably to make us look good with that one missile speedboat," the adjutant answered truthfully. As the world's current and deservedly strongest military power, big beautiful satellite technology, in general, is still unique. Although Commander Pang Genoa had strictly requested that all communications go through the encrypted channels of the satellite in order to be able to ensure that this mission went smoothly, but in the end, it wasn't completely avoided, and the big beautiful military satellites intercepted and deciphered the paragraph. Only when the Arleigh Burke class captain was listening to the news reported by his second-in-command, he laughed, and not only laughed, but even covered his stomach with laughter. "What? A missile boat to clean up my one Arleigh Burke class destroyer? Ha 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 ha. Selling cake gotta be simply the funniest." most hilarious dialogue in the world. I've never heard such a funny joke before. The dragons are really too funny. After a week of being misled by our UAVs, there's no way around it. I can't believe they're starting to amuse themselves now. A speedboat with a displacement of a few hundred tons is actually trying to fight against our destroyer with a displacement of 9,000 tons. Ha 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 ha. I just can't help it. What the hell were they thinking? Are they trying to laugh us to death with this joke? Ha 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 ha. The captain laughed. The adjutant laughed. And even all the big, beautiful soldiers on the entire destroyer laughed. Naturally, their satellites couldn't take a picture of that whole set of full-band EMI matrices. After all, that unit was so small and tiny, only the size of an air conditioning unit. Satellites simply can't take a clear picture of the choppy sea anymore. And since the device cannot be photographed with a full-band EMI matrix, the big pretty bunch of officers wouldn't be able to tell the real purpose of the missile boat coming over. Of course, not to mention the fact that the satellite couldn't detect it. Even if their satellites had really photographed the details of that air conditioning unit, it would only take them another year and a half to parse out what that air conditioner outboard actually was. Just as the great and beautiful Sunboy had seen the ball lightning weapon device at the site of the great global tank competition earlier, at that time can be regarded as did not give him a laugh off the gas. The results of what happened later, then directly with the plane back to the country to live in what Ikikpufo. Roar. Captain. The people of China are really strange too. They can't deal with our suspicious tactics. They actually sent such a speedboat to join in the fun. Are we going to have a little bit of excitement today? And just show this speedboat what we're made of. How about piggybacking on that one missile boat and letting it sink to the bottom of the ocean after we lure that Yumhine away? As the group of shipmates laughed, one gave his opinion. Well, not bad. That's a good opinion. Although our action this time is not capable of triggering a firing dispute. But if their ship comes to the door to bump us, then we can't blame us if we sink it. After hearing the advice of the ship's crew, the curly-haired blonde captain's eyes instantly darted around and a wry smile crossed the corners of his mouth. 3 hours later, just as the Arleigh Burke class was still about 150 nautical miles range from the fisherman's operating waters, a message was delivered to the captain again. The Zhanghe actually returned? How is this possible? Have they been scared off by us and left that one little raggedy ship for a symbolic gesture? Captain, don't worry. They must have given up. We have made the Zhanghe ship futile several times. They must have given up on the Chinese fishermen. Captain, it's still your method that's wonderful. It only took 10 days to make the Zhanghe ship return without any success. The adjutant flattered the captain with a beady expression on his face. Ha ha, that's a good point. Order the Arleigh Burke class to change course immediately. Abandon their journey to the Chinese fishermen's operating area and head straight for that one missile boat. Yes, sir. With a command from the captain of the Arleigh Burke class destroyer, all the crew members of the battleship were like chicken blood on steroids. The collective excitement was unbelievable for the mission. At this moment, in the eyes of these big pretty shipmates, their one Arleigh Burke class destroyer with a displacement of 9,500 tons was like an eagle catching a chicken against the Chinese missile boat with a displacement of 200 tons. So, the mood of every ship's crew is highly agitated now. It wasn't just the crew in the powerhouse that brought the Arleigh Burke class right up to full speed. Even the accompanying cooks on the Arleigh Burke class were happily cooking up a turkey dinner inside the battleship's galley, getting ready to celebrate that one upcoming victory. However, it is said that there is rain when the sky is wild, and there are disasters when people are wild. Just as this one Arleigh Burke class destroyer was sailing towards that one missile boat of China with a great victory, fearlessly and arrogantly blundering, an accident happens without incident. Zip, zip, zip. Communications officer, what's that noise? Zip, zip, zip. Reporting, sir. The communications system is receiving interference from an overpowering electromagnetic wave. The system is suddenly overloaded. Then why don't you grab the communication system and shut it down? The captain never dreamed that one day the communications system of an Arleigh Burke class destroyer would inexplicably overload. At that moment, he gave a somewhat uneasy order towards his men to urgently shut down the communication system. However, the order from his side had just been given. Bigger trouble surprisingly ensued again. Bang! Fark! What a bad smell! What in the world is going on? Go find out what that smell is. The captain clearly sensed a hint of trouble and hurriedly ordered toward his adjutant. Oh no! Captain! Our radar system overloaded and shorted out. It's exploding and burning. What? The radar system exploded? What are you babbling about? How could the radar system explode? Ahem! Captain! I'm telling the truth. Look! One of the ship's crew members covered his nose and then bolted out of the radar bay, rushing in the captain's direction. The Arleigh Burke class captain took just such a glance in the direction the crewman had scurried out of, and instantly felt exactly the same sensation as if a million thunderbolts had struck him at the same time. The radar observation room did explode, and there was a plume of smoke. Obviously, The radar room was attacked by some unknown electromagnetic means of extremely high power otherwise. There is no way that this is going to happen in the radar room of the hall. Electromagnetic attack. It's an electromagnetic attack. Quick! Adjust course and head back. Finally, after experiencing communication system failures and a complete paralysis of the radar system, the captain for the first time made the connection between that one little missile boat and the electromagnetic jamming device. At this moment, even though he himself wasn't able to convince himself how this huge destroyer with a displacement of over 9,000 tons had been disturbed like this by a small speedboat, but his intuition told him that he was in big trouble today. Oh no, Captain, the SATA Navy image and all communication channels are down. We're lost. Trekking? 20 minutes later, a comment from the ship's crew went straight to destroying the spirit of the Arleigh Burke-class captain completely. For the past 20 minutes, he'd done everything in his power to figure out how to fix the radar system and the communications system, but there was no way around it. The full-band EMI energy did make it impossible for him to avoid it. All of the comm channels were overloaded, no matter how many times he repaired and rewired the comms and satellite signals. As a result, the next second, the device will again short-circuit due to overload and burst into flames. It took no less than 5 attempts in a row to refix it. Fix the connection. Connect and break it again. Break and fix it again. The captain finally realized that he might not have the means to finish repairing the communications and radar systems again, because this whole sea area, all of them are full-band electromagnetic oscillations, and the intensity of such oscillations is so high that it has even gone from the signaling level, directly affecting the physical level. It's as if a typical computer virus can at best destroy the software of a computer, but when a super virus appears, it can utilize the overload effect of the software to directly overload all of the computer's hardware, and it won't take long for the computer's hardware to burn out with the powerful load. That's what's going on right now. That's what's going on. The captain would have liked to reconnect communications and navigation again. However, in the face of this super intense electromagnetic interference, he was again pressurized and incapable of doing so. Thus, he could only wait helplessly for the gradual yawning of this warship under his command, until it was now completely in the middle of a labyrinth. The Pacific Ocean is not a small river gorge. Never mind how big that 9,500-ton Arleigh Burke-class destroyer is. Even if an aircraft carrier comes, it is frankly just a leaf floating on the vast ocean. Without the guidance of communication and navigation, no matter how powerful a battleship it was, at this moment it had become a pile of scrap metal at sea. There was nothing left to fight on except to be slaughtered. Cake seller. It's over. It's all over. This ship is crippled. Our mission is over. The Arleigh Burke-class captain's legs gave out and he sat down in despair on top of the floor of the command module. It was a full 3 days before Big Pretty's supply ship located the one Arleigh Burke-class destroyer from more than 2,000 nautical miles away. And by that time this Arleigh Burke-class destroyer had long since become riddled with holes and untenable. The entire radar bay and communications bay were all burned to slag from the powerful electromagnetic shock. Even the most secure automatic control system on the battleship had burned out a lot of wiring due to the high temperatures generated by the ignition of the radar and communication pods. Such a 9,500-ton Arleigh Burke-class destroyer was utterly crippled under such a formality. Not only that, after several battleships of the Great Beautiful came to support and rescue, a group of armament experts actually failed to find any trace of even a tiny bit of the attack from that Arleigh Burke-class. The pure electromagnetic interference made it impossible for them to find someone to complain to even if they wanted to. At this moment, without evidence, who would believe such a thing when it's said? Not to mention, taking this kind of thing to the international level to protest. Whether anyone believes it or not is not to say. Don't laugh off the teeth of the peoples of the world again, even if it's good. What is it that a 9,500-ton battleship is crippled by interference without even touching a 200-ton speedboat, if not a heavenly curiosity? The victory came so suddenly that Commander Pang Genoa didn't even see what was going on in the congratulatory telegram sent from the headquarters of the capital military region. By the time the adjutant below had searched the internet, he had realized that Big Pretty had assembled 3 carrier groups to work together to find the one lost destroyer. Commander Pang was only relieved from the high tension of a January-long period. The bounty of hundreds of thousands of fishermen is finally guaranteed. Commander Pang let out a deep sigh of emotion, and without realizing it, a hot tear of excitement slipped quietly down his face. Commander, you're in tears? The adjutant next to him warned. Yeah, almost 40 years. Commander Pang Genoa muttered to himself faintly. The adjutant didn't know exactly what Commander Pang meant by his words, because he was young, only in his 30s, and hadn't experienced that naval conflict 40 years ago. Rewind to the 1980s. At that time, Commander Pang Genoa was still just an army artillery platoon leader. When he was a child, Commander Pang was actually the king of the children in all the villages, due to the fact that he was born with a personality that favored bravery and militancy. So back then parents were trying to keep their children from going down the wrong path. Then, on the advice of a veteran uncle, he was sent to join the honorable army. The Chinese army has been the best camp for melting hot-blooded youth since ancient times. Pang Genoa entered the barracks. Under the cultivation of the noble spirit of the soldiers, quickly grew from a brave and ruthless young man to become a man who was determined to serve the country. In just a few short years, he went from being a new recruit to becoming the artillery platoon leader of the only artillery platoon among the motorized infantry division. The very next day after becoming an artillery platoon leader, the event that changed Pang Genoa's life arrived. Due to the interplay of various reasons, a conflict from the sea broke out. Dozens of ships of various colors and flags were staged intently over the ocean. Pang Genoa's side hadn't even finished their original daily drills when the division commander called a halt to their platoon's training. By the time Pang Genoa took off the steel helmet on top of his head and shook off the endless dust on that, the division commander told him that his country's sea borders needed him. Just like that, with much confusion, Pang Genoa led a group of artillery platoon soldiers on the special train that transported the soldiers. A day later, he and his soldiers pushed cannons weighing several tons aboard that one fishing boat. Yes, what they boarded was a fishing vessel with a displacement of just over 100 tons. At that time, our navy was still in its infancy, facing the deterrent of the huge fleet of the opponent's display of troops. It was far from being as calm as it is today. The largest battleships in the entire navy were only a few hundred tons, and even fewer in number. Therefore, in order to be able to cope with the step-by-step pressing of the opponents, the headquarters had no choice but to come up with this magnificent and painful response. Standing on the deck of the fishing boat, the young Pang Genoa for the first time experienced the truth that backwardness will be beaten. A tough confrontation that lasted a month long. Rocket artillery shells also accompanied the ebb and flow of the waves day and night stationed on the border sea defense. Finally, at the last moment, our opponents were completely scared off by our will to fight without fear of sacrifice. Ships of all colors and flags came in like a long hungry beast and went out like rats scurrying about. That was the first time Pang Genoa experienced the joy of victory. The feeling of joy was fundamentally different from any joy he had felt in the first 20 years of his life. There wasn't much sweetness or happiness. There was only the sweat and anxiety of himself and his brethren under the tumbling waves. A month is not a long time in a person's life, but in the hearts of Pang Genoa and his platoon of soldiers, it was longer than a century. Load, fire, reload and fire again. The fishing boat was too small, and every cannon fire threw the hull itself off its original position. In turn, after each firing, the coxswain of the fishing boat did his best to control the boat again, trying to position the muzzle of the gun for the best firing position. The opponent was too strong, and the dense variety of unnamed firepower covered the entire sea. It made it impossible for them to receive any supplies at all for a month. The ship's supplies were soon exhausted, so Pang Genoa led his soldiers to take advantage of the nighttime ceasefire between the two sides to catch a few fish from the sea to feed their hunger. Without water to drink, Pang Genoa utilized the most primitive distillation method to treat seawater. Day after day passed, and the average soldier was able to drink less than even 100 milliliters of water per day. This amount is less than a third of the content of a bottle of Coke in a listening bottle. Yet that's how they persevered through it all. Many times the brother fishermen guides in charge of steering the boats cried and cried trying to share their share of drinking water with the warriors. But Pang Genoa refused. He told the fisherman guide, "Brother, you have already paid a lot. We are not thirsty. These reserves of water or you keep your own drink." Perhaps it was such a life and death experience with the simple fisherman, making Pang Genoa decades later after becoming the commander of the entire North Sea military region. Still have a strong affection for my fishermen brothers and sisters. During these decades of military service, Pang Genoa grew from an army soldier to a naval fleet commander, and then to the commander of a military region. He personally created the resounding Dragonwick fleet under his command, witnessed our own navy from a few hundred tons of ships, gradually become 10,000 tons, or even tens of thousands of tons of giant ships. He's too happy to the point of being like a child, and in an instant he was back in the great days of his life. 40 years ago the fishermen brothers helped us, and today we have returned to protect them, perhaps. This is the will of God. As a military region commander, Pang Genoa had never believed in anything strange, but at this moment, he vaguely felt and sensed Chen Hao's arrival, as if the fisherman guide uncle from back then had reappeared at his side. The sky is still as vast as ever, and the sea is still as blue as ever. The moment he stood on the high tower of the base and gazed at the sea, an unprecedented hopefulness filled his heart and his eyes. Forward, my Huaxia, one day we will surpass all our rivals and stand above the technological pinnacle of the blue planet. Forward, my Huaxia, one day we will lead all mankind to the vast sea of stars, who brought the call of the distant past, who left behind 1,000 years of expectation. Less than 3 or 4 days of work had passed in this quiet summit showdown. Within the entire scope of the Blue Star, a frenzy of shocked public opinion had already arisen, even though Big Beautiful did its best to block out all the relevant news, wanting to avoid his own downfall in this peak matchup from being shown to the world. However, as the saying goes, there is no impermeable wall in the world, and there is no impermeable diaper is the same thing. The news is still spreading around the world after Big Beautiful's woeful stay on the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. John Bull actually wanted to send so many warships to make a difference a week ago, but as soon as they heard that the communication and radar systems of the entire destroyer of the Arleigh Burke-class were smoking, immediately, all previous plans were cancelled. The Prime Minister even sent a congratulatory message to our site overnight, congratulating us on another outstanding contribution to mankind in the field of scientific research. We look forward to deepening our research in science and technology in the future. We certainly don't have time for John Bull. After all, His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, had once again sent a mission with a bulging wallet. The person in charge of this matchmaking is still Commander Lu Chongsheng of Fengtian Military Region. Speaking of Commander Lu Chongsheng, this recent month has been a busy time for him. In the first place, people are actually professionals who specialize in military districts. Who would have thought that because of a global tank competition match, one's identity would change abruptly and one would become the head of armament trade again? Several tens of billions of meters knife tank orders almost did not Lu Chongsheng busy exhaustion fainted. On the one hand, they kept urging the major arsenals to seize the time to follow the processing and production program given by Chen Hao and step up production. At the same time, they kept coordinating with the shipping side to immediately ship out the newly produced tanks. According to Lu Chongsheng's initial plan, he was actually planning to use a large freighter to transport all the tanks directly after they were produced. After all, a few hundred tanks, each weighing a few dozen tons, would only add up to a few tens of thousands of tons. Modern large cargo ships actually have ships that can hold in hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo. Of course, transporting tanks was very different from transporting general goods, but for the sake of this order, Commander Lu Chongsheng had also solved all the problems in between early on. However, what Lu Chongsheng didn't expect was that the Camel Kingdom's desire for tanks was more than a few hundred times more anxious than he had imagined. Right after the first newly built tank had just left the factory, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom had explicitly requested that Lu Chongsheng immediately ship it over. Where had Lu Chongsheng ever heard of this strange request for transportation of tanks one by one? Immediately, he asked the Prince of the Camel Kingdom. One by one transportation tank that cost was quite high. However, even more so, Commander Lu Chongsheng did not anticipate that something had happened. His Royal Highness had actually waived a large sum of money and directly set aside hundreds of millions of meters of knife for transportation costs. The meaning of the other side simply should not be too clear. To be fast, the sooner the tanks arrive, the better. Better yet, it's best when the tanks come right off the production line and just huff and puff all the way to the Camel Kingdom. Although Commander Lu is not a businessman, but for this kind of buyer who is well versed in tank technology, then how can he not fulfill the other party's requirements? At that moment, he changed his original plan, postponed his flight back to Fengtian, China, and directly guarded the Camel Kingdom, specializing in guaranteeing the cargo flow of all the tanks. Finally, under the efforts of Lu Chongsheng and the money power of His Royal Highness the Prince of Camel Kingdom, this batch of tanks was successfully transported to the Camel Kingdom's military base in the desert. At the same time, the news about the full-band EMI matrix completely spread around the world. Commander Lu, we've known each other for a full 30 days. And now the whole world can already know that your country has more advanced equipment. How is it? Our tank orders have all been completed. Is it convenient for Commander Lu to introduce it, so that His Royal Highness the Prince can see what kind of equipment your country's newest type is? In the face of His Royal Highness's warmth and candor. In fact, Commander Lu Chongsheng was also very torn. On the one hand, he's been busy delivering tank orders for the last month. He didn't even know that Chen Hao had actually built such strong military equipment. So, without him knowing anything, His Royal Highness asked him to introduce him. And what did he introduce? The other aspect is, of course, the most important one. Granted, Commander Lu Chongsheng didn't know about the full-band blocking interference matrix, but he knows that Camel Kingdom knows technology, and it's one of those things that's special. Tens of billions of rice daggers have been used to trade for tanks, so how can you not be technically savvy? So yeah, in the face of such a professional who understands technology and equipment, Lu Chongsheng is well aware that he can never miss it. HQ won't allow him to miss it either. So, after about a minute or less of deep thought, Lu Chongsheng then agreed to this request from His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom. The next day, Commander Lu flew back with Lu Feng, Wang Hua, and an entire delegation of Camel Kingdom princes, on the convoy's way to the headquarters of the military region in the capital. His Royal Highness was very pleased, looking at the crowds of people lining the road to welcome him. His Royal Highness was deeply impressed. "Oh my goodness. The people of China are truly the most welcoming people in the world. I didn't realize that a spur-of-the-moment decision of mine could cause people to chuck it in. I'm so touched I can't even begin to describe how touched I am." His Royal Highness couldn't stop waving his hand towards the people outside the car window while wiping away the hot tears he was shedding from time to time due to his emotion. Of course, His Royal Highness, at this moment, didn't actually know that the people lining both sides of this road weren't there to welcome them. After all, their trip over was a very impromptu decision. Even if this side of the capital military region's headquarters really did have the intention to give a grand welcome, then there was no time to prepare, right? In fact, the welcoming people on both sides of the road had gathered because they had seen the news on the internet and heard that Commander Pang Genoa and his subordinate Captain Zheng Taiping, as well as a group of soldiers on the missile boat, were coming back to be honored. How can there be no recognition for such an act? A feat that protected hundreds of thousands of fishermen with the power of prime? Therefore, on the day the news spread, the headquarters of the capital military region reported up the details as requested by Elder Qian. Elder Qian was very pleased and immediately decided to give awards to all Chenhao who participated in this operation as well as developed this full band blocking jamming matrix. Elder Qian was the old class leader of Commander Pang Genoa as well as Commander Lu Chongsheng and a host of other military region heads. He had given the word. So naturally, Pang Genoa was going to carry out the order immediately. As it turns out, it's just one of those things that happens by coincidence. His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, had arrived one step ahead of Pang Genoa and the others, and then was moved to tears. In order to express his attitude of gratitude for this warm welcome from us, from the first moment His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom met Old Man Qian. His Royal Highness then excitedly expressed the expectation that the Camel Kingdom would also like to cooperate with us in the field of military equipment. Naturally, Qian Lao was well aware of the grandeur of Godato of the Camel Kingdom, so at that moment, the person was cordially asked what their outlook was regarding equipment, like wanting state-of-the-art fighter jets, or state-of-the-art missiles, or state-of-the-art destroyers or whatever. Of course, in order to protect our own scientific and technological secrets, the truly state-of-the-art fighter jets, missiles and destroyers are definitely not available for sale to the public, but the next level can be considered. After all, tons of large drive as a watchman ace is never easy. Once this kind of equipment is given out, wouldn't that be the equivalent of giving away one's family's town treasure? Cutting-edge technology cannot be measured in terms of money, and is obviously even more off-limits to the arms trade. But then, apart from these cutting-edge warplanes, missiles and destroyers, the next level that is negotiable. Let's take the Dragon 52D, for example, which itself has had its share of sales and is not exactly at the top of its game in terms of technology. So, if the other party really wants to buy, we can't say that we are slowing down the sincerity of the other party, right? However, what the old man Chen did not expect was, when His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, stated his outlook, everyone in the room froze a bit at the prince's wild ideas. Elder Qian, our Camel Kingdom is located in the desert, so while battleships and airplanes and whatnot are useful on the desert, they don't come in handy most of the time. With our Camel Kingdom's current strength, there's usually no one who dares to make a big deal out of it easily. That is why my father believes that more of what our Camel Kingdom will face in the future may still be a line of military conflict on the ground. It is also for this reason that we have gone out of our way to procure several hundred super tanks from your country. But then again, as good as the tanks are, the maneuverability doesn't live up to our expectations. The equipment we are looking for is a new type of equipment that is dozens of times more maneuverable than a tank. Oh, new equipment. Mr. Prince, might you explain what kind of new equipment your side needs? In the face of His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom's statement, Qian Lao didn't listen too well at first. However, when His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, opened up all of his inner thoughts, Elder Qian then immediately saw through all of the Camel Kingdom's thoughts. Elder Qian, we want mechs. In a single sentence, it spoke to the top priority of this meeting. Mech, this is not a new term. The full name could also be called mechanical power armor. In the history of mankind, since the war, it can be said that such equipment as mechs have been conceived in the minds of mankind for no less than hundreds of thousands of years. It's as if the golden helmets and golden armor worn by the gods and goddesses in myths and legends can actually be considered the earliest and first human fantasies about mechs. Of course, people in ancient times, because they had not seen any mechanical equipment, so above the imagination, there are times when it is also lacking. Let's take the wind and fire wheel underneath Nez's feet for example. Isn't this actually the jet engine underneath the feet of Iron Man's set of equipment? As the saying goes, times are changing and society is progressing. Fantasies about mechs began to materialize gradually after human society entered the Industrial Revolution, especially in the modern world. With all the smart technology that has been developed, mechanical power armor only gradually from the previous fantasy to reality. Although among the current human society's actual combat equipment, people have not heard of any country that has actually developed a true sense of mecha equipment. However, in countless science fiction works, as well as in the military equipment research room of various countries, the exploration of mechs has already begun. Isn't that Iron Plate Man all mecha? And the giant Gundam mecha in the Pacific Rim movies actually fall into the realm of modern mecha fantasy. And the Prince of the Camel Kingdom, this trip over, said these things. It's really just the right situation for modern technology. To put it bluntly, in fact, people have already guessed the fact that the country's most important weapon is unlikely to be easily involved in the arms trade. So then, people came up with a different way of thinking. That would be to come up with a very reasonable idea for joint research and development. Elder Chien, I know that there isn't any country that can develop mechs globally right now. However, we believe that since your country is able to build super equipment that easily paralyzes a destroyer in the face of such fierce global arms competition, then, your country must have the strength to be able to build tactical mechs. Of course, regarding the mecha, our Camel Kingdom won't ask your party to develop it for nothing. Our idea is like this: we, Camel Kingdom, will contribute money, your country will contribute talents, and we'll work together to develop it. I don't know what Elder Chien thinks. Not after much back and forth testing, the Prince of the Camel Kingdom directly confessed all his thoughts in front of Elder Chien. Your country pays for the money and we pay for the talent? Well, that's not a bad idea. In the face of His Royal Highness's candor, Elder Chien did not respond easily. Instead, after a moment's reflection, he smiled kindly at His Royal Highness and replied, "That's a question. I think it's something to think about. But considerations aside, a new type of equipment such as mechs, for which there are no ready-made cases in today's world, wanting to jointly develop it would require a lot of preparatory work. Let's put it this way, if your highness doesn't mind, you might want to stay for a few more days. How about I, old man, find out what's going on and then give an answer? Your Royal Highness, when you first come here, you can't just come here and talk about guns and stuff. In my opinion, it's okay to relax and look at the scenery first." Pang Genoa and Chen Hao's group arrived at the capital military region later that day. Elder Chien personally came to the military base. After briefly presenting the medals of honor to Zheng Taiping and his group as well as the missile ships group and Chen Hao himself Chancellor then dropped in for a discussion meeting. The topic of the meeting, on the other hand, was precisely the mecha issue that Elder Chien himself had talked about with His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom during the daytime. Genoa, you're my old subordinate. Tell me, do you have any ideas about the development of equipment like mechs? The Camel Kingdom is willing to offer a 200 billion meter blade investment to launch the world's first tactical mech with us. I'm getting old and can't understand much of this new equipment. So what? I came to you guys to have you analyze it and see if we have the ability to build a piece of equipment like this. The money issue is all secondary. What's important is that people are able to think of things. We mustn't fall behind. The historical experience of the past 100 years or so has amply demonstrated the correctness of being backward and having to suffer. So, my request, it's very simple. The new type of equipment that others can make, we must also develop it. The equipment that others are not capable of developing, let's find a way to develop it before others do. Only by staying ahead of the curve in science and technology can we build the strongest Great Wall for our China and our nation. Xian Lao's words are indeed deafening. Just open the mouth will let the venue everyone into the key thinking about the development of science and technology. However, this thinking was thinking, but it was not so easy to realize the idea in the words of Old Man Xian. Take Commander Pang Genoa for example. The moment he heard that Elder Qian had asked him to speak, he was already thinking about the possibility of realizing the mecha equipment in his mind over and over again. Pragmatically, he felt that the likelihood of that, at least for nearly a decade, was very remote. The reason for this was simple. It was because of Commander Pang Genoa's in-depth understanding of mecha equipment. It is well known that Commander Pang Genoa is very familiar with academician Cheng Shuren. So what? Under the inculcation of a scientific research bigwig like academician Cheng Shuren, Commander Pang's knowledge of forward science and technology is also much higher than that of the average head of a military region. Regarding mechs, he had had an in-depth discussion with academician Cheng Shuren a few years back, and the results of that exploration were not very promising. The reason for this is based on the complexity of the tactical mech system. That being said, equipment like mechs are nothing more than a set of mechanical armor that goes over the outside of a soldier. But once people look into it, they realize that it's not that simple. First of all, the internal and external core system architecture of the mecha already belonged to a super project no less than a small mushroom explosion. According to the modern countries for the conception of the mech system, the internal and external core system of the mech, that is a full 10 big items: energy systems, drive systems, skeleton systems, armor systems, weapon systems. There are also plug-in systems, sensory systems, general control systems, maneuvering systems, and life support systems. These 10 items, singling out any one of them, are all incomparably complex and large projects. Developing mechs in reality isn't as good at getting out of cowhide as it is inside a big, beautiful movie, talking about love, pretending to be a fork, and building mechs, and Iron Man. That's just pure bullshit with a sci-fi veneer. Let's just take the simplest example of a drivetrain. For a mech to be able to move freely, to go up to the sky and down to the earth as it pleases, the drive system must be a very crucial part. And what is the drivetrain? In simpler terms, it is the system that rationally transmits and distributes the power of the mech to the various units. How simple this summary seems, but once this system is applied to the outside of the human body, it is a sea of complexity. First of all, the human body just has a super high degree of freedom of movement. Just people's heads alone, to be honest, can freely rotate up and down, left and right at will. What does that require? It requires that the mech's drivetrain have the same degree of freedom at the neck joint as well in order to work. It's a far cry from a pilot's helmet or an astronaut's spacesuit. Mechs, they have to be built out of metal in the first place, right? Where else would there be any defense? Since it is made of metal, it is important to take into account its ductility, bending, and ergonomics, among other relevant aspects. You know that human society is currently building an aviation helmet are hundreds of thousands, even millions to start. To build a mech, it's the manufacturing cost that could be astronomical, not to mention the large-scale R&D involved before manufacturing. And that, too, is just a drivetrain. Then there's the perception system. For sensory systems, mechs usually fall into two broad categories. One of the categories is non-sensory, such as detectors for communication signals, radar signals, other types of EMP, as well as temperature and pressure. Without these devices, when the time comes, it's a big deal if they either can't be contacted, or can't be found, or if the operator dies in the heat inside because of some system malfunction. All these detectors, for sure, are going to be developed and equipped. As for the sensory category, such as real-time interaction, infrared, night vision, this kind of equipment, but also must be equipped. Without these equipment, if you receive the signal cannot respond, is also a big problem. Or if you can't find your target without infrared night vision, etc. Wouldn't that be a break? So, really on the real battle, these aspects of the equipment, too, must be developed and equipped. Since the drivetrain and sensory systems are already so complex, what about the other systems? What other weapon systems? What other sensory systems, which don't need to be researched? It was one thing after another stacked on top of the other, and a scientist with a little bit of mech savvy would have his head spinning. So, based on the understanding of the future application scenarios of tactical mechs and the expected performance, Commander Pang was actually a little bit intimidated in his heart. He himself wasn't sure if Qian Lao's vision could be realized in the short term. After all, as an important technological integration breakthrough, if he couldn't come up with a decent product, just casually clutching out a mech with faults all over the place, that was something even he couldn't convince himself of. Elder Qian, I'm not going to hide it from you, but the mecha project we in the North Sea Military Region and the Dragon Science Academy have worked on together before. But because there are just so many difficult issues to face, that's why 2 years ago, we in the North Sea Military Region put this research and development on hold. Faced with Elder Qian's inquiry, Commander Pang Genhua answered truthfully, our capital city military district is roughly the same. The situation is similar in our Western Yunnan Military Region. Our Fengtian Military Region has been exploring this area, but the results are basically similar to several other military regions. After a group of military district heads answered one after another, Commander Lu Changsheng of Fengtian Military Region also nodded helplessly. Oh, I know. It looks like the development of this mech is much more difficult than the old man I thought. Right. So, what everyone is saying is that no one wants to challenge this puzzle. Alright then, tomorrow, I will reply to the Prince of the Camel Kingdom and tell him that we are not capable of developing a mecha project, so that they will not expect anything from us alright. In addition to open another broadcast, tell the children of China under the sky, tell them, you people are not responsible for the people well. Seeing that all the principals present gave a negative conclusion, Qian Lao's mood at this moment is also obviously a bit unhappy, but unhappy at the same time. Qian Lao and the word slightly turned, continued, there are quite a few people in this room that the old man used to bring up. I realize that most of you have not experienced much of what happened 60 years ago. I don't blame you for that. After all, you were young at that time, all of you were still doll age, but you should have heard many things from your father's mouths back then. were the difficulties encountered by hundreds of thousands of people on the Gobi Desert back then. In order to conduct scientific research, any less than today? Have you ever heard how our researchers calculated formulas back in the day when there were no computers? It was all done with a pen, with an abacus, hard math, one at a time, and the number of decimal places to be precise in those days was all the way down to 7 decimal places after the decimal point. We have enough scientists just typing out drafts to litter the Gobi Desert. None of them at that time thought of giving up. Today, is everyone here going to give up? Is it because I'm an old man? Or is it because people don't have the fighting spirit of their predecessors? The words are shocking. Chen Lao's words from the bottom of his heart instantly allowed everyone present to immediately understand the essential reason why Chen Lao wanted to convene this meeting. Yeah, how on earth did the predecessors do it back in the day? Wasn't it 100 times harder then than it is now? Above the vast Gobi. Not to mention what a research environment is infinitely worse than what we have now. Just food, clothing, housing and this some of the most basic security of life. Think of the beginning. Are not all difficult? How did the predecessors of that time manage to stand out against the pressure of the great powers? Is it really not working now? Not really. The real reason is that people haven't been able to fully carry on the legacy of their forefathers. And at this moment, Elder Qian's words were like a loud bell, directly sounding that alarm bell deep within the hearts of everyone present. Straight away, it brought back memories for all of them of the years when it was hard to move forward. Elder Qian, our Beihai military region is willing to take on this mission. Pang Genoa was the first to speak, the straight posture, accompanied by a resounding reply, as if it were a statue cast in bronze, was extraordinarily solemn in the light that filtered through the lampshade. Elder Qian, our Western Yunnan military region is also willing to take on this mission, and us, we, the capital military region, are also willing to take on this mission. Reporting to Elder Qian, our Fengtian military region has also gone out on a limb and is willing to take on this mission. One dry report after another. It instantly resounded throughout the conference hall. At this moment, the lights in the room, as if feeling the souls of countless forefathers, sprinkled on everyone's body. Everyone was touched by Elder Qian's words. Everyone appreciates what their forefathers did back then. Even Chen Hao, who had been sitting in his seat without saying anything, was impressed by the scene before him. They're all back. This is a line from one of Star's soccer movies. But at this moment, the way the crowd was in front of him made him distinctly feel the profound meaning of these words. Elder Qian, I'm willing to take the lead in developing this project. Chen Hao stood up from his seat, straightening his posture as Commander Pang Genoa did and said aloud. Elder Qian, I don't know anything about technology, but I'm willing to join this program as well. Lu Feng stepped forward immediately afterward and said aloud. And me, Elder Qian, I'm also willing to join this program. Wang Hua also stood up straight at this moment. And me, I'd like to join in. I volunteer for membership. Okay, great. Everyone sit down. Looking at the 2 rows of penciled-in, hot-blooded men beside him, Elder Qian nodded gratefully and reached out to signal everyone to sit down. After all the people were seated, Elder Qian continued with a slight nod in Chen Hao's direction. Little brother Chen Hao, I know you invented that full band blocking interference matrix, and that super tank you remodeled too. Not bad. You did a very good job on both of those. I'm glad you stepped forward and asked to take the lead on this project. Tell you what, since you dared to look up to your forefathers, you will take the lead on this project. Genoa, Chang Sheng, and the Dean of the Dragon Science Institute. The 3 of you will be responsible for fully assisting little brother Chen Hao in his research and development well. As long as you guys can successfully complete the project this time, old man I think history will remember you, just like eternally remembering the group of scientific research predecessors who threw away their blood back then. The meeting went on late and late into the wee hours of the morning. Only then did Elder Qian leave the conference room at the strong request of everyone. Elder Qian is getting old, and no one can afford to let him work so hard. After Elder Qian left, the crowd immediately returned to the conference room and continued the in-depth discussion on the mecha project. Of course, this discussion is all about how to realize the super project of tactical mechs. Given that Elder Qian had already handpicked Chen Hao as the chief engineer for this R&D design, the group of people in charge also focused their attention on Chen Hao. Outside the big, beautiful, white palace, in front of the patch of green lawn, 2 stony-looking men were exchanging something in a low voice. The one walking in front was still the Chancellor White Lantern. Half a length behind him was still the Chancellor's personal advisor, plus the foreign envoy, Welch. Something different from the last time the 2 met. This time the 2 were clearly not as hale and hearty as before. Naturally, Welch didn't need to mention that he'd pissed himself off for over a week because of his failure in the last global tank competition. Later, if the doctor hadn't thought he was overly shamed and became a vegetable, he would have been given a shot of veterinary neurostimulant hormone. It wasn't as if he wailed and recovered from another catapult start from his hospital bed. However, after recovering, he might have used too much medicine for that shot, or the knot of unwillingness to fail was too solid in his heart. Outwardly give a person the feeling is always slightly not normal a little bit. Compared to the previous meticulous and calculating, he seems to have more a point of the beast of prey general violent strength too. Aside from the fact that Welch's state was a bit off this time around, it was also clear that the White Lantern Chancellor wasn't in the best of spirits. Of course, the reason for the Chancellor's bad spirits was naturally different from Welch's. The Chancellor's spirits were depressed, most of all by the fact that the Arleigh Burke class had been humiliated so badly the other day. It simply puts the entire maritime power of the Great Beautiful in a wide-eyed present before the eyes of the world. A 500-ton ace destroyer sailing quietly on the high seas harassing other people's fishermen. As a result, the harassment operation did not succeed, but the destroyer was scrapped. The smoke that came out of that, for those who don't know, they thought the undersea volcano had erupted. It caused him, the Chancellor, to have to send out 3 carrier battle groups, all together, to tow that battleship back to the nearest naval base. To say that you can't steal a chicken is not really a big deal. The main, key thing is that also for some reason, this failure of the Arleigh Burke class has become known to people outside of Big Pretty. This is good. The whole Blue Star no big beautiful eat defeat. The whole Blue Star no big beautiful that 9,500 tons of destroyer cannot get a Chinese only 200 tons of speedboat. Shame on you. It's more than a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Do you think the Chancellor's mood can still be pleasant when it's always news like this lately? The pancake fruit on the street in front of the Snow White Palace can't even eat it all. Welch, I'm so relieved to see you in good health today. You're finally not crushed by the pressures of the outside world. After walking for a short time, the Chancellor turned to give a caring look at his recently discharged subordinate. Thank you for the Arch-Chancellor's concern. Before completely conquering all the opponents in the entire Blue Star, I, Welch, will never die easily. On this point, I still ask you, Chancellor, to put 100 hearts in the right place. Welch gratefully saluted the Arch-Chancellor, and then made his attitude of loyalty clear in front of the Arch-Chancellor in a decisive manner. Well, that's good. I just admire your defiant streak. It's drier than the thin crisps you add to your pancakes. The cuisine of Huaxia has taken the lead in all aspects of the entire blue planet. Even the Michelin of our ally, the romantic country, has been sunsetting, beaten by the cuisine of China. Now it looks like the science and technology of Huaxia is advancing by leaps and bounds again. That has to worry me. In just a few months, supertanks carrying ball lightning weapons and missile boats carrying full-band blocking jamming matrices have been introduced. Also, it's rumored that they're close to resolving their controlled fusion. If we let Huaxia's technology go all the way up the ladder like this, what this Chancellor is worried about is that in the future, in the entire scope of the blue planet, all you and I will be able to see will be the technological achievements of China. It's not scary that Chinese cuisine is ahead of the world. The big deal is that we can just hire more cooks to learn. But when it comes to technology, we must never be caught up again. This time, I called you over. In fact, I just wanted to discuss with you to see what kind of other ways there are to check and balance them. Sinister or not, as long as it works, you're more than welcome to give your opinion. Confronting this heartfelt henchman of his own, the Chancellor didn't hold anything back. Because the Chancellor himself knew very well that it was no longer possible to limit the ball lightning technology and the full band obstruction jamming technology under the present circumstances. They've already developed a finished product, so what's the point of restricting it? It's not like photolithography, where you limit the restrictions and people need to take a few more detours to develop. A few years later, this has become a mature technology of existing equipment. You do not even know how to do it yourself yet, and you still want to go to limit others. Then is not it want a blind heart? So, to always keep Big Pretty in the lead at Blue Star. For this great Big Pretty behind himself to always remain unsurpassed as the dominant Blue Star. Then there are times when you just have to use the more uncommon tricks. Or tricks for short, I guess. A lot of people may think that the competition between countries that are so high-end and righteous, for example, international competitions, Nobel Prize competitions, or corporate competitions, all seem to be more open. In fact, the reality is anything but. Competition between nations is no different in nature from competition between people. Once the key areas of contention are involved, there are many ways to play. So yeah, the Chancellor is clearly aware of this at this very moment. Ball flash weapons are definitely out of the question. And full band blocking jamming technology is even harder. What to do if you can't get it? You have to think of something else. And that's what brought Welch, who had just recently been released from the hospital and was still a little less than particularly normal. Not to mention, the Chancellor's vision was still relatively unique after all. When he had spoken his mind in the presence of Envoy Welch really did comprehend his intentions at once, and offered a very reliable solution. Mr. Chancellor, it is no secret that as your personal advisor, plus your hand-picked foreign envoy, in the field of military equipment, as much as I don't want to admit my own incompetence, I have to admit that I'm really not that proficient. The last Super Tank 1 loss gave me a big boost. Wilkie hadn't been thinking much about how to get his face back inside the hospital these days. So yeah, when the Chancellor asked him to come over today, in fact, in his heart, he had already had a whole set of detailed plans just waiting for the Chancellor to make a decision. The roots of Welch's scheme, if you want to get to the root of it, start most notably with the translated Shuhan saga he recently watched in the hospital. In recent years, with the gradual decline of the Great Beautiful, the original bright culture of China began to gradually attract the love of the people of the whole blue star. There was no way. Who called China's 5,000 years of history far-reaching? That kind of deep cultural heritage was incomparable to any other country on the entire blue planet. Let's take, for example, ancient Babylon, ancient India, ancient Egypt and ancient China, which are known as the four major ancient civilizations in history. Among these four ancient civilizations, the only one without historical and cultural faults has been inherited to the present, in addition to my great China, and then no second, because only our Chinese civilization is a country with a very clear cultural heritage. The ancient Xia, Shang and Zhou dynasties to the end of the Zhou dynasty, the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, the 5 hegemons and 7 heroes, and then to the first emperor who swept across the 8 wildernesses and the 6 kingdoms to unify the 6 kingdoms and reign over the whole world. Then Han Gaozu beheads the White Snake and establishes the 2 Han dynasties for 400 years. Then at the end of the Han dynasty, the 3 kingdoms of Wei, Shu and Wu were established. And soon after, the Sima family held back for many years and established the Jin dynasty. Then to the later Wei, Jin, North and South dynasties, the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. How many buildings in the smoke and rain, as well as more and more legends and dynastic changes in later generations. In short, there is practically no one else in the history of mankind who can truly be counted as having a long history of origin and flow, but only Huaxia, and such a deep cultural precipitation, but also ultimately caused the modern Blue Star world people more and more love China's culture and thus began to gradually come into contact with some of the elegant inculcation from the East. That's what Welch is actually like. And it was on this wave that he inadvertently came across the Shuhan saga, and he didn't just watch it, he watched it with special attention. Especially when the shot of Han Xin appeared in front of the LCD TV, Welch could then visibly feel his brain bubbling outward in waves of intelligent thought. He worshipped Han Xin so much that he compared himself to Han Xin, the soldier immortal. Welch's ideal is, in effect, to be the Han Xin next to the Chancellor. So, after countless times of studying the contents of the TV series over and over again, he really did figure out a way to check and balance his opponent. And this approach is, in fact, the way to do it in the open and in the dark. Welch was naturally aware that he had nothing much to offer in the field of military equipment. In the face of ball lightning weapons as well as the piece of full band blocking jamming technology, he ironically had no maneuver to deal with it. If it had, would the previous order from the Camel Kingdom have been lost? Obviously not. Therefore, he thought of a different angle to think about the problem. Military equipment cannot get, then simply from other places to start. What is the basis for the development of military equipment? Some might say scientific research. This is correct, though not comprehensive, because there is another important factor that is also affecting the development of military equipment, and that factor is the economy, which is, frankly, money. When it comes to this aspect of the economy, Welch has a new idea. This is because he has just recently learned an important piece of news that a number of businesses led by Chinese businessmen are rapidly expanding into the global market. Many brands are also gradually and progressively competing with global first-tier brands officially. Among them, there was the latest news about Yan Ruohai, the head of Qingya Group, who was going to hold a global top jewelry exhibition. For those of you who are familiar with Yan Ruohai, you may know that this is the world-renowned entrepreneur in the field of luxury goods. It is also this entrepreneur who has pulled Gucci and Prada, which had been leading the development of Blue Star's luxury goods sector, straight to a quasi-first-tier brand, and the two brands of Qingye Group, Qingye brand and Suya brand, have become the first-tier brand duo in the field of luxury goods in the world today. Just recently, Yan Ruohai, in order to be able to further expand Qingye Group's influence within the entire Blue Star, he has dedicated a huge amount of money to prepare a superb jewelry exhibition event in the kingdom of Baidi. The jewelry that will be exhibited at the show alone is said to be worth tens of billions of dollars, not to mention the number of big stars from all over the world that Mr. Yan had invited for the sake of this exhibition. Envoy Wilster keenly found a break in the matter above. It's amazing that he came up with the idea of using the business sector to create things so as to influence foreign exchange investments. In Welch's conception, Once this shocked the whole Blue Star Jewelry show failed, then its impact will not be limited to the field of jewelry, will also extend to other areas, and even extend to the entire investment field. In this way, the rival's corporate reputation is ruined, and then the rival's earnings in global economic trade are naturally reduced. As the opponent's revenue from global economic trade decreases, isn't it only natural that the development of military equipment will face a lack of funding? This hand, as long as the operation is good, that is a few points more violent than the financial turmoil to come. Back in the day, his famous economist teacher had taken advantage of the bubble in Sakura's real estate sector when he was ordered to clean up the disobedient Sakura. Therefore, with such a success story, as long as one has planned properly, is there any fear that there will not be a butterfly effect and a storm will be swept up? A great move in the open and a great move in the dark. Wilch, your brain is indeed extremely clever. Just do it your way. This commander believes that as long as the merchants around the world are not willing to do business with them anymore due to fear and worry, then even if they come up with some new type of equipment again, they will definitely not have the money to mass produce it. After listening to Wilch, the White Lantern Chancellor looked very happy, because just 20 years ago, when he had not yet become the Chancellor, he had already heard about the Asian financial crisis incident back then. That year, Wilch's teacher could be said to have swept through the Asian financial world, directly setting back Sakura's economy by more than 20 years, and has not been slowed down until now. If he could replicate the miracle of that year, then, in the history of the development of the Great Pretty, he, the great commander, would really have to shine. Roar roar roar. Not bad, not bad. It's a bit of a conspiracy now. Just when Welch was still plotting and planning to make a bad move at the Qingya Group's global top jewelry exhibition, Chen Hao's side had also been busy with matters related to the mecha project. Just yesterday, after the meeting chaired by Elder Qian, Chen Hao was officially appointed as the chief engineer of the tactical mech project. At the same time, the official appointment of the chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion project as well as the magnetic levitation project was also successfully handed over to Chen Hao under the personal auspices of Elder Qian. Taking on such an important project as the mecha project all at once, Chen Hao himself could be doubly honored. At the same time, he could clearly feel the high hopes that Elder Qian had placed in himself. So, in order to be able to devote himself fully to the development of the mecha project, Chen Hao's first step was to ask a friend to return the small courtyard he used to rent. Then, and look for Pang Genoa commander will be inside the small courtyard mechanical arma, all kinds of instrumentation what things, collectively to the Dragon Science Institute too. After all the equipment and instruments were all ready, Chen Hao's first step was to start the research related to the mecha power system. It's rather coincidental to say the least. Just yesterday, Chen Hao had taken over the task that Elder Qian had given him. His previous reward for developing a full band blocking interference matrix had also arrived just in time. Not only that, the system also made an unprecedented move to send him a small surprise because of his use in taking charge. A 10 million dragon coin bonus. This one not only made his wallet bulge again, but at the same time, it also made him less stressed. This may be what people often say that although money cannot solve 100% of people's troubles, but it can reduce 99% of people's troubles. In short, Chen Hao was very happy after the system rewards arrived, because this time the rewards happened to be specifically for the research and development of mechs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the development of a full band blocking interference matrix. 8 million bonus points arrived. 10 million dragon coins special reward arrived. Rewarded with a mecha system R&D manual. Mecha power system knowledge map entry into the brain is complete. Mecha weapon system knowledge map entry into the brain is complete. Mecha. Deducting all the points consumed by previous research, the host's current points are 8 million. After obtaining the knowledge of mech research and development, Chen Hao, looking at the total of 8 million points left in his hands, immediately couldn't wait to open his system treasure chest. Ding! Open the system's secondary treasure chest. Shadow Invincibility Stealth System, priced at $2 million. Redeemable for points of equal value. Hypersonic Cruise System, priced at $5 million. Redeemable for points of equal value. After seeing the Shadow Invincible Stealth System as well as the Hypersonic Cruise System, Chen Hao made a snap decision and immediately spent the 7 million points in his hand to exchange these two system technologies. As for why he's so dry, it certainly has nothing to do with the thin crunch inside the pancakes and nuts. He had thought of a developable direction for mech development because of these two technologies, and that developable direction was that he wanted to build a super mech that could fight on the ground, soar through the air, and be stealthy to some degree. Modern mechs, as they are usually envisioned, are still actually primarily focused on close-range ground combat, but Chen Hao's thoughts were different from most people's, because he thought of the vast blue sky, he thought of the vast ocean, he thought of the infinite depths of the cosmic firmament. Therefore, He felt that he couldn't follow past experiences on the path of mecha development to create a piece of equipment that would be obsolete in a few years. In that case, the energy one puts in, the resources Huaxia puts in, lose their long-term value. And Chen Hao, who had made up his mind about this, after exchanging all the knowledge and technical maps that needed to be exchanged, he decisively told his vision to Commander Lu Changxing as well as academician Ma Weigua, the president of the Dragon Science Academy, and the others. The reason why, this time, Chen Hao had told Commander Lu Changxing about the idea, rather than Commander Pang Genoa. The main reason, or because the mecha this kind of project is more inclined to the direction of the army. So what? Chen Lao, in order to be able to better cooperate with Chen Hao to engage in research and development, just a small temporary adjustment to the work of the two commanders. Let Commander Pang Genoa, who has just received the full band blocking jamming matrix technology, take over Commander Lu Changxing's trade negotiation duties. Incidentally, see if you can get a good price for some of the simpler simplifications of this full band jamming matrix technology. As for Commander Lu Changxing, he was directly partnered with Chen Hao for the second time, taking over responsibility for all dispatching and security protection outside of Chen Hao's scientific research. As for academician Ma Weigua, he was the same academician of the Engineering Physics Institute of the Dragon Academy of Science and Technology, Fengtian branch of the Dragon Academy of Science and Technology before, the world's top engineering physics expert. Not long ago, it was under his and academician Pan Jian's leadership that the controlled nuclear fusion and magnetic levitation technologies developed by Chen Hao were successfully and thoroughly analyzed. So what? In order to show his praise for the two academicians, Chen Lao directly promoted these two great god-level experts in the field of scientific research, one to become the president of the Dragon Science Institute, and the other to become the vice president of the Dragon Science Institute. This time, Dean Ma was specifically here to take charge of cooperating with Chen Hao to work on the tactical mech development. Commander Lu Changxing and Dean Ma were actually both still relatively confident when they came over today. It was because during last night's discussion on mecha technology, everyone had already done the relevant visions. Roughly, it's making a relatively advanced land mech outfit. However, when the two came to Chen Hao today, after hearing Chen Hao's own comprehensive vision for the mecha project, the two were both instantly a bit frozen in their hearing. A stealth mech, and one that requires the ability to cruise at hypersonic speeds? A one-man supersonic. Isn't that turning into a fighter? Can it still fight on land? Stealth against not only radar systems, but also visible light? The world doesn't have this technology yet. Omnidirectional stealth is the stuff of science fiction movies. Can it be realized in reality? Commander Lu Changxing and Dean Ma were both a little visibly overwhelmed. The two of them really didn't know what was going on in this Chen Hao's brain. Designing and developing a mech is just a matter of designing and developing a mech. How can it still be related to a sci-fi movie? You don't really want to build the steel armor that Iron Man wore in the movie, do you? That's a little too far from reality. This vision of Chen Hao's completely overturned almost all of the two men's previous conceptions of mecha equipment. Take hypersonic cruising. To say that this technology is placed on top of a fighter jet is understandable to the two and is already well established. The Dragon J-20 is a prime example. With a maximum cruising speed that can reach Mach 2. This speed wasn't quite hypersonic, I guess, but it was already considered first class in terms of fighters. If we were to go by what Chen Hao said about hypersonic speeds, then Mach 2 would not be enough, because the standard for hypersonic speeds is Mach 5 and above. Why? Because the international standard is so set. The aircraft in the process of high-speed flight as the speed is getting faster and faster. The air will be due to high speed and high temperature intense friction formation of ionization phenomenon. Above Mach 5, ionization can be so pronounced that a plasma sheath forms on the outside of the vehicle, interfering with its normal flight. So, in order to differentiate between two types of vehicles that can fly stably above Mach 5 and those that cannot fly stably above Mach 5, this basic concept of hypersonic speeds was created. Of course, that's just one of the reasons why the universal standard is set at Mach 5 also because that speed is the difference between two different vehicle engines. The engines for these two vehicles are the subcombustion ram engine and the supercombustion ram engine, whereas a subcombustion ram engine is essentially incapable of crossing the Mach 5 threshold. What about a hypercombustion ram engine, which can easily cross the Mach 5 threshold? So, on top of these two reasons, the concept of hypersonic speeds became broadly accepted in this way. According to Chen Hao's current vision, when this mech was flying at high speed, it was going to be over Mach 5. At this speed, not even the fastest fighters on the planet could do it, let alone a mech. So far, only hypersonic missiles can reach that speed. Now Chen Hao was actually saying that he wanted to make it possible for this mech to cruise at hypersonic speeds with ease. If this wasn't whimsical, then what was it? Mechs run faster than rockets, so if they resisted a Marizi, wouldn't they easily hit the world? In a puff of smoke it flew out of the border all. Outlandish. totally outlandish vision. By the way, there's that whole all-encompassing stealth mech concept, which is even more outrageous. Hypersonic mecha. This actually Commander Liu Chongqing and Dean Ma could still slightly understand a little bit. After all, Chen Hao had developed controlled nuclear fusion before, and it was loaded on top of a tank. Although it hadn't been used before, the results after analyzing it proved that Chen Hao's set of controlled nuclear fusion technology was very reliable and effective. Based on the fact that this technology has already been analyzed, it is thought that if this controlled fusion technology is used on top of a mecha, it is possible to realize the idea of hypersonic speed. But the idea of omnidirectional stealth is a different story. This technology is not available globally as of today. I've never heard of any country that has successfully developed such technology out there either. Omnidirectional stealth. That's a lot more complex than the specialized radar stealth of stealth fighters. This is because stealthy fighters have to deal with only a few fixed bands of electromagnetic waves for their stealth, either absorbing it or forming a diffuse reflection or some other method or something like that. Basically, there are quite a few countries that have mastered this technology now. But what about omnidirectional stealth? That is against visible light is also need to be stealthy. This is what it means. That is, the other party wearing a mech standing opposite you, you cannot see him. This one is much more technically difficult. Why? Because visible light is not a single frequency electromagnetic waves. Visible light band that is a large range. The frequency of visible light that can be resolved by the normal human eye is between 340 to 790 Thz. It's not just one light wave in this range. It's actually 7 light waves. Or more, I guess. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. The book does not all say. Each kind of light wave frequency and band that are different. Like light purple and dark purple light. That frequency is not the same. So, if you want to be invisible to the human eye, then there has to be a technology that can block out all light wave frequencies in this entire range. With such a wide range of light wave frequencies, you'd have to say that interference is still a possibility. After all, jamming technology, now that Chen Hao had developed it, that full band blocking jamming matrix was used for jamming. But shielding is much more difficult than jamming. Jamming is sending out electromagnetic waves to interfere, while shielding is absorbing them, which are two completely opposite techniques. How could this make Commander Liu Chongqing and President Ma Weiguo believe that such technology could be easily realized? Just to start setting up a research project now, specializing in this one technology itself, the two felt afraid that it would be a giant project. Not to mention, this was just one of the extremely insignificant subsections of the entire mecha program. Chief Master Chen, you are still young and have very ambitious ideals. This is something that old Liu and I can understand. But then, these few ideas you've put forward, I guess, are indeed a little too difficult. And to put it bluntly, they're off the mark. How can we Longko Academy develop such a conception of yours, with just a few requirements? Our Longko Academy will not have that ability even if we gather all the experts, professors and academicians. What's more, even scientific research strengths like Great Pretty have never heard of any research progress in full stealth. So isn't it a bit difficult to rely on us alone? The words of President Ma Weiguo said directly, but obviously among them also more than a trace of helplessness. Pragmatically speaking, for people like Academician Ma and the others who have devoted their entire lives to the cause of scientific research, in fact, there's a toughness in the bones that won't be defeated. But then again, they happen to be the same group of people who have experienced being crushed in the field of scientific research over the past few decades. So, when they went through a lot of hard work and finally started to catch up with their rivals in the field of scientific research, they actually have some sense of unreality within themselves. Of course, Chen Hao could certainly understand this sentiment of Dean Ma's, because he himself is a science enthusiast. He has a very deep understanding and admiration for such a figure as Dean Ma. Dean Ma, I understand everything you said. I also know that when you say that, you're not actually growing others and demoralizing ourselves. You are because you have experienced so many snags over the past years. Chen Hao first nodded his head and sighed with emotion for a few moments. Then he turned his words around and looked at Academician Ma Weiguo with admiration in his eyes as he continued. Academician Ma, do you know that I actually watched your documentary many years ago? Until now I still remember what you said to the reporter when you were leading the R&D program. You were full of confidence and said, I never believed that the children of China are inferior to the crooked people. What I believe is that the technology that the crooked people are able to develop, we, the children of China, can just as well develop it by ourselves through our own efforts. That phrase has always been my motto in life, and always encouraging me to move forward. Indeed, for a long time in the past, our development in the field of scientific research was quite a bit behind others. But Academician Ma, have you forgotten, back then, that great ambition of yours? Our Huaxia has not only you, but also countless new generations of scientists. And me, Chen Hao. as long as we are always able to maintain the faith of going forward. I believe that you and I are both eagles soaring in the sky. Each and every one of us, the sons and daughters of China, will become eagles soaring in the sky. Let me put it to you this way: in the end, this one piece of technology you are worried about, I'll take care of it all. I, Chen Hao, will be responsible for getting it developed, and the rest of you will just need to cooperate with the parsing and manufacturing. Love is naturally strong. Chen Hao's eyes were so bright as he spoke of his memories of academician Ma Weiguo back then, and his eyes were so deep when he said what academician Ma was worried about at the moment. As a scientific researcher, Chen Hao did not experience much apprehension at the beginning, though, but for the knowledge of the scientists, Chen Hao was not at all inferior to any old professor who had been drilling for years. What he wanted to tell academician Ma wasn't actually anything of immense importance. What he wanted to tell academician Ma was actually just one sentence. And that was, the baton of China's science and technology research and development endeavors does not need any worry, and will inevitably be taken over by countless descendants. Just like when academician Ma took over the baton of his predecessor, that boldness, righteousness and courage. I have never believed that the Chinese children are inferior to the crooked people. What I believe is that the crooked people can develop the technology. We Chinese children, through our own efforts, can also develop the same, and, to be better researched and more advanced than anyone else. Chen Hao, you can really develop the full stealth technology out of it? Dean Ma Weiguo's voice was slightly trembling with excitement. 5 days, at most. I'll put the technical results in front of you myself, Chen Hao replied with a resolute gaze. Well then, since you have said so, Chief Master Chen, then I, Ma Weiguo, will also go out on a limb. Let's finalize this design. I will immediately notify Chief Master Chen of your research and development plans. 5 days later, Chen Hao came up with an extremely detailed research and development information. All the technical principles and technical details of full stealth technology are elaborated in detail inside the information. Also accompanying the submission of the information was a teapot-sized sample of the full stealth material. When the group of expert bigwigs and academicians from the Dragon Science Academy saw the sample of the full stealth material that was the size of a teapot, everyone's eyes glazed over. For more than half an hour, not a single person spoke during the entire technical seminar. All the experts, professors and academicians were repeatedly watching the R&D technical information in their hands, as well as repeatedly comparing the sample of the fully stealthy material on the table that could control stealth or not at will. Stealth materials can actually be controlled by a program. This is simply a technical feat that turns materials science on its head. It's amazing that there would be materials that deflect and direct light through countless gratings. In this way, what we see is the real situation behind the mech, and the whole mech is equivalent to a refractor mirror, so we can't see any cracks at all. To be able to utilize optical technology to such a wonderful level, I, Lao Luo, am convinced of your skills, Chief Master Chen. The perfect combination of optics and material science, coupled with the casual control of intelligent cybernetics, this technology could literally win a Nobel Prize. Old Lu, if you ask me, the Nobel Prize is no longer worthy of Chief Master Chen. Didn't you read the technical principles above the R&D materials? The 7th to 11th are completely new optical principles. Yeah, this is 10 times more powerful than even Einstein's light quantum hypothesis back then. Humanity's breakthrough in optical theory looks like it's just around the corner. All the experts, all the professors, all the academicians at the venue who were involved in the technical discussions were shocked by the two things Chen Hao took out. If anything, that sample of fully stealthy material in front of us gave everyone an unprecedented visual impact. Then, the technical principles listed on the thick research and development information is like a deep water bomb, directly shaking the hearts of all researchers to the point of surging. The basic theory of optics has, in fact, been around for decades without any major breakthroughs. And just today, just at this moment, Chen Hao, a chief engineer engaged in research and development, even directly came up with 5 new theories in the field of optics that all the scientists in the history of mankind had not yet researched. It's not an exaggeration to say that if there wasn't this sample sitting here in front of us, almost all academicians are about to doubt the authenticity of the contents of the R&D materials, because the above is so far ahead of its time. These 5 theories, even just thinking about them, can be very profound. You know, the basic theory of this field, but wherever human scientists can find one of them or deduce it or calculate it. In short, as long as they can hole out any one of these theories, that's all been a major scientific breakthrough enough to win a Nobel Prize. And Chen Hao, how about Chief Master Chen? Just 5 days of time, a one time to give the whole 5 theories to, and is still 100% reliable and effective theory. Otherwise, that sample could not have done so exquisite point this kind of technological breakthrough, let alone in the field of engineering physics, even in the field of pure theoretical physics, without a genius like some Leibniz Newton or Einstein, it's all absolutely impossible to get it right. However, Chen Hao had managed to straighten it out, and had also directly introduced 5 basic principles of optics under the circumstances of building a sample. This level, realistically speaking, is enough to crush all the great gods in the field of optics, both ancient and modern. Of course, if you think this is the limit of Chen Hao's R&D capabilities, there it can be lost. In fact, within these 5 days, Chen Hao had not only developed a stealth technology that boggled the minds of a group of academicians, at the same time, he accomplished another, even more breathtaking technique, and that one technology is the miniaturization of fusion power engines. Just as academician Chang Shuren, academician Ma Weigua, and academician Pan Jian were marveling at Chen Hao's new theory of optics on top of that one piece of information that was enough to shock the ancient and modern world, Chen Hao simply stood aside, fiddling with the teacup-like sample of the new stealth material in his hand in a cloudy manner. He didn't bother with everyone's exclamations and admiration, still calmly weighing the stealth sample in his hand. It waited until the crowd discovered Chen Hao's abnormality in the midst of their exclamations. It was only at this time that Professor Chang Shouran put down the research materials in his hands with some curiosity. Looking over to Chen Hao's side, Chief Master Chen, are you alright? With such a great research result, all of us are thinking about how to apply for a Nobel Prize for you. How come you don't seem to feel anything at all? Chief Master Chen, aren't you excited? This research material of yours is full of 5 new Nobel Prize level theories. As he spoke, Prof. Chang Shouran pointed to the materials in front of his desk again, such a thick pile of information, which was filled with the efforts of Chen Hao, the new chief engineer of the Mecha project. But the chief engineer in front of him clearly didn't look much concerned. This strange behavior more or less made academician Chang Shouran a little puzzled. As academician Chang Shouran noticed that Chen Hao was a bit unusual, the gazes of the other academicians, professors and experts were also attracted by Chen Hao's calmness. Through Chang Shouran's words, the crowd only then began to collect their excitement and looked at Chen Hao in confusion. Hey, is this Chief Master Chang's determination so good? How come there's no change in his expression for such a big research result? It can't be that he's exhausted these days. If we can't, then let's hurry and send it to the hospital. Overworking can lead to death by overwork. Chief Master Chen's state is obviously not right. Yes. If it doesn't work, let's immediately ask someone to send Master Chen for a checkup. It's all our fault. We're so focused on our scientific research results that we've neglected Master Chen's health. Dean? Oops. Why am I so confused? Chief Master Chen has been busy all night long for a full 5 days. The reminder from the crowd was an instant shock to Dean Ma Weigui of the Dragon Science Institute. He then remembered that these days, Chen Hao, Chief Master Chen, had been locking himself inside that one R&D lab. For 5 days, 5 whole days, Chief Master Chen had not even made a single trip out of the house. The way it is now, I'm afraid I'm not really tired out. That would be a serious matter. Chief Master Chen, are you not feeling well? If you're not feeling well, let's go to the hospital now. Before Commander Liu stayed with the special helicopters, the first hospital of the capital will be there in 5 minutes. At this moment academician Ma Weigua didn't have the heart to think about the successful development of stealth materials. He got up from his seat immediately, and came to Chen Hao in a few steps, gently tapping Chen Hao's shoulder, wanting to make sure that Chen Hao was still in a sober state. However, Chen Hao's next move directly caused the worried Dean Ma to be startled once again. What was everyone just discussing? Sorry I just got a bit lost in thought, thinking about the mass production of stealth materials. Mass production of stealth material? Dean Ma was confused, and at the meeting, so were the other academicians. This, Chief Master Chen, isn't it too early for you to be discussing this? We haven't even got a prototype for our mecha yet. What's the point of thinking about mass production of materials? Yes, we have to know that the mecha can be built before we can consider mass production of materials. Otherwise, what's the point of creating so many materials? The power system hasn't even been developed yet. Yes, the power system is a key challenge. The controlled fusion system on the super tank is good, but it's just a little too big. Getting it to the mechs must be completed miniaturized to work. Old Pan's suggestion is very pertinent. At least we have to complete the miniaturization of the power system before we can consider the issue of mass production of materials. Otherwise piling up so many materials, in case the technology is leaked out again, it will be more than worth it. Chief Master Chen, we understand what you're saying, but there's just one thing I'd like to remind you of. As the saying goes, it's always easy to pull the wool over your eyes when you take a big step. Yeah, let's just take it one step at a time to be more solid. A remark made by academician Pan Jianzhu has hit the nail on the head. The crowd of academicians nodded their heads as soon as they heard the words of academician Pan Jian. Immediately, he turned his gaze back to Chen Hao's side once again, wanting to listen to Chen Hao. Chief Master Chen, as to why he had suddenly uttered such strange words. What is everyone looking at me for? It was only after such a discussion amongst the crowd that Chen Hao himself had completely come back to his senses from his previous thoughts. As soon as he saw that everyone here had misunderstood his meaning, Chen Hao immediately laughed and calmly placed the sample of stealth material he was playing with in his hands on top of the table. Seniors, are you worrying that I'm impatient and have learned to run before I've learned to walk? Is that it? No. Chen Hao's words, the crowd immediately waved their hands in a hurry. But before they could do so for a few moments, a group of experts smiled sarcastically and took their hands back. Realistically speaking, don't look at everyone analyzing the steps of research and development. In fact, everyone was really surprised by Chen Hao's pie-in-the-sky leap of thinking in his words. It was also just like Chen Hao's own speculation. Inside the crowd was wishing to believe that Chen Hao really had that ability to be able to run or even fly directly without having to learn how to walk. But then, due to the fact that the crowd had been on a steady course of accumulating scientific prowess, everyone really didn't quite dare to believe that Chen Hao really had the ability to do this. Well, 5 Nobel Prize theories out in 5 days is scary enough. Under such circumstances, if Chief Master Chen could still come up with any fancy advanced theories, then everyone's perception of human intelligence would still have to be subverted in an instant. However, what everyone hadn't expected was that Chen Hao also happened to be the genius who had subverted all perceptions of human intelligence, only to see that he didn't refute anything after penetrating everyone's ambivalence. Instead, he faintly opened his mouth and uttered a sentence that shocked the 4 seats. Sorry to worry everyone. I'm not really paranoid. I just forgot to tell you one thing. The technology for controlled fusion miniaturization is actually something I've already developed. Hiss. Silence. As silent as a deserted street in the dead of night. The lights of the conference room swept over the faces of each attendee, reflecting their completely frozen faces. At this moment, everyone's expressions could no longer be described as exaggerated. It was stillness. Absolute stillness. Not even a blink. Not even a frown, like absolute stillness. The sound of mosquitoes flying around the huge conference room could already be faintly heard in the air. The people, however, were still like statues, staring straight at this Chen Hao Chen Chief Master in front of them, not knowing how they should react. At the same time, after seeing the entire conference room full of scientific research bigwigs all dumbfounded, Chen Hao's side shrugged his own shoulders slightly. He'd also misinterpreted what everyone was saying. He thought they were just puzzled at the moment, not really shocked. After all, the previous Chen Hao, in order to be able to well pave the way for today's R&D discussion meeting, to avoid people fainting from over-surprise, the two have been split and announced as stealth material and controlled fusion. I guess people shouldn't be jumping up and down with excitement anymore after they've just had a baptism of the spirit. So, with this pure and simple idea, Chen Hao right then and there, in front of everyone, directly pulled out a tiny smartphone-like control panel. It was then a simple matter of entering a few lines of command code into the control panel. There's no need to be skeptical, since I, Chen Hao, have said that I've already developed a miniaturization technology for controlled nuclear fusion. It's natural that I won't discount it. What I have here in my hand is the control panel for controlled fusion, and it's available now. What about later, when the mech is built? I'll just integrate this panel directly into the helmet. I think everyone might still be confused right now, so I'll demonstrate it for you. Sample Stealth Mecha 1. Fly around to show everyone. Oh yeah, don't fly inside the conference room. Go outside. The conference room has floor-to-ceiling windows. You can see it clearly. Whoosh! When the words landed, the piece of stealth material sample on the table was as if it understood human speech, and instantly it was inexplicably and wonderfully covered with a layer of light blue halo, and immediately afterward, it disappeared from the sight of everyone with a whoosh. Holy shit! Fly! Fly! Fly away! Hiss! Can! Controlled fusion miniaturization into success! This can't be right. This can't be right. I just touched that sample. There's no engine nozzle at all. What's going on here? Stealth material plus controlled fusion miniaturization. Alien technology? UFO? Are my eyes seeing wrong? The piece of stealth material outside the window was still flying in the limelight at the moment. At this moment, the material under the state of not entering the invisible state is like a fluttering butterfly. A moment in front of the eyes of the crowd flew a zigzag. A moment in front of the eyes of the crowd flew a zigzag. Very dejected. The palm-sized stealth material, in front of the crowd, mimicked almost every style of fighter jet flight. What dry land, what falling leaves, what emergency maneuvers, what aerial hovering. In short, but anything and everything you can think of that a fighter can do, that stealth material can do with ease. There are even many more moves that even fighters can't do. Just outside the conference room window at a distance of less than 50 meters, the stealthy material shrouded by that light blue halo, Surprisingly on the spot to the crowd of bigwigs of the Dragon Science Academy to demonstrate is a handful of instantaneous supersonic speed and instantly into the hypersonic simulation of flight. The moment they entered supersonic speed, everyone's ears were about to be numbed by the rumbling sonic boom. You know, that's only the size of a teacup of stealth material. The resulting sonic boom has directly made the conference room's floor-to-ceiling windows shake down a large pile of dust. If this was a real mech, what kind of terrifying experience would its acceleration be? Professor Chang, wake up. What's wrong with you? Pinch, Professor Chang has fainted. Oops, what's the point of pinching? Quick, a glass of cold water. Just spray him in the face. He's in shock. Originally, Chen Hao's demonstration was supposed to be a morale-boosting, plus uplifting demonstration. It may be because Chen Hao's strength in this technology development is really a little too fierce. As a result, as soon as the stealth material plus controlled fusion power engine was demonstrated, academician Cheng Xiaoren was directly shocked to the point of fainting. A bunch of scientific research bigwigs, at this time, can't afford to look at the little elves flying around outside the window anymore. Cheng Xiaoren was one of the main people responsible for the analysis of the entire mecha project. As soon as everyone saw that he had fainted, they immediately started to rescue Prof. Cheng with all their hands and feet. It looks like you can't really take too many steps. Looking at Professor Chang lying there, his heart still fluttering and bouncing, Chen Hao also felt that he had been a little too hasty. Of course, that's not to say he developed it too quickly. The main reason is that he realized that the mental stimulation that human beings can withstand is limited, regardless of whether this is good news or bad news, cannot be stimulated too much at once. One stimulus too many, then 9 times out of 10, trouble will arise. No, now the trouble is out. Prof. Chang fainted from overexcitement. What should we do now? The good thing is, there are not only a bunch of scientists in physics, materials, and engineering inside the Dragon Academy, but right next to this research building, there is also a Chinese Medicine Research Institute. Seeing that Professor Cheng Xiaoren fainted in excitement, his heart was still beating abnormally fast. Dean Ma immediately made a phone call over to the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine. In just 2 minutes, an old Chinese doctor with a somewhat messy hairstyle arrived in the middle of the conference room with a flying gait. What kind of stimulation has Prof. Chang received? Why is his heart racing to this point? When I watched him win the National Research Innovation Award before, he wasn't even this excited. No, it has to be on acupuncture. After briefly observing Professor Cheng Xiaoren's condition, he personally probed Professor Chang's pulse. This old Chinese doctor from the Dragon Science Institute immediately took out a cloth bag from his slung backpack. Academician's son, doesn't Western medicine also have sedatives? Would it be faster to use Western medicine? Just as this old Chinese doctor was administering the needles, a small nurse next to him unconsciously interjected. Professor Chang's current condition looks like it's not the first time he's fainted. Using Western medicine can cause blood clots, which must be unblocked with acupuncture in Chinese medicine. Little Lu, you're also an intern at the Longkou Hospital, or an intern in Chinese medicine. How many times do I have to tell you before it's okay? Don't be superstitious without moving. Everything should be studied more deeply in order to come to a conclusion. You can't learn the real thing by being shallow. As he spoke, the old Chinese doctor's surnamed son had finished applying the needles, and immediately afterward, to everyone's relief, something happened. Prof. Cheng Xiaoren unexpectedly opened his eyes with a sudden jolt within no more than 10 seconds or so after applying the needle. This instantly made all the people at the scene involuntarily give a thumbs up, and also included the little nurse who had just raised a questionable opinion. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao cannot help but think of the recent years has been endless Western medicine-Chinese medicine dispute. In a trance, he then lamented how absurd and ridiculous people's arguments were. As this professor's son said, everything actually requires in-depth study before conclusions can be drawn, and it's not as if you simply read a few books and think you know everything. The debate between Western medicine and Chinese medicine is practically the same. Chen Hao felt that it was actually very worthwhile to learn from both Western medicine and Chinese medicine. After all these studies are studies that benefit mankind. So why must we fight over your strengths and weaknesses? Especially some guys who drank half a bottle of foreign ink and started pointing fingers at the heritage of their own ancestors before they had learned anything themselves. It's like the topic about the rocket expert inside Mr. Guo Dig Gang's comedy. 2 rocket experts were discussing rocket launches. And what happened? A half-assed level guy next to them said it. Rocket launches must burn coal, and it must also be washed coal. Rocket launch that high temperature, not water-washed coal, how can it work? At this time, those 2 rocket experts, but whenever they looked at this old brother, they counted that these 2 experts were not cultivated enough. As the saying goes, learn from the barbarians to control the barbarians. Science and technology itself is not good or bad. The key lies in who uses it and what it is used for. If it's used to advance our own technology, why not? Of course, if we use it in the hands of our opponents, then we have to be on our guard. Science itself has no borders, but scientists do, so it's important to be reminded of that. Nonetheless, we can't fall for our opponents and think that our own stuff is bad. And of course, all this whining is just a little hiccup. The words are in 2 parts, and the book is back on the page. After this meeting, everyone has learned the lesson of Prof. Chang Sharan's fainting. First calmed the excitement, and then called over a group of doctors to guard the side. And finally, under the guard of these doctors, the scientific research bigwigs are really considered to accept the fact that Chen Hao has once and for all made the stealth technology and controlled fusion technology miniaturization. At the same time, considering that Chen Hao's scientific research results are too explosive every time moving can make the heart jump to 208. After thinking about it, President Ma Weiguo also specifically mentioned this matter in the R&D progress report submitted to Elder Qian. Elder Qian's reply was also very simple and clear. Chen Hao, this little doll's scientific research is too strong. Assign a medical team to it. Scientific research is inherently an exciting endeavor, but a scientist's body is just as important. In order to ensure the successful completion of the entire mech project, it is recommended that a specialized medical team be organized. I think Sun Qingji Academician, a descendant of Sun Simiao, is a good leader. With excellent medical skills and high medical ethics, he can be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. With Elder Qian's special authorization, things were much simpler behind the scenes. The next day, a medical team headed by Academician Sun Qingji was set up at the Long Branch Hospital. It is also interesting to note that the main purpose of the work of this medical team is different from that of a normal medical team. The main job of a normal medical team is basically to treat the sick and save lives. And what about the creation of this medical team, which has one more important job to do? It is responsible for giving all the members of the expert group involved in the research and discussion of the results a good psychological counseling before each Chen Hao's R&D results come out. Avoiding researchers, again due to overexcitement, and accidents occur. Of course, President Ma Weiguo, who was ordered to form a medical team at this moment, doesn't know yet. This decision of Elder Qian would completely save Chen Hao, a rising star of scientific research, in the near future. At the same time, it will also play a crucial role in the life and death of the whole of China. Chen Hao's side of the mecha development work was continuing in earnest. On the other side, however, Special Envoy Welch was not idling. He had received a special mission from the Chancellor. So, don't look at Chen Hao's side as busy. On the other side of the family, they are busy racking their brains as usual. Big Pretty, Area 51, Nevada Air Force Base. This Air Force Base is, in fact, the secret research center for what is often referred to as the Roswell Incident UFO. This place belongs to the Big Beautiful Absolute Military Restricted Area, is also the whole Big Beautiful, one of the most confidential place. Its degree of secrecy was absolutely no less than the secret military base of any country on the blue planet. The reason why this airbase is so classified, in fact, stems from the scientific research programs that have been studied within this base. At this very moment, Special Envoy Welch was standing in front of a very odd flying machine. The craft, a triangular craft, was about 20 meters or so apart on each side. On each corner of the triangle, on the other hand, there is a crystal ball-like energy device, the exact principle of which is unknown. As for this vehicle, it also has a name that is familiar to the outside world, but almost none of them know the reality. TR-3B anti-gravity vehicle. Speaking of this TR-3B, that's awesome. In the general knowledge of the world, this kind of flying machine is a kind of unproven, but possesses extremely terrifying strength. According to legend, the TR-3B is a supercraft with an anti-gravity engine that is also invisible to radar. The vehicle has an external coating that absorbs and reflects electromagnetic waves in a very large band. This also gave it a highly stealthy characteristic. And of course, this technology would have been the strongest technology in Blue Star if it was placed a month ago. But now, with the emergence of Chen Hao's new stealth material, this technology, even if it is not willing, can only be attributed to the second-tier level. Of course, besides this stealth effect, the legendary strongest thing about this craft is its anti-gravity engine. Rumor has it that this is the only vehicle from Blue Star that uses magnetic vortex field technology to counteract Blue Star's gravity. And among the rumors, there is a very clear coefficient of resistance to gravity, which is as high as 89% of this horror. That said, it was the equivalent of being able to counteract 89% of gravity. Imagine a flying machine that could counteract 89% of gravity. Then once it flies, its speed, its range will be how horrible it will be. And what about this moment? Welch was witnessing the real aircraft of such an all-ink-colored flying machine, eyeing the very sci-fi super flying machine in front of him. Welch himself was a bit unable to believe his eyes. I can't believe that in this life there is still this kind of service. To be able to see this kind of strong equipment now. Mr. Special Envoy Welch, I'm really happy for you. You're the only person since this base was built who doesn't serve in the military but has had a chance to see this equipment. If it weren't for the fact that you're accomplishing a great cause for our great pretty, I don't think we would have ever allowed you to enter this base, even with Mr. Chancellor's special approval. You should know, for the level of secrecy we have at this base, that's something even Mr. Chancellor can't influence. Taking Envoy Welch for a closer look at the real TR-3B in front of him, the accompanying Major couldn't help but marvel. Yes, Mr. Major, I am also honored to have this opportunity to see such epical technological creations. With the help of this flying machine, I think that our squad's operation this time will not go any smoother. Enter the Birdie Mansion without a sound, then disrupt the entire jewelry exhibition without a sound, and finally withdraw without a sound. There's absolutely no way that people in any country will ever find out that all of this is a plot on our part. Ha 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 ha. As long as this kind of action, a few more times, I believe that our opponents just can't figure out how to scratch their own brains, are going to scratch their bald skin. Ha 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 ha. Still, our opponent's forefathers summed it up well. The upper army is the best. We only need to completely disrupt their global trade through such actions, and by then, even if they want to develop more advanced equipment to deal with us, I'm afraid that they will no longer be able to pull out their bills. With a smug smile on his face, Envoy Welch couldn't help but ask a few more questions. By the way, what speed can this craft reach? Is it capable of supersonic cruising? Mr. Envoy, are you kidding? What's supersonic cruising? Inside the atmosphere, traveling at 10 times the speed of sound is as easy as playing a game. And the maximum speed can reach 15 times the speed of sound. Are you satisfied with this speed? What? 15 times the speed of sound? Wouldn't that be too much for even a hypersonic missile to catch? Ambassador Welch asked with wide eyes. Ha ha ha, what do you think then? I heard before you came over that you fainted due to excessive shock at the previous global tank competition. In fact, in my opinion, there is no need for you to be so panicked. It's just a tank. Can it be anything great? Now that the Blue Star is fighting for supremacy, only the force that has mastered air control is an absolutely powerful force. And we, who are the ones who truly wield the greatest power in existence? You say, is there any need for you to worry about that one broken tank? And what's that little gunboat at sea? Isn't it just a little more jamming? Our flying machines, they come and go without a trace. And even if we eliminate the small gunships, I'm afraid the other side won't even know what's going on. Is it hard to believe that you have to worry that they're going to keep the full band blocking jamming technology on for 24-hour defense? They'd have to be able to do that, too. Compared to Welch's shock, the Major with the toadstools, on the other hand, was very calm. After all, in his eyes, this TR-3B craft in his hands already belonged to the most epic-making technological creations in all of Blue Star. This is despite the fact that the current TR-3B is not capable of being equipped with more advanced weapon systems due to its development schedule, but just by virtue of its stealthy and sudden defense ability, plus its strong and incomparable anti-gravity hypersonic ability, it is enough to hang the warplanes of any country in the world. Let's take the Maubear's Su-57 as an example. For TR-3B, the stealth alone is going to be a big difference, not to mention any supersonic surprise capability. What's the Su-57's max speed? Mach 2. 5 tops it out. What's the TR-3B? Mach 15. Mach 15. A whole order of magnitude higher than Su-57. Even the big beautiful own F-22 Raptor fighter, put in front of their own this TR-3B, is just a little friend. Complete and utter is unbearable ask. With this kind of strong and incomparable superkiller mace, this colonel cannot be dejected? All dejected over the head are, aside from the fact that he didn't know it yet, Chen Hao is leading a team to develop a super tactical mech. All the other military equipment above the entire blue planet, in his eyes, are nothing more than bunglers. Awesome. Really awesome. No wonder Mr. Chancellor wants me to find Mr. Colonel to help. It looks like with the help of this divine flying machine, our action this time will surely become the biggest mystery case in the next 50 years of the blue planet. Ha 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 ha. After hearing the others' dejection, Welch was equally happy and oblivious. According to Welch's own plan, what he wanted to do was to utilize the most barbaric methods to curb the international trade of his opponents. But then, in the midst of savage containment, it occurred to him that he couldn't afford to miss a beat. After all, the power of public opinion in the modern world is amazing. Once the act of spilling the beans and playing rough made the globe see through it, then I'm afraid I'm only going to fail this mission. If you don't get it right, it will also bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to the Chancellor. Therefore, if you consider it from this perspective, transportation that comes and goes without a trace can be essential. As the saying goes, it's easy to take a big step and blindly bullshit, and it's easy to blow up a tank if you drive it too much. In fact, that's roughly the state of Welch at this moment, though he had now considered all the details of the muckraking in great detail. But he did not know that just as he was secretly planning this series of savage actions, Chen Hao's side super tactical maneuvering mecha had progressed to a very astonishing point. Just another week or less has passed. Chen Hao had surprisingly already led the R&D team to come up with the entire tactical mech's basic structure. The so-called infrastructure is actually the basic mech frame and the main power system. As I said before, mechs are nothing but structural frames and power systems. There are also drive systems, armor systems, weapon systems, plug-in systems, sensory systems, general control systems, manipulation systems, and life support systems, which are the next level of systems. And what about now? Chen Hao was busy with these things. The drivetrain issues have actually been pretty well handled, because the full name of this new stealth material that he had developed was actually called the Shadow Invincible Stealth System. Since it's called invincible, it naturally has a certain strength. Take for example the problem of the drive system. Since this new stealth material has the characteristic of being able to be deformed at will and can be directly programmed and controlled, so the drivetrain, previously discussed as potentially extremely complex, becomes quite simple. All the transmission structure of the traditional system, directly using this stealth material is good. How do you want to bend how to bend? This still need to worry about mech activity is not sensitive enough? The only problem, however, is that the signaling system inside the drive structure needs a little bit of design. This problem, Chen Hao directly used the simplest method and easily solved it. He simply changed the original wired transmission into a wireless transmission, and then used radio signals to carry out real-time intelligent ultra-short-range control of various parts of the mechs will be done. What does that amount to? It's the equivalent of just fitting the mech with a full set of Transformers features. The driver can control it as much as he wants. Even a fingernail cap on the mech can be controlled directly by virtue of the pilot's consciousness, flying out when he wants it to, and coming back when he wants it to. The random collection and dispersion of mechs inside the sci-fi movie Iron Man, this new mech, has only ever been better. At the same time, after solving the drive system, the armor system is also the most easy to solve a development task. After solving the problem of the drive system, Chen Hao accidentally discovered a way to polymerize the surface of an invisible material. And what about this surface polymerization, which in turn is structured with an extremely scary interatomic connection? This connection between atoms is called a strong interaction force. Yes, Chen Hao had actually thought of the terrifying way to program material atoms to become water drops in the midst of the stealthy material transforming at will. What a water drop is really needs no further introduction. Anyone who has watched Trilogy should be well aware that this type of equipment is a superweapon that utilizes a strong interaction force to lock down the spacing of atoms. To what extent is this teardrop weapon strong? In the novel, it is said that a single droplet of water directly destroys 2,000 star-class interstellar warships of the human fleet. And what about in reality? It's actually about the same strength. In short, it is stronger than any existing substance strength above the world. At the very least, it was 100 times stronger than diamond, or even 1,000 times 10,000 times stronger. Realistically, this equipment, if anything, is used as armor. Even if you plant small mushrooms directly on top of such armor, that kind of armor doesn't even come with a little scuffed up skin. So think about how tough it really is. Therefore, Chen Hao, who had inadvertently developed this structure, was a bit skeptical of his own eyes. Even at the moment when it was just developed, Chen Hao also sat on the ground directly because of a weak leg. If it wasn't for the fact that Professor Sun Xingji was in the office next to his and immediately came over to give him a shot, I'm afraid that Chen Hao himself would have fainted from the excitement of his major scientific achievement. With Professor Sun's help, Chen Hao quickly returned to normal again. Considering that there was no time to lose, Chen Hao instinctively immediately entered the ongoing research and development process. The drivetrain is done. The armor system is done. With 4 of the 10 systems needed on the mech already taken care of, there were currently 6 systems left. With regards to weapon systems, Chen Hao actually hadn't really developed any content. Truth be told, the armor of the mechs is already bullish to that extent, so what difference does it make if you want a weapon or not? At best, it's just an extra long-range strike capability as far as close range goes. Mech pilots can just pilot their mechs and punch and kick. Anyway, no matter what kind of weapon can't break the defense again. Do you still need to worry about not being able to beat your opponent? No way. So, after thinking about it from that perspective, Chen Hao simply added a full band blocking jamming matrix system and some simple miniature missile systems to the mech and called it a day. A single tactical mech that can hit a distance of a couple hundred kilometers is fine. There's no need to hit too far. If you really can't move a single missile for thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers, then it would have to be an alien invasion to use mechs like that. Right. After easily solving the weapon system, Chen Hao began to figure out the plugin system again. Not to mention, Chen Hao has really spent some experience on the plugin system. Why? Because Chen Hao actually considered the design of combat entertainment integration. Chen Hao was thinking this way. Since the cars in the modern society have begun to be equipped with the entertainment system, so why can't mechs match? If a mech pilot doesn't want to leave his mech in his free time, he can simply listen to music in his mech. Isn't it normal to either watch a movie or get a massage at the spa? Mecha pilots will also be tired. Tired to relax and relax. Focus on the construction of mental health is also quite necessary. With this in mind, Chen Hao worked even harder. He had not only installed a series of apps on the mech unit, but also set up several modes specifically for his mech. Yan Ruohai is indeed quite busy these days. As one of the top 10 super rich people within China, his business has now grown bigger and bigger to a global scale. Once upon a time, this dragon and phoenix among men also used to look at the internet miracle of the two gods, Ma Huatang and Ma Shangyun, with admiration. In fact, just over a decade ago, Yan Ruohai himself was just an ordinary coder. 15 years ago, he actually graduated a long time ago. His family is well off and he steadfastly abandons the jewelry business that his uncle's generation wanted to entrust to him. Chose to rush the wave of internet entrepreneurship. His character, too strong, was the same as that of his father, who had died young, and of his uncle, who was old and childless. He is determined to take the road of internet entrepreneurship, wanting to achieve with a higher creation than Ma Shangyun and Ma Huatu. He was one of the first coders in the world to try to study artificial intelligence. He had also envisioned generic types of chatbots 15 years ago, a vision that was a full 15 years ahead of chat. However, it was only after more than a decade of desperate effort and hard work that he finally realized. It turns out that the kind of entrepreneurship he ideally wanted doesn't actually exist. Without any contacts in the internet or related fields, he was buzzing around like a headless fly. A couple years down the road, he didn't even get a dime of investment. Only some funds or his aunt to see him outside a person to fight poor. Secretly stuffed him some gold and silver jewelry in exchange. And then there's the little bit of Twitter revenue he earns from his own little unprofitable projects that he works on every day and night. These proceeds, if anything, allow a person to live clothed and fed. Then he actually realized it more than a decade ago. But he invested it all in startups, in artificial intelligence technology that was not mature at the time, compared to the tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment that people receive at every turn. His little money, even a splash, did not turn up, and made clean. Finally, when the monstrous wave of failure was about to overwhelm him completely, a curmudgeonly uncle rescues him and pays off all his debts for him. At the same time, his uncle has taken his heart, which was still yearning for the future and for technology, away from him. Back in the midst of the family's traditional trades, Yan Ruohai was as if he had stepped into a speedboat. Having been exposed to countless jewelry and luxury goods businesses at a young age, he is particularly clumsy on the internet, but is significantly more nimble here in the family business. It wasn't until later, when he analyzed the reasons for his own success, that he woke up to why there was such a big difference between the two types of business he was in. Jewelry, with money and experienced contacts, can be made, but designing to the cutting-edge technology of the internet is far from simple and requires technical breakthroughs in addition to money, experience and contacts. Just like when Beaver Baba and Penguin Software came out of nowhere, it was the need for groundbreaking products. He, on the other hand, failed to make a product, and as a result, it folded. The good thing is, he later went on to do well in the field of jewelry and luxury goods. Since he has experienced many years of internet career, he creatively integrates jewelry and luxury goods, which are originally traditional industries, into the internet communication. Overnight, fame. The Qingya Group's Qingya series and Light Elegance series, surprisingly, have overshadowed almost all the original global luxury brands in just a few years. So much so, that by now, if a group of rich people didn't have a few pieces of Qingya Group's products in their clothing and jewelry, they would be the object of ridicule by others. You can imagine how far Yan Ruohai has taken the business. This jewelry exhibition was one that Yan Ruohai had opened for the financial industry under the joint advice of many parties. Yes, this is not a simple exhibition of jewelry and luxury goods, as Ambassador Wilch predicted. It is an extremely important exhibition. For this exhibition to run smoothly, Yan Ruohai had also specially applied for a security team of no less than 1,000 people from the side of the Baidi Kingdom. The members of these security teams, on the other hand, are all hand-picked from the best of the best at various military training camps around the world, who made the Kingdom of Baidi the richest per capita in all of Blue Star. Their per capita wealth was quite a bit more than even the Godiefus of the Camel Kingdom. You can imagine how logical it would be to hire some great specialty talent with the strength of such wealth. The location of this jewelry show was at the very top of the Hamatha Tower, the most famous building in the Kingdom of Baidi. That is, above the tower that is known as the tallest building in all of Blue Star, at a height of more than 800 meters, one level up, there are 3 helipads at the top of the tower, and this highest floor is the venue for this exhibition. The 30,000 square meters of exhibition hall scope surprisingly came no less than 50,000 top bigwigs from all over the world. This includes more than just senior executives from more than 300 of the world's top 500 companies. It also includes top wealthy businessmen and top trendsetters from all over the world. Ruomin, you have to be a little more peaceful for today's occasion. Don't talk and do things every shade like before. Otherwise, even if the old man pleads for you in front of me again, I will definitely not spare you. Do you know what kind of person you messed with last time? His name is Chen Hao. Do you know Chen Hao? If your brother hadn't been so well informed, you'd be long gone by now without a chance to wear something so shiny again, having just stepped out of the helicopter. Yan Ruohai didn't forget to remind his rebellious and playful own sister once again. What happened on the train last time still made Yan Ruohai a little scared. So, when it came to today's occasion, he still sensitively reminded his sister, older brother, you tell me about Chen Hao every time. Who exactly is Chen Hao? Such a big deal? You're almost 100 billionaire. Why are you still always worrying about this and that? Is there anyone else who could have a problem with our family? As for her own brother's instructions, Yan Ruomin had never taken it to heart. Being confined by her own brother to the confinement for such a long time, it is not easy to have a chance to come out to stroll. She does not want her own brother in the rambling endless. No asking about Chen Hao's identity. That's not something you can afford to offend. Even I can't just pry, let alone you. You're my sister, and what I tell you, just remember it for me. You hear me? Got it. Being reprimanded by Yan Ruohai in such a manner, Yan Ruomin could only skim his lips at that moment and agreed. Something that Yan Ruohai could never have dreamed of happened just 2 hours after the jewelry show started shortly after. Neither did the tens of thousands of guests present, including those present at the site, expect it. The 3 points of light that suddenly appeared in the distance outside the window didn't give everyone a drone light show of any kind. Instead, it was a group of heavily armed thugs. For the first time in human history, thugs falling from the sky in a TR-3B are playing out in real life. No one could have imagined a world where someone would operate the most barbaric things with the most sci-fi flying machines. Such an outrageous to the extreme operation made all the security and defense means of the entire Baiti kingdom, all of them become like papier-mâché. Whether it was all the air defense radars in the Baiti kingdom that turned out to be open-eyed, even the security team that had surrounded this building with 3 layers had become spectators. Watch as a group of armed men in black clothes, black hats, black sunglasses, and black boots just straight up kidnap everyone. Not a single person, even the security team, escaped. One could imagine just how strong this group of people was. Who are you people? Why are you making trouble here? Ambassador Welch, who was mixed in with the crowd, was the first to step up to the plate. This belongs to him as the second scene, and the first scene, on the other hand, is TR-3B's diving into the night with the wind. And what about this second scene, which is exclusively his skimming play? Shut your mouth, I'll kill you if you talk too much. The black-clothed man in the lead was also very cooperative. Watching as Special Envoy Welch had been quietly so several times giving himself a wink. He stepped forward then took the butt of his gun and slammed it into Welch's head. Bam! Welch unsurprisingly fell to the ground and fainted. And by the time the drama on Welch's side was over, the subsequent drama was soon staged again in the normal flow. First of all, this group of black-clothed people like robbers looted all the gold, silver and jewelry at the scene. What followed was to hammer everyone present, telling everyone that they had a grudge against Yan Ruohai, the businessman from the east. Not to mention what jewelry exhibition to rob. Anyone who does business with them, this gang of black-clothed men will never let go. Finally, after successfully misleading almost all the people exhibiting that this was a revenge-seeking act, the man in black pulled over a few more random tycoons who were on the rank list of those who served or not served, saying that they wanted to save up a little more dashing money. Of course, these tycoons, naturally, don't come from the big beautiful ones. They were all wealthy businessmen from countries with weaker militaries who had come to the exhibition. The reason why Welch had made such an arrangement was, on the one hand, in addition to deterring Yan Ruohai and the series of merchants and businessmen behind him, at the same time, there is an extra layer of stirring things up and not being afraid of what is going on. If you can get the money, naturally it's good. If you can't, anyway, this matter, the man in black said, is targeting Yan Ruohai and their Oriental entrepreneurs. Therefore, in the end, the ones who would lose out would definitely be Yan Ruohai and the others, and definitely not themselves. My men have come and gone without a trace, and the world's air defense radars can't catch them. So how can anyone else find any little trace of them? Obviously it's impossible. So, this thing, that's all Wilkie has thought over and over and weighed. Surname Yen, I'm giving you a chance now. Tell these businessmen to each immediately transfer 20 billion rice knives to the cryptocurrency account I gave you. If you can't get them to pay, then I'm going to have to take you and your family today. After successfully knocking out Wilkie and intentionally clearing Wilkie's name, the black-clothed man in the lead continued his own trick of framing others. And after taking out a few tycoons, this group of black-clothed men didn't even choose to take action themselves to force these tycoons to give in. And in favor of the desire to cover up the matter, they put it in Yen Ruohai's hands, letting him handle the matter for them. At this moment, Yen Ruohai, who had already sensed that things were not good in himself, instantly had his head 3 or 4 times bigger. How smart is Yen Ruohai? That's a superb person who has developed a small jewelry business into a trans group over the years. How could he not see that he was being set up and framed today? And this bureau, he could already tell a trifle about it just by the fact that these black-clothed men had come down with some maneuvering. It was obvious that the opponents were not ordinary thugs. They were definitely a group of forces with unimaginable abilities. The opponent's strength was too powerful, completely and silently directly paralyzing all of his carefully planned security systems. This security system of his own that was built together with the Baiti Kingdom was broken through by the opponent without much effort. What kind of chance of winning could one have then? Plus, now that the opponent has asked himself to coerce those tycoons into giving in and shelling out money, isn't he pushing himself into the abyss of 1,000 abysses? Once one agrees to this condition, then in the future, even if one is lucky enough to survive today, all of their own business, I am afraid that all of them are going to collapse is not the end. The more terrible is that these rich and powerful people cannot let go of their own. Humph, I can kind of see that. You're definitely not just any thugs. And the fact that you're coming over here so calmly today is a clear indication that you've been instructed to do so. Brothers, if you tell me who the person behind the scenes is, I, Yen Ruohai, can leave you guys alone. These jewels on display, I can also rightly offer them as a gift, just in exchange for the safety of these guests. What do you think? So much jewelry. Enough for all the Sunglasses brothers present, for several lifetimes. In the face of the other party's trick of killing people with a borrowed knife, Yen Ruohai still maintained 9 points of calmness at this moment, wanting to put up a fight. After all, as I just said, Yen Ruohai wasn't an ordinary person either, and this jewelry exhibition of his was even less of an ordinary exhibition. So what? At this moment in the position of his belt buckle, that holographic talking device, in fact, has transmitted all the talk between him and the thugs in real time to the side of the North Sea military region. As something that had been said before, Pang Genoa of the North Sea military region was actually familiar with Yen Ruohai. It was what happened on the train that time that allowed Pang Genoa, the military commander, to learn that the original Yen Ruohai, the great tycoon, was also a part of the silent efforts for the sake of Huaxia. And this time, in order to enable Yen Ruohai to smoothly organize this worldwide jewelry exhibition, Commander Pang Genoa was acting as the security advisor over here to keep in contact with Yen Ruohai. Pang Genoa, who had received the distress signal, was naturally very surprised, because he simply couldn't imagine why something so bizarre would occur at such an international exhibition. Moreover, from among the information revealed consciously or unconsciously by Yen Ruohai's conversation with the thugs, the strength of the opponent was such that even the side of the Baiti Kingdom was not able to guard against it. This must be what kind of strength to be able to do such incredible things to know the scene, but there are tens of thousands of celebrities from all over the Blue Star Big Shot it. The first time he received the news, Pang Genoa contacted Senior Colonel Lu Feng, who was in Baiti, as a member of the temporary defense team. As a result, once he heard the report from Senior Colonel Lu Feng's side, Commander Pang Genoa was even more surprised that he could barely speak. What are you saying? Not even your and the Baiti Kingdom special agents can get up there? They've set up an unknown area of intercepting remote-controlled explosives on the middle floor? How is that possible? Those with such strength definitely can't be ordinary thugs. Could it be done by the big pretty side? Commander Pang Genoa, despite having previously ruled out the possibility of a big pretty in the real-time dialogue transmitted back from Yen Ruohai, but at this moment, after seeing such a subtle and brilliant arrangement, he still thought of big pretty, completely out of nowhere, and completely in silence. From the roof of the building suddenly fell from the sky. Could such strength possibly be achieved by ordinary thugs? None of the international thugs could do it. The only possibility would be an organization with considerable power. Pang Genoa pondered with a grave expression. At the moment, he really wanted Yen Ruohai to go and knock that already unconscious Welch awake again to ask about the situation. Yet he had no time to think about them anymore. As a matter of urgency, he had to find a way to resolve this crisis before Yen Ruohai was forced to obey those thugs. Thus, Pang Genoa immediately informed the capital headquarters of this news. Another direct contact was made through the capital headquarters to the side of the Baiti Kingdom. The result, naturally, is not optimistic. Bitey Kingdom also did not expect to appear so horrible things, coupled with the fact that the gang in black has now taken the absolute initiative, and even all the electromagnetic signals in the vicinity of the interference out. Now even if their side wanted to send out a helicopter, head to the roof of the building and do a surprise rescue, it was already impossible. Sir, what do we do now? We can't attack. These guys are more professional than we thought. On the other end of the phone, Lu Feng reported very helplessly. There's no other way. If you can't rely on others, you can only rely on yourself. Lu Feng, you keep an eye on the situation. Report back to me in time. I'll think of something. Commander Pang Genua, who had hung up his communication, immediately fell into a state of extremely anxious contemplation. If it happened within the scope of China, Pang Genua felt that at this moment there may still be a little way. But the crux of the matter lies in the fact that it actually happened 10,000 miles away. This one is in big trouble. If he was in the domain, Pang Genua could have just asked Chen how to help him find a way to place a set of full-band blocking jamming matrices on the helicopter. Then, this helicopter will be used to counterjam the electromagnetic signal of the other side. And after taking care of the electromagnetic jamming, the commando team can be sent out smoothly to attack directly from the upper floors or the lower floors. Remote control of explosives is nothing. The full-band blocking jamming matrix is capable of jamming all bands of electromagnetic waves. Once this kind of equipment is on the field, once again the thugs are even more powerful. With a blasting controller, want to stop their own assault team, only to be useless. Go ahead. I'll jam the control signal for you. I'll see if you still have the ability to remotely control the bomb. It's too late to transport the full-band jamming device over such a long distance. Even if we wanted to, what should we do? What should we do? Jingle bells. Just as Commander Pang Genua was on fire in his room in a hurry over the matter of miles. Instead, the phone on his belt suddenly rang again. Hello, Lu Feng? What's the accident again? Commander Pang Genua grabbed the phone and asked. Lu Feng, old Pang, wasn't Lu Feng sent to the Bitey Kingdom by you? What's the matter? You can't even hear my voice. I'm old Lu Changshan. Sru, what are you calling me for? I'm busy right now? As soon as Commander Pang Genua heard that it wasn't even Lu Feng's call, he immediately didn't intend to continue chatting with his old buddy. Hey, why are you so irritable today, old Pang? It's not because you're on fire talking business with the Camel Kingdom's prince, is it? Ha ha, I was too before, but as long as you can bite the bullet and insist on not lowering the price, they're a big letdown. Who's talking to you about this, old Pang? What are you calling about? Is there something going on? If there's nothing, I really have to hang up. I'm really pressed for time right now. Commander Pang Genua re-emphasized his nervousness. You're really so busy. Well then, I won't bother you anymore. Originally I wanted to share the good news of the successful development of the hypersonic stealth mech with you. Since you're so busy, forget it. Lu Changshan was worthy of being Lu Changshang, even though he had already heard from the other end of the phone that Commander Pang Genua was indeed busy. But then, at the end of the phone call, this Commander Lu still didn't forget to reveal the great joy he had stumbled upon. However, it was this revelation that directly caused Commander Pang Genua to be taken aback. Wait, don't hang up the phone. Old Lu, what did you say? You're saying that supersonic stealth tactical mech that Chief Master Chen Hao Chun is developing has succeeded? Pang Genua instantly associated them with Yen Ruohai, who was thousands of miles away. Yeah, even the Mecha 1 samples are already out. And that kid Wang Hua under you is test driving them. I'm not going to lie. Old Pang, you can't even imagine how fast the mech is. 50 times the speed of sound. Can you believe it? 50 times the speed of sound. I can't believe it myself. I really didn't expect Chief Master Chen Hao Chun to actually build it. Full band stealth. Not just stealthy to radar, but stealthy to visible light as well. Think about it. What kind of technology is this? Ha ha ha. Really? Old Lu, are you sure you're telling the truth? In the face of Lu Changsheng's confident introduction, Commander Pang Genua's mind quickly tumbled with lightning and flames. The Bitey Kingdom was about 10,000 kilometers away in total, which translated to 588 seconds if you follow 50 times the speed of sound. Even if the mech acceleration and deceleration phases use up a minute or two, I guess. In this way, if we directly make the mechs move to the Bitey Kingdom now, it would also only take about 10 minutes. In addition, coupled with full band stealth, this avoids the possibility of being detected in the middle of a flight. By not being detected, it naturally avoids the matter of informing the countries along the way, and saves even more time. That makes this own inspired idea a possibility. Supersonic stealth mecha. Supersonic stealth mecha. Lao Lu, this call of yours is simply too timely. Just less than 3 minutes later, the headquarters of the capital military region issued Chen Hao the order for the mecha's first test flight. Meanwhile, Wang Hua was once again successfully selected to be the first pilot of the super tactical mecha. There was no way around it. Chen Hao himself would definitely not dare to operate this super mech of his. After all, he had always upheld the safety first guideline. So what? This kind of risky thing. It's better to let his buddy Wang Hua go. It's more reliable. On the one hand, Wang Hua had driven a super tank and was proficient in piloting various flying machines. So let's just assume that. On the other hand, the main reason was that Chen Hao was a bit too tired during the stage of wrapping up the mecha development work. So then, there are little details, like the placement of buttons and stuff like that he himself can't remember if they're correct or not. Chen Hao also didn't expect the higher-ups to arrange such an urgent mission for him. Then, of course, he had to follow the Wang Hua brothers first. As the saying goes, a dead friend is not a poor friend. Who let Wang Hua be his friend? Who else would be more suitable? Right. Of course, Wang Hua was rather confused when he received this special assignment. Granted, he had already learned quite a bit about mechs from Chen Hao these days at the behest of his superiors, I guess, but he himself was, after all, seeing this one sample of a mech not much older than himself for the first time. The first two tank driving experiences were enough to make Wang Hua thrilled for several lifetimes. Now it was even better. There was an even fiercer mecha, which made him want to not get weak in the knees. Tanks, no more. Still rest on the ground and run. Hurry up. Just hurry up. What do you mean? You haven't broken through gravity, right? But what about this supersonic stealth mech? That has a fusion-powered engine, up to 50 times the speed of sound cruising speed in the atmosphere. This speed, a second is 17 kilometers of speed. This, if you do not grasp the direction, instantly can be rushed out of the blue star R. Keep in mind that the first cosmic velocity of the detached blue star is only 7.9 kilometers per second. If we go at this speed, even if we just take off parallel to the horizon, it won't take many seconds for us to fly into space. Unless the direction is taken to follow the inner tangent angle of the blue star, there's a chance it won't go into space. But with a speed as high as 17 kilometers per second, how dangerous it must be to control the direction and fly around the surface of the blue planet. Maybe in the blink of an eye, you'll fall and die. Either way, you'll be flying into outer space, and either way, you won't be able to handle it. I'm just an ordinary human. I don't have the ability to wear Superman's underwear outside. Hey, this Chen Hao, he puts me on every time this kind of thing happens and doesn't say anything about giving me a raise. If I get back safely this time, I'll have to eat an expensive meal of it. Humph. In front of others, you kid is Chief Master Chen. In front of me, Wang Hua, you're my buddy. I'll eat you a meal. You can't, but you have to. Although Wang Hua was very worried about his mission this time, but then, out of absolute trust in his best friend, Wang Hua still took on the task decisively. After all, as far as the current situation was concerned, Wang Hua himself had been trained by the above in accordance with highly sophisticated weapons test pilots. The last time he came back from the Camel Kingdom, the bonus alone for his outstanding performance was already over $5 million. This time on this mission, there was honestly no one else besides him who had the ability to do this. After all, other test pilots don't understand those design and development techniques of Chen Hao. Only Wang Hua can understand a little bit. Who to send if not him? Chen Hao, I'm leaving. Remember what I told you. Take care of my 7th granduncle and wait for me to come back. A few minutes later, Wang Hua was already wearing this recently developed mecha suit. Not to mention, the words he said to Chen Hao before he left really did make everyone in the entire Longkou Academy Mecha Project Center silently leave tears in their eyes. It was a risky trip, and everyone was well aware of it. Not just Chen Hao himself and Wang Hua himself. This includes Academician Ma Weigua, Academician Cheng Shuren, and Academician Pan Jinjian along with all the members of the entire project team. Everyone is very worried, especially when they thought about the energy recovery system of this mech. Several academicians were even more worried. The so-called energy recovery system was actually a set of shock-absorbing system that resisted gravitational acceleration within the mech. Normally, the acceleration of gravity, or overload acceleration, that a normal person can withstand is roughly 5 Gs or so. It's normal people. Pilots, on the other hand, are generally quite a bit stronger than the average person, capable of about 7 to 8 Gs of gravitational acceleration. In the case of astronauts, it's even higher. Generally speaking, the acceleration of gravity that astronauts need to withstand during liftoff and landing is as high as 9 Gs or even higher. Such a powerful and incomparable gravitational acceleration once if loaded on an ordinary person's body, it was as if several oxen had pressed down on a person at once, instantly bursting the blood vessels of an ordinary person. And what about now? This mech is powered by, that's a miniaturized controlled fusion power plant. It's been mounted on top of dozens of tons of tanks before, and it's running like hell. Now, the whole kit doesn't even count to half a ton. so if this accelerates, it can't be a joke. According to the previous calculations made by several academicians, this mech would be able to rapidly increase to an extreme state of 50 times the speed of sound if it wanted to do so. Then the acceleration during the acceleration process, that's going to be more than 20 Gs. 20 Gs With such a large acceleration of gravity, even a Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't top it, let alone an ordinary person like Wang Hua. It was also precisely to overcome the massive overload effect brought about by ultra-high acceleration that Chen Hao had designed such an energy recovery system. The idea is that the system can absorb most of the gravitational acceleration potential by filling the mech with a breathable buffer. Of course, the source of this set of systems also originated from the mecha manufacturing technology atlas inside Chen Hao's system. But to get to the most fundamental source of this system, this may also go back to that one legendary science fiction novel, Three Bodies, because this gravity buffer, the essence of its function, was the same as the deep-sea acceleration fluid in the novel. Both are used to absorb gravitational acceleration potential energy. Therefore, when Chen Hao was designing and developing this set of systems, he was quite proud of himself and fooled around in front of a few academicians. And this, too, is precisely what has caused several academicians to be still a little uneasy in their hearts right now. When Chief Master Chen designed this energy recovery system before, he kept fooling around non-stop. I'm really worried about fooling around too much. What if this system fails again? Yeah, 20 Gs of gravitational acceleration. Once it fails, we won't even be able to see little brother Wang Hua's whole person by then. It can't be helped. It's hard for little brother Wang Hua to encounter such an urgent mission on his first test flight. Who says it isn't? If I, Pan Construction, were as young as little brother Wang Hua, I'd be on it myself personally. Looking at Wang Hua, he righteously put on the set of tactical mechs. The hearts of a group of academicians were also in their throats in the twinkling of an eye. Wang Hua, are they all ready? When you're ready, let's set off. I'm starting the countdown. Inside the command room, Chen Hao was speaking with Wang Hua using the encrypted communication system. Ready, Master Chen. Give the order. Perhaps it was because after entering the mech, he had deeply experienced the extreme ferocity of this mission. This time, Wang Hua, on the other hand, used honorifics for Chen Hao. Okay. Countdown is ready in 3, 2, 1, go! Whoosh! Everyone didn't get a good look at the mech's takeoff maneuver. This mecha, which symbolized the best technology of mankind, had already flown into mid-air. Immediately after, a tail flame cut through the sky, and the entire mech scurried into the clouds. Ha! This mech is really flying fast. Hey, Chen Hao, you kid is really good. Half a minute later, Wang Hua's trademark laughter was heard in the command room. This laughter was heard by the academicians in the command room. It was that time when Wang Hua drove a tank straight to Siberia for the first time. When the academicians met Wang Hua, everyone had heard this magical laughter of his. But then again, since the big guys have turned their attention to super tanks, so what? People gradually faded away Wang Hua's magical laughter. Now that I've heard it so much, it's all coming back to me, exactly as it was before. Funny and delectable. Wang Hua, pay attention to the direction. Enter stealth immediately, we're going to fly out of bounds. After a few more moments, Chen Hao reminded. I know, we've known each other for years, don't you trust me? As he spoke, Wang Hua then directly maneuvered the mech and went directly into stealth. 10 short minutes passed quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Wang Hua maneuvered this mech to appear directly dozens of kilometers away from the Baidi Kingdom's Hamafa Tower. Right here, right now, things have also changed dramatically at jewelry shows. It was probably because he saw that Yan Ruohai had been refusing to give in and go and force those few great tycoons. It was also possible that the group of black-clad men had been delayed a bit too long because of the time they had taken as planned. In short, when Wang Hua came running from 10,000 miles away in a dusty mech, the black-clothed man in the lead was trying to teach Yan Ruohai a good lesson. Damn thing, I've given you 15 minutes to convince them to transfer the money, and you're quietly telling them they must keep it a secret. Surnamed Yan, you really aren't afraid of death, huh? Good. Since you're not afraid to die, I'll send you on your way first today. At this moment Ruohai is different from the others. Is being professional rope backward tied hands and feet? Black-clothed man walked up directly, gripped Yan Ruohai's neck collar, and walked towards the exhibition hall's window. Let's see which one of you dares. Let my brother go, or else my old lady will fight you all. It was at this time that something unexpected happened. A sharp voice rang out, instantly causing the leader's black-clothed man to be stunned in his footsteps, and immediately turned his head back to look at the woman who had just spoken. What to say that human nature is actually very complex. You can see it in this Yan Ruomin. If one didn't look at Yan Ruomin's current performance and specifically analyzed what this person had done in the past, then it went without saying that she was definitely a scum plus a loser. But this is the same scumbag plus loser girl who was about to face death when her own brother was about to die. Yet again, it suddenly stands out. Ruomin, what's gotten into you? Back off. Upon seeing that his sister had actually taken the initiative to come forward, Yen Ruohai immediately glared in his sister's direction and sternly reprimanded her. However, at this moment, Yen Ruomin didn't pay any attention to her brother's reprimand, but instead directly snatched a few steps forward to tug on the black-clothed man's sleeve and began to tug on it. No, brother, they're going to kill you. I can't let you die now. You asshole, let go of my brother. Let go of my brother. Yen Ruomin hissed as she frantically pulled at the black-clothed man's clothes. Fuck you. The man in black would not spoil the middle-aged noblewoman in front of him, and with just a lift of his foot, he instantly kicked Yen Ruomin out several meters away. Immediately after that, the man in black threw Yen Ruohai towards the ground next to him and pointed at Yen Ruomin's companion with his men. Since she wants to die first, you guys go ahead and throw her down. I'd like to see how brotherly and sisterly the two of them are. If you touch my sister, I'll kill you. Yen Ruohai, who had his hands and feet tied behind his back, struggled to support himself from the ground, and then crawled towards his sister's direction in a frenzy. However, how could Yen Ruohai's current wimpy appearance be faster than the black-clothed man's actions? Before Yen Ruohai could crawl to his sister, his own sister, Yen Ruomin, was then dragged by two black-clothed men with her hands held behind her back to the window that was being opened a crack. There is a very big difference between the glass of this Hamafa tower in the kingdom of Baidi and the normal glass. Normal glass is visible inside and out. But the glass on this tower is one of those where you can see inside, but you can't see outside. A black-clothed man slightly observed at the window, after seeing that there was nothing unusual in the air all around. Then he made a gesture towards the other man in black. Immediately after that, the window was opened to a bigger opening, and with a force, the two black-clothed men threw Yen Ruomin right out of the window as if they were dumping garbage. Sister! The always domineering Yen Ruomin probably never thought in her life that someone like herself would be the first person to be saved by a mecha. It was even more difficult for her to understand why she had been plummeting high in the air when she suddenly felt a pair of strong and incomparable arms suddenly lifting her up. At this moment, the mech was still in a state of stealth. Yen Ruomin, who was still a full 300 meters from the ground, exclaimed as if she had seen a ghost. Help! Help! As he shouted, he also made a strong effort to pick his way towards the completely invisible mech beside him. Some studies have shown that people in a state of extreme fear tend to behave in such a way that survival is the first rule. It's as if a man overboard is often in a rescue situation and desperately tries to pickpocket the person who saved him. The desire to survive is extremely strong, but the behavior is very numb. That's enough. You shrew. Have you done enough picking and pulling? If you don't stop fucking around, I'll throw you down. What bad luck. What kind of crap equipment is this? It actually has the function of automatically rescuing people who fall off the building. Chan Hao, you douchebag. Why isn't this description in the manual? Yen Ruomin's side of the meal can be considered to be inexplicably rushed over to rescue her Wanghua to the whole speechless. He had actually used the locking system inside the stealth mech to lock onto the top floor of the Hamafa tower just a dozen kilometers away. According to Wanghua's previous conception, his appearance this time should be just like the return of the god of war, directly transforming into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the layer of windows and directly appearing in front of the unknown group of thugs in a bright and shiny manner. As a result, I don't know if I didn't read the yellow calendar when I went out today. On his side, he had just flown his mech in front of the tower when a figure whooshed in front of his eyes and slipped out of the top floor of the building directly. This time, without even waiting for Wanghua to react, the mech activated the automatic rescue mechanism that had already been set up within the system. In a blink of an eye, Yen Ruomin, the eldest princess of this Chinya group, had been saved. But to say Yen Ruomin is also really annoying enough. You say you were rescued, so you were rescued. Why do you still have to pick and pull? Wanghua is now wearing a stealthy battle armor. You are picking and pulling back and forth. If you pull down the external missiles again, it will be a big deal. However, Wanghua himself was well aware of this matter. After all, people were inside the stealth mech. But Yen Ruomin, however, was not clear at all. She heard this here actually a big old man is talking, and it was the hometown language she was most familiar with, and she instantly jerked her whole body in fear. She was now completely blind to this mech. So high in midair suddenly came a stream of hometown talk drilled into their ears. Who could not be afraid? Mom! Damn it! Help! Damn it! Yen Ruomin's screams became more fearful, more hysterical. Grandma, can't stand you shrew. Dang! I don't know if it's a memory of the Tang monk from Journey to the West with big little eyes, or maybe it's just that you feel a little bit like the unlucky monkey in the movie. In short, after listening to Yen Ruomin's increasingly shrill voice as well as her increasingly hysterical and exaggerated expression, Wanghua was considered completely unable to stand it. and he hadn't planned to save anyone, because he hadn't even seen Yen Ruomin as the main person in the first place. He had flown over to save them entirely because the mecha system's automatic rescue function had worked. Now as soon as he saw Yen Ruomin's twisted noblewoman face that was as twisted as a shoehorn, Manhwa hated the fact that he kind of felt like he wanted to throw up inside the mech. It couldn't be helped. Since he couldn't stand this noblewoman's crying and howling, Manhwa naturally wasn't going to spoil the other party. Freeing a hand, dangling it against Yen Ruomin's head, he gave it a knock. Of course, because of the interference of the mech's automatic rescue system, Manhwa wasn't able to utilize the power of the mech. But for that, it was enough to have an effect. When the stealthy mech's head crashed over, Yen Ruomin's eyes instantly glazed over, and then he was knocked unconscious with a crooked neck. At the same time, the mech was accompanied by an automatic deceleration function and successfully landed in the plaza location at the bottom of the tower of Hamafa Tower. Just after landing, Manhwa saw a large group of people and horses were dead center around the square. No less than 100 luxury versions of the sports car were racked with the symbols of the Baiti Kingdom of Transportation. In addition, next to these luxury sports cars, there are no less than thousands of heavily armed with long guns and short cannons of Baiti Kingdom Police Uncle. By the way, there were several armored vehicles next to it, and a couple of tanks, all facing the main entrance of this highest tower of the Blue Planet as well. Commander Pang, there's been an accident over here. There's really been an accident. That noblewoman from the Chinya group from last time has just been thrown down from upstairs. Oh, the people are fine. But, she floated down. Commander Pang, I doubt I've seen the supernatural. She actually floated down. Ha, Lu Feng, why are you here? Just as Lu Feng was still being accompanied by the group of Baiti Kingdom leaders at the scene, he kept reporting the situation to Commander Pang Genoa. He and quite a few of the Baiti Kingdom's special agents around him then heard a loud greeting. Who's here? In an instant, everyone on the scene tensed up. Several hundred rifles as well as more than a dozen machine guns were all aimed at the spot where Yen Ruomin had just been put down. The huge searchlights mounted on the surrounding sports cars also suddenly turned this way at that moment. For a moment, all the sirens stopped sounding, and all the people held their breath, just to see what strange thing had happened in front of them. Why was there a rough male voice appearing where Yen Ruomin had just landed? However, along with 100 or 10 searchlights converging their light in unison to the location where Manhwa stood, something that made everyone feel a cold breeze running up the back of their spine happened. All you hear is the sound. No one is there. What the hell is going on here? Oh, shit. Who's talking there? Oh, sell cake. What's going on? How come there's only sound? What a hell of a day. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on here? Why would someone fall from an 800-meter high building and not break? Why is there a big old man's voice? Fark. Mom messing with Fark. I'm done. I'm quitting. This is all too weird. Along with Lu Feng's exclamation of surprise was a group of special agents from the Baiti Kingdom. And just as the crowd of people were stunned into inaction by Wang Hua's cheerful greeting, Wang Hua, who stayed inside the mech, also finally realized that there was something wrong with his outfit. Stealth mode forgot to disengage and spook them. As he spoke, Wang Hua automatically disengaged the mech's stealth mode, and to his surprise, the moment he lifted off his stealthy mech, an even more shocked and unbelievable gasp instantly detonated everyone at the scene. Oh, sell the cake, sell the cake, sell the cake, mecha. This is actually a mecha. Stealth mechs, my god. What country's technology is this? Has Huaxiao's technology reached such a level now? Even the Iron Plate Man has been built? Stealth mecha. What kind of technology is this? Why can it be invisible in front of our eyes? All of them, including Lu Feng, were stunned by the moment when Wang Hua cancelled his mech's stealth status. Wang Hua, is that you? The super mecha development was completed so quickly? Lu Feng tentatively asked as he took a few steps towards the front. That's true, brother Lu. Besides me, Wang Hua, who else is capable of piloting such high-end equipment? Haha, I've been ordered to maintain world peace. Watching the countless flashbulbs crackling at him was a frenzy of shots. Wang Hua's eyes were flashing out, but he still maintained his elegant posture as he spoke to Lu Feng. Never in his life had he shown his face so much, and now he had managed to get himself recognized by Senior Colonel Lu Feng, who was far away in a foreign country. Well, doesn't Wang Hua have to fool around a bit? Maintaining world peace? Why does that line sound so familiar? A series of question marks suddenly surfaced above Lu Feng's head. That's right, brother Lu. I don't have time to talk to you now. I've saved this shrew. You guys take care of it. I'm going to maintain world peace for a guy with amazing bones. Bye-bye. Whoosh. Without giving Lu Feng any more time to think, Wang Hua had already satisfactorily completed his first public display of this mech. Immediately after that, he activated the stealth mode of his mech once again, and with a dry land pull, he directly flew into the sky. Meanwhile, atop the Tower of Hamafa, several thugs were watching the situation below through a window. Since all the searchlights had just shifted all their light above the ground at once, so the gang of thugs also sensed that things had changed. Because, since the beginning of their action, the direction that those searchlights shone could be the top floor of this building. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the tallest building in all of Blue Star, there were simply no other buildings around that could compare to it. Truth be told, the gang of thugs had actually been targeted by the assumed sniper rifles on the other buildings 20 minutes earlier, but the group is, after all, a mysterious figure that Welch borrowed from Area 51. So, this kind of problem, since the very beginning of the design and planning, they have excluded the item of the Bitey Kingdom sending long-range snipers. The night was hazy, and it was over 800 meters high, and it was through bulletproof glass, and there weren't any buildings around that were nearly as tall to defend it. The combination of so many conditions makes for a purely perfect defensive position. Plus the one TR-3B parked on the roof of the building was still jamming the surrounding electromagnetic wave signals in real time. To put it bluntly, with their kind of configuration, even if they sent out missile units, they might not be able to take it down for a while. However, things in the world are often so coincidental. While a gang of thugs thought they had made their defense invincible, instead, they had run into a stealthy mech that could not only fly 800 meters into the sky, but it was also an indestructible mech that could counteract electromagnetic interference at the same time. A couple of thugs were looking through the window towards the ground floor when, in the next instant, it felt like the glass rumbled and was directly hit by something. Immediately after that, these few thugs by the window were just like being hit by something, and directly flew out from the window side, flying horizontally to the middle position of the exhibition hall, instantly flying out horizontally dozens of meters away. Shit, what's going on? Jack, what's wrong with you? Tony, the leader of the thugs could not see the stealthy mecha. He only saw his entire eyes go a little off as he watched several of his men get knocked away in an instant. After calling out the names of his men several times in a row with no reply, the leader of the thugs immediately made a few standard field army hand signals towards another wave of his men. Such military hand signals are, in fact, modified. These thugs, in order to be able to conceal the truth, have specially taken the tactical hand signals originally used by Big Pretty and directly combined them with the hand signals of several countries, thus creating such a set of hand signals on an ad hoc basis. On the other hand, the wave of thugs who saw the boss's hand signal immediately carried their guns and directly surrounded in the direction of Wang Hua's side. Of course, they couldn't see Wang Hua. After all, Wang Hua's current invisibility hadn't been lifted yet. So what? The range that the guys were trying to rally to was actually still the same location where those teammates were thrown out. Humph. Even I, Wang Hua, such a big person here can't be seen. It looks like you guys aren't as powerful as you could be. Headquarters is really something too. With such a bunch of wasteful snacks, they actually had to send me. Wang Hua, out. Forget it. All this whining is better to go back and talk to headquarters when we get back. This mech is really good. Flying around and crashing through the bulletproof glass is actually fine. It seems that Chen Hao the Kid is finally reliable for once. Through the mech's holographic screen, he watched the several thugs beside him all groping around like headless flies. Wang Hua's spirits immediately rose a few points higher. At that moment, he decided that he would first let these few little shrimps see the power of this body of his mech before saying anything. Well, it's getting late and the mission is urgent, so I'd better give you guys a taste of the laser tracking warheads first. Between idle steps, Wang Hua pressed a button on the holographic operation screen, and then, the scene that the world didn't see coming happened. The moment Wang Hua had just pressed this button, a piece of music that he didn't know what language to use to describe resounded throughout the topmost floor of the exhibition hall of the Hamafa Tower. Dig inside a tiny garden, plant tiny seeds, bloom tiny flowers. Silence as of death. This silence is akin to a man standing on the surface of the moon in a spacesuit, suddenly out of a false compliment. It's as outrageous and embarrassing as it needs to be. Yen Ruahai, who had just been crying bitterly over his sister's fall from a tall building, froze. The gang leader who was standing next to him, looking at his men, also froze. Several of the thugs who were straining toward their fallen teammates froze in the same way. And all the guests in attendance, all froze. In the empty hall, people who a minute ago had been sprawled out on the floor in unison with their hands on their heads were calculating the odds that they could be lucky enough to survive. As a result, right now, just this song of Broken Liver directly caused everyone to raise their heads involuntarily, wanting to see just where this mesmerizing melody was coming from. Gu, I'll go. Chen Hao, you asshole. I won't say anything about the physical buttons you got wrong last time, but you can get the virtual buttons wrong this time too. Where's my laser tracer? How come it's in entertainment mode? And digging digging, 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 digging. Oh, my God. Compared to these tens of thousands of mesmerized guests and miscreants listening throughout the show, Wang Hua's spirit, on the other hand, received the greatest spiritual shock. Come to think of it, the last time he was there, he nearly didn't scare himself out of his mind because of the 3 physical buttons that were faulty. And that one time, it was caused by Chen Hao splitting the stop button and the nuclear strike button. What about this time? This Chen Hao brother of his own was even more speechless. Surprisingly, entertainment mode popped up all of a sudden when he was fighting a group of bandits alone. But also to be just this one wonderful melody Wang Hua is also just. The problem was that was a whole screen of entertainment and leisure channels on the holographic display in front of him. What doujinshi short videos, what shallow silent listening, what Weber Wexen, simply everything. And entertainment cell phones are almost on a par. What made Wang Hua even more speechless was that next to these apps, there was actually a folder called Rocker Driver. Goodness gracious, is this thing a proper folder? How serious can it be when it's put together with a bunch of entertainment apps? Just by looking at the capacity of this folder, Wang Hua could guess that it must have a collection of many various teachers. Right. Chen Hao. Can't you let me complete a mission properly for once? Why does something go wrong every time? It's good to wait until I get back about learning a foreign language. I'm busy right now. Wang Hua, who was stunned by the scene in front of him, was speechless and first utilized the voice mode to shut down the multimedia entertainment system in front of him. This was followed by activating the laser aiming mode directly again via voice control. Bang, 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 bang. A series of several extremely soft silencer sounds appeared, and the entire showroom was instantly filled with several more corpses of thugs. Shelter, meet your match. Seeing the men he had just arranged to rescue his teammates lying down in front of him again without warning, the thug in the lead finally couldn't take it anymore. This battle was completely impossible to fight. Not only could he not see what his opponent was, but even the sound of his opponent's firing was so low and soft. If it wasn't for the fact that the people inside the entire showroom were now under the daze of an extreme state of shock, then, it was only that he might not even be able to hear even these few sounds of firing, which was even more so when he tried to determine his opponent's position by means of sound. The opponents were already clearly not on the same level of existence as his squad. Your own squad. You have to rely on TR-3B to realize that you can come and go without a trace. Moreover, the TR-3B was a large craft, tens of meters long and wide, but this opponent in front of him, he could even fly directly from the window into the middle of this exhibition hall that was filled with columns. It was obvious that the other side's configuration was going to be higher than their own side no matter what. The only thing he could tell right now was that the other party possessed an even stronger equipment, and this equipment was also a super equipment that could realize stealthy strikes in one. Fark. Pull back. Everyone, pull back now. The leader of the thugs naturally is not a vegetarian existence. The original he is the elite of the elite existence of Area 51. So, when he encounters any supernatural phenomenon, he can instinctively think beyond the average person and attribute the phenomenon he cannot understand among the aspects of technology. And now he had a rough idea of what his opponent was like. So he ordered up his men at that moment, abandoning all previous mission plans, wanting to seize all the time and evacuate. How can you fight an opponent you can't see or touch? They've opened fire, and they haven't even found a ghost on their side yet. If this is to continue to hold on as hard as a rash man, it won't take more than a few minutes and seconds, and I'm afraid that the group will be wiped out. It's not good to destroy the group. If you destroy the group, your teammates will die, and that's a small matter. The key is that one TR-3B on the rooftop of the building. Once intercepted, it's a big, sky is falling deal for the whole big, beautiful military secret. Come on, come on. Come on, pull out. The more he thought, the more alarmed the gang leader, anxious and panicked, while gesturing, while calling up his companions. Humph, we've only just exchanged blows, and you want to run away? Who do you think you've met? You've met me, Wang Hua. Let's see if I don't completely clean up you assholes. In the end, see what you're coming from can't. As he spoke, Wang Hua couldn't help but press toward the holographic operation screen buttons in front of him again. Little lover boy, you don't worry. This life is only for you to pull the red sleeve. I'll go. This brain of mine, how do I remember to eat? And press the wrong fucking button again. Cancel. Cancel the entertainment mode. As soon as the music came out, Wang Hua realized that he had made the same mistake again. So on the spot, in an instant, he used voice mode to cancel the entertainment mode directly. Immediately after that, when Wang Hua tried to use his voice to control the weapon system again, he only saw all the thugs in front of him. Surprisingly, they even disappeared in just 2 or 3 seconds, and even the 7 or 8 thugs who were knocked down by himself before. At the moment, there was no trace of them. Buzz off. And just at this time, Wang Hua's mecha abnormal sound control system then received a series of vibration signals. Ding! Emergency alert, the mecha intelligence system has detected an unknown craft within 20 meters that is activating its anti-gravity engines. Anti-gravity engines? What the hell? This mecha system's beep directly startled Wang Hua. Unknown flying machine, or anti-gravity engine. This was a situation that Wang Hua hadn't anticipated when he took the mission. Considering that the mech he was wearing was only a single tactical mech in total, Wang Hua immediately realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Thus, Wang Hua, who possessed a highly sensitive mind, immediately connected to the communication channel of Chen Hao, the chief commander of the mecha operation. Chen Hao, let me tell you, needless to say, I've picked up the real-time emergency alerts coming from the mechs, and it looks like this one isn't going to be easy. Out of Wang Hua's expectation, this mech's risk alert had the feature of real-time synchronized transmission of the headquarters. Just after connecting to the communication channel for the first time, Chen Hao directly told Wang Hua to submit the control authority of the mech to the mech's intelligent control system, so that the mech itself could take the pursuit action. As for Wang Hua's side, naturally, he doesn't dare to just make up his own mind anymore. Therefore, at that moment, he immediately followed Chen Hao's instructions and briefly took control of the mech by ceding the right to operate it. As soon as the operation ended, Wang Hua immediately heard a series of command beeps. A hypersonic stealth mech has entered AI autonomous control mode. Gravity buffer refill. Target lock in progress. Target signal tracking in progress. Initiating stealth tracking mode. Target bearing east, north. Speed Mach 6. Acceleration 100 meters per second squared. Whoosh! Wang Hua himself couldn't even react in time, and was directly carried by this strong supersonic stealth mech directly from the top of his head and pierced through the ceiling of the building. Immediately afterward, Wang Hua felt like a soccer ball that had been kicked into space and descended back to Earth under gravity. The mech's unbelievably strong thrust brought about an indescribable feeling of gravitational acceleration overweight. Don't come so hard right off the bat. Turn on 20 Gs of acceleration? Wang Hua, who was in the middle of the gravity buffer, muttered breathlessly. This gravity buffer can allow one to breathe on their own in it though, again reducing the acceleration of gravity by close to 70% or more. However, under full acceleration, that is also going to make one feel 4 to 5 Gs of gravitational acceleration. Therefore, under this extreme acceleration of an ordinary person, Wang Hua naturally didn't feel much better. And what continued along with Wang Hua's tirade was that this mecha was frantically closing in on the fleeing TR-3B superclass craft at a super high acceleration. In a matter of seconds, the two craft had left the range of the Baiti Kingdom and were engaged in a wild chase through the atmosphere. Although TR-3B's technology was not as strong as Chen Hao's system, it was, after all, a technology developed in reverse from a crashed ship of an alien civilization. So, when Wang Hua piloted his mech to 50 times the speed of sound in half a minute and started to frantically chase that one TR-3B, the pilot of the TR-3B was also feeling extremely uneasy. Fark, what the hell is behind us? Is it a missile? Why can't the radar lock on? The driver was now in a meltdown mood. One had already driven the TR-3B to the limit of Mach 15. However, in the real-time transmission of the satellite image, it is clear that there is a faster object behind that is chasing itself. And to add to the horror, the object that was tracking his own TR-3B craft had no image at all, and was even more impossible to lock onto. The only thing that was recognizable was the crazy atmospheric disturbances captured by satellite imagery as the object flew by at high speed. The intensity of this atmospheric disturbance was so great that when the object flew by, the resulting contrail actually exceeded the TR-3B by more than double. What this showed was that the other party's speed was more than one segment faster than his own. I can't, I'm about to catch up. What should I do? After less than another minute or so, the TR-3B's pilot was finally on the verge of breaking down. In that minute's time, he'd already employed maneuvers that included a variety of impromptu steering as well as pulling up and down. However, with so many series of movements down, Wang Hua's mecha was still chasing him to death, and even more damagingly. According to the real-time image from the Starlink satellite, the atmospheric disturbance caused by Wang Hua's mecha was surprisingly close to being no more than 100 kilometers away from his side. At such a distance, if the situation continues as it is now, the TR-3B he is driving will be caught up in less than a few seconds. HQ, can't get off target tracking, can't get off target tracking, can you lock onto the target via satellite? TR-3B can't lock onto the target. The chased pilot was frantic to make contact. Unable to lock on. Recommend replacing precision-guided weapons. Switch to machine guns. There was a rush of voices over the comm channel. Only, the voice wasn't there to tell the pilot that the opponent was locked on. The voice turned out to be the one suggesting that the pilot drop the precision-guided weapons and replace them with the machine guns that the TR-3B was designed to look like it was going to be phased out outright, but ultimately made a decision to keep. In fact, back at the beginning of the TR-3B's design, the designers thought they would have to do away with the gun. The reason is very simple. The maximum speed of Mach 15 under the ultra-high speed machine guns such as no guidance system of weapons. That is the same as a blind man playing with flying daggers, is completely chance. Not to mention that the target coordinates can't be controlled. At this speed, the operator's hand shakes, and the direction can't even be controlled. Machine guns like this, that's an old-fashioned weapon with no intelligent control system. How can such a weapon be comparable to modern guided weapons? However, it was such backward equipment that was retained in the final research program of the big pretty R&D team. The reason, on the other hand, is as interesting as it can be. This was because the White Lantern Chancellor, who was responsible for approving this design project, believed that the TR-3B was so advanced that one would see through it from the very first glance that it was the result of the human race's reverse research and development of extraterrestrial technology. So what? To give this sci-fi degree craft a certain human technological character, a prominent machine gun position was reserved. This way, even if an opponent in the future questions the use of alien technology on the ship, big pretty people can also just use machine guns as an excuse to make a counter-argument. If you don't say that the Chancellor's thinking was ahead of its time, such a kind of problem that even the team members who secretly developed the TR-3B couldn't think of, actually made the Chancellor think of it. Doesn't such superior intelligence require 2 pancakes with eggs for 1 meal? It was also because of this series of reasons that also happened to help the pilot of the TR-3B, who was barely able to make a counterattack despite having no way of locking onto Wang Hua's supersonic stealth mech, while the opponent's machine guns were beginning to reactivate as instructed by headquarters. The mech under intelligent control had also interacted with Chun Hao, who was 10,000 miles away, several times with messages at this point. As the chief designer and developer of the mecha, Chen Hao actually hadn't seen this kind of flying machine in front of him. That didn't stop, however, the mech he developed from tracking the craft. During the short 2 to 3 minute chase, Chen Hao, after analyzing the message several times, had also clearly sensed the power of that one flying machine of his opponent. Indeed, the opponents were of a considerable level, both in terms of speed and the degree of stealth and already maneuvering. It's not as good as this mech of his, but when it comes to actual strength, it's more than easy to hang on to all the fighters in service. Good stuff. It's good stuff. There's just no way to force land it. The mech is too small, loaded with single weapons. Other more advanced weapons are not loaded yet. How is this going to clean up the other side? In the headquarters command room, Chen Hao pondered for a short while, then promptly slapped the table and decided, since it's not good for a safe forced landing, why don't we just destroy it? Anyway, no matter how advanced this craft's technology is, there's no way it can be more advanced than my mecha. Chen Hao, who had made up his mind, immediately remotely sent the latest combat orders to the automatically controlled mechs. And while Wang Hua in the mech was leisurely watching with his own eyes as the mech he was piloting engaged in a frantic chase with the TR-3B, he also received a command synchronized from Chun Hao. What? Chen Hao, you bastard. You're trying to get me killed, aren't you? What do you mean? Tell me to be careful? Boss, you actually ordered the mech to crash into someone else's flying machine, and you're actually telling me to be careful? Can I parachute or what? With such a small mech and no other escape mechanism, you're ordering the mech's automatic control to crash into that craft now. So if this mech isn't strong enough, won't I be screwed? Don't tell me that just driving the mech crashed the bulletproof glass thing. That's the glass, hey. This is the airship, hey. Glass can be compared with the airship, and it's still such a big ship. I can see it clearly from dozens of kilometers away. What is it if you're not asking me to go to my death? Chen Hao, you asshole, hey, Chen Hao, why the hell did you turn off the communication channel? Wang Hua had been scared enough by Chen Hao this time. In the midst of the gravity buffer solution, he froze and spat out several bubbles. Wang Hua had heard before that the armor material of this whatever mech he was piloting was some kind of super strong material with strong interaction force locking, but he hadn't verified the material as a driver. After all, such an advanced material, to put it bluntly, as of now, due to time, many of the technical details had not been fully analyzed and finished, and only Chen Hao himself was truly and completely aware of the strength of this material. If anything, this so-called strong interaction lockdown material is going to be really 1,000 times tougher than diamond. Then naturally, one does not have to say that one does not have to worry at all. But what if, right? What if you're not afraid? What if the material of this mech wasn't as strong as Chun Hao said? Then if this mech collided with that flying machine in front of it, he would be finished? What to do? What to do? This kid Chun Hao actually still has the highest control authority in his hands. Piss me off. Wang Hua was furious while giving up his attempt to regain control. The man who had just been there hated to press all the control buttons. As a result, in addition to the entertainment mode can be activated at will. All kinds of digging and a small lover Umoxi. All the other system pressure cannot be controlled. All of them were mechs maneuvering under artificial autonomous control in accordance with Chen Hao's supreme authority. Just as Wang Hua gave up trying, the machine gun on the TR-3B went off. At the same time, something that made Wang Hua, who was already depressed beyond belief just now, even more depressed by a factor of 10,000 happened again. Hey, what a damn broken mech. Why are you charging at the other side's shells? Help! Damn Chen Hao! Help! Where did Wang Hua think that this mech would even charge hard in the direction of the opponent's machine guns? This time, his entire body was directly scared a little 6 ways to heaven by the mech he was piloting. The whole man began to struggle hysterically and frantically right in the gravity buffer, trying to get out of this mech's bonds. Wang Hua, can you stop screaming? Just now Major Lu Feng's side all told me about the spectacular scene of your previous appearance in front of the world. Didn't you say you wanted to maintain world peace? What's the matter? You're panicking before you've even crashed into your opponent's flying machine? I haven't told you yet. In a few months I'm going to design a mech that can land directly on the sun. If you wimp out now, there won't be any highlights later. Chen Hao was of course extremely confident in the mechs he had designed. After all, this mech's armor Chen Hao was 1,000,000% certain. Back then, a single droplet of water from the three-body civilization was able to destroy more than 2,000 human star-class warships. What's the point of crashing a random human craft by yourself today? It's just a hair's breadth. Chen Hao, I don't want the highlights. Grab control of the mech and disengage. It's going to crash. It's really going to crash. Ooh, it's going to crash. I'm going to die. Bang! Rumble. There was a muffled bang, accompanied by a subsequent mushroom cloud of landslide-induced airborne explosions. Wang Hua's entire body looked dumbfounded. Of course, while Wang Hua looked silly, he also had to be grateful for this mech's super agitation ability. 0.01 seconds after passing through the opponent's TR-3B craft, the mech actually braked and turned in the air on its own accord. The direction of this rotation, on the other hand, was exactly the direction that Wang Hua was facing the TR-3B craft. That explosion was kind of violent, even as it happened right in front of me. Such a spectacular scene directly made Wang Hua a bit emo. He looked blearily at the huge cloud that exploded out in front of him, and instantly forgot all the words in his head. A single mech, even in mid-air, directly used the most primitive and savage way of impact, destroying a flying machine that looked like it had tens of meters. This feat is a performance that no one has ever done before or since, and it still happened under Wang Hua's nose. How could this not make Wang Hua feel shocked? In these short seconds, Wang Hua himself was like riding a roller coaster more than 10,000 times plus more than 1,000,000 bungee jumps. Brain cells are spinning like crazy. One moment, he was thinking about how to control the mech, and the next moment, he was thinking about how to gamble on his good brother Chen Hao. Then he prayed to God for his own safety. After a few minutes, Wang Hua finally recovered from his extreme agitation and restlessness. I'm not dead? Ha, I actually didn't die. Wang Hua, who was hovering in the atmosphere 30,000 meters in the air, was surprised and excited. Of course you can't die. You don't even look at who designed and developed this mech. Just as Wang Hua was getting excited, Chen Hao's communication channel actually rang beside Wang Hua's ears again. Chen Hao, damn you, why can virtual buttons be designed wrong, causing my feet to fall off in embarrassment when I just shined in Hamafada? I can't believe you went whole hog with the rocker driver folder. It almost distracted me. As soon as he heard Chen Hao's voice, Wang Hua became depressed and angry. Hey, Wang Hua, the matter of the virtual button will be discussed later. Later, haha, our connection to old man Xian is listening. Chen Hao on this side of the command console also didn't expect that Wang Hua's side had just completed his mission, and the next second he started spitting on himself. One should know that Chen Hao's side was now reporting to Elder Qian regarding the completion of the mission. At this first listen to Wang Hua's tirade, Chen Hao's side was also immediately a little hot under the ears, and he hastily interrupted the report. Wang Hua, Elder Qian heard that the mission was completed successfully, and he has something else to instruct you specifically. Right, you can talk about everything else. It's that what's it all entertainment system thing, and the virtual button error thing. You have to still be my buddy and try to say as little as possible. You hear me? I didn't get all this stuff just for myself. Didn't I think about my brother's entertainment and recreation as well? Besides, the virtual button, that is not my intention to get it wrong. Right code, some confused. Occasionally a little error is normal. You're my iron buddy. You can't betray me. Although Chen Hao is the chief of the R&D and design of the mech. But then, to be honest, This whole set of entertainment and leisure system is really just his own one additional person to figure out up. So when this mission went so slightly awry, Chen Hao himself is indeed a little afraid of the upper discipline, the previous R&D staff that can be aboard, all the mind all on the equipment of the actual combat function. He, Chen Hao, was the only one who had added a variety of leisure and entertainment systems on top of that. This kind of thing is not a big deal, but if you get into trouble for adding this system, it's not a small or big mistake. Chen Hao was not worried about accidents, but some of his own little thoughts. If he was really seen by everyone, he was really a little embarrassed. Little brother Wang Hua, you've accomplished this mission beautifully. I've been briefed on the situation over in the Baidi Kingdom. You eliminated all the thugs at the scene. Well, you did a great job. What about just now? Old man, I saw the whole thing again with you bravely chasing that UFO. Courageous and resourceful. As the test frame crew for the last tank. Old man, I knew right away that you boys were the stuff. Not bad. Not bad. Mission well executed. At this moment, the communication between Elder Qian and Wang Hua had only just begun. And after Elder Qian complimented Wang Hua for a few moments, he turned his words around and said, but don't rush back after the mission. Since this one-man tactical mech was able to complete the mission so well, then might as well pilot it back to the Baidi Kingdom and shine again. It's also good to let the rest of the world see for themselves the strength of our Huaxia. It's necessary to take advantage of the global jewelry show event to promote ourselves once in a while. Old man, I believe. Little brother Wang Hua, you just need to go back again, cooperate with Lu Feng, and fully display this mech of ours, and it will certainly bring many unexpected gains. Yes, Elder Qian. Mecha test framer Wang Hua will immediately carry out your old man's mission. Wang Hua understood what Elder Qian said as soon as he heard it. It's obvious that Yan Ruohai's global jewelry exhibition this time, in all likelihood, has a higher level of strategic significance. The only thing I didn't expect was for something like this to happen on top of this jewelry show, and it was precisely because of this sudden and unexpected occurrence that caused a huge impact on Yan Ruohai and the future group of businessmen who were about to go to sea. That was why Elder Qian had decided to make use of this mech on his body once again, in a public display of power to save the day. The others are not trying to create chaos. Then let's just smooth over all the chaos and show off our own toughest muscles. This appearance, not only to let those hiding in the shadows, pondering to make trouble know what is called strength is the king. At the same time, it is important for the wealthy businessmen and businesswomen from around the globe to recognize one thing. Not only in the field of jewelry, people can freely do business with China, but also in other fields. Because of the presence of the super stealth hypersonic warfighter mech, all future trade is guaranteed. It's called using no endorsement is as secure as endorsing with strength. Of course, the reality of the situation was exactly as Qian Lao had predicted. When Wang Hua regained control from Chen Hao's hands and followed Elder Qian's instructions, he once again flew back to the Baidi Kingdom. The entire Baidi city of the Baidi Kingdom had fallen into a state of madness. Yan Ruohai's side was naturally shocked by the incomparable power of the motherland. His own sister had been thrown from an 800-meter tower. And what happened? He came down to take a look after he got away. The fact that his sister was standing in front of him intact. This time, Yan Ruohai almost didn't faint from excitement. Hugging his sister, he howled with joy. As for the merchants and tycoons from various countries other than Yan Ruohai, the representatives from various countries who came to participate in this exhibition later on were completely shocked by the mecha piloted by Wang Hua. That's the best you can do with epic-making technology. Stealthy mechs that can also go supersonic. Or man-portable equipment. What country's representative wouldn't be confused at the sight of such a combination? All of them watched with bated breath as the go-getter mech hovered valiantly in the air. All of them silently prayed in their hearts that their country would one day have such a sci-fi single combat weapon. As for the global business vein that this jewelry exhibition seeks to expand, then naturally, there was no need to mention that Yan Ruohai's side had just wailed and cried a whole lot before it was over. Immediately there are a lot of countries on the list of service ranking Big Brother or euphemistic or direct expression of the future to carry out more business transactions with China's will. Everyone was shocked by the strength of the single-armed mech, and everyone was even more shocked by the incomparable R&D strength of Huaxia. Does a country that can build such advanced equipment have to worry about trade? Regardless of who is doing business with China, it is not obvious that China naturally has this ability to escort the trade between the two countries. Moreover, these views are not only realized by the merchants and representatives of various countries who have come to participate in the conference. Even His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Baidi Kingdom, which was the organizer of this exhibition event, had specially rushed over from the palace because he had received a report on the situation from his men. Of course, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince isn't here to take care of anything else. Other things were taken care of by those who had people under them, including what with the pacification of merchants and delegates from various countries and such. the Kingdom of Baidi has long since sent a large number of people to properly address the situation. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, had come over mainly because he had heard about the fact that Huaxia had developed a super powerful single-armed mech, self-imposed air defense recognition system that is already quite advanced. As it turned out, Wang Hua was able to come and go in his mech at will and at ease. What does this show? It shows that China dares to open such a global exhibition in the Kingdom of Baidi. And that's quite the bottom line. As for what kind of thugs dare to make such a big mess, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince didn't have the time to worry about it. The point he was focusing on was on the stealth mech. He had completely ignored the fact that Wang Hua had rashly flown over the border. His seriousness was even filled with desire and anticipation for the mech equipment. Titled Buddha. Crooked Rick titled Buddha. Is that a mecha? It's so beautiful. It's even invisible. Is this your country's latest single soldier equipment? As the Crown Prince of the Baidi Kingdom, I express great interest. I just don't know if your country has the will to sell this product to the public. It's all good if it's money. As he spoke, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince did not shed a single glance away from the glowing mech on Wang Hua. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Wait. Wang Hua, who had turned off his external call mode, immediately picked up Chen Hao's communication channel. Hey, Chen Hao, Elder Qian ordered me to talk to the Crown Prince about anything, but now that the Crown Prince is asking me about the price, what am I going to do? What? $100 million just for the cost alone? Oh yeah. Well, the small controlled fusion power engine and the new material for strong interactions would be more than that. Hey, then how am I going to tell people I am not engaged in trade Old man Xian said that we should have a good relationship, but he didn't say anything else. How can I talk about this deal? In the end, Wang Hua, who had hung up Chen Hao's communication channel, was still unable to give the Crown Prince a purchase unit price on the spot. Elder Qian's order was a bit too general, and Wang Hua, as a former researcher at the Equipment Research Institute plus a test pilot for the current mecha, had little experience in dealing with such a complex international trade issue. Therefore, the latter of him specifically contacted Commander Pang Genoa's communication channel again. It was no coincidence that Commander Pang was a bit hesitant himself when he learned that this single mech would cost 100 million just to build. Thus, the immediate Commander Pang gave Wang Hua a set of words to put this matter on hold for the time being. After today, apply to Elder Qian to see about inviting His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to bring a delegation to China for specific discussions. For such an order from Commander Pang, Wang Hua was naturally happy to accept it. After all, he does not know anything about international trade. Came up to meet such a straightforward Crown Prince really do not know what to do. It was a good thing that Commander Pang had familiarized himself with quite a few rules of international trade in the midst of his negotiations with His Royal Highness the Prince of the Camel Kingdom after the last incident with the full band jamming blocking matrix. And so, just according to Commander Pang's on-the-spot command, Wang Hua managed to drag this very sudden matter to the back. Of course, things weren't finished here, because along came the Crown Prince who agreed to leave the scene. The businessmen from other countries and the bigwigs present at the exhibition could not hold their breath. Don't look at all these businessmen and bigwigs who have come over to the show on the surface, but behind them, they actually represent their countries to a greater or lesser extent. Therefore, when these people of theirs saw that His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Baidi Kingdom, was actually smart enough to such an extent that he had already developed a desire to buy a Chinese mecha the first time he saw it, these world-renowned tycoons and exhibiting VIPs then all gathered around. By this time they had long forgotten the mess they had been in an hour ago when they were at the top of the Tower of Hamafa. Everyone right now, their eyes were all dead set on this epic-making one-man tactical mech piloted by Wang Hua. Even so, at the scene, there were quite a few rich and powerful people who looked and drooled directly. No way, I'm in a mech. Man, why are you drooling? Think I'm a roast duck? Seeing a group of globally renowned merchants and tycoons all squeezing towards his side as if they were crazy, Wang Hua was also a bit scared. It's not a good idea to be overzealous. Elder Qian only said that he must take this opportunity to show off Xia, but after all, people hadn't taught him how he should face such a passionate scene. Brother Lu, stop it, stop it. This is the first time I've worn this mech. So many people want to learn the Crown Prince's set. I can't afford to pay for it if I break it. Wang Hua himself later couldn't recall how he had gotten through that one hilarious night. In short, in his recollection, he had been operating the mech in various poses within almost the entire night. Then come an offer to take pictures of the bigwigs from all over the world. To say it was a souvenir wasn't really anymore, but more accurately, it was just that these bigwigs wanted to provide their respective countries with some more information about the new mechs. In addition to taking pictures at the scene, there were countless and various questions that came at Wang Hua in an endless stream. So many questions that it almost made Wang Hua speechless. He was dreaming that he could not imagine himself in front of some of the scolding in the global business world of the countries of the rich businessmen. Why can ask such as mecha power system, mecha weapon system, mecha stealth system and so on the professional questions to come. Wang Hua himself thought that the only possible explanation was that it started the moment these rich merchants and tycoons really saw the strong strength of this mech. They had then contacted the motherland behind them and, with step-by-step guidance from the rear, asked so many specialized questions that normally only researchers would ask. In response to so many aspects of professionalism, Wang Hua was quite clever. According to Elder Qian's instructions, Wang Hua had done nothing but lavishly praise this mech of his in terms of performance. The other questions involving all the new technology he just gave it a pass. Other than telling the bigwigs from the countries that had gathered around that this was the latest single tactical mech from China, nothing else was revealed. After a whole night of mesmerizing displays, Wang Hua also ended up sending off the last set of intended customers at noon on the second day, nearly before hitting the road. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Baidi Kingdom, invited Wang Hua once more specifically. This one was much simpler and more straightforward than last night. This time, the place that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince invited Wang Hua to was not the previous city, but in the middle of a secret desert military base. After Crown Prince Wang simply accompanied Lu Feng, Yan Ruohai, Wang Hua and the others for a meal, he opened the door. Mr. Wang Hua, last night, I have discussed this with my father overnight. We, the Kingdom of Baidi, are very interested in your country's single tactical mechs. Therefore, tomorrow, we will send a delegation to your country in the hope of negotiating with you on the procurement and sale of single tactical mechs. As for calling Mr. Wang Hua here today, it is because I want Mr. Wang Hua to make a solo presentation. The wonderful performance of the mecha yesterday. This Crown Prince didn't see much of it due to going late. In addition, in the way of the envoys of the merchants from various countries were present. Today, I would also like to ask Mr. Wang Hua to be able to display it in front of this Crown Prince, so that I can also feast my eyes on it. The words of the Crown Prince of the Baidi Kingdom should not be too clear for those present to hear. Not only did Lu Feng, Wang Hua and the two of them feel an overwhelming familiarity as soon as they heard it, even Yan Ruohai, the businessman, was instantly comprehended when he heard it. What else is there to say? It was that he wanted to take a really close look at whether this mech that Wang Hua had brought with him was really that godly. Everyone naturally saw the scene of the mecha falling from the sky yesterday, but as for how tough the mechs actually are, and the fact that they destroyed the TR-3B directly in front of them through impact, it's not clear to anyone but Big Pretty and ourselves. After all, the Big Pretty side is seen via satellite. As for our own side, we are the only ones who know the specifics, and the rest of the country, as of now, only knows that Huaxia's single tactical mecha took care of this robbery incident. As for some of the other elements, it's decidedly less clear. All this chasing in the air and breaking through radar searches would have to wait until the intelligence agencies of the various countries in the back had finished gathering intelligence before they could tie it all together and truly confirm the strength of the single tactical mech. Showing this kind of thing could be considered right up Wang Hua's alley. Wang Hua himself was the kind of master who belonged to the category of those who wanted to go to the peak of life with all their heart. Now that he's inadvertently gotten the chance to show off in front of the Crown Prince, how can he still be subtle? Immediately, he once again put on his glittering mech and had a live demonstration directly in the desert military base. Spinning, jumping, rapid acceleration, stealth, surprise defense, breaking electromagnetic interference. This series of operations directly caused the eyes of the Crown Prince and the group of ministers of the Baidi Kingdom around him to fall off. It's been non-stop shouting titled Buddha, crooked Rue titled Buddha. Both palms were swollen with hate, but they still couldn't stop marveling. After the demonstration was over and Wang Hua landed back on the ground again, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was still excited and rushed to Wang Hua and hugged the mech that Wang Hua was wearing. Chinese researchers are simply too great. This outfit is the one-man combat equipment I've always dreamed of. With it, the future Baidi city will be the safest city in the world. Ha 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 ha, titled Buddha. Crooked Rue titled Buddha. The demo goes back to the demo, but business ultimately isn't that easy to talk about. Following Elder Qian's instructions, the day after Wang Hua piloted the mech back to the ship, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Baidi Kingdom, had then led a delegation to China. Meanwhile, just as Elder Qian had predicted before, the mech's stay in the Baidi Kingdom had indeed gained a huge amount of attention. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Baidi had just landed at the airport of the capital city of Huaxia, followed closely by no less than 50 waves of visiting delegations from various countries. Like what Beishiatoscope La? What romantic country? What Persian country? What Norwegian country? And what pharaonic country, as well as blah blah blah, I guess. Anyway, most of the countries that participated in the jewelry show the day before sent delegations over to visit. Of course, this is nominally said to be a visit. In fact, everyone is actually rushing to that a super stealth hypersonic single mech. The temptation of mechs is too great. whether it is for the country's defense against external enemies or to deal with a variety of internal crises. The appearance of this kind of mecha was no different from the appearance of the small mushroom at the beginning, directly letting all the countries in the world realize that the era belonging to the single soldier mecha was coming. This visit was not only initiated by no less than 24 countries to liaise about trade between the two countries. At the same time, all of the 50 or so countries that visited also put their reckoning beads on the mechas. Everyone was unanimous in their hope that Huaxia could sell this epic-making single-armed mech to the outside world for the sake of everyone's sincerity and fervor. However, such a unanimous request posed a problem for Old Man Qian. The reason for this is for no other reason than the fact that this one-man mech involves a twofold dilemma. This first aspect naturally went without saying. The stealth technology and the miniaturized controlled fusion technology for the mechs were definitely not good enough to be sold to the public. These two kinds of technology that belongs to the state-of-the-art cannot be lightly shown to the people of the cutting-edge technology. If the mechs were to be sold to the public, then the stealth technology and the miniaturized controlled fusion technology of the mechs would inevitably have to follow them out. So, considering this aspect, the sale of mechs is still not a decision to be taken lightly. This mecha was different from the previous super tanks sold to the public and the full band blocking jamming matrix equipment that was being discussed for export. Those two pieces of equipment are also very powerful though, and a lot of them involve absolutely classified technology. However, among the super tanks exported to the outside world, apart from the hydrogen fuel power piece, other things such as controlled fusion technology, magnetic levitation technology, and ball lightning technology, all of them had been modified by Chen Hao at a great discount. Chapter 101 Generations of Devotion. According to Chen Hao's modifications, the exported super tanks were actually only a very small part of the development of the super tank's strongest power, but with just a little bit of scaled power, those tanks were already enough to turn the Camel Kingdom's land forces several notches in strength. So, from a technical point of view, the super single tactical mech is, so far, not suitable for sale, or at least, it was not suitable for sale until Chen Hao had streamlined some of its features. As for the second big aspect, that's the cost of the equipment. Super tank don't look at the price is very high, tens of millions of meters knife, but it cost less than 1 million dragon coins manufacturing cost. Profit that is absolutely bar. Commander Lu Changsheng made 20 billion rice cutter in foreign exchange on a single order before. He made a great achievement. And on the flip side, on the side of the single mech, the cost is too high, especially because of the loading of the small controllable fusion device underneath, and the stealth material, both of which directly pulled the manufacturing cost into the 100 million dragon coins category. With that manufacturing cost, it wouldn't be considered profitable to sell it to the public without selling 100 million MBLS. But if it is really sold to the public at 100 million rice cuttings, then how many of these countries can afford it? Especially the delegation of the Barehanded sheep came over, and they themselves have always been very good with us. But what's the point of having a good relationship? He has money. Commander Pang Genua, who was responsible for the reception, found out that the original Beatty sheep had immediately calculated all the foreign exchange reserves they could use since they got the matter of the Superman portable mech developed on the Huaxia side. As a result, after the calculation, they only have a total of more than 1 billion meters of foreign exchange reserves. With that kind of money, it's a struggle to even buy a super tank, let alone a mech. On the outskirts of the capital, a courtyard about 30 kilometers away from the Dragon Science Academy, Chen Hao received a notification from President Ma Weigua, the president of the Longkou Hospital, saying that Elder Qian had personally named him to come over. So Chen Hao had already come over early this morning under the escort of the guards. When he came inside the courtyard, Old Man Qian was sitting on a rattan chair reading a newspaper, and beside him stood a secretary with glasses and a pile of information in her hand. Elder Qian, Chief Master Chen Hao Chen is here. Seeing Chen Hao walk into the courtyard, the secretary gently reminded Elder Qian, "Oh, little doll Chen Hao is here. Come over and try the latest watermelon to hit the market." Just after seeing Chen Hao, Old Man Qian put down the newspaper in his hand, directly stood up from the rattan chair, called Chen Hao to his side, and personally bent down and picked a larger piece of watermelon for Chen Hao. "Elder Qian, no need. This watermelon must be very expensive. I'd rather not eat it." Chen Hao waved his hand and politely refused. "Take it. This watermelon is $1.08 a caddy. It's the cheapest watermelon the farmers over here grow. Elder Qian doesn't allow us to buy expensive food." Seeing that Chen Hao's behavior was a little bit rushed, the secretary immediately smiled and reminded towards Chen Hao, "Xiao Wang is right. This is already the cheapest watermelon. Don't worry about eating it, just don't waste it. Hey, it's not easy for the peasant brothers to set up a stall on the side of the road under the sun, and they don't always sell a few $100s in a day. And how can my old man bear to go and spend money on those expensive things again? Don't worry about eating it, it's all just as sweet. And there's no difference except that there are a little too many watermelon seeds. Thank you, Elder Qian. I won't be polite then. Chen Hao also didn't expect that a person like Qian Lao would only eat a watermelon that cost more than $1 a caddy. After taking a close look at the watermelon that Qian Lao had handed over, Chen Hao was also able to immediately tell that this kind of watermelon was the most ordinary kind of watermelon that was displayed inside the supermarket. Thus, Chen Hao immediately took the watermelon in Elder Qian's hands with a gaze of admiration and ate it with mixed emotions. That's right. It's necessary to eat a watermelon to cool down on such a hot day. Chen Hao, little doll, when I see you, I think of those years on the Gobi beach when we were young. It was really hard at that time, not even a sip of water, not easy to drink, not to mention watermelon. Back when the old man was young and I just went over there, that place had to run hundreds of kilometers away to be pulled by mule carts just to get water. Now it's good. We're finally strong after decades of development. And now people in the whole of China don't have to live in that kind of misery anymore. But we can't forget the hard times of the past just because life is better. It's my old man who wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. When will all the brothers and sisters in the whole of China be able to have a bite of chilled watermelon in the summer and live in a warm air-conditioned room in the winter? That's when I'll be truly relieved. Maybe it was because he was in a good mood when he saw Chen Hao coming. Or perhaps it was because Chen Hao's arrival had reminded old man Qian of many past events. In short, when Chen Hao had just sat down, the old man Qian told Chen Hao many things from his heart. And as the story of the old man Qian gradually draws to a close, Chen Hao was also once again shocked by the selflessness of old man Qian and their predecessors. Chen Hao in the past, only in the books read the ancient emperors and generals said, a porridge and a meal when thinking about hard-won things like this. Today, on the other hand, Chen Hao had witnessed such a scene. This caused Chen Hao, while being deeply moved by Elder Qian's words, a wave of speechless admiration to arise. Yes, when all the brothers and sisters in the whole of China can have a mouthful of chilled watermelon in summer and live in a warm air-conditioned room in winter, that time will be the real ideal world. And this, perhaps, is the reason why countless forefathers have been working silently. It is also a goal that Chen Hao's own generation is striving for. The world's commonwealth is not as simple as talking about it, and it takes countless people to dedicate themselves to it if it is to be truly achieved and realized. In the past, it was the selfless efforts of Elder Qian and his generation, while now, it was the turn of his own generation to inherit the spirit of their predecessors. Elder Qian, it is truly an honor for me, Chen Hao, to be able to engage in R&D under your command. Chen Hao continued from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, our generation of researchers will not disgrace your old man, and I believe that through our efforts, life will be better in the future. Well, little doll Chen Hao, to have this ambition at such a young age, I'm relieved, old man. By the way, calling you over, there's actually some other things I need to discuss with you for a bit. Chapter 102. Poor relatives are also relatives. It wasn't until Chen Hao left the courtyard that he realized that Elder Qian had called him over to allow him to once again take the lead in developing a new type of man-portable equipment. As for why Elder Qian had asked Chen Hao, the chief engineer who had just developed a piece of equipment, to develop another piece of man-portable equipment. In fact, it goes back to the visits of delegations from the previous 2 days. Granted, this time the mechs are straight up lighting up the world. At the same time, it once again attracted members of more than 50 delegations to purchase armaments and exchange trade and whatnot. But then, if this doesn't come, maybe Qian Lao hasn't found anything wrong yet. Talk about it, but also really let Qian Lao found a lot of arms trade disadvantages to come. And one of the most obvious of these drawbacks is the lack of cheap equipment for easy sale to the public. Among the equipment developed by Chen Hao before, such as super tanks, or full band jamming matrices, and mechs, these are good, but when you do the math, they still cost too much any way you look at it. The cost of the super tank was instead compressed by Chen Hao to 1 million dragon coins. But 1 million is actually not a small amount of money. If this number is placed in front of the Camel Kingdom or the Bitey Kingdom such as Go Big Family, then naturally it is nothing. But if you put it in front of a friendly neighboring country like Barehanded sheep, it would be astronomical. Yes, 1 million dragon coins would have been astronomical for them. According to Pang Genoa commander submitted to the report of Qian Lao, the sincerity of the Ba Tai sheep that is absolutely full, and it is also, people for the demand for new types of equipment is also very scarce. Especially now that the White Elephant country in the past few years, the situation of non-stop replacement of equipment, Baishiatsa sheep original equipment is obviously a bit overstretched. This time, for example, the delegation of the Baishiatis sheep was sent over by the head of the delegation with a rather high profile. But come over and take a look at the price of all this new gear and just wilt, twist and turn to the end of the day, and all you can say is that you can't afford it. Moreover, there are not a few similar to the situation of the Bawtai sheep. At least more than half of the visiting delegations have not been able to purchase even 1.5 pieces of advanced equipment in the end. The advanced equipment here can not only say those developed by Chen Hao, but also includes the equipment developed by other military equipment departments. Basically the result is the same. The technology is very advanced and expensive. In the end, the members of the delegation had no choice but to sign trade orders for some basic commodities with very little profit. The purpose is to promote some relationship with us and the traders after failing to purchase advanced equipment. And as soon as Commander Pang Genoa submitted the situation of these delegations that he was responsible for receiving, Qian Lao's side immediately paid attention. After repeated thoughts and analysis, finally Qian Lao decided to hand over this task of reducing the cost of the new single soldier equipment to Chen Hao. According to Qian Lao, at present, many of our friends do not have strong independent research and development capabilities as we do. So what? Many times they have to rely on buying equipment to achieve peace at home. At this time, as friendly neighbors or trading partners, we cannot provide a little bit of decent help. So when do we expect to enhance the relationship? Keep in mind that the largest military trade by far on the entire blue planet is actually the Hairy Bear's AK-47 and the big beautiful M4 carbine. Don't see the big guys like the Furry Bear Su-27 and the big beautiful F-35 selling quite well. But in reality, equipment like the Su-27 and F-35 can only be afforded by rich countries. And the vast majority of countries, in fact, simply can't afford them. Of the 200 or so countries on the blue planet, the total number of people who can afford to buy a fighter jet is less than 1/4 to 1/5 of the total number of people. And what about the vast majority of the remaining countries? One can only go and think about cheap man-portable equipment. It's like what AK-47, what M4, there's no way around it. Money is the goat. No money, no guts. And the same thing goes for the magnified family world. If you are so poor that you can't even protect yourself, what else can you do? Therefore, on the basis of this reality does exist, Qian Lao thought of the development of low-cost, powerful single weapon on. And as soon as he thought of developing the man-portable equipment, Elder Qian thought about it and finally selected Chen Hao as the person in charge of this temporary project. In fact, choosing other people Qian Lao also considered. For example, the Western Yunnan Equipment Research Institute's Firearms Research and Development big brother Wu Chukai. Right. His level is very high, but also specializes in the field of firearms research for decades. Think of the 95 type automatic rifle, which has Wu Chucai's efforts heart and soul in it. However, after considering the talents of Wu Chukai, Elder Qian still ended up giving up on letting them lead the team. The reason was simple. The equipment that Wu Chukai and the others had researched was not bad. It was that they had not been able to produce a major breakthrough in the level of technology. This, on the other hand, is precisely Chen Hao's specialty. Chen Hao don't look young, but also miscellaneous what all research. And it is the process of research and development it is also from time to time a little bit out of the month. Let's just take for example the What's His Name entertainment and recreation system on the mechs. Previously, Qian Lao had all heard the so-and-so device that Wang Hua had mentioned, and at that time, he had even slapped the table and gotten angry. But later, after repeated thoughts and ponderings, Qian Lao finally felt that it would be more reliable to let Chen Hao come to this matter. After all, advanced technology is the key element. As for some other small harmless flaws, can be avoided as much as possible. What about the ones that can't be circumvented? If it doesn't affect the technological breakthrough itself, then there's no more interfering with anything. A poor relative is also a relative. And since people have come to our door to ask for it, we still have to try to find a way to fulfill their needs. Man-portable equipment, and the kind that costs very little and can be sold to the public on a large scale, that's not an easy request. Chen Hao, if you think you need some inspiration to develop it successfully, then I can order right now that all of the military readiness research centers within the entirety of China be open to you unconditionally. As for yourself, you can go wherever you like to find inspiration. Old man, I have only one request, and that is to develop good and inexpensive man-portable equipment. This matter is not only beneficial to our armaments trade, but it is also of great significance to all of Blue Star's diplomacy. Qian Lao's words are usually so direct and dry, and these words became the most crucial reference factor for Chen Hao's next plan. Chapter 103, The Unexpected Dumpling Feast. Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. Snowy Special Duty Brigade. 1st Brigade. The ghee tea in the tent had been cold for a while, and there was no more charcoal under the yak hot pot on the table. This was supposed to be a victory celebration banquet, but none of the Special Forces members in the tent picked up their chopsticks. All of them were gazing at the distant mountains outside the camp, as if to see if there would be their expected companions among the rolling hills. Captain, the dumplings have been cooked. Are they still not back? I don't know how much time had passed, but old Lu from the cooking class walked into the middle of the tent with a soup spoon. Dumplings are a rarity on the snowy plateau. Above the snowy plateau with an average elevation of more than 4,000 meters above sea level. The special task force members are from all over the world though, but usually it's the same as what the herdsmen here eat. Most of the time eating tsampa with ghee tea. The main ingredient of tsampa is barley, which belongs to one of the main foods of Tibetan people. Since the Snowy Plateau Special Brigade's location was relatively close to the vicinity of the Himalayas, the transportation was comparatively worse than the holy city. It was also for this reason that these Special Forces members had basically said goodbye to the various traditional cuisines of the Central Plains in the past since the moment they entered the service of this Special Forces Brigade. Here, old Lou from the cooking class can't solve his comrades' homesickness, but he has an idea of how to keep them closer to home by eating dumplings. Dumplings are a typical staple food that is very common in the Middle Kingdom, and the dumplings themselves also have a strong meaning of reunion. So Lao Lu thought of having such a dumpling feast every time the Special Task Force members went on a mission. This will not only ease the homesickness of the team members who have been away from home for a long time, but also reward the brothers who have been traveling in the wind and rain. And today is the day when Lu Hai, the deputy leader of the Special Duty Brigade, leads his team on a special mission. This time, Vice Captain Lu Hai and his team were tasked with eliminating a group of smuggling gangs from the White Elephant countryside. By all rights, this point should be when the mission has ended and the team has returned. However, for some unknown reason, until the sun set along the holy mountain, the group of remaining team members did not wait for their returning comrades. Old Lu, let's fish up the dumplings and put them away first, or they'll cook up later. Let's wait a little longer. I know old Lu well. He's always been the most punctual. In fact, at this moment the Captain Shui Yugui's heart among the already vaguely have a foreboding. However, he did not talk about this matter with his teammates around him, but only explained these two sentences to the cook squad leader Lao Lu. The missions on this side of the snowy realm aren't like the rest of the world. The special agents here have to face not only those vicious outlaws, but more often than not, the harsh natural environment. The snow-covered mountains may be a beautiful sight for the well-to-do mountaineer or traveler, but for these special agents, it can be a naturally dangerous place. Out of fear of the Chinese Secret Service, the smuggling gangs on the White Elephant countryside would usually look for more remote mountain roads into the snowy region. And that's when the time comes to test the special agents. On top of the white snowy plains, once the soldiers patrolling the barracks noticed something unusual, the people of the special brigade would then immediately gather and head to the place where the patrolling soldiers had noticed the anomaly and go ahead to investigate. Most of the time, the SAS members are not in any great danger, and sometimes they occasionally meet 3 or 2 straggling herdsmen, and just bring them back to their own herds. And what about the times when the Special Forces officers come across a whole smuggling team on yaks traveling across the snowy mountains to the snowy regions? This is the time of year when the risk factor for special agents becomes extremely high, because it's not like this place is on the plains or anything. In a place like this where heavy snow covers the area all year round, once there is a heavy fire exchange between the two sides, it can easily cause the snow layer to vibrate and an avalanche can result. So, usually when this kind of situation is encountered, in order to be able to try to protect the safety of the entire special task force, the general takedown behavior of the crew usually involves a quiet approach before subduing the opponent with a rifle or light machine gun. It was just that this time, what Lieutenant Lu Hai didn't expect, as he led a dozen or so members of his team, diving above the snowy plains, he waited for the gang of smugglers. That group of people had actually spotted them before Lu Hai and his group with the help of the drone. The drone had only mounted a single grenade, and it had directly buried an entire team led by Vice Captain Lu Hai all under the thick white snow. The avalanche caused by the explosion of the grenade directly flooded the entire squad. Only Gu Xiaoran, a member of the Special Task Force, at the last moment, was Lu Hai fierce hand, and managed to push out of the scope of the avalanche, rolled down the snowy mountain. A few hours later, woke up in a blanket of white snow. Gu Xiaoran has long been looking at the smuggling gang's run to nowhere. By the time Gu Xiaoran found the location of the avalanche with her senses and tried to save the vice captain and the rest of the team, it took her a moment to realize that the amount of snow that had rolled down from this avalanche was too much. There was no chance whatsoever that she alone would be able to scoop up her teammates. In desperation, Gu Xiaoran helplessly left behind her communication device as a marker, and then groped her way back towards the direction of the camp alone with great difficulty. The communication device that the special brigade was equipped with was in fact an ordinary communication device. Above the snowy plains, due to the perennial wind and snow as well as the lack of any basic communication facilities, so their communication devices can only be used as walkie-talkies. And the range, well, it's about a few kilometers. The main reason why Gu Xiaoran had left the communication device in this place was because she hoped that when she came back, the communication device would still have a signal, and she could rely on the signal from the communication device to find the location where the vice captain and his party had been buried by the wind and snow. Not knowing how much time had passed, Gu Xiaoran climbed to the front of the hill less than 100 meters outside of the campsite simply by relying on her memories and senses. By this time, she could faintly see the bright lights of the camp. She tried to open her mouth to shout to her teammates in the tent, but realized that she couldn't manage to shout anything more with the lack of oxygen and extreme fatigue. She felt a wave of dizziness in her head, and gradually, she lost consciousness. Chapter 104, Drones, the top predator of the modern battlefield. Xiaoran, wake up. It's me, Captain Yu Chui. Wake up. When he opened his eyes again, an unknown amount of time had passed. The thick color of the night had already shrouded the entire snowy area, and the only thing Gu Xiaoran could see was the bearded captain in front of her and the camp tents that looked so far away. Captain, Lu and the others. They're buried by an avalanche. Let's go. Let's save them. Gu Xiaoran struggled to support herself to stand up, but as a result, just as she sat up from the bed, another bout of dizziness hit her and she directly fainted. Quick, get the oxygen tanks and keep on the oxygen. The hygienist on the side hurriedly replaced another bottle of oxygen and directly snapped the oxygen mask onto Gu Xiaoran's face. By the time Gu Xiaoran, who was completely sober the next day, insisted on leading the members of the Special Duty Brigade forward to look for Vice Captain Lu Hai and the others, they also only dug up the remains of a couple of team members in the middle of a blanket of snow. More of the other members of the team were already completely and utterly buried under the snow. By the time the members of the team were about to run out of stamina, Team Choi had to order them to give up and return to camp with the crowd and the remains of several of their teammates. The team happened to collide with old Lu, who was carrying a large pot of hot soup. Team Choi, what's wrong? Why aren't they all back? My soup is ready. Team Choi. Old Lu did not need to guess, already saw the final result to come, but at this time he was still not quite willing to believe this fact. What he was carrying was yak soup that had been simmering since midnight yesterday. He had originally fantasized about serving everyone this pot of hot soup when all the team members came back today, so that all of them could get rid of the cold air on their bodies. However, the merciless reality shattered this illusion of his in the most direct way. Old Lu Hai and the others can't come back, Captain Chui Yugue said with a grave expression. In fact, Team Chui had seen that Lao Lu's state was a bit off early on. Back in the middle of the night yesterday when Lao Lu had discovered Gu Xiaoran outside the campground, Team Chui had already noticed something was wrong with old Lu's state. It was only that he had been paying attention to Gu Xiaoran at that time and hadn't had time to say anything to old Lu. Clunk! A whole pot of yak soup was scattered directly in front of the entrance of the tent along with that helpless reply from Team Chui. Immediately after that, Lao Lu could no longer restrain himself and sat down on his knees to the ground in a powerless crooked position. 3 years ago, I cooked a pot of dumplings and waited for my brothers to return. Old Lu was the only one who came back that day. This time, I cooked another pot of dumplings, but even Lao Lu didn't come back. Brothers, why don't you all come back? My yak soup is all ready for you. Why don't you come back and have a sip? A week later, it was only with the help of the Sacred City's Special Duty Headquarters that Team Chui was able to pick up all of his teammates from the snowy mountains. In this one battle, the 1st Brigade of the Special Duty Brigade had lost a total of 14 members. It included Lu Hai, the deputy leader of the 1st Special Task Force, and 13 Special Task Force members. After taking care of the aftermath of all the team members, Team Chui took Gu Xiaoran to the sacred city of the Snowy Realm to attend a special meeting on equipment development held there. According to Reason, Chui Yugue in their contact with the Equipment Research and Development Department of the Snowfield is not actually a lot of, because most of the time, their equipment was issued after weighing the advantages and disadvantages from the side of the Special Services General Unit located in the Holy City. The reason why this special meeting on equipment development is for Team Choi and the others to come over. In fact, it was mainly because of this capture that Gu Xiaoran and the others encountered a drone attack for the first time. As we all know, drones are now the top predator presence on the battlefield. Since last year, above the battlefield between the Mao Bear and Ermao, drones have been in the most critical position on the battlefield, repeatedly causing an uproar in the world. However, it was this kind of top-notch predator that was extremely rare in the course of previous snow missions. The reason for this couldn't be simpler. The snow and winds are too strong and the temperatures are consistently low. So normally once a drone gets to a place like this, it's either blown away by the wind and snow, or it just won't start because of the temperature. The Sacred City Military Equipment Research Institute has tried several times in the past 2 years to develop a type of drone that can target high altitude and cold regions. As it turned out, they all ended up in failure for one reason or another. What Lin Hai, the director of the Equipment Research Institute, hadn't expected was that the Equipment Research Institute, hadn't been able to develop a new type of drone that had taken 2 years to develop. Now it turns out to be among the ranks of a smuggling gang. This forced him to gather everyone together after Gu Xiaoran and the girls had finished their teammates' funerals. Gee, I really didn't think that the smuggling gangs over at White Elephant would use drones. There's no way they could have built such an advanced drone according to their technology. I'm sure there must be a special channel behind this. From my point of view, a drone that can fly in snowy areas is, if not owned by Big Pretty, at least unrelated to Big Pretty. In front of a group of attending members, Director Lin Hai analyzed. However, when Director Lin Hai's side had just finished speaking, Team Chui Yuguhui, who was seated on the opposite side, directly stood up. Director Lin, at the risk of sounding presumptuous, I don't want to get into where these drones are coming from right now. The only thing I want to know now is whether or not your office can come up with new equipment. I want to avenge my brothers. The other side's drones are so advanced that it's impossible to get close enough to capture them with our current equipment. If this goes on for another time or two, I'm going to lose all 50 or so men in this entire 1st Brigade. Team Chui obviously hadn't gotten over the pain of his teammate's sacrifice, and as soon as he exited, he clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with the research progress of the Equipment Research Institute. Team Chui, take it easy for a moment. Seeing that Team Chui had already stood up as soon as the game started, Director Lin Hai immediately got up a bit awkwardly and pacified him. Team Chui, I know how you feel, but this military equipment thing, it can't be developed just by saying it's developed after all. Modern drones, and everyone knows exactly what's going on. The fact that that thing can fly up a snowy field is pretty clearly not your average technology. We at the Equipment Institute certainly want to come up with a program right away. But this research thing, it's not like it can be solved by just trying. Of course Director Lin Hai knew how painful Team Chui was feeling, but he himself, truthfully speaking, does have a lot of hard feelings. Chapter 105. Although the snowy region is good, talents are hard to come by. Although Director Lin Hai was honored to be the director of the only military equipment research institute in the entire snowy region, but the researchers he now had on hand were also extremely stretched. Unlike the research institutes in other places, although this side of the snowy region was extremely scenic and had all sorts of support from the headquarters in Huaxia, there was no way that the altitude of this place was just a little too high. Moreover, the total population is still very small. The entire snow area, the total population is only a few million people. Within that range, honestly, even if Director Lin Hai wanted to find more and better R&D personnel to develop equipment specifically for that one drone, he also has a heart of gold. The reason couldn't be simpler. The population base is too small and even fewer people are working in the scientific field. Although there were many scientific research talents in other places, basically after they had finished their studies, there were very few individuals who could run to the snowy region to engage in research and development. After all, the living environment is too harsh, and high altitude, and lack of oxygen. Ask, and how many places of R&D talent will be willing to come up here? So, there is little local talent and largely no foreign talent coming in. This led to the fact that the researchers of this entire Military Equipment Research Institute in Linhai, combined, were less than half the number of researchers in other local equipment research institutes. This is what Lin Hai himself often says, although the snowy region is good, talent is hard to come by. The helpless sentiment. Without enough R&D personnel, the equipment development on the snowy side actually faces a second problem. And the problem with that is that there's basically no way to move normal gear to snowbound to use it. Of course, something like some kind of artillery or something, that's fine. Not enough for these to be used basically. And there are no occasions when such heavy equipment is needed. The crux of the problem lay in the fact that equipment like drones were currently not something Lin Hai had the means to directly move over and use. Military equipment institutes in other regions have actually researched quite a few models of drones, but these drones are used at low and medium altitudes. Once in the high altitude and low air density of the plateau environment, the drones he knew would be useless. And that, in turn, has led to the fact that a whole week has passed. Lin Hai, however, was never able to come up with a reliable solution to the reason. Facing the kind of snow drones of the opponent's Superman portable equipment, it was simply impossible to cope with it just by relying on bravery and ordinary man-portable weapons. Not to mention the fact that the drones themselves are small enough targets that most weapons can't be aimed anymore. Just for the fact that the drone was fast and could fly freely, Director Lin Hai really couldn't think of what kind of equipment he could have to deal with the opponent's drone. Team Chui, if you don't give us a little more time, wait a little longer. We don't have any powerful research and development personnel on hand right now. When we apply for powerful research and development personnel, I believe we will be able to find a way to deal with the opponent's drones. In the face of Team Chui's dissatisfaction, Lin Hai explained for a moment before also helplessly giving his solution. Wait, then how long do we have to wait? Old Lin, ever since we got that drone, my men are now in a life and death crisis every day. Old Lin, you study military equipment. You should be well aware of our current situation. Before we and the enemy, it's either him or me. There's no middle way. If our side cowers for a day, then rival smuggling will be rampant for a day. If our side cowers for a month, then our opponent's smuggling will be rampant for a month. We are all men of the line, and even if we die in defense of our country, we will not regret it. But I'm not willing to watch them do evil like this because they can't keep up with their equipment. Jingle bells. Right at this moment, just as Team Shui was still indignantly speaking his thoughts with Director Lin Hai, the ringing of a phone directly disrupted the rhythm of all the attendees. Hey, who is it? What, Commander? You can't be teasing me again. Are we going to have R&D people coming up to us in a place as bitterly cold as this? Or a chief equipment developer whose identity is classified? How is this possible? Hey. The call didn't connect for much longer before Lin Hai's side of the communication was hung up by the opposite side. But it didn't matter that it hung up, because the meaning of the snowy military region commander had been conveyed quite well on the phone. The top actually told him that a godly figure in the field of military equipment research had taken the initiative to apply to come over to the snow region. This news, straight away, made Director Lin Hai's head go a little beyond the load range fast. At the moment, he was a bit unable to believe even his own words from the commander. This thing is also a bit too bizarre. How can it be possible that for good reason? There will actually be a great god in the world of equipment research and development wanting to run towards themselves. As per the past, there are R&D people who want to get out of here. Those who want to come here are a rarity. But now, it's actually the opposite of what it used to be. I can't believe someone wanted to come over here. And it's a major equipment development figure. How could this make Director Lin Hai dare to believe it so easily? His own side was worried that there were no expert research members to come over and help. Now he actually dozed off and someone sent him a pillow. Isn't this a coincidence? How long did the meeting last before it ended? Before Team Shui left, they still begged Lin Hai for one thing. That is, they hoped that Director Lin Hai could come up with a decent outfit within a short period of time, so that he, old Choi, could lead his brothers to avenge those fallen brothers. And wait until the Chui team left. Lin Hai, director of this side of it, is directly on a special car, went to the Rikaz airport, wanted the first time to the initiative to come over the equipment research and development of the god to pick up. It was a very nice day and the visibility was quite good on the airport in Shigatse. As an airport had an altitude of over 4,000 meters, the number of flights on weekdays is actually not that high. Most of the time they fly from the capital to the holy city. Today was naturally no exception. And the airplane that Chen Hao took happened to be flying from the capital to Rikaz. Speaking of which, why Chen Hao didn't choose any other research institute but had to run to the Equipment Research Institute on this side of the snowy region? There was really some origin. Previously, when Chen Hao was considering the mission issued by Elder Qian, he had considered finding a place with a beautiful environment and pleasant climate to mull over the development of man-portable equipment. However, it so happened that on this day Chen Hao saw the news of Vice Captain Lu Hai and their sacrifice in the snowy region in the news. Chapter 106. Wherever there is a need, I, Chen Hao, will go wherever. After reading the news about Vice Captain Lu Hai and the others, Chen Hao immediately contacted the headquarters of the capital military region and inquired in detail about the cause and effect of the incident. Later, after learning from the snowy military region commander's side that the reason for this entire squad's death in action turned out to be a drone that could fly in the snowy region, Chen Hao was furious. As an equipment developer, the last thing he could accept was that his comrades and brothers and sisters had been unilaterally crushed because of their backward equipment. Such a thing happened. In fact, for someone like him who had been educated by Elder Qian and profoundly loved this land, it's just a total facepalm event. Chen Hao did not allow himself to be slapped in the face, and at the same time, even more so, he did not allow his comrades and compatriots to be victimized by thugs. Therefore, when he waited for accurate information, Chen Hao made up his mind that he must make a trip to the snow region. At the same time, Chen Hao had specially brought along a top-tier great killing weapon to accompany him to the snowy region. As for this big killer, naturally, it is his good brother Wang Hua. Of course, Wang Hua wasn't the main part of this great killing weapon. The main part of this great killing weapon was actually that one mech. Before the trip, Chen Hao had made it all clear to Wang Hua. Wherever my motherland needs me, Chen Hao, I, Chen Hao, will go there. Brother Hua, let's set off and avenge our brothers and compatriots before we talk about anything else. Chen Hao couldn't wait for his system to send over another new reward. What he had to do now was to take revenge first, and then he could think about developing a new type of single soldier equipment. After all, trade matters, in Chen Hao's opinion, were far less important than the blood feuds of his compatriots. Therefore, while Lin Hai, the director of the Equipment Research Institute in the snowy region, was still in a meeting over there, Chen Hao had already applied to his superiors for a request to take Wang Hua and that mech and make a trip to the snowy region in person. Not long after Lin Hai's meeting ended, Chen Hao's experts landed at the Rikaz airport. Looking at Chen Hao, who had arrived alone, Director Lin Hai was instantly disappointed. Chief Master Chen Hao Chen, right? Why? Why are you alone? And so young too? Obviously. Lin Hai was very confused about the Chen Hao in front of him. Inside the previous phone call, the Snowy Military Region Command had made it very clear that the person who had come this time was a chief equipment developer whose identity was kept secret. But as it turned out, the one who came over was just a young man in his 20s, long as handsome and dashing. But in addition to handsome and dashing, no matter from which angle it looks, Director Lin Hai cannot see that Chen Hao has the appearance of a great god of equipment research and development. Not to mention something like R&D chief. A 20-something R&D chief? Is that possible? At the very least you have to wear a pair of glasses. That's at least something to look at. Furthermore, the top talked about Chen Hao as that god, and as a result, after he came over himself, he saw him alone. What's the point of calling one person? And what R&D god in the world doesn't have a whole team under his or her belt? Even again it would have to be accompanied by 10 or 8 assistant researchers or something like that. Otherwise how can you call yourself an R&D god? The research of modern armaments is not something that can be developed by one person. That has to be possible only with teamwork. But the question is, why is there someone standing right in front of you? Chief Master Chen, forgive me for taking the liberty, haha. I'm not taking it personally. I'm still mainly a bit confused. That's the one. Didn't you bring a couple of assistants with you on this trip? We in equipment development have all had the experience that the modern world is the age of systematic research and development. And that one person can't research anything. I wonder if Chief Master Chen's R&D team is coming over on the next flight. Ha ha ha. Looking at Chen Hao's empty hands, Director Lin Hai asked tentatively, R&D team? No, I develop everything on my own. Chen Hao was stunned by the question. Then he calmly continued, to say that I did bring an assistant, but not on this flight. Not on this flight? Then where? Director Lin Hai glanced at Chen Hao suspiciously. I'm not sure about that. I think we're almost there. Chen Hao was a bit embarrassed by the look, so he glanced in the direction of the sky. Then he pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Chen Hao, I'm flying over. I just went to take a look at the Qinghai-Tibet Highway. Wow, it's simply spectacular. Alright, I'll be there soon. Don't rush me, ha. The one who spoke was none other than Wang Hua. Since the mecha system he wore also had multiple communication modules built in, Chen Hao was able to dial through to Wang Hua's side with his own cell phone. Only, unlike a normal cell phone number, a mech's regular communication number is 17 digits, which is a bit longer than a normal phone number. Alright, you hurry up. 3 minutes, to Rikaz Airport. That's it. Okay, 3 minutes. No big deal. Chen Hao's cell phone had been in his pocket for less than 2 minutes when he and Director Lin Hai heard an extremely boisterous cry of alarm. Wow, what's that? A Transformers one? So cool. I've seen it online. It's the mech that was at the Global Jewelry Show the other day. Geez, what day is it today? Why are all the mechs coming to Rikaz? Thanks to the living Buddha. The mech looks a million times better than I thought it would. Travelers throughout the airport were stunned by what they saw before them. Wang Huahua was able to create an atmosphere for himself where the sky exploded with a bang and the old man shone. This guy went so far as to put on an air show right where the airport's waiting plaza is. Spinning, jumping, hovering in the air. Straight away, all the travelers on the scene were dumbfounded. Wang Hua performed as if he were an extremely beautiful butterfly, making many and various fluttering dances in the sky. People had never seen such equipment before, nor had they ever seen a mech with such powerful features. Therefore, for a moment, the people in the entire square, while exclaiming in astonishment, some of them even directly prostrated themselves to the ground and kowtowed piously. Holy shit, Chen, Chief Master Chen, you can't be talking about the assistant that is. That's the mecha. He looked at the mecha in the sky, and then looked at the ancient Chen Hao, and looked at the ancient Chen Hao, and then looked at the mecha in the sky. Director Lin Hai was immediately shocked and sucked in a breath of cool air. Good guy. He had just thought that Chen Hao didn't look like a big shot. Now it's good enough to even get the mechs from the TV news the other day. Chapter 107, Revenge First. After R&D. This mecha, that Director Lin Hai had seen on TV. When the mech finished its rescue mission, Elder Qian had specifically instructed it to return to the Baidi Kingdom in a high-profile manner to show it off again. At that time, when the mecha appeared in the air, it was enough to stun the merchants and representatives of dozens of countries in the plaza under the Tower of Hamafa. It was also because of Elder Qian's authorization in the first place. So the story about this super new single-armed tactical mech from China had actually become famous around the world as early as the day after the mission was completed. Not only did the newspapers and media networks of other countries in the Blue Planet make a lot of reports about this mech, even our own China's syndicated news spent no less than 20 minutes on the third day to introduce this new type of mech. That said, if no one had publicized it and no one had introduced it, How could it have attracted more than 50 delegations behind it? That's the power of advocacy. In this day and age, the old adage that a good wine is not afraid of the deep alley is not fashionable. In this era, it is said that if you have real skills then you have to show them. If you have muscles then you have to show them. Otherwise, people will think we're easy to bully. Of course, it was true that the news had spent a great deal of time introducing the mech swell, but then, director Lin Hai hadn't seen any news about the mech R&D team inside the news. At the same time, it was even more difficult to imagine how Chun Hao, such a character engaged in equipment research and development, had managed to bring over this new single tactical mech. To be able to bring this kind of god-grade equipment to oneself at will, that Chun Hao must not be a general person. All of his previous judgments were obviously wrong enough. Yeah, my assistant is inside the mech. His name is Wang Hua. He's usually more of a fool. If Director Lin doesn't mind waiting a bit first, he'll be down in a moment when he's done fooling around. Ha, done fooling around? Ah, well. Hearing this cloudy description of Chun Hao, Director Lin Hai's expression management was getting a bit out of control. It was confirmed, 100% confirmed, that this mech was the one that had followed Chun Hao over. Boy, a 20-something-year-old military equipment developer actually went out with a mech. What kind of style is this? It's more than 10,000 times more impressive than any big shot in a movie. Look at it. The whole square is about to be mesmerized by that one mech. He himself had been engaged in equipment development for most of his life, and had never seen any flying device that could nuisance back and forth across the square in such a flexible attitude, such a silky smooth change of orbit maneuver, such an anticlimactic sharp angle turn. This was completely subverting all the experience he had left behind from his decades of scientific research. The director of Lin Hai himself couldn't help rubbing up his own eyes, as if he was watching a science fiction movie. 5 minutes later, Wang Hua finally landed in front of director Lin Hai and Chun Hao. It was accompanied by the press of a mech shrink button on one arm. This pair of mechs then quickly shrank into a vest-sized piece of clothing in front of director Lin Hai and put it over Wang Hua's body. Hello, my name is Wang Hua. I'm Chief Master Chun Hao Chen's full-time mecha pilot. Hello, I'm Wang Hai, the director of the Snowy Military Equipment Research Institute. Hello. Seeing with his own eyes a pair of gilded mechs shrinking into a thin vest in an instant's effort, Director Lin Hai forcibly pressed down his incomparable shock and greeted with a sarcastic smile. Director Lin, where's the car? Let's not bother going to the Equipment Research Institute. Let's just go to the campground first. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chun Hao announced his trip to Director Lin Hai. Didn't we go to the Equipment Research Institute first? Chief Master Chen, on your side, aren't you? Aren't you here to help develop new man-portable tactical equipment? Lin Hai was shocked and puzzled at the same time as he inquired. Let's talk about equipment development later. Let's go and avenge our fallen brothers first, Chun Hao said with a resolute gaze. Another 5 bells passed, and Director Lin Hai and Chun Hao and his group finally arrived at the entrance to the tent of the 1st Brigade of the Special Service Brigade. Speaking of which, the location of this side of the 1st Special Service Brigade was indeed remote enough. The drive from Shigatsu alone takes 5 hours. Several times during this period Wang Hua thought of flying to his destination first by himself in advance alone. However, they were all directly banned by Chun Hao. Chun Hao was not polite and directly told Wang Hua that, Brother Hua, I say can you stop? What a fool around, wait for the end of the matter. There are plenty of opportunities to fool around. It's better to take an honest ride now. Good no. Save people's Director Lin Hai from squirming when he looks at you. People come all the way to pick us up. The airport is not enough to show off, but also have to show off on the road. Chun Hao, words are not so, as the saying goes, the beauty of a moment to see through. The fate of the painting tour. I am the first time to the snowy region. Such a beautiful place. I look at what? You still have the nerve to talk about me. I'm the only mech pilot in the whole blue planet. What's wrong with driving a mech and looking at the scenery? It's much better than that joystick driver of yours. Humph. Chun Hao's words had just finished. Wang Hua's side purposely flicked his mouth, giving Wang Hua an I'm going to be dejected expression to. Gee, I'll be damned. What's all this about? Just as Chun Hao was fighting with Wang Hua, next to him, Director Lin Hai could be considered to have given enough embarrassment. The original he thought like Chun Hao and Wang Hua such two big gods, should be very serious point kind of character, guess right it. After all, one is a Top Gear researcher and one is a Top Gear pilot. Neither of these jobs are, by any stretch of the imagination, for the hippie type. But what about reality? It's so in your face. It's so fantastical. These two great godly figures who had taken the initiative to come over were actually fighting in front of themselves. That's not like a serious researcher. It looks more like a brother and sister at the wine table. 666 winemongers now. Ahem. Two of you. The camp will be arriving soon. Please don't make any noise. Please don't make any noise, haha. The camp's Captain Shui is still waiting for us after receiving the news. It's always a little inappropriate when we're fighting like this and watching. Lin Hai's words could be considered very subtle. His meaning, on the contrary, was also simple. That is, he hoped that the two great gods in front of him could try their best to make it look like a normal person. How can you meet people when you're fighting like this? It is. The two great gods didn't feel awkward, but he, Lin Hai, always felt a bit awkward with the two of them. Chapter 108 destroys an entire mountain. What a great stroke. Of course, chicanery being chicanery, a brief introduction is still needed. In this way, after a few people arrived at the camp, Director Lin Hai introduced the two great godly figures, Chen Hao and Wang Hua, directly to Chui Yugue Chui of the Special Duty Brigade and team member Gu Xiaoran. Among others, Chen Hao and Wang Hua were really unambiguous. Just met and talked for about less than 2 hours or so. Outraged, Wang Hua then directly turned on his mech, saying that he wanted to help the Special Duty Brigade clean up that smuggling gang. Master Chen, no way. This is going to deal with the smuggling gang? Isn't that a bit too fast? Director Lin Hai looked at Wang Hua's aggressive appearance and immediately became somewhat inexplicably worried. Not soon enough. Taking on those bastards and avenging our brethren is exactly what we came this way for. Team Chui, if it's convenient for you, give this brother of mine a detailed account of the smuggling gangs on this side of the snowy region, so that he can also enter it into the mech system and use it to guide his next move. As for the other thing, I'm planning to build a temporary mecha command center in the camp. If Miss Xiaoran doesn't mind, you can do me a favor and I'll integrate a few pieces of equipment to use, like Wang Hua. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Hao had already begun his next move. Chen Hao, who had come over long before, had actually known about the deaths of the members of the 1st Brigade of Special Forces in action. That's why the first thing he did on this visit was also to help his brothers and sisters stationed at the border to get revenge. For this kind of thing, Chen Hao would never have any procrastination in his heart. Therefore, having only just arrived at the camp less than 2 bells ago, Chen Hao had already launched a full-scale deployment in accordance with his previous thinking. This side had Chen Hao's deployment and Wang Hua's determination. Chui Team's side was naturally exceptionally moved, listening to Chen Hao's such a professional command operation, and then taking a look at Wang Hua's golden mech. Right away, Team Chui made a full deployment as Chen Hao had intended. Team Chui himself led a team of men with Wang Hua and went directly to the border area to familiarize himself with the situation. As for Gu Xiaoran, she was under Chen Hao's command and began to integrate the various equipment inside the camp to supply Chen Hao's use. In less than a day's time, the smuggling gangs traveling to and from the snowy region were eliminated by no less than 200 people under the joint cooperation of Chen Hao and Wang Hua. This includes not only the assholes who got the Secret Service agent killed in the first place, but also all the people in the smuggling gang's main camp. All of them were mercilessly killed by the mechs. What drones, what grenades, what various firearms, against the incomparably strong mechs. It was exactly like eggs touching stones, a completely diluted state. Not only that, Wang Hua also captured the leader of the smuggling gang's main camp in the middle of the operation, and directly slipped back to the camp of the 1st Brigade of Special Services from midair. When he was about to leave, Wang Hua didn't forget to fool around a bit, bombarding the route from the smuggling gang's base camp to the snowy region. However, it was such a fierce and incomparable output of force that caused Wang Hua and Chen Hao heavenly trouble when the 3rd day had just arrived. What a great stroke! You guys, an entire hilltop, plus the 2 pan-mountain highways under the mountain that were under intensive construction. All of them were destroyed by you guys. Tell me, are you two here to cause trouble or to catch a smuggling gang? The commander of the snowy military region looked at the satellite map of the entire snow-covered area that was no less than hundreds of kilometers in circumference, and his heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. The 2 coiled highways under this mountain are still built only after a good deal of local effort and funding from many sources. Seeing the other side of the 2 mountain highways are about to be repaired to recause, it turned out well. An avalanche came down and a fifth of the road was all buried in snow. And what about this avalanche, which happened to be the masterpiece produced after Wang Hua's frenzy the day before? Such a large avalanche area, even large construction machinery want to drive up has become a luxury, not to mention want to the highway to open things. Looking at the white field of vision on the satellite map, the commander's heart ached. These 2 coiled mountain roads were originally intended to lead to the holy mountain, Mount Everest, because although the snowy region, there are no good resources to make the local people rich. So, the local people thought of this section of the Qinghai-Tibet highway from Shigatse to pick out a road, and then directly along the mountains around to the Everest halfway up. Such a rich idea. As we all know, the number of people who climb Mount Everest every year is a significant number, and these people involved in the Everest climb, the funds consumed by each climb to Everest are often hundreds of thousands, or even millions of huge sums of money. Unlike normal mountaineering operations, the guides who climb Everest have a special name, Sherpa. Sherpa is actually the name of an ethnic group, but since most people of this ethnic group work as Everest mountain guides when they reach adulthood, so, Sherpa has become a moniker for Everest guides. In fact, some of the Sherpas are also engaged in trade and commerce and agriculture, forestry and animal husbandry. Only it's not covered here, so there's not much to talk about. As mentioned earlier, the reason why these two roads were built was so that they could bring wealth to Snowmass. What exactly is going on is also a matter of counting up the harsh environment of Everest itself, along with the pathetic carrying capacity of the base camp at the foot of Mount Everest. As per previous mountaineering practice, if a team of climbers wants to climb Everest, it's not something that can be done easily on the same day. This requires preparation many days in advance, as well as staying inside Everest base camp the night before, and then wait until the next morning to start climbing there. After all, the height of Mount Everest is a full 8,848 meters high, and without the help of Sherpa guides, it is basically impossible to climb successfully. And, even if you start early from Everest base camp, the average professional climber will need at least 2 or 3 days to make a successful ascent. As for the rest of the general population, that time is even longer. So, if you think about it from that perspective, if you want to attract more travelers, more climbers, starting from Everest Garrison Camp and climbing upwards becomes a very tough challenge. The difficulty is so great that basically, apart from professional mountaineers, it's only the extremely rich and vain tycoons who are left to spend the astronomical cost of the climb. Chapter 109, Strange Visitors, Conspiracy, Seeking Revenge? But these rich tycoons are a minority after all, not to mention the fact that the number of them who enjoy hiking is another even smaller number. So, thinking about it, the local only considered to build a highway directly to reach the Everest half of the mountain. In this way, a series of mountaineering-related facilities will be constructed directly at the end of the highway, halfway up Everest. Wouldn't that be a much shorter climb than from Everest base camp? Moreover, this operation, in fact, and many domestic scenic spots to get the cable car a reason. If you like to leg it up the mountain, then you can simply start at base camp and climb step by step. But what if you prefer to see the scenery and don't want to scramble up the mountain passes? Then just drive around the ring road and drive to the hillside terminal and get off. Don't look at the base camp just a few kilometers away from the end of the road. But it would take a day and a half if you relied entirely on climbing. So, with the opening of this highway, then the back of Everest will be transformed from the original forbidden zone of life to a tourist destination. All of a sudden, it brings a huge wealth effect to the local area, thus directly promoting the development of both the Everest mountaineering business as well as the tourism business. More so, it will enhance the living standards of the local residents of Everest to a considerable extent. It's literally a triple whammy. However, it was such a 1-2 punch, but when it came to Wanghwa's hands, it took only a bell's worth of work, and then it was a complete shutdown. A full 10 years of preparation, 5 years of construction, and more than $5 billion spent on a project that has not even opened to traffic for 1 day, has already ended. How can this be acceptable to the local people? The people couldn't accept it, and naturally, the military commander of the snowy region would have a hard time maintaining a calm mood. More than $5 billion. Do you two know how long it took Snow Region to accumulate this? I admit that we should deserve our share of vengeance for the Secret Service members, but you guys should at least know a little bit about the snowy areas. How can you hit a smuggling gang with a cruise missile without an avalanche? Tell me what to do. Credit where credit is due, and fault where fault is due. I'll give you credit for the credit, but you guys started this mess, and you're going to have to find a way to fix it too. When he returned to the campground, Chen Hao was that depressed. He really didn't expect the snow on this side of the snowfield to be so unforgiving, and Wanghua casually brought a small cruise missile to bombard it a few times before it avalanched. That's good. The smuggling gangs are pretty much wiped out, but at the same time, the sky's the limit. Billions of dollars in losses, the hope of the entire snowy region of tourism. How can this be? Chen Hao, this matter is something we both messed up. I'm just a mech operator. I don't know how to solve such a big loss of money. You figure it out here first. I'm going to bed. Hey. Making me think again. Ha, of course, we are golden partners. You are the gold. I am the partner. If something happens in the battle, you look for me. If something else happens, of course, you will deal with it. Anyway, if we can't handle this, if the snow region blames us, we'll both be punished together. I don't want to think about it. I'd rather sleep. Good luck, good brother. Wang Hua's heart was quite big, unlike Chen Hao who was thoughtful and thought more. Wang Hua's side, after receiving a severe criticism, was directly dumping the matter on Chen Hao's side, letting Chen Hao figure out what to do. As for Chen Hao's side, of course, he also knows that such a big basket wants to count on Wang Hua, This unreliable guy is not possible. So it was left to stay alone in the tent of the 1st Brigade of Special Services to think of a solution. After thinking about it for half a day, I couldn't think of any way to recoup the billions of dollars. Chen Hao then helplessly walked out of the tent on his own, intending to take a walk around the tent. However, just at this moment, Chen Hao spotted 2 people getting out of the car. One of them, naturally, was Director Lin Hai of the Snow Region Equipment Research Institute, who had sent them over earlier. The arrival of the other one, on the other hand, caused Chen Hao to furrow his own brow and wonder. What brings you here? We don't know each other very well. Looking at the noblewoman Yan Ruomin in front of him, Chen Hao could not help but feel a trace of disgust in his heart. Looking for you? Who said I was looking for you? You are not Chen Hao. I know you. Last time my brother shut me down for half a month because of you. I have not found you to settle accounts. But today, old lady isn't here to look for you. I'm here to look for the sweetie Wang Hua in old lady's heart. Wang Hua? As soon as Chen Hao heard the name of this partner of his, coupled with that one adjective of little sweetie, he immediately felt that his internal organs were a bit turned upside down. What? Can't you come to Wang Hua's? He saved my life last time at the Bitey Kingdom exhibition. Can't I come to him? Not only do I want him today, old me, I want to marry him. Once Wang Hua was mentioned, Yan Ruomin, the shrew, could be considered to have changed her face. Immediately, some of the silly sweetness went straight to the top. In front of Chen Hao, this Yan noblewoman then held her palms and thought freely with her eyes half closed. My intended is a gaijin, and one day he'll come over to marry me in his golden armor and on his 7-colored clouds. Before, I always thought it was an illusion, but I didn't realize it. On the day of my 39th birthday, I actually met him. That day, in front of the whole world, he saved me from a building hundreds of meters away. From that moment on, I was certain that all my life I had been waiting only for him to appear. Just when Smooth thought about halfway, this Yan noblewoman suddenly turned her head to glare at Chen Hao again and continued. Don't think I'm talking about you. You don't look young and handsome, but how can you compare to our little Hua Hua? In order to be able to meet our little Hua Hua, I had to soft pedal my brother for more than half a month before he helped me inquire. I came over the day after I found out he was coming to Snowmass. It just didn't occur to me why I'd see you, kid. Humph. Yan Ruomin's words could be considered to have taken Chen Hao completely to task. In the past, Chen Hao had only a little bit of conflict due to the fact that he had nothing to cross paths with Yan Ruomin. Therefore, Chen Hao is very disdainful of this person. However, if one were to speak of hatred, Chen Hao wouldn't have to. After all, his brother had once sent $10 billion to himself before, and he was unwilling to bother with others again even for the sake of money. Only, something that Chen Hao never expected happened. This noblewoman who wanted to vomit a dozen or so tales of blood just by looking at herself would actually chase her partner Wang Hua straight to the snowy region in order to pursue him. Bullseye. The spirit is extremely commendable. This handful of sincere and incomparable courtship vows made Chen Hao's stomach hurt from listening to it. Wang Hua, you are really charming. I didn't expect such a bratty and willful shrew to be subdued by you. Admire, admire, admire. Chen Hao secretly laughed maniacally in his heart. Of course, the current Chen Hao definitely had nothing to lose his temper over. People didn't come to mess with them. They came to find their old buddy Wang Hua. Then why would one be angry? One couldn't be happier. At this moment, he couldn't wait to put up 3 thumbs in front of Wang Hua's face to desperately praise his brother for his amazing charm. Ahem. You're looking for Wang Hua, aren't you? Chen Hao hilariously asked, forcing himself to resist the urge to laugh out loud. Yeah, I'm just here to find my little Hua Hua. Do you know where he is? If you don't know, don't get in the way, Yan Ruomin said with a haughty face. However, in the face of this arrogance from Yan Ruomin, Chen Hao didn't care, but instead, a brilliant idea was born in his mind. Who says I don't know? Chen Hao also put on an arrogant stance and said, you know, where is he? As soon as she heard Chen Hao's words, Yan Ruomin immediately lowered her stance and inquired seriously. Well, you said he was a little Wawa that you adored, but in this world, there are too many false feelings. It's not that I don't want to tell you about his whereabouts, huh? It's mainly because your little Wawa is in a bit of trouble at the moment. So yeah, as a friend who has been there before, I have to warn you, if you really like him, you'd better think of a way to help him out of this mess. What if you weren't cherishing a liking for him? Then I'd advise you not to waste your time either. Wang Hua is my good buddy. He's a man who values his feelings. If someone says they like him on their lips and can't give up this or that in their actions, I can't let my buddy fall for it. After finishing his sentence, Chen Hao himself felt that he was a little bit despicable. He naturally knew that Yan Ruomin's family had more money than he could count. So then, when he saw that Yan Ruomin had actually traveled thousands of miles to come directly to the snowy region in order to chase Wang Hua, his mind cannot help but then a flash of light thought of solving the problem of road repair funds. Of course, the idea does have that little bit of meanness to it, to put it mildly. However, who made Wang Hua his best detrimental friend? If he won't take the blame for this, he can't ask himself to take the blame, right or wrong. Several billions of shortfall it, even if the snowy military region commander side is willing to light punishment. But so many snowy people's losses can be how to calculate is it? Chen Hao was a solid Chinese male. He was definitely not going to let this matter go back to the Dragon Science Academy headquarters without a result. Therefore, under this complicated and volatile situation, he then resolutely chose to push out his detrimental friend. Brother Hua, as the saying goes, a dead friend of the road is not a poor friend. You can't blame me for doing this. Maybe you two can even make a good marriage, right? While quietly observing the change in Yan Ruomin's expression on her side, Chen Hao silently muttered a couple sentences in his mind. Sure enough, the situation was exactly as Chen Hao had inferred, when he intentionally or unintentionally guided Yan Ruomin towards the point where Wang Hua was having a hard time. Yan Ruomin immediately gave a very resounding answer. You little youth, how dare you doubt my feelings for our little Hua. Ever since the day he saved me in front of all eyes, my Yan Ruomin's soul has been his. If you tell me where he is, I, Yan Ruomin, can swear to heaven and earth that as long as our family's little Hua is in trouble, even if I, Yan Ruomin, am made to dump my family's money, I will absolutely help little Hua to get rid of his difficulties. Well said. Looking at Yan Ruomin's resolute eyes, Chen Hao immediately couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He couldn't help but marvel at the words on his lips. At that moment, Chen Hao pointed directly towards one of the innermost barracks in the tent. Here, your little Hua is fretting inside that barracks at the far end. You get over there. For the sake of the fact that you and I have a history together, I'll help you out this time. But when the time comes, if you refuse to help him out and cheat on his feelings, then don't blame me for not helping you, haha. Really? Little Hua is inside that barracks? Thump, thump, thump. The Colonel I could see all the way to the trot, almost not making Chen Hao laugh, looked at the middle-aged noblewoman as she made a mad dash toward her partner's barracks. Chen Hao then couldn't help but give a thumbs up in the direction of the barracks with immense relief. Go for it, little Hua shoes. It's up to you to solve the problem of the road construction funds. The next day, the Snowy Institute of Military Equipment. After introducing Yan Ruomin yesterday, Chen Hao directly followed Director Lin Hai's car back to the institute. During that time, he did receive a few calls from Wang Hua. It looked like it was quite urgent, but Chen Hao didn't answer any of them. As a result, when Chen Hao came to the research institute early in the morning today, he began to ponder on what kind of man-portable tactical equipment he should actually develop next. Wang Hua was actually waiting for him at the entrance of the institute. Ahem. Good morning, Hua. What are you doing here at the institute if you're not staying over at the Special Forces Brigade to help out? Seeing Wang Hua blocking himself at the entrance of the institute so early, this Chen Hao was also slightly more apprehensive. Speaking of which, in fact, Chen Hao didn't do anything yesterday. Nothing more than using his eloquence to slightly set up a brother. However, after this set of road people, how to say Chen Hao is still feeling a bit of loss. Therefore, as soon as Wang Hua came over, Chen Hao himself was unconsciously a little weak. What am I here for? I'm here to save lives. Of course. Here's this for you. Out of Chen Hao's expectation, Wang Hua did not show a single star of anger after seeing him because he had been teased. On the contrary, Wang Hua's expression at the moment was quite a bit cute. With a bewildered face, he looked very strange. Looking at Wang Hua in such a strange manner, Chen Hao then reached out and took a look at what Wang Hua handed over. This look didn't matter. Chen Hao's heart fluttered directly. Nice guy, another $10 billion. Chen Hao, what do you mean another $10 billion? Wang Hua blinked his eyes and looked at Chen Hao and asked. Nothing. Where did you get such a big check? Chen Hao naturally would not tell Wang Hua about his previous interactions with the Yan family. After all, that wasn't something to show your face. Plus the money Yan Ruohai had compensated himself with in the first place had allowed him to change his equipment. If you say it now, Wang Hua will definitely get to the bottom of it to make it clear. This kind of thing, it is best to deal with it coldly as well, so as not to cause trouble for themselves. Of course, Chen Hao had not expected Yan Ruomin to be so generous. One reach is actually a check for $10 billion. With such a large amount of money, in Chen Hao's opinion, 9 times out of 10, right? You guys get it. Therefore, at this moment, Chen Hao was really more or less curious about the source of this check, and that, probably, is in line with the human nature of the mind that likes to gossip. Yan Ruomin gave it to me. I said I didn't want it, but she said I was in trouble and begged for it. Moreover, I even talked to his brother on the phone yesterday, and his brother actually said that in order to thank me for saving his life, not to mention $10 billion, even if they gave me their entire fortune, they would still be willing to do so. Chen Hao, you say it's strange. I did save Yan Ruomin once last time, but why are they being so generous? It can't be that they're up to something with me, can it? Wang Hua is indeed a good talent, but this 10 billion, I always feel a little uneasy to hold so I came to find you. Bro, analyze this for me. What's going on here? Wang Hua's monologue could be considered to have rendered Chen Hao completely speechless. The original Chen Hao had been worried that his own brother had come over in the morning to settle accounts with himself, complaining that he had played his heart out. As a result, I didn't expect that this Wang Hua brother of my own family had actually passed an entire night, still asking myself if people have intentions. Come on, man, can't you see what's going on? What eyes and what brains? Brother Hua, do you really not know what people Yan Ruomin would be up to if they traveled a long way to find you? Chen Hao asked tentatively, both speechless and helpless. Attempt? I don't know. It's just that I feel that Yan Ruomin is quite gentle and considerate. As soon as she came up, she introduced herself to me and then said that she wanted to thank me because of the things she did to save people last time. And then just handed me this handwritten check. Then I said I didn't want it. It was too much money. And she called his brother Yan Ruohai. Yan Ruohai, you know? Right. Is that super rich? Super rich big boss. Yan Ruomin is his sister. Bro, do you know what happened to Yan Ruohai after he got the call? He didn't just say that this $10 billion is rightly regarded as their family's thanks to me, but additionally asked me to thank you on his behalf. Said you did him a favor this time. What? I did him a big favor? What the hell? Listening to Wang Hua's narration, Chen Hao then couldn't help but stare. Yeah, I didn't know what he meant by that either, but then I understood once he explained it. So, accompanied by Wang Hua rambling up endlessly, Chen Hao was also finally sort of figuring out exactly what was going on with this matter. Together, himself and Wang Hua had really helped Yan Ruohai in a state of misadventure. Of course, this story goes back to the previous jewelry show. As I said before, what about this jewelry exhibition, which is only ostensibly a global top jewelry exhibition? In fact, this jewelry exhibition is a show of strength for the entire Qingge group to go fully international and expand many businesses. This is not only Yan Ruohai's enterprise. The enterprise involved behind, in fact there are quite a lot of Chinese across the group and company enterprise. It is also because of such a complex background relationship. Therefore, Yan Ruohai's global top jewelry exhibition that day could only succeed, not fail, because once it failed, for Yan Ruohai, it was highly likely that he would be involved in all the benefits behind him, thus directly losing his family's money and his reputation. And it was under such a situation that Wang Hua piloted the appearance of the mech. It completely saved Yan Ruohai, and also completely and utterly saved Qingye Group. Not only that, but Wang Hua's mecha appearance that day, plus the scene where he saved Yan Ruomin, directly let the Qingye Group stock in the Hong Kong stock market and Nasdaq directly tripled. Yan Ruohai himself did not even dream that the exhibition he originally thought he had messed up would have gained an explosive harvest in such a dramatic way. And, if it's just the rise in stocks, that's nothing. Immediately after Yan Ruohai's Qingye Group received offers of cooperation from all over the world. The contract amount is going to exceed 100 billion meters knife just by rough estimation. This number directly made Yan Ruohai's heart about to jump out of his chest. Then he just couldn't resist beating around the bush and wiping out a customer and consulting him on why he was able to place such a large order. As a result, the other client just told him directly that he could tell at a glance that the Qingye Group and the R&D team that made the mechs had a great relationship. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that Wang Hua suddenly came over to save people in a tactical mech that no one in the world had ever seen before? And the one who saved it was his Yan Ruohai sister. Such a coincidence. One has to wonder what's going on here. This series of things is a full proof of the strength of the Qingye Group. A group of companies with such strength. Even the military's new weapons can be mobilized enterprises that cannot rush to cooperate. So, after such a karmic event, Yan Ruohai then simply acquiesced to the speculations of the clients. Anyway, this kind of thing is only good for him. No harm. The customer is willing to guess so. Then let them guess so. Right. Stocks are up. Orders are coming in. Who would have thought it would turn out so well? God forbid. One should just take it. Who would have a problem with bills? After knowing the small mind behind the customer, Yan Ruohai didn't care too much and remained busy with the expansion of his business. As a result, just at this time, his own sister Yan Ruomin quit.